We gon' separate live from jazz. You might understand me. Am is better than am. Both feel better than no. Trap. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one in drought. D57, nigga on his ass out. Nigga came at me about a fucking bitch. D57, I laid his ass down quick. Blah, boom. Yeah, all that shit. Niggas talking shit. Going with all that shit. 20s, 50s, 100 shit, I want it all. First round drought pick, that's how I ball. Big think she bad, but I put that hoe on pause. Trap, I'm on my trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. NBA baller, I'm that drought pick. D57 lay his ass down quick. Body found in the bag, laying in the ditch. I'm on my trap shit. For 48 a bitch. Nigga playing with the G shit. C-Mo, you know I'm with the shit. I'm ballin', girl, paid him back in 96. Don't give a fuck about what I do, cause they don't make you shit. 93 game bad, they trap pick. I don't know nothing about shit, I'm on some trap shit. Hold the fuck up. I don't think these niggas believe in you, man. Sleeping on you. Free your mind. I thought ain't you the number one trap pick? I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one in drought pick. Close the door, turn off the phone, it's time for this meet. Had to grind for the shot is all the way on me. I'm on some trap shit, you niggas somewhere out there sleeping. Trap like a drive-through, they know I keep going mad, cause I keep on firing up that reefer. Let's go. Tony. It's the return of the Gypsy King, the number one heavyweight in boxing, Tyson Fury. Are you excited or what, brother? Talk to me.
Yeah, I'm excited. Hey, H, before we talk about this, I want your thoughts on that whole. Did you see the Mike Tyson thing?
No, I heard about. Well, I didn't see it yet, but I seen like people were talking about it, and like you know what I mean. But I didn't get to watch the actual video. What happened?
A kid, I think it was like a frat boy or a guy who's drunk on a plane was like being annoying to him, and Mike was still sitting in a seat. He just reached up and knocked the kid out.
How old was the kid, you think? Was he an adult? He had to. I think he was an adult, right?
If it was a frat boy, the kid looked like the guy looked like maybe he was in his mid-20s.
So he wasn't a kid. He's a man.
Yeah,
if he's in his 20s, that means he's a man.
He was a college kid. He was a college kid.
I mean, is he really a kid when he's in college? Kids are like in fucking elementary school, right?
Yeah, but
he was a. Go ahead, talk to me. Keep going.
What I mean by kid is sometimes certain people take a little bit longer to mature, and maybe it was an immature. And what I was thinking is maybe there was people like his friends were encouraging to continue antagonizing Tyson, which is not a smart thing. Tyson, well, but what worries me about this, if Tyson gets charged with assault with his criminal record, he might get thrown in jail for a long time.
Do you think it was a crime? Do you think Mike Tyson was wrong? Was he wrong? Explain the whole situation. Explain to me exactly what happened, please.
Okay. The kid was being annoying, but he didn't really physically touch Tyson. He was just like he was standing next to Tyson, screaming like, what is it called? screaming at him and stuff, being annoying. But I think Mike went a little bit too far, hitting the kid. He could have just called one of the flight attendants and stuff like that and said, "Can you please remove this person from me? I don't want to get physical or anything like that."
It sounds like you kind of upset with Mike Tyson. Like it feels like
no.
From what you're I'm just telling you from what it sounds like from what you're telling me is that Mike Tyson was wrong for doing that.
Yeah, he went a little bit too far. I'm a fan of him, and I feel that he went a little bit too far and stuff like that. He could have just it didn't get, the kid was just being annoying, like yelling absurdities at him and stuff like that. But it wasn't necessary to like physically put unless there was physical. The kid actually physically touched him. I understand that. People are claiming it was self-defense, but if the kid didn't touch him, it's not self-defense.
Dang, so it sounds like you're kind of you don't like what Mike Tyson did. Like you're not cool with that.
Yeah, a little bit too far. Yeah.
Okay. So you pretty much calling Mike Tyson out. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with you calling him out. Did the guy put his hand on Mike Tyson?
No.
Did he touch Mike Tyson at all?
No.
He didn't make any contact with Mike Tyson.
No, he was just yelling at him, like
yelling. Was he playing with them or was he being aggressive? Do you think he was trying to troll Mike Tyson or what? What was he doing exactly?
I watched a video.
Tony, what's up, Jimmy?
Can you hear me?
Jimbo Slice in the building, the one and only Jimbo. What's good,
bro? I think he kept trying to rub Mike's head. And he was kind of tapping him on the shoulder and being annoying.
So he did touch him because Anthony's telling me he never made contact with Mike Tyson.
You know what? I'm gonna have to watch the video again. From what I remember, he kept patting Mike on the head. My thing is this though, Mike. I'm happy that Mike slapped the shit out of him, but the kid was kind of.
Anthony is not. It sounds like he's kind of upset with Mike Tyson. He said this guy was a kid. He was a teenager. You know what I mean? And Mike Tyson gets to knock a guy out.
Mike is a senior citizen, though. You know what the problem is, H? I feel like, me personally, I'm glad Mike did it because that guy was a little bitch, man. Like, you can't be bothering like a legend like Mike, man, who's just trying to enjoy his flight. But my problem is this, though, H. Mike Tyson was a fighter, so his hands are registered weapons. So legally, I'm not sure if Mike was allowed to do that. What do you think?
I gotta watch it, Jimmy. Shelton Moore was good. Shelton, did you see what happened with Mike Tyson today? And do you feel like Mike Tyson was wrong?
What happened was a grown man told you that to leave him alone. Mike said, "Leave me alone, man. I took a selfie with you. Okay, I'm trying to be on a flight. Leave me alone." The man kept fucking with Mike. If a grown man tells you to leave him alone, leave him the fuck alone. How hard is that?
But Shelton, did he put his hands on Mike Tyson?
Did
he make any kind of contact, physical contact with Mike?
He didn't get in contact with Mike. Mike said, "Stop talking to me. Stop yelling in my ear. Leave me alone."
You know what the Max is about?
Shelton, I mean, but does that mean Mike Tyson can, knock the guy out, put his hands on him, and get physical with him and start fighting just because the guy was playing around?
Let me tell you something. Me and you are cool, right?
Yeah.
If I tell you to leave me alone, it would be in your best interest to leave me alone.
But does that mean you have the right to put your hands on somebody?
The right or not, like Mike does. Like Mike didn't. I don't care if I have the right or not. I asked you, man to man, to leave me alone.
H, I'm watching the video, bro.
Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, bro, I'm watching the video right now. He never touched Mike Tyson. He was just talking to him and it kept.
So was talking, Shelton Moore. He just was talking with him. He threaten Mike Tyson at all? Did he ever threaten him? Did he threaten him to put his hands on Mike Tyson?
I'm gonna explain something to you.
No, he was being an annoying fan. Yeah, look at him, bro. He looks bloodied up. Mike's actually cut and stuff.
Listen to me, Jimmy.
Go ahead, Sheldon. Go ahead.
And it tells one thing, bro. Being a grown man means that you're man enough to accept the consequences of your actions, no matter what they are.
Yep.
Yeah, but this guy's a little bitch, though. He's gonna sue Mike. That's my point, though.
I don't care.
This guy is a
I
little
don't
bitch.
care if I get sued. I
That's
don't
why Mike
care.
Tyson got to be smarter than that, bro. Mike
Yeah,
Tyson been doing good, Shelton. He's been doing really good lately.
Yeah.
I asked
That's a
you to
problem.
leave me alone.
Well,
You
and
kept
that's a
bothering
problem.
me.
Yeah. I mean,
So whatever
that's
you get is what you get, and whatever I get is what I get. That's the
But
way
They
the
don't
world
let
Differences.
Mike go on the plane now. They kept
Yeah.
Okay, so next time Mike tries to come to the UK or Australia or Japan for a media event, will they even let Mike Tyson fly now? Public? I don't know. See, this is my problem. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm happy to
Yes.
slap the shit out of
It's
the
not
kid.
going to be a
Here's the
felony.
problem, bro.
This is not gonna
You
be a
got to be
felony.
smart in life.
This is going to be
You
broken
have
down
to
to
be
a
smart,
misdemeanor.
man.
It's
This
just
is gonna
just
be
hard.
broken down to a misdemeanor.
Hold on. It's
This
just
is
hard when
gonna be-
somebody it's just hard, bro, when you always gotta try to keep your cool. And Mike Tyson, he tries his best, bro. And this guy, I seen the video, and this guy was just being obnoxious and drunk, bro. And like, I don't know if he tapped him in the head, but he kept on pointing down to his head and just, so I mean, Mike Tyson, from a business perspective and financial, he's probably gonna get sued, bro, or God knows what happens. But the youngster, if he didn't know to leave Mike Tyson alone, he's not gonna know to say, you know what, I messed up. I'm a young man. I shouldn't have did that. So he's gonna do something. There's gonna be repercussions.
Whatever Mike pays, ain't gonna hurt, no. He'll be fine.
Yeah, but I feel like Mike, man.
But still, bro, you still don't want to get sued for some mill. Imagine you got a mill.
It ain't even gonna be a mill. He'll get about $200-300 grand. That shit gonna be a misdemeanor.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what we're saying though, bro. Like all that, like maybe moving or saying, "Hey, could you come visit this guy?" You know what I mean?
I just feel like
Now,
Mike
look,
is doing.
we all know some people. We all know some people like Mike Tyson. Hell, I'm like Mike Tyson. If I ask you to leave me alone, I'm not going to go to nobody. I asked you to leave me.
But Shelton, sometimes in life, look, I agree with you, but this is the problem. We're not Mike Tyson, though. We're not Mike Tyson.
Exactly.
We're not celebrities.
We know from experience of watching him.
Mike's messed. Somebody's Mike's really messed up, bro, real bad.
How Mike Tyson is. We know how he is.
Who's that? Me? Prime, is that me?
I don't know. I think it's Shelton.
Well, fool put a gun on him. He just went
bro, real bad.
Shelton,
you're breaking up, real bad, bro.
Yeah, you're gonna have to come back in.
Went through some shit where a fool put a gun on him. So Mike been going through some shit lately.
So, like, this happened at SFO. So, for all you people thinking San Francisco, hey, you go through there acting all kinds of ways and you won't get your ass whooped.
I just watched that shit.
That's
So
not what happened in San Francisco.
Yo, what's up, Smoke? I just watched it for the first time. And Mike Tyson was putting hands on that boy. Hey, but look, check this out. Hey, my boy Anthony, you said this guy is a kid, dude. That dude is a grown-ass man. He's not a fucking kid, Anthony. Come on now.
He's a young man, yeah. He's a man.
No, he's a grown man. He's an adult.
That's what I'm saying. He's a man. He's a young man. He's a young man.
He was playing around with Mike Tyson. I think somebody should have, told that dude to stop. Somebody should have moved that dude, like, stop bothering him. You know what I mean?
All I'm saying to you is whatever. Let's go out and the best case scenario for this guy, he sues Mike Tyson and win. I don't even think that's a given. But let's just say that happens. Mike Tyson can sue the airline company for double and triple that. Like Mike Tyson is not going to take an L in this. Just so you.
I don't know. My wife lawyer.
I don't know, public flights. I mean, I really don't know. I mean, they can't.
I got it. Public flights. Like Mike Tyson been whooping fucking the public's ass since when he was actually fighting as a champion. He's been doing this a lot.
Okay.
You think Mike gives a fuck about what people think about?
This is my saying, bro. Mike was doing well. That's not hate you're saying. Mike, I love Mike Tyson.
Doing well, but this is Mike
He's
Tyson.
my favorite.
Mike Tyson's life is a whole bunch of people walking up on him like he wants them to walk up on him, and Mike Tyson slapping the shit out of him. That's literally what's been going on for decades with this dude. I don't even think the guy's gonna win the lawsuit. Like, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't even think the guy's gonna win.
No, Mike's
whatever.
Hey, Smoke, when is Mike Tyson gonna learn from those? You know what I mean? Be the bigger person.
I don't think he ever will, bro.
Be the bigger person.
So here's the thing. We live in the United States, right? And we're governed by laws. It's like the whole idea about like right and wrong. A lot of it is about whether or not you can be prosecuted for a thing. Like, what's going to happen to Mike Tyson is he's going to be at home sleeping in his silk sheets, and if he has to pay a single dime, it will be offset by the lawsuit he leverages at the airline company for not having adequate security, and you can because passengers are not supposed to be harassed, unchecked and unencumbered like this.
Yeah, but come on, let's be honest. Do flights have security though? Like,
Yes,
what are
they
you
do.
like?
It's
That's
called
not.
TSA. How do you think they get people? How do you think they get unruly people off?
Hey, let Smoke speak for a second. I mean, no, let Shelton speak. Because Shelton, when Shelton is not speaking, Shelton go on mute. But when Shelton is speaking, everybody else go on mute. Go ahead, Shelton.
If you did this, it would be different. Mike Tyson doing this is something different. Mike's gonna be fine. Ain't really nothing gonna happen to Mike. Mike's not even gonna pay whatever the guy sues him for. The podcast people, the company that sponsors him will probably pay it. Mike's gonna be fine. But if you did this, it would be something different because you don't have the money he has.
Well, that's not even it at all. It's because the other guy actually instigated the entire event. It's the if but clause. Like what guys don't understand about law is the guy that precipitated this whole. Like, listen, I'm not saying that. Shelton, hold on a second. It's not.
You don't. I put my hands on.
I'm trying to figure out my. Bro, I can't hear you. And before you,
I one at a time because y'all can't speak at the same time because this is of some feedback. Go ahead.
Yeah. So all I'm saying to you is, if not for the other guy's actions, this would not have happened. And what the other guy was doing was also illegal. Actually, like you don't have the right to go and badger and harass other people in public on planes or any of that shit. So while Mike Tyson bears some culpability to this thing, I don't think it's going to actually rise to a place where this guy gets a dime. But let's say I'm incorrect in my assessment. He does get a dime. Mike has way more. He has way more grounds to sue the airline for letting this entire thing transpire.
Yeah, can I? Yeah, okay. Here's the problem though with that philosophy.
Go ahead.
Mike, well, if they do a full-on case, yeah, they'll have to see. Did Mike ask for assistance, or did he just retaliate and basically assault the dude? So I mean, you're talking about a legal process, right? So unless Mike asked for assistance, right? And from what I'm seeing, the guy never actually physically assaulted him first. I'm just talking about the legal element. But Mike never asked for assistance. And his response to that.
Maybe the law works differently, and maybe the law works differently in the UK than it does in the United States.
Can I finish, please?
Not on for Mike to ask for assistance.
Yeah, I didn't cut you off though. Did I? Can I finish? Yeah, I didn't cut you off, did I? All right, let me finish, man. So I mean, it's a complicated situation, right? So you'll have to break down the legal element. So they might ask for assistance. Was assistance denied? Was it literally within 10 seconds Mike resulted into assaulting him? Look, I'm happy Mike slapped the shit out of him. My problem is this: the guy looks bruised and bloody. Okay, it was on TMZ. The shit's gonna go viral. He's made the kid a star. And
He's got a history of doing shit like this, bro. Let's be honest. Mike Tyson got a history getting into fucking street fights with Lennox Lewis, breaking his hand, fighting Mitch Green in the streets. Come on, guys.
And I'm not even talking about Mitch Green. I'm talking about like Las Vegas casino floors. I'm talking about in restaurants. Like this dude has had a long experience with fans overstepping their boundaries, right? But beyond all that, just in the American, just for American, like, and this is a federal thing, right? Because it's in an airplane, it's the TSA, it's all this shit. All I'm saying,
didn't he beat up Robin Givens too?
The onus is not on Mike Tyson to ask for assistance. Like that's not even going to be a thing. Like what you're going to say, what if he asks for assistance? You're just saying that's just going to compound the damages. That doesn't mean that he's off the hook. Like the airlines is off the hook if Mike Tyson never asked for help. Mike Tyson doesn't need to ask for help to make the airline culpable because it's the airline's responsibility to make sure all the passengers are safe.
You're a lawyer, Smoke?
Regardless.
Well, hold on, bro. Don't cut him off. Go ahead, Smoke.
There's a onus on the airlines to make sure all the passengers are safe, regardless if a passenger requested it specifically in a situation.
Well, that's not.
All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. He's finished.
That's not all the way true.
Go ahead, bro. You had something to say?
Yeah, basically that's not all the way true because I don't know where Smoke gets all his information from, but that's not all the way true because liability lies with the airline for sure. But the liability of the airline with all their assets and all their lawyers, bro, they're gonna have a defense, bro, that's not gonna stand up, bro, against Mike Tyson or the guy. You know what I mean? So they might just be like a wash.
Where are you getting this from? Just because
I'll talk to my wife right now. She's a lawyer, bro. So
hold up a second. I actually ran a business and
what law school did you go to?
Insurance. Like I understand.
I have a business too. I have two businesses.
Like listen, and every single stage of business, when it comes to liability, whoever the hell it is that walks onto a plane, they have the expectation that they're not going to be harassed by another passenger. And if they are,
expectations.
Let me finish. And if
Let
they
me finish.
Are,
I got two businesses.
If they are, it is literally on the airline to facilitate the safe arrival of all of their passengers, free of fucking harassment. This is not on Mike Tyson to prosecute, to make sure that nobody messes with him. This is on the airline.
Okay, so let Primetime respond to Smoke. Go ahead, Primetime.
No, I hear what he's saying. All I'm saying is the liability that the insurance and the plane has. What's going to happen, bro, for more than likely, is that they're going to see what happened, right? Mike Tyson is hopefully the guy doesn't press any charges or doesn't file a lawsuit. And the plane, the airline, I don't know what airline it was, but they'll be 100% covered, bro. I'm saying due to their lawyers and due to the magnitude of who they are, right? That's what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying, and you're right about the liability being on them, but they're going to find a way so Mike Tyson will be able to sue them.
No, so go ahead, Smoke. I'm sorry.
Mike Tyson will sue them. The question, what you guys are talking about is just the amount of the award. Like, let's say Mike Tyson sues them because they were negligent in their responsibilities, so he gets X amount. But let's say Mike Tyson went to, the flight attendants. He asked to a whole bunch of people. That award is going to be increased based on his actions. All I'm saying to you is, regardless, all things being equal, this is on the airlines. This is on the airlines, and it's literally on this guy also. Like, Mike Tyson bears some kind of culpability because he physically assaulted a guy who was only verbally assaulting him.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? He was physically assaulting a guy who was only verbally assaulting him. So but whether or not that's actually equals a dime that this guy sees, that remains to be seen.
Right, because we all know the saying, right? Sticks and stones, right?
Of all of that shit, Mike Tyson won't end up paying any of it because of the culpability of the airline.
Okay, I got a question. Shelton Moore, wait, Jimmy. Let Shelton Moore say what he was about to say, and then I got a question for Primetime, then Jimmy. Go ahead, Shelton.
I was just gonna say, man, we make a lot out of this shit. I bet Mike ain't even tripping. Mike don't give a fuck about none of this shit. Mike does this shit all the time. He's beat up a myriad in and out of the ring. So Mike's
been doing this shit since he's a teenager. Like, Mike Tyson's older than I am. He's been doing this shit since he's a teenager. Like,
all right. Hey, so Primetime, do you feel like Mike Tyson was wrong for what he did today? For beating up on his kid like that?
No, you know what's funny, bro?
I guess this boxing fan. I guess the dude just wanted a autograph or some shit. You know what I mean? He wanted to take a picture.
Yeah. No, he's not. Mike Tyson's not wrong, bro. I mean, like, at Mike Tyson's age, should he have said, "Hey, can you move me away from this guy," or moved himself away? Logically, you should be able to. But Mike Tyson's still Mike Tyson at the end of the day. He still has that lion inside of him that does these things, right? And he's been doing better. But still, you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes, right? So that man, the youngster, he thinks he lives in a different world than Mike does, right? As far as reality, that he lives in the day of age of YouTube and trolling, right? So he learned a valuable lesson. He learned a hard lesson, and that's that.
Okay, go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead, Sheldon. You had something to say? Go ahead, Sheldon. Then Jimmy. Go ahead, Sheldon, and we go straight to Jimbo.
Like Prime said, Primetime, for once, I agree with everything you said, man. You play stupid games, you win a booby prize. He won the fucking booby prize.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. So Jimmy, and then we go straight to Anthony, because Anthony had a problem with Mike Tyson. He had a problem with what Mike Tyson did. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Jimmy, and then straight to Anthony.
Yeah, mate. Mike is just though. Obviously, I'm on the side of Mike Tyson. I'm happy that he slapped the shit out of him. But after I laughed at the video, 5 minutes later, I started thinking, you know what? This really wasn't the best thing, because I know Smoke said he could sue the airline, but the fact that Mike Tyson is a former professional athlete, fighter, his hands are registered weapons, and he assaulted a passenger, I'm not sure if that will work in the airlines, right? So I guess I'll have to look down on Mike's persistence. The selfie, look, man, you're right. The airline
kind of choppy. Jimmy, fix your audio. Kind of choppy right there. All right.
Am I okay?
Right.
Kind of choppy, breaking up.
So I mean, I think it'd be helpful for people like outside the United States to maybe understand that maybe the laws in their land work a little bit differently. Like right now, you conflated two different ideas, whether or not Mike Tyson's hands are registered as lethal weapons. Now you're talking about a criminal case, right? That's not a civil case. This is not about private parties and corporations suing one another. Now you're talking about whether or not a crime has been committed and somebody needs to go to jail. These are two totally different courts, two totally different separate parts of the law. Mike Tyson could wind up in jail and still win the civil suit against the airlines.
All right, let me say this, and I'm gonna go backstage. I got Debo; he about to join. Anthony. So earlier you said Mike Tyson, should not put his hands on this innocent kid. Pretty much, the kid just wanted to take a picture. He wanted an autograph. You're Anthony.
No, I'm
go
saying
ahead.
no. What I'm saying was the kid was being annoying. If Mike was telling him, "Please leave me alone," but the kid didn't physically touch Mike. What I'm scared of is with Mike's criminal history, and if he gets charged with assault, he might get thrown in jail again for a longer time.
That ain't nothing to Mike. Mike did hard time. If you ask me, Mike should have knocked his ass out. He already knows as soon as he's through, he gonna get a lawsuit, and it's gonna probably be chump change to him. But Mike should have knocked his ass out, man, because he looked like he was annoying the hell out. Then after I seen the video, dude still he had his sense and shit. Mike should have fucking pushed his fucking nose back in his fucking brain.
But he's a professional boxer, and even if you can kill someone like that,
man, he ain't gonna kill that man. Hit that nigga one good ass. Man, fuck him up, man. Shit, he ain't gotta kill him, but fuck him up. Make sure he know.
No, but
I ain't fucking around no more, bro. Especially with no pro boxer.
No, I'm talking about Mike specifically.
That's what I'm talking about, Mike. If you ask me, I feel like Mike ain't hit him hard enough. Shit, he already gonna get the lawsuit anyway. You might as well fuck him up in the process.
And if he does go to jail, he just goes to the county. Mike don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, Mike don't give a fuck about going to jail. Mike did a hard time in prison and shit. He probably go to jail for a couple days.
No. Well, what I'm saying, guys, you're not hearing what I'm saying. He's gonna, with his criminal history, the judge can actually throw the book at him and put him in for 20, 30 years.
No,
bro. That's not. Don't watch. You're watching the 48.
Nigga was annoying.
You guys
Mike got money. You forgot Mike got money. He can pay them. He can get
exactly, bro. He's not gonna do 30, 40 years, bro. He's been doing real good. He's chilling.
Listen to me. That shit happened with Mike over 20 years ago. It's done. They can't bring it back up.
He's like an actual model citizen right now, bro.
If anything, Mike went soft on the nigga. If you ask me, he went soft.
Yeah. He even said himself.
Yeah, he should have punched his lights out for real.
No, but you can
He should have punched his lights straight out.
Like that is not trained to handle a punch, is what I'm saying. Mike could have
trained. You're going too far into the matrix, bro.
Fucking disrespecting.
His mouth ain't
disrespecting my personal space.
That's what he should be trained to do. He should be
disrespecting my personal space.
The kid was drunk. No, if he was sober,
bro.
Listen. Man, don't give a fuck. Don't disrespect my personal space. You feel me? You disrespect my personal space, I'm gonna twist you up. Matt Tyson, twist him up. You get me?
Yeah, I see what you guys are saying, but I'm looking at it from the perspective.
As long as the guy don't snitch, we don't care. As long as the guy don't snitch, we don't care. We didn't see nothing. As long as he don't snitch, that's calm.
No, someone actually videotaped the person.
It's not about snitching. They got this shit on videotape. It's all over the internet. It went viral.
It was just play. No, I'm saying
of course the dude's gonna snitch. He's trying to get paid off of Mike Tyson. You damn right he gonna snitch. He's trying to sue this motherfucker.
No, I heard that he ain't trying to snitch, innit?
And you think he ain't trying to get no money? You crazy as hell. Mike Tyson just beat the fuck out that boy. He trying to get paid.
Yeah, that's calm. Pay him a little rap sheet and let him blow out, innit? Give him a couple hundred, or what is it? Give him a couple grand.
Tomorrow you see that kid, he gonna do an interview with TMZ. He gonna have a fucking neck brace on, nigga.
But the only issue, though, I feel like when this incident, it can't be a federal crime if it's on the airport. That's it, for real.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what
and
I can see. He do a little. He could do a little bit. He ain't gonna do no time for real, but he might do a weeks in that shit.
So,
but that's it,
though.
That's ridiculous, though.
If you take a look at Mike Tyson's rap sheet, you'll see that it started in 1978, and there's 27 incidents on it. Like what we're talking about is like 2 or 3. Mike Tyson is not going to jail. He's not going to spend any time. Like this is not a jailable offense. When somebody physically when somebody harasses you and verbally assaults you, and then you physically hit them, he's not going anywhere. If the guy was hurt, let me finish. If the guy was hurt, then possibly it would be a bigger deal. But because he's not even hurt, like this isn't going anywhere. Like
he was hurt. He was bleeding from the face.
I got it.
I seen blood.
Right. I got it. I'm not saying when I say hurt, I mean like maimed. Like he didn't have to go to the hospital.
I want to know why Mike. Let me
just finish my point, and then go ahead. What I'm saying to you is, because of all parties involved, once this thing gone, everybody is culpable in this situation, which means everybody wants this thing resolved. Everybody.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but this is it. Prime, you there?
Go on, fam. He's not there.
I want to know why Mike is even riding with the passengers. Why he not riding first class anyway?
Mike Tyson's a real G, fam. He's smoking his weed, just cooling off.
Mike Tyson, nigga. What you doing riding with the common?
What you talking about? Debo, first class, bro.
That was first class.
Yeah, that was first class. And not only that, I'm trying to tell you, if that guy sues Mike Tyson and Mike Tyson sues the airline's gonna sue that guy.
Oh yeah, well, fuck it. Everybody gets sued then.
That's what I'm telling you. Like everybody wants this thing gone.
Fam, man, the Donny was annoying Mike Tyson. My man got up and punched.
But like I said, I feel like Mike.
This ain't no little shit fighting on an airplane on camera and shit, beating up on this white dude. I mean, it ain't, nigga. You feel me? You Mike Tyson. It ain't like it's just you, Debo, on the plane fighting some nigga. That's Mike Tyson, who got a whole history behind this nigga. Being in and out of jail his whole life.
Hold on, H. If it was Debo in jail right now. Oh, believe that.
Oh yeah, what? They locked him up.
I got you. That makes sense. I got you.
At the airport and shit. Like what?
Nah, you still go home. You still go home, bro. Like that. Listen, like if you have money for an attorney, you going home.
Has to be in the county jail right now.
Listen, my bail would have been already set before I even hit. Before I took my first fingerprint, I would have already been bailed out. But that's a different subject for another day. All I'm saying to you is, all I'm saying is,
I ain't got money like that. You got money, smoke. I ain't got money like that. My black can have a PD right now. Trying to get a public.
Can Mike claim self-defense even though the guy didn't touch him and stuff like that?
No.
Mike's not even gonna show up to court, bro. Mike's not even gonna show up to court. His lawyer is. He's not showing up.
He's gonna send them a fucking 4 ounces of herbs. Told them, yo, you man smoke that. Forget this even happened, and man just move on in it.
Yeah, this is just another blip on the Mike Tyson trail. Like, just go.
Mike Tyson's busy smoking weed, fam. Yeah. Think he gives a fuck about this shit? This is funny, fam. He's gone back to his farm, fam, to smoke his herbs. He's gone back to his farm to smoke his weed. That brother somewhere. Where was that? That brother somewhere in New York. That somewhere just wandering around.
San Francisco. That's SFO. San Francisco International.
Oh yeah. The worst thing is Mike Tyson was coming back from doing some advertising weed thing, fam, around San Francisco or something.
6 years ago, if I would have did that on a plane. Well, I couldn't even afford a plane 6-7 years ago. But now I'll walk right off that plane and won't go to jail at all.
With Mike's money, I'm kind of surprised he doesn't have a plane ticket, like his own private jet or something like that.
He was first class in that plane, I think. I mean,
no, but what I'm saying, so he doesn't have to deal with stuff.
Private jet. You know how much it costs to put gas in a private jet?
The PJs ain't that much right now, actually.
I'm guessing a lot of money.
Either way, bro. You know what? Hey, he's human.
That's how you keep your money, bro. You keep your money by not spending it on stupid private jets.
The last time.
Hey, there's never been a U-Haul behind a hearse, though.
The last time Mike Tyson caught an assault case was in 2003 about two like people looking for like autographs, and he got community service. These are like two women, like my man's been doing this for a long time.
20 years ago, man. That's 20 years ago. Mike ain't going to jail for this shit. This is so.
Hey, that Donny should know that Donny should know already. Raw, that's Mike Tyson. Oh shit! If man keeps annoying this guy, he's gonna punch my face out.
People want clout.
I might as well just leave him alone, man. The fuck? It's Mike Tyson, bro.
And like I said, the guy looked. When I looked at the video, the guy barely looked like he could stand. Like he was drunk and stuff like that. Like the kid looked like
even worse.
Yeah,
even worse. He can't claim no money.
He could stand, right? It's
You
not
can't
like the
claim
guy.
no money, blood.
Listen, all I'm saying is the guy is responsible for his own actions. Like he's
That
not
guy's
going to
a
be able
waste.
to. That guy's not able to be publicly drunk.
But Mike Tyson didn't have the right to punch the dude in his face. The guy never put his hand on Mike Tyson. That's all I'm saying, bro.
No, we don't know that. We don't know that.
He didn't. I seen the video. He just was playing and laughing and joking around and shit. But he wasn't trying to get up. He never threatened Mike Tyson.
Listen, him joking around with Mike Tyson could have been perceived as a threat. Like just because you don't think it was a threat doesn't mean that Mike Tyson couldn't perceive it as a threat. But that's a different subject. All I'm saying is I agree with you. I can sympathize with the position that Mike Tyson was wrong. Like I get that part of it, right? But the other part of it is that guy is wrong because he shouldn't have been harassing Mike Tyson. Period.
Yeah, so that's it. Like, what are you doing? Like, you
100% on Mike Tyson.
Yeah, no one in their sober mind would be dumb enough to taunt Mike Tyson like that.
Yeah, like why
also, you do realize that like public drunkenness is also a crime. Like you're not just allowed to be like.
How do we know he was drunk? How do we know that the guy was drunk?
The guy looked. I mean, he looked on something.
Oh, he was intoxicated.
But we don't know if he was drunk. We don't know if he was drunk, nigga.
I don't know.
He didn't take no fucking no test or anything.
No, I know a whole bunch of stuff. What I do know understand is passengers are not allowed to harass other passengers on airlines.
Yeah.
Period. Dot. Sober or drunk.
He did look intoxicated though.
He not allowed to do what?
Harass other passengers on airplanes.
He just was asking for a picture, Smoke.
Okay, you're not allowed to ask a picture. You're not allowed to do any of that shit.
But hey, he looked like he was playing and going crazy.
Hold on.
Whatever you think you were doing, you're not allowed to actually engage with other passengers.
No, fam. On the video, it skipped to the bit just punching him up, fam. I don't know what actually happened, fam.
Let me ask Ace Money a question. Ace Money, you listening?
Yes, sir.
Every time you motherfucker, was you in the right?
Say what was up?
Every time that you took off on a motherfucker in your life, right.
You said they said when I took off on somebody, was I right or wrong? Is that
but you're always in the right.
Nah, not all the time.
Mike is a human being. He's in the right. So fucking what? You punch this motherfucker. That's what this motherfucker get.
But listen, Mike Tyson got a history doing shit like this. Look at Mike Tyson's rap sheet, bro.
Yeah, right, and then there's also reports that the guy was harassing him. There's also reports that the guy threw a water bottle at him.
Bro.
Like we don't listen. All I'm saying is Mike Tyson just go haul off for no reason on a guy who's sitting behind him.
I didn't say he did it for no reason. I know the guy was bothering him, but the guy never got physical with Mike Tyson. He never put his hands on Mike Tyson.
Yeah,
I mean, I can't encourage this type of behavior from Mike Tyson because I don't want to see him back behind bars.
So, do you want to see Mike Tyson get physically assaulted before he hits somebody else?
Nobody's trying to get physical with Mike Tyson because they know Mike Tyson will beat their ass. I don't think nobody's dumb enough to go try to fight Mike Tyson.
I'm not asking about their intelligence. I'm saying for Mike Tyson to hit somebody, you want to see them at least throw a punch first.
No,
that's the way the world works, bro. It sucks, man. It's like the cops. Like you can't if somebody's harassing you, you call a cop and like, well, nothing happened. He didn't touch you, so you got to kill him, motherfucker. Then you're in trouble.
A special shout out, real quick, y'all, to my boy Young Billy Boxing. He just dropped a new video with David Morrell Jr.
Oh shit!
Cuba's finest. YB with the exclusive footage, man. Go check it out right now. Go hit the like button and leave a comment on his new video. Drop the link in the chat, YB. Drop the link.
YB with that fire content.
Yeah. Now I see what you're saying, Shelton and Smoke. That
shit happens, bro. Shit happens.
Yeah.
Smoke,
Yeah.
you ain't never jumped on a motherfucker for no reason?
No reason. I mean, I don't know if that was necessarily in the right, but you know, I've lost my temper between somebody being too close to me or saying the wrong shit. Yeah. I suck.
Hey, Cassidy, you got some feedback. You and Shelton got feedback, Cassidy. It's like some kind of
I'm looking
static
at
or some shit.
I'm looking at
I felt justified.
It's like a scratching sound, Cassidy. I don't know what it fixed that for me. Go ahead, y'all.
Listen, I felt justified when the cops showed up. Nobody went to jail, right? But I've gone off and I've stolen on somebody who wasn't actually physically assaulting me. But yeah, anyway, the point being, if that guy, if some of the reports are true that the guy threw a water bottle on him, all this is moot, correct? If the guy threw a water bottle at Mike Tyson is now there. Now he can go off on his dude, right?
You're telling me anytime a guy goes out here, fucks with Mike Tyson, jokes with him, asks for a picture, it's okay for Mike Tyson to start punching people on airplanes.
I'm saying throw a water bottle on him. If the guy threw a water bottle at Mike Tyson or on Mike Tyson, whatever the fuck, is now Mike Tyson justified in his actions? What does a guy have to do for Mike Tyson be able to, in your mind, be able to piece him up?
If the reports are true, the guy threw a water bottle, I give Mike the benefit of the doubt then. Smoke. But the way I'm looking at it I'm a non-confrontational person, and that's why I said it went a little bit too far. Like I'm naturally a non-confrontational person, and when I saw that as a Mike Tyson fan, that he did that, I felt he went a little bit too far.
It's because you're non-confrontational, bro. Like me, I'm very like, leave me alone, okay? I'll deliberate with you. I'll try to talk to you. But once I had enough, bro, once I can't speak to you, I can't articulate enough to you, or you can't understand my words, then we're gonna fight, and we're gonna fight right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's how I am.
Right now, you know, fam. We're gonna rock right now, fam.
Yeah, we're gonna. Cause I already tried. I tried to debate with you. I try to deliberate with you. I try to say, hey, you know what? Just please, thank you. And if you still cannot understand that, then we're gonna.
No, let me finish though. Let me finish. I'm serious, bro. Because I don't want to see Mike Tyson back in jail. Now it's not okay for Mike Tyson to go punch on fans, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean? Right. The guy just wanted a fucking autograph. He wanted to take a picture. You know what I mean?
So what would you have done in that situation? Hey, what would you have done in that situation?
Just be the fucking bigger man. Suck it up.
Hold up a second.
Okay, go ahead, Smoke. Go ahead.
So the bigger man, I want to hear how big H Money is. But the passengers on there are saying that this guy is drunk, harassing Mike Tyson, hits him with a water bottle, and H Money is just saying, "Lick it up."
I didn't know that part.
Hey, Smoke, I didn't know they said. I didn't know they said a water bottle.
That's what I said. Yeah. The whole dynamic has changed now. The whole dynamic has changed now. I didn't know he hit with a water.
I didn't see it on no video. The water bottle part. What up, YB? What's good?
What up, YB?
Hey, I heard he hit him with a water bottle. H. I was just reading before I came on.
Yeah.
Hey, bro. If you throw a water bottle at a lion, don't expect not to get bit. Goddamn it!
If you keep poking the bear with the stick, fam, the bear's gonna eat you up, fam. You get me?
Yep, exactly, bro. It's like, what do you want?
Bro, I was thinking, why was Mike Tyson beating him up?
I wonder how much trouble they gonna try to put Mike Tyson in for this shit, bro. If you hit me with a water bottle, I mean, what you expect him to do?
No, self-defense.
Just go. Yeah, it's all right, man. It's all right. You can hit me with your water bottle. You can hit me with your water bottle. Yeah. Fuck that. He punched your face in. That's what I'm saying to you. It's Mike Tyson. He's got a fucking tattoo on his face, fam. He's gonna fuck you up.
And he got off light too. He got off light. He was still awake.
Fam, if that was Dillian Whyte's got a fucking fat coming out, fam. He would have done the same fucking thing.
When's the fight tomorrow, huh?
Yeah.
This is my question. What possesses someone who in their right mind, or what possesses someone to do something that stupid to a combat sports athlete like Tyson?
Bro, the world's messed up, bro. People don't have cognizant sense, bro. People don't have cognizant sense, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's common sense ain't common, bro. That's the problem.
He's off the Xanax, the opioids, the Xanax pills,
the drugs, everything. I mean, I don't know what it's on, but just people think that you could do it nowadays because it's YouTube and like there's everybody's clout chases.
Yeah.
Who is that, man? My boy G Fields.
Yes, sir.
Oh shit! What's up? What's up, Big G Fields?
I'm in here. What's up, YB? What's
Yo,
good with y'all?
so hey, y'all said
I
that
ain't
the
never
dude
talked
was
to you
on some
before, G
Zans.
Fields.
Y'all said Mike Tyson was on the Zans or the other dude? Who y'all talking about?
No, I'm
Who
saying
said
the guy
that?
was drunk and not so like.
I think he's talking about in
He wasn't
general.
sober. I think he was.
You talking about Mike Tyson or the guy? Which one was intoxicated?
I don't think he was talking about either one. I think he was saying
guy
that
was
people do dumb things nowadays.
No, I said that. H, man. I said that brother was most probably off the Perkies or something, man. You get me?
Oh, you said who was on the Perkies?
The brother that was messing about Mike Tyson, man.
So what, you're not gonna say if Mike Tyson was on some shit? We know Mike Tyson be on shrooms and cocaine and
He's
shit.
high, fam. Mike Tyson was smoking weed
So they
before he
both
got on
was
that
high.
plane.
So they both was high then. Just put it on nigga. Okay. So Mike Tyson was high too then.
Indeed.
He was
Listen,
intoxicated too.
Mike Tyson was in the fucking wrong. As a role model,
Because we know Mike Tyson smoke a lot of weed and Mike Tyson be doing shrooms and shit. Right?
No,
He
correct.
ain't no saint. Don't act
No,
like Mike Tyson
I don't
fucking
know if Mike Tyson's in the
Wait,
wrong.
hold up a second. Hold up a second. Smoking weed and taking mushrooms doesn't exclude you from being a saint. How come? Like, where we get that from? How come saints can't smoke weed and take mushrooms?
Listen, I don't know if Mike Tyson was in the right state of mind.
That's
I don't do
Hey,
mushrooms,
that's what
bro.
smoke be. That shit is
If
smoke.
they don't
So
like
when
that,
they smoke be the
I
same.
don't be on no
Shit,
shrooms.
I might do that right now. Like, what the
Hey,
fuck?
smoke be the
Nah,
saint.
don't do
Hey,
that.
Big Smoke, you want to be a saint?
Not.
YB,
Listen,
fam,
I'm not a
come,
Christian.
YB, come
No,
smoke some weed,
Smoke
fam.
be
I'm
the
not a Christian.
saint.
What I'm saying
Hey,
is,
YB, come
I'm
smoke
not a
some
Christian
weed,
like that.
YB, man.
I'm not a Christian like that, but I don't see anywhere in the Bible that says you can't smoke weed or take mushrooms.
Yeah. Okay.
Got a
Like
point.
I'm.
Come smoke some weed, YB, man.
So you got. Well,
Hey, bro. I don't smoke shit
So
and
you
I
got.
don't drink. People
Butch,
think I be lying.
Hey, Cassidy, you told YB to go smoke some weed. Nah, bro. Kids say no to drugs, homie. That's for everybody, bro.
Look,
I don't promote that shit,
bro.
I don't promote that shit over here.
Weed, bro, and
None
I
of
was
that
paranoid for like 3 days.
You don't promote smoking herbs, H.
Nah, I don't drink or smoke, bro.
I don't promote that shit.
That's not knocking
If
nobody
that's
that
what you do it. But don't tell other people to do what you do.
I never tell anybody.
Don't tell other people to do what you do. I don't promote it.
I
don't do that.
Sticker, baby.
No,
I do what I do.
I'm pulling his leg, man. I'm pulling his leg. I know what YB don't do none of that, man.
That's why he said it to me. That's why he said it to me.
Hey, kids, don't try this at home.
Hey, Cass,
bad
don't my leg
man,
and tell me it's rain, big bro. You know what I'm saying,
No,
bro?
I'm just saying though,
Come
Cassidy,
on, bro.
I don't promote
Tell
that
me
shit
that,
like
bro.
everybody should smoke weed. Nah, if you don't smoke weed, that's good. You know what I mean? Real talk.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, say no to drugs, homie. Say no.
100%.
Hey,
I've
let
been
me
smoking
say
bud
something right
for
quick.
15 years, fam. You get me? I didn't start like, oh yeah, it was a trend, fam. I'm just saying, innit? You get me?
But you know what I mean? What up, my
Nah,
boy?
man.
Ill?
Yeah.
What up, though, Ill?
You should not smoke fucking
Who that
weed
is?
or
What up,
cigarette.
Ill? What's good?
Hey, H Money, my man, the encyclopedia. I've been in here since day one, man. I've been fucking with y'all for a long time, man. Everybody, all through here. YB, IB, H Money, the God. Even dudes that don't even agree with me. Ben Israel, everybody. I deal
Hey,
with
what's
the
your
whole
name,
bunch.
my nigga? Like,
Gerald Fields, that's me.
oh, what's up, nigga?
Yeah,
What's up with it, my boy? What's
I
good?
just joined in. Hey, I fuck with the channel. I love this shit. This is what we do every day, boy. But at the end of the day, though, Mike and Dude had a point to do. Like, Dude did his thing with Mike, and Mike had to respond. That's just like the streets. But Mike still handled his business like he a street man instead of handling like he a legend. That's the difference. So if he wanted to handle himself like a legend, then he probably would have had a private jet or something like that because he could afford it. But he'd rather be Mike Tyson. So being Mike Tyson, you're gonna have some complications, like you said. H Mike been doing this for a long time, even fighting everybody. I mean, street guys, he been paying people a lot of money out of his pocket. If he made 96 million 1 year, he'd probably gave 30 million up. You see what I'm saying? So Mike fight.
He's a fighter. People know that. People try Shaq. People try all sorts of fighters. John Bones Jones, they fight. They fight. So when people try to fight them, they be looking for that payday, just like the regular boxers and all of that stuff. So Mike handled himself as shit. He's a regular person. We look at him as the man he is. He look at himself like, man, you want this smoke? Let's get it. You see what I'm saying? So you got to suffer the consequences at the end of the day, because there's going to be a lot of legal, a lot of stuff going on with his circumstances with the airlines and the situation, because they just start passing different stuff about a lot of different things about how you approach the airlines with confrontation with on board confrontation and accidents and stuff of that nature. So you're going to have some issues, but he got the bread, and the guy going to have some lawyers that's going to jump on his side. So, hey, Mike used to it. He got it.
So what do you guys think about the Fury and Dillian Whyte fight? Who wins?
Happy was good, bro.
Hell yeah, that's my big bro, Gerald Fields out of Chi-Town, bro. That boy.
Indeed, YB was good, baby.
Fields.
Was
Hey,
good, baby.
I never seen you, bro. Hey,
We
my boy
in here,
Dominican,
baby.
my boy G Fields Dominican too. What?
Yeah. My
What are you
dad
telling G
Dominican,
Fields?
man.
Don't tell him nothing, G Fields.
Indeed.
Hey,
Yeah,
martial
that's my
artists too,
pops,
G
man.
Fields.
He in
They
the
don't
crib.
even know. I keep up with you, G Fields.
Yeah,
Everything
that's
you
my
say, I
man.
remember. You told me you did martial arts. You from the Chi? Yeah, bro. I got you.
Yeah. I've been doing that. I actually got a little class going on right now in my wife school she teach at. So I'm doing that right now with them on some,
Man, I'm happy
trying to
you hopped on the panel, bro. I'm happy you hopped on the panel, big bro. But yeah, what's your take on
indeed,
Bud
man.
Crawford and Errol Spence and
Y'all
Tyson
already
Fury?
know what it is, man. You already know Bud all
No,
day,
I don't
but
know. I don't know. I that's one thing I forgot. I forgot.
I respect them boys, man. Them men did their thing and they came together. If y'all don't know how it's going, they working different. Both of them. Like they never been this vocal. They never been this adamant about different things on social media like that. Earl Spence handled himself like a gentleman. So Terrence Crawford, they just deal with their business in the ring. But this time around, as y'all can see, they going at it though. They saying they stuff publicly, tweeting, showing memes and all of them things. Everything gonna be remembered. This is just building history, man. We got to respect these guys for doing that. And I give it up to both of them. Because the way they moving right now, it's a 50-50 fight. I can't even give it to neither one. I just want to see the fight, man. I just want to be there, see the fight,
Gerald,
and enjoy that shit.
Hey, G Fields, I know who you going with though, but you ain't got to tell.
Oh, Bud all day. Bud all day.
I already know.
But I respect Earl Spence, and that was my man. At welterweight, that was my man at first. Because Bud went there. So that was my man. So when Bud moved up, it's like, man, what I'm gonna do? But Earl started moving different, bro. Just like Charlo brothers. See, when they start moving different, I move different with them. Like I'm an authentic dude, man. I ain't trying to move like you move or nothing like that. I stay in my place and you move different. I'm gonna stay firm. You do what you do. Bud stay firm though, bro. He just
Gerald,
been on his thing.
So Gerald, do you think with this promotion of the fight, being that these two guys are naturally introverted guys, do you think they're gonna pull all the shots that they're not naturally trash talkers, big trash talkers like other fighters? That during the promotion of this fight, you think they're gonna pull that out of each other, even though they're not trash talkers?
They doing it now. Like, notice they never did that with any other opponent. Except, Earl will probably burn them in a conference, a press conference or something like that, or like
Didn't he do that with Manny? Wasn't he doing it before he got injured with Manny? Talking trash with Manny?
Yeah. Because he knew he had to fight. Like, once he know he got to fight, then he'll feel free to do his thing. That's why I respect EJ. Because he just wait for the fight, and then he'll say, little things about how he knew, like when he seen Ugas versus Manny Pacquiao, he just said it was tailor-made for him. And he showed exactly what it meant. he tailor-made for me. So he just went out there and did his business. Much respect to that. And Terrence Crawford do the same thing. You don't see him aggressive, except, you know, he had some aggressive fighters like Jose Benavidez. He was, you know, they started having back and forths and all of that stuff. And Lundy, they had back and forths, you know, but he never stepped outside of Terrence Crawford, and EJ never did either. So now they building it up that we interested. Even ESPN got something to say about it. They having debates. So imagine when the fight get made, what's going to happen.
And for me, I want the fight to happen, but being that we waited so long for this fight, I hope it lives up to the hype that we want it to, and it doesn't disappoint and stuff like that. Since we've waited for this fight so long, are you worried that it's not going to live up to the hype?
Nah. To be honest, this is what rematches is for. Like, if it didn't do what it was supposed to do, it, let's say EJ knocked Bud out in 6th round, right? But Bud was winning the first 5 rounds. Then we'll want to probably see a rematch, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the same could happen if it was a 12-round fight, and we kind of just said, Bud won 5, EJ won 7, or some people say Bud won 7, EJ won 5. Then that's a good rematch. Long as we get boxing with those two dudes against each other, I don't care if it's 3 times like Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. And they don't have to fight nobody. I know you want to fight Charlo and EJ want to move up, but I mean, Bud old, so you know he kind of at the lateral part of his career. So you know you want to try to move it forward, and EJ probably at the prime of his career. So this is a huge fight.
No, that's another thing. They waited so long. Both of them are older and further along in their careers. That's why I fear it's not going to live up to the hype that people want it to, because these guys are already slowing. Like, they still have their power, but their speed has, like, they don't have the speed that they used to when they were younger.
But they still number 1 and 2 in the division, and they also like number 2 or 3 argumentably pound for pound. So there's got to be an exciting fight, because we haven't seen anything like this since, like, since Marvin Hagler, Hitman Hearns, or shit, like y'all was talking about yesterday, Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler. We haven't seen nothing like this in a long time. Or even Roy Jones Jr., James Toney. Like, that was like something in my era, because I'm 41. So in my era, it was big to see 2 big names come together. No matter what the outcome was, we always could have said, let's get a rematch.
And don't forget about the Barrera-Pacquiao fight too.
Well, I mean, with
not as big as
that fight, it was caught off guard. Yeah, it was like you didn't know that was going to be a good fight. You know,
because it was not the biggest names at the time, like EJ.
Yeah, but Pacquiao wasn't who he is now.
No.
So that's why people didn't expect it to be that good, because Manny wasn't the Manny that you saw.
But see, that's a big fight in history, but it wasn't a big fight when it first happened. Like, nobody really was talking about that fight,
right?
Until like it would happen was, man, you know, they had some great fights.
No, but the thing is, boxing fans, though, we boxing fans, so if we notice that a fight is great, then we catch eye to that guy. Like Isaac Cruz right now, if he didn't put on the performance that he did against Tank Davis, then we probably wouldn't even talk about him.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's about, you know, just learning curves of just looking at the fighter before fights and stuff like that to see if it's going to be a big fight. But that's to us. Casual fans want to know the name.
Yeah. How do you feel about casuals, man? Like in the sport of boxing, you think it's great
the most important part of boxing, bro?
That's what I was saying. Fucking
hell.
I hate to say
bro,
it. I mean, it's the truth.
Fucking hell,
bro.
We all started out as casuals.
That's
we all
started
out
as casuals, man. The same fucking thing, brother. Boxing was fucking telling this method, brother. But he
Yeah,
doesn't want to
when
fucking listen.
I seen Parnell Whitaker fight. The first time I seen Parnell Whitaker fight, it was live, and it was in my house. It was on ABC, bro.
What was the fight? What was the fight he fought?
He was fighting. He was fighting Roger Mayweather.
Oh yeah. I love that fight.
But that was on the undercard.
Yeah, it was crazy.
So imagine how we was looking at something that we didn't even understand then was going to be great. Now
they was both prospects.
Pernell and Roger Mayweather was on the undercard. That's crazy.
That was the undercard.
Prospects at the time. At the time too.
Yeah,
they was both prospects, man.
Yeah.
The fight that got me into boxing because my dad and my brother, my dad's two youngest brothers was the Tito versus Oscar fight. That's the fight that got me into boxing.
I like that fight too. It was a good ass fight.
That was a legendary fight.
Before that fight happened, did everybody expect that fight to be as good as it was? Because of the two
Yeah,
guys?
they built that fight up. And I was around. I was there. I remember.
I wasn't even born.
They built that fight up huge. That was the fight. It wasn't nobody.
Puerto Rico versus Mexico, man.
Yeah, we didn't have anybody for Roy Jones to fight equal to him at that time. So the only thing equal to Oscar De La Hoya was Felix Trinidad.
Oh,
but see, Tarver, that was a surprise because nobody thought Tarver was going to beat Roy, man.
Well, that was later.
Yeah, that was later.
Talk about early on.
I can't say Tarver.
Roy, the execution in his career.
You said what?
Was that? Are you talking about early on in Roy's career that there was no one that?
Right. Yeah, when he was prime Roy, just knocking everything out. He was prime
Mr. Untouchable, man.
Right. We didn't have an equalizer for Roy during that time. Bernard Hopkins wasn't ready yet. So
was he in jail still? Was he in jail?
Yeah, no, they fought. Like the first time they fought, Roy Jones won.
Yeah, he was.
So he had to get his get back, but he had to get right because he was in jail all of that time. That Roy Jones was in the Olympics, then coming out straight out, just lights out Roy Jones. Then
where's your favorite Olympic class, man?
Man,
because you was talking about just brought the Olympics, and that's one of my favorites, man.
Yeah, but I mean, robberies happen in the Olympics, man. All of my guys got robbed.
Shit, I'm gonna say the most underrated class is 96. That's the most underrated class.
96 was a powerful class for a lot of shit, like basketball, a lot of shit. I mean, it was that Olympic 96 team.
But I think the best team ever is 84. I think that's the best team ever, man.
That was Mike Tyson, Roy Jones.
No, Mike Tyson didn't make
Mike Tyson, Leonard.
It was Meldrick Taylor, Mark Breland, Pernell Whitaker.
Yeah, early Mark Breland.
Mark Breland was sleeping niggas, man.
Yeah, he was.
Holyfield was on that 84 team too. It was Frank Tate,
Holyfield too. Yeah, he was on the 86 too.
But 84, Frank Tate, Holyfield, Pernell Whitaker,
Lennox Lewis,
Taylor.
Henry Tillman,
Mark Breland.
Henry Tillman.
Yeah.
And Tillman. That beat Mike Tyson. Yeah, twice.
Yeah.
Tillman.
Yep.
What year was Oscar?
92. Oscar was 92.
Oscar, 92.
With my nigga Sugar Shane.
Sugar Shane, Oscar, Vernon Forrest was all in that same kind of class.
Yeah, he was in Barcelona.
But my favorite class is 96, man.
Was it
96 was dope though. No, you're right though. You're right. It was 96 was probably one of the dopest ones because it was memorable
was
people.
Class also, I think Zab Judah also. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Wasn't Fernando Vargas 96?
Yeah, it was
96. Fernando Vargas too. Yeah.
Fernando Vargas,
Tarver, and Verdanda. I forgot the other dudes, but they was a really loaded class.
Yeah, that was one of the ones.
Atlanta also. It was in Atlanta.
Were any of the early 2000s?
88 though too though.
Hey, did what Chris
Yeah, Roy
Bird?
Jones.
You got we
Yeah.
can
Roy
with
Jones.
Chris Bird, Roy Jones, and shit like
After
that.
giving
Yeah,
the
don't
rookie
forget
of the
88. Man, that was a
Were
deep.
any late 90s, early 2000s classes good? Like from 97 to like 2005 or 2006?
Man, I stopped. The last gold medal we ever won was Andre Ward. That was the last medal.
Yeah.
That shit is crazy, bro. That we not
Fuck
win a gold
you.
medal this country.
Fuck you, no.
We can't fucking win a gold medal over here, bro. Since 2004. That's almost 20 years ago, man.
Right. Yeah.
We still can't win.
Because Cuba took over, bro. Cuba took over.
No, Cuba
took
came
over.
Cuba came and danced away with all those medals, boy.
They did their thing,
Well,
man.
Brother
can't even
Bonnie,
lie.
and you know the reason why is because these American trainers are arrogant. They don't want to train some of these kids in the European style. They think the American style is the best. And
American fighters are spoiled compared to Cuban fighters. Like in their country, they get taught different, and we spoiled here. So they
the
got
Cuban
the
fighters,
work
they have to go through a lot over there, bro. They got to get arrested. I mean, look at your
exactly. They go through a lot.
Look at Luis
They go
Ortiz.
through a lot.
You did guys, bro. Like
you guys
arrested, beat up, and stuff like that. I mean, shit.
Even Rolly Daddy had to go through a lot just to get to this joint. Like
over here in America,
they go through a lot.
Don't forget Rigo. Don't forget Rigo, too.
Yeah, Rigo. I mean, how y'all feel about Andy Cruz? Y'all know who he is?
Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz ain't gonna do nothing with my boy Davis.
I swear to God, man. I swear to God. I think Andy Cruz. I don't know if he ever gonna turn pro. I feel like he should be turning pro, man.
No, actually,
they coming. They all coming.
You guys just brought up Cuba. They actually lifted the professional ban now for sports.
Yeah, but that's not, you know what I mean? That's only in Mexico. They can only turn professional and fight in Mexico with certain groups.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's not like they like American fighters can turn professional like Mexican fighters. No, it's still different, bro. There's restrictions. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So the ban is not a full lift, is what you're saying. It's not a full lift.
Yeah, they don't have the right like every other fighter to turn professional when they want to. So they haven't lifted fully yet. They working on it. They still working on it, bro.
Yeah, they're still working on it, shit like that.
They got to deal with some Mexican. They got to deal with a couple Mexican promoters, isn't it? That's why they can only send to those.
I thought when
companies.
you was I thought like at 16 years old, if you want to fight professionally, you go to Mexico. That's what Hayden did, because he couldn't fight to America until he was like 18 or something like that.
I feel like Americans and British fighters. I agree with that guy. They've gone a little soft because a lot of the Cubans have taken over like the American scene, and a lot of Russian fighters are taking over like the European scene.
Because Jim, the last gold medals we ever had over here.
Hey, Cassidy, look, you got some feedback. You could tell, like when other people are talking, look at your picture. You know what I'm saying? Look, it's feedback. You know what I mean? Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, I'm saying, bro, it's like a different era. Like these Cubans are so much more hungry than like the Americans, and like these Russians are so much more hungry.
Especially being the Olympics,
bro, it's the same in Europe. These Russians are way more hungry than the British fighters. They just, it's just different times, man.
Even the Ukrainian fighters too. You don't forget Ukrainian fighters too.
Yeah, bro, that's what I meant. Russian, like that Eastern Bloc.
But I feel like, hold on, Jimmy. I feel like we don't care over here in America to win a gold medal in the boxing. I feel like we don't care, bro.
Hey, Jimmy, you should be really excited right now. I mean, Tyson Fury and Dillian Whyte, bruh. The biggest fight in the history of the UK. The biggest fight in the history of UK boxing. You know what I mean? It is. 94,000 tickets. It's sold 94,000. Nah, brother boxing, bro, you be lying on Tyson Fury. Nah, first y'all want to call the man a cheater. He never cheated Deontay Wilder, bro. You said he had loaded gloves. Apologize. Apologize to Fury. Apologize to the Gypsy King. Apologize to the Gypsy King. The king of the heavyweight division. The lineal champion. Nah, Tyson Fury knocks your king out, though. Ain't Deontay? Didn't you say Deontay Wilder was your king? You said Wilder was your king, right? What happened?
Bro, I
Look, bro,
can't
I'm
nothing
happy,
do
bro.
with this last
Tyson
thing. You know,
Fury,
like I got
he
Fury.
ended
Look, I
Deontay
can't
Wilder's
fuck
career.
Dillian
He
Whyte,
ended
bro.
his career, my nigga. Wilder hasn't fought ever since Fury knocked him out.
He
His
hasn't fought
career is
like in
over.
6 months, bro. It was 6
Tyson
months ago,
Fury,
bro. So.
he retired Deontay Wilder. Put him into retirement. Yes or no? Yes or no, Jimmy?
Put
Yeah, bro.
Wilder
I
in the
don't know what's
Himalayas, fam.
going on.
Wilder somewhere smoking that
That
weed
nigga
in the
smoking
Himalayas, fam.
Zaza. Wilder, come on, man. He's a
He's in the
rapper now,
mountains
dog.
smoking Zaza somewhere. He's
Bro,
making
Fury's
orange
doing big things,
juice.
bro. Bro, he ended Fury's Wilder's career.
Fury. It's
He
Fury
is so
time.
hard. Like y'all niggas,
Bro, he
like,
broke Joshua's
I
record,
love
bro.
Tyson Fury, bro.
There's
I was
only
surprised, bro.
one
He broke
Tyson
Joshua's
Fury.
record. Yeah, he broke Joshua's record, bro. He ended Wilder's career. Fury's doing big things, bro. Breaking AJ's ticket record, ending Wilder's.
Hold up, Jimmy. Hold up, bro.
Yep.
Hold up. We don't know if Wilder's retired yet. He hasn't made it.
Fury.
Bro, I swear to God, these be on Fury. Now everybody want to be on Fury.
Wait, so brother Boxing, what were you saying? No, brother Boxing. You know when Lennox Lewis fought Frank Bruno, it was sold out, but there were 50,000 fans there. There were 94.
Man, I know, I get it, but I think that was just the more important fight to me, bro. Because those are the two best.
Bro, we weren't even around, bro. We weren't even around.
Bro, just going back, bro. I understand going back in history, though, man. Just going back in history and just looking at fights. Maybe I was not around. Yes, but just going back.
I was around.
To me, I think that's the most important fight. One of the most important. I think Nigel been for me, and Chris Eubank Sr. and I think it's Frank versus Lennox. But
But they didn't have 94,000 people.
Yeah, come on, man.
But that's the.
Come on, bro. You still living in the fucking past. They only had 54,000 people. No, they had 54,000 people at that fight, nigga. Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. Come on, bro. One of the best fights in the history of the heavyweight division. I give Deontay Wilder credit for fighting Tyson Fury. Because at that time, nobody wanted smoke with Fury. And Wilder gave him an opportunity. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you got to respect Deontay Wilder for taking that fight.
Yeah, I don't think is this the most okay. The biggest and the most is this the most important fight in UK history to you guys?
Heavyweight.
The biggest fight, 94,000 people though.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest fight. Is this the most?
The fight the fight that you said was the biggest. Frank Bruno and Lennox Lewis. It had 54,000 people. This fight got 94,000 people.
I don't think that was
40,000 more people. This fight.
Yep. The Bruno, the Lennox Lewis and Frank Bruno.
That's another fucking stadium. That's another fucking stadium. That's two stadiums in one.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Come on, brother Boxing. I'm cooking you. You still talking about D9. You said Tyson Fury's only big because of Deontay Wilder. That's a lie. Tyson Fury, listen, Tyson Fury, he already was in big fights, nigga, with Vladimir Klitschko. That was Deontay Wilder's biggest fight with Tyson Fury. Nah, Deontay Wilder needed Tyson Fury, bro. Tyson Fury, he don't need Deontay Wilder. He's doing bigger numbers with Dillian Whyte. He's doing bigger numbers with Dillian Whyte.
I get that, and I give them praise, man. But nobody cares about this fight.
So don't call him a cheater then, nigga. Apologize for calling him a cheater. No, apologize for calling him a cheater.
I never called.
Yes, you did. I seen the video. I saw you on BT channel, True School Sport. I saw you on BT channel.
I was on that nigga. I was on that.
Yeah, what was you saying? You was like, "Oh, Fury's a cheater. He had egg weights in his glove."
No, brother Boxing. What was that about? Hey, brother Boxing, explain right now. Hey, brother Boxing, explain right now what you actually thought that you had.
Yeah, explain yourself, nigga.
Please.
Okay, let me go. Okay, let me just say this. Let me just say this for one time, bro. Fury beat that nigga fair and square in the third fight. I'll give him that, right?
Are we talking about the second fight? Okay, what about the second fight?
Fucking 2 years ago, bro. We talking about 2 years ago, bro.
No, brother Boxing, bro.
Go ahead, Cassidy, cook him.
Brother Boxing,
Cassidy.
Brother Boxing, do you think Tyson Fury had loaded gloves when he pounded Deontay Wilder's face?
In the second fight.
You think that he had loaded gloves?
Okay. Okay. This is my opinion. This is I know y'all going to get upset if I say my opinion. I know people are biased.
No, we don't do grey areas. We do black and white. We do facts. We don't want to do this opinion. He did not cheat in that fight. He fucked him up 2 to 3 times fair and square. He ran off to the Himalayas somewhere to smoke his Zaza. You get me? And I understand that.
Bro, it's not even
Once
about
Tyson
that,
Fury
bro.
batters Deontay, once Tyson Fury batters Dillian Whyte on Saturday, he's gonna retire, hand over them 2 belts, and then Wilder's gonna come out of the mountains.
Because when niggas used to rap with Crawford, we used to be with Crawford. Now I want to ride Wilder. Now niggas don't want to ride.
No, we talking about Crawford. No. I want to know why you. I want to know why
Bro, the
you think
boxing things we
Tyson
always pick
Fury
against
cheated
his favorite
in the second
fighters.
fight.
Bro,
Jimmy Cassidy.
Bro, he asked me, bro, not y'all niggas, man. I thought the glove was funny in the second fight, but just going back.
Yo, OD, what up, my boy?
What's up, H Money, my brother? What's going on, everybody?
What's good?
What's up, old Dizzle?
OD, there's only one Tyson Fury.
These niggas don't
Fury.
Dotos, we gotta beat these Dotos up, Doto.
No, I'm here, bro. You know, as a Wilder fan, I'm here, man, for everything, man. Y'all
No, brother, boxing, man. I still need your explanation. Why do you think Wilder, not Wilder, sir? Why do you think Tyson Fury cheated?
About the second fight is over with, bro. Like
No, but you said that he had loaded gloves. I want to know why you. I just want to know why you thought he had loaded gloves.
Question. Like you don't want me to go, bro. Like you don't.
I'll shut up.
Okay. So when I go watch the replay, right, the gloves were flicking, right, and it did kind of look like the gloves out there flicking, right. So it did kind of look
floppy.
It was a floppy gun.
But that's what I'm saying. How can it be loaded?
I'm just being biased. I'm just being unlogically biased. It did kind of like he did.
If it's floppy, why would it be hard though? Look, if you have a hard glove, wouldn't that be bad hitting someone with a floppy glove? How is that?
But nobody wants to explain because everybody wants to talk over somebody. They don't want me to explain. Yeah. Well, no. I'm saying it.
Is that cute?
Kind of funny, but I don't think.
What's good?
Let me just think.
What's up, Q?
What's good, bro?
Fury beat that nigga fair and square in the third fight, bro.
Hey, Jimmy.
I'm still a part of it. I don't nobody say I still support Wilder, bro. I don't.
Hey, Jimmy,
bro, what's good? Man.
Hey, the last time they had 90,000, the last time they have a 90,000 fan in boxing, it was Carl Flush and George Globes, right? In Wembley.
No.
Joshua and Klitschko.
It was
Klitschko.
They had 85.
But what about George Globes and what's his name? Carl Flush? They didn't even have 90,000 fans, and that
no, they had
when they fought.
No. They had 80,000. The reason why they had 80,000 is because back then the London Council, that's the permission they'd give for the stadium.
Oh yeah. It was 80,000. Yeah, my bad. I thought it was like 90,000.
AJ did 90. Yeah, AJ did 90.
OD, hey bro, you know me and YB. We gonna keep it 100 right here on the Masters of Boxing. Now this fight right here, Dillian Whyte and Tyson Fury, is the biggest fight in the history of the UK. Of that great country, so many great fighters. This fight, it broke the record of Anthony Joshua and Vladimir Klitschko. No other channel is telling you guys this, but that's the truth. Bro, that's how big this fight is, brother. I just want to tell you the truth.
Well,
yeah, it's gonna be one of the big fights. It's gonna be one of the big fights, but it will be the bigger fight if Tyson Fury fought Joshua in England.
Man, it just
will be massive.
It just let y'all know that boxing is still a huge sport in the UK. You know what
definitely.
It's still growing. You know what I mean? It's still growing. From the fights in the past to now.
I'm surprised though.
Shout out to my brother Q real quick. What up, Q? What they do?
What's good with the age, man?
Man, you know what it is. It's Fury time. Fury. Let's go.
They got Fury, man. I think this fight gonna be good. I got Fury winning and shit.
But it's the
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't crazy
fight
excited about it.
Everybody saying, is this the biggest fight in UK history?
I mean, yeah.
They believe it, but
there was a lot of big fights in UK, like Conor Benn and Nigel Benn.
That's what I'm trying, bro. We gotta go back in history, bro.
Oh, Eubank.
But
Yo. See,
so you mean bigger? You're not talking about like people.
That's why I'm trying to tell these niggas. Y'all talking about the people showing up. This is not the most important fight in UK boxing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I understand that.
Yeah. I mean, is this the biggest fight attended? Probably so.
Yeah. I understand. I understand what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
This is the crowd. I said this is the biggest crowd boxing's had in what 50 years.
My bad. Look, bro. Nobody is talking. ESPN is not even talking about this fight. ESPN First Take. They're
Man,
not
that crowd's gonna be loud. 94,000.
It's gonna be loud, bro. Yeah.
That'd be sick.
Man, what time is it gonna come on? Like, what time is it come on?
Like around 11, no, like around 3 o'clock. The main event probably be 3 o'clock in United States of America.
Oh my, that early? God damn,
I'm actually surprised, bro. I'm surprised, bro. Fury broke Joshua
I just hate that the UK time is like so fucked up over here, bro. Because I wish the fight could come on nighttime, man. But
That's what they're doing with Cambosis. Cambosis fights on. The card starts at 10 a.m. here, so that'll cater for the US.
Are you in Australia?
Yeah, for the Cambosis Haney fight. I got my tickets.
Yes, sir.
So what time? The main event, Cambosis and Haney's gonna start like at what time over there? Like around 9 p.m.
It starts at 10 a.m. The fight starts at 10 a.m.
But over in America, what time? It's coming on Sunday, right?
No, but we're talking about Australia. We're talking about Australia. What time the main event's gonna start over there?
Hey, Carl.
So probably be 5 hours. So it'll be 3 o'clock Australian time, which would be I don't know. Depends where you are. I think some of you guys are about 14 hours behind us.
Okay. I'm Central Time. Central Time. I stay in Texas.
Okay, so Carl, I want to see the live reaction for when Cambosis get knocked out by Devin. I want to see your face.
But you probably won't see that
in the building.
Probably won't see that. You poor bastard. but hey, I'll give you a live reaction. I'll be there.
Yeah.
So,
I got my ringside
is it gonna
seats.
come on the afternoon over in America, or is it gonna come on in the later time?
I think it'll be night time, bro. I think it'll be night. And it might be late at night. It might be like 10, 11 o'clock.
What about the UK, Carl?
Man,
hey, Carl, let them know that you don't give a fuck what time it come on their time, as long as you know you gonna be on time. Y'all better find out that nigga. Y'all here trying to get Carl to tell y'all what time that shit coming on in y'all city. That nigga don't know. That nigga in Australia.
Yo, that Triple G.
I couldn't give a fuck what time it's on.
Oh yeah, bro! I woke up at 5 a.m. dog, and I went back to sleep.
I went back. I'm like, bro, 5 a.m. I'm like, nah, that ain't working.
Well, Tyson.
When I woke up, the fight was over.
I woke up at 5 a.m., bro, and I fucking went to sleep. And when I woke up, it was already the first round with Triple G and Morota.
It was early over here
6 o'clock in the morning. Like the main event came on like 6 o'clock.
Did you hear what Canelo said about Golovkin? He said he didn't watch the fight. He just saw the highlights.
Hey man, fuck that. Hey man, fuck that. Y'all see that shit, man? Fight Hype got it.
Yo, this one. Why does Triple G deserve a Canelo fight 3? Why do we care for this fight?
Hey, fuck that, man.
The truth, bro.
Like, bro, we all know Canelo's gonna stop us. We all know it, bro. Just like we fucking knew that Murata was gonna fucking lose to Triple G. We all know it, bro.
If Canelo beats Bebo, hell no, Bebo's gonna be one of the difficult fights for Canelo, bro.
Man, Bebo don't got no fucking power. I mean, he's okay. He's a decent fighter, but I don't think he's better than Better Be.
Yeah, man.
I think he's more faster than Better Be. I think he got more hand speed. I think
he's a boxer, to be honest.
He can find the back foot, bro. You know how Canelo struggles fighting fighters with back foot.
You mean defensive sound?
Man, salute to Canelo, man. Salute to Bivol, but man, hey, did y'all see on Fight Hype they got that training of that boy Crawford and Devin doing their little snack training and shit? Hey, they about to knock something out. Ain't gonna lie.
I'm trying to tell you, Crawford on these niggas' asses, man. Coming 2023. That fight. What time this fight probably?
You don't think Spence and Crawford are gonna fight this year?
Hell
Y'all
yeah,
think they're gonna fight this year?
Bro, they are fighting, bro, and it's gonna be sooner than y'all think. Like you could tell, like I knew the reason how I know, cause bro, Earl Spence literally had selling that merch with Crawford initials on it. Like you're not gonna just do that. Like you either really reaching for some clout, which I doubt that, or you gonna make the fight, or the fight already made. You know, you're not gonna do that if you ain't already got, you know what I mean? Like, come on. So goddamn, that fight happening. And then I heard Keyshawn say that Bud getting ready for that fight.
What? Man, see fucking Keith Thurman fucked up, bro. He could have fought Bud in July. He fucked up. I actually want to see that fight. Keith Thurman and sorry, Crawford.
Bro, I just don't understand why Canelo's fighting Triple G for a third time. I don't get it, man. I don't give a shit.
Nobody wants to see that shit.
They're paying $100 million. That's why. Because there's no one to pay $100 million to fight Golovkin. That's why.
How much you say the money was?
$100 million.
Man, I would take it, but you know, like Golovkin's 40 years old, and Canelo's gonna beat the shit out of Golovkin. He's gonna fucking
He's the unified champion. Bro, he's the one to do it in the sport, unified champion.
I mean, bro, against fucking Murata, who man, come on, man. Murata, who got elevated, bro. Fucking got elevated, man. Y'all didn't elevate. Bro, y'all guys can keep on doing it. I love Canelo, but Canelo, bro, come on, man. I get it, bro.
Hey, but what's Canelo's third fight, Jimmy? He's gonna fight John Ryder.
That's what I'm trying to say. He gonna fight the Mukabu dude who fought the fucking ECW.
Nah. I'll be hearing this shit. This is what I'm hearing say.
Remember the Mukabu motherfucker who fought in that ECW fucking arena, bro? The fucking same. He gonna fight a nigga who fought in the EC motherfucking W fucking arena, bro. When New Jack and them niggas used to jump all backwards and shit.
New Jack was crazy. Bro, I used to watch that ECW,
bro. Brotherhood. What was the arena again?
The fucking ECW arena. When New Jack used to jump off the fucking balconies and shit. That's what the fuck he gonna fight next, bro. Y'all can explain this shit. I love Canelo. I like Canelo, man. Canelo, man.
So what you guys think of Bud saying that he's gonna smash Errol Spence and then he's coming for his cheerleader, Charles? Man, he's looking against
man, Jamel Charlo, man, you can tell he a southern. He be talking like it. Man, he talking man shit.
I fuck with Mel, man.
I don't fuck with them niggas, man.
Y'all saw how Mel Castaño, brother, was talking shit.
Nah, Castaño.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Castaño, all that they gotta do all that translating, bro. That shit, man. That shit way longer than it had to be, man.
Yeah.
I ain't watching this. But it was cool though.
Is that Ugas? Damn, that doesn't even look like Ugas.
Yeah, that's Ugas' name.
Damn, he look like he look way different, man. Shit.
Yeah, AJ's just changed a few of his
that was the way.
features.
That was my
that's
bad.
what Ugas had here in them eyebrows, nigga. Ugas look way different. Ugas look way fucking different, man. Bro,
that was
who the fuck is that? Like,
I think that
Ugas had hair and shit like that, bro. He hit that little bun with that motherfucking mustache. Ugas, the legend, man. Ugas, I like Ugas, man. Fucking Ugas, bro. He just stood there like a fucking punching bag. Earl Spence beat fucking bully, bro.
Nigga, what you mean, nigga? Motherfucking Ugas a legend, nigga. Don't start that bullshit, nigga.
No, he
nigga,
is.
just cause he lost the fight, now y'all want to throw him under the fucking bus, nigga. Nigga, fuck all of that. He was fighting the fucking best, nigga. He fought Sean Porter. He beat Sean Porter. He fought Manny Pacquiao, and he fought Earl Spence, nigga. That's what happens when you fight the best. You're going to take losses. But since a fighter take a loss, y'all just want to shit on these guys. At least he fought the best, nigga.
No, you right.
At least he beat the best Manny Pacquiao, dog.
He did not beat the best man.
My niggas ain't going to shit on my boy Ugas, nigga. He got beat. Yeah, Earl Spence knocked him out. He beat his ass. So what? He hurt Earl. Who else hurt him? Who else went toe to toe with him and went to war like
the
that?
African dude. The African dude.
What African dude?
That hurt Earl Smith back in the day. Like,
he wasn't a champion. Who you talking about?
The African dude that hurt Earl Smith. I forgot.
Nah, nigga, y'all trying to shit on Ugas, nigga.
Earl Smith's been hurt before, man. He's been hurt before.
Hell nah. Hell nah. Hell no. Hell no. Nah, nigga, that was Ugas. He did it. Nigga, let me see if Terrence Crawford gonna sit in the pocket and go toe to toe with Earl like that. Or is Terrence Crawford gonna be on his bicycle?
Hey, and Terrence lost against Ugas in the amateurs.
No, he did because Ugas was a great amateur. He was an Olympic bronze medalist in the amateurs in 2008 Olympics. Yeah, he has a great amateur ability. So, but Crawford got.
Bro, I have to be honest, bro. I'm a Crawford fan.
Remember y'all. Remember, Crawford got.
I hope runs it though. No, bro, I'm telling you, bro.
Would have been on the 2018, bro, but he got kicked off, bro.
Yeah, kicked off here for
I'm a fan of boxing, bro. That it.
But I'm just saying with Canelo, bro, that nigga Canelo gonna fight Mukabu. Like I can't justify that Mukabu. I don't.
He might fight. What's his name?
Man, you can't justify the Mukabu fight.
Hey Jimmy, who's fighting in 21, bro? Joshua Botsy. What's that guy's name? Joshua Botsy. And who else?
Craig Richards.
Yep.
Craig Richards. Yeah. Whoever wins out of those two motherfuckers, Canelo might fight him in December.
Ooh,
I don't know. Yeah.
No, I think
Ugas is a fucking killer though. Ugas is one of the best welterweights, bro, of our generation. He is a killer. I like Ugas, man. Like Ugas got a lot of tricks up his sleeves, bro. But
I feel like he had Olympic medal, world title. He had a lot of big fights, made some money. I feel like he had a good career, but I feel like he's kind of.
Hey, bro, but they're gonna be signing a shitload of Cuban fighters, bro, because they can become professional boxers now.
I thought boxing got banned from the Olympics. That's why I thought boxing they was gonna take boxing away from the Olympics.
That's what I heard too. They're gonna take that shit away.
Yeah, bro. That'd be fucking fucked up, man. They do.
I fucking hate the Olympic boxing. It's fucking rigged.
I mean, bro, like
Yeah,
Floyd lost in the Olympics. Roy Jones Jr. lost it to the Olympics, bro. They all shouldn't really go medals, bro.
No, not really the Rob Roy Jones.
To me, like that's one of the worst robberies of all time was Floyd versus I forgot the guy's name.
The fisherman. It was a fisherman. He's a fisherman now.
When Floyd got robbed.
Yeah, from Bulgaria, whatever country.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Mayweather got robbed bad, bro.
Yeah, Roy got robbed bad in '88. He got robbed bad over there in Tokyo. I think that's what he held. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm sure. But it's like that's why they're taking the Olympics out of boxing because this shit is all rigged, man.
The robberies, bro. That's gonna fucking kill boxing, bro. Like you need the Olympics is the highest platform for amateur boxing, bro. They're not gonna even fund boxing programs to take the Olympics off.
Jimmy, do you know who the young Irish guy was that was robbed of the gold medal in the Tokyo Olympics?
I forgot.
The young Irish guy, man. It was a clear winner.
Collins?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He won the bronze.
Michael Collins.
Yeah, and he flipped him the bird as he walked out. He stormed out of the arena, and he was fucking robbed of that fight. Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know, but I'm saying the amateur boxing is gonna die, bro. If they take the Olympics out, because the government's not gonna give public funding anymore.
Shakur got robbed also against Basie Romero.
Yeah, but they still got those tournaments, right? Those national tournaments, the international tournaments, amateurs.
No.
Yeah, so it's got level, Golden Gloves. You got the Golden Gloves tournament, the national Golden Gloves.
No, that's not the same. Look, the whole government program for the tournaments is the final step is the Olympics. That's to represent the country, sponsors, money.
Did you think that Terrence got robbed against Saddam Ali? Because Saddam Ali made it before Terrence at the Olympics because they fought for the Olympic spot. And I thought Terrence actually won that fight.
Bro, can I be honest? I've actually never seen that. But I think Crawford was a pretty good fight. Crawford destroyed
him. Underrated fighter, man. He was underrated fighter.
Yeah. I don't think they should take boxing out though, because I feel like the governments around the world. Because I know what you guys are saying, you got amateur tournaments, but that's not the end goal though. The reason why the governments fund public boxing is because of the Olympics. That's the main reason why.
But see,
if you take the
boxing over
Olympics away.
here, I feel like young fighters, the young fighters over here, it's not a lot of boxers that live in America. It's some boxers that live in America, but everybody that boxes, are not always pro.
And who
So,
in '92? Who in '92 won the gold medal?
I
In
think it was
Oscar de la
Oscar.
Hoya, right?
Was it only Oscar? I forgot, man.
I think it
Yo,
was only
Smoke, are you
Oscar.
there, Smoke? Smoke would know, bro. Smoke, are
Let
you
me
there?
check, bro. Let me do my research.
Because Smoke would know, because I only know it was Oscar. I know Sugar Shane Moses was on that team. Vernon Forrest was on that team. I forget who else. But my favorite class was '96, man. That's my favorite class. Just doing boxing history.
Shit, I was still a baby when that shit happened, bro. I was
I
barely 1
wasn't
year
even
old.
alive, bro. I wasn't even alive, but
I was still a baby when that shit happened.
I
Was
see
Andre
what you
Ward
mean.
the last? Was Andre Ward the last American
yes,
Olympian?
Andre Ward,
Gold medal?
almost 18 years ago to this day, Andre Ward is still the last gold medalist of men's boxing. 18 fucking years
Bro,
ago.
Andre Ward
18
never became a
motherfucking years
star.
ago, bro.
Bro, it's embarrassing. How is Ty Davis a bigger star than Andre Ward?
Okay,
That shit is
in the flyweight division in '92,
Yeah.
Tim Austin won the bronze medal. Oscar won the gold medal, and who else? And Chris Bird won
No,
the
Chris Bird
silver
was on
medal.
88. He had
No,
to
he was
be.
92. He was 92. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, okay. Because I got confused. I was like, damn, I thought Chris Bird was in 80.
Yeah, he won. He won
That's
he
a good
won the.
goddamn class, then, man. You got Bird. What about? I know Vernon Forrest is on the team. You got Bird. You got Shane Mosley. Damn, that's an underrated little class, then. Fuck.
Yo, Smoke, what up, Smoke? You on the panel?
I think Smoke. Are you there, brother?
Hey, Smoke, you dead, man.
He might be asleep, man. Shit.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if Cassidy there.
Cassidy, are you there? Are you there, brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, and in '88 there were more, bro, who won more medals, like Marco Carvajal. He won the silver in the light flyweight.
Yeah, that was going crazy in '88.
Yeah, Kenny McKinney won it on bantamweight, golden. He won the golden one.
Those names sound so familiar, bro.
Kenny Goud, Rami Ellis. They won the bronze. Roy Jones won the silver. Andrew Marinar won the light heavyweight, and Ray Mercer won the heavyweight.
I forgot that he was on 88. Damn, bro.
And then Riddick Bowe won the silver and the light and super heavyweight.
Yeah, he got robbed. To me, I thought Riddick Bowe beat Lennox Lewis in the Olympics, man.
Yeah, he fought against Lennox Lewis. Oh shit, damn.
He fought because Lennox Lewis was representing Canada.
Yeah, he was representing Canada. I was gonna say a Canadian guy. I was like, oh shit, when I saw the names Lennox Lewis, I was like, oh
from
shit.
the UK, but he doesn't represent the UK like he used to. Jimmy, how y'all feel about Lennox Lewis, man? I gotta ask you because Jimmy from the UK. I gotta ask, how y'all feel about Lennox?
Do you want it? What happened?
I gotta.
Lennox Lewis was born in London, right? No, Lennox Lewis was born in London. At the age of 13, his mom and dad got divorced, so he went with his mom in Canada for like 5 years, and then in that time, he took up boxing and represented Canada. But after that 5 years, he came back to London, and whenever he walks out, you see him waving the British flag.
Hey, sorry, I'm gonna cut you off.
This whole myth of him being Canadian, bro. The whole myth about him being Canadian is bullshit because I spent 5 years in London.
He's from West Hampton, England. Yeah.
Hey,
London,
bro, in '84, United States won 9 gold medals in '84.
Yeah, that's the best class ever, man.
Yeah, Paul Gonzalez, he won the light flyweight, the gold medal. Steve McCurry, flyweight. Who else? Medrick Taylor in featherweight. He won the gold. Pernell Whitaker won the gold. Jerry Page won the gold. Mark Breland won the gold. Frank Tate won the light middleweight gold. Virgil Hill, he won the he won the silver. Evander Holyfield, he won the bronze. And Harry Tillman won the heavyweight, and then Tyrell Biggs won the super heavyweight. Damn,
I know Tyrell. He was a good heavyweight.
Andre was my favorite fighter, bro. When he beat Kovalev, I was so happy. I was so happy when he beat Kovalev.
You know what you were saying, Jimmy, about if the Olympics, if they take away boxing, how it'll ruin amateur boxing. I think that's right in countries like ours. Like, I know it'd hurt Australia, but I don't think it hurts the US, bro. I don't think
It
it
won't hurt the U.S. because boxing is not one. It's like the 8th or 9th biggest sport over here in America, so it really won't hurt us like that.
Yeah, no, it'd hurt countries like Australia. Definitely.
Oh,
Like
okay.
Cuba, it would definitely hurt Cuba. To
In
me,
the
like
80s, in the 80s, United States didn't went to the Olympics. It was in Moscow.
They
boycotted. I think of everyone because without public funding, how the amateurs gonna?
The '84 class was in Los Angeles. It was
Yeah, in the 80s, they didn't win because, you know, that communist bull crap and all that shit. That's why they didn't win over there.
I think wasn't George from the Olympic gold medalist also?
Who's that?
George Foreman. Was he Olympic gold medalist?
Yeah, let me check right there, bro.
I think
don't
so.
know.
I think he's an Olympic gold medalist. He gotta be Olympic gold medalist. Because he was.
I think the 84 was the best one, bro. The 84 was the best one.
Yeah, but my favorite 96, man. That's my favorite, bro. The Floyd and Tarver and Fernando Vargas, that was a damn good class.
Oh yeah, George Foreman won in 1968 in Mexico City.
Oh man, they did have the Olympics down there.
There you go.
Oh man, could you imagine if the Olympics go back to Mexico City, man? Shit.
Hey Jimmy, can I ask you a question, bro?
DJ, like, yeah, you're right. Like Miles, our biggest athletes over here, everybody, they play football, man. Like all the big offensive teams, they all play football. So that's what
the Olympics were ruined by all those state sanctioned teams, like in the in the communist countries kind of thing, where you would have little kids like competing against grown men who were state sponsored and basically professionals. And that's really how Loma got over. That's how you see the rise of, like, that's how the Cubans got down, like why those dudes are super old. And like, anyway, but now you have guys where you have like Jalalov or Keyshawn Davis who are actually professionals competing. I wouldn't be surprised if I see Manny Pacquiao trying to get the gold medal.
You're asking me something, what was that?
Yeah, bro. The Fury White undercard. Have you heard, is there anyone on there we should watch out for? Because man, it looks trash.
Nah, but they were bombs, to be honest. Anthony Yard was supposed to fight, but he got a hand injury. The problem is Dillian Whyte and Tyson Fury, they're paying them so much money.
You got Tommy Fury on the undercard.
Was it 42 million?
Tommy Fury is on the undercard. He's a big name already. So, people, they want to watch Tommy Fury fight because they know he might fight Jake Paul. He's supposed to fight Jake Paul, and that's going to be a big event. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you got Tommy Fury on the undercard.
Y'all know what else would be a big event? Method versus YB. Pay per view.
Man, y'all trying to set that Method YB shit, man.
Man, set that shit up. Hey,
I understand.
Who want to see that shit? Everybody in the chat, if y'all want to see that shit, type yeah. Nah.
But y'all know Method ain't gonna show up. Y'all know, Q, you know he ain't gonna show up, man. Y'all know.
Man, I know they gonna fight. I know he gonna show up.
Man,
I know he gonna show up.
Show up now, but I don't know about Method.
Method ain't showing up, bro.
I know he gonna show up. Let's go.
I'm paid for that.
With those rats up there in Baltimore, nigga.
Yeah. Hey, Carlos. Hey, I know I'll pay for that shit. Hey, who would pay to watch that shit live on Twitch?
Oh man, they probably gonna do that shit on YouTube, bro.
Who would pay to watch that shit on YouTube?
Nigga, I don't know. I'll pay, but I don't pay for fights, man. See, I'm nigga cheap.
You ain't gonna be able to bootleg this shit. I'm gonna tell you that.
Ain't no free streaming this shit.
You ain't gonna be able to stream this shit, my nigga. Hey, live, my nigga.
Y'all niggas crazy, man.
Real talk.
Hey, brother boxing, what you know about Teofilo Stevenson, man?
He was
what you know about him?
I think he was a 3-time gold medalist, right?
You goddamn right. What you know about him? My boy Smoke. I know Smoke know about him.
Yeah, Smoke from the old school. He gonna know most about.
Nah, Smoke did talk. He was talking about him last time.
He was.
Yeah, I don't know if I remember.
Hey, this right here was a bad man.
What year is that, boy?
All I'm saying, man, it's not fair when you have to, like, American amateurs, in order to get to meets and bouts and all that stuff. Your parents have to take, like, a guardian and all that stuff. You have to pay for your own equipment.
Right, though,
like these guys, they get apartments, They get stipends. They get all this stuff. They're professionals masquerading as amateurs. That's all I got to say.
See, I thought,
No,
but
you-
I ain't really know that your
Smoke.
parents got paid for that shit.
Smoke.
Don't they got
They don't
put you in
smoke.
the
They don't smoke. How old school you are, bro?
No, Smoke, they do that in the UK. Team GB funds you. So if you're on the Olympic squad, you get money. So they help you get an apartment, a car, pay for your food, your travel. So if you're on Team GB in the UK, the Olympic team, the government pays for all that stuff.
But I thought over here in America, Smoke, don't they get like sponsors, like churches that raise money for the kids that want to box?
Yeah, they get
Wait,
sponsored sometimes by Gatorade.
That's once you make the team, you can get a whole bunch of stuff. I'm saying before you even get, like, to get to the nationals and all that stuff, you have
gotta
like
pay for
once you
that
make
shit.
the
That
team.
doesn't-
Yeah, the team gives you a little bit of like, but it's really like the per diem.
That
It's
shit,
like
that shit costs you. That shit
yeah,
costs.
exactly.
That
It's
shit
like
ain't
lunch
cool,
money
bro.
and shit. Like it's not like you can pay your rent off that. Right?
I mean, no, it is. I mean, but it was always that way. So it was always that way. So I don't know what you're saying though.
No, it was
Yeah.
not always that way. I mean, literally, like so the stipend and the sponsors is even in the real recent
Because Under Armour,
the
Under
real
Armour
recent
used
history,
to
right? So now
sponsor
you
the
get. I
boxing
think for medals they started paying you, but medals used to be totally fucking free. You didn't get paid. There was a time when you didn't get paid shit at all for being in the Olympics. There was no
I mean,
kind
it's
of.
tough.
Then it became individual countries figuring out how to sponsor their teams.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Smoke, what
but
do you
shit,
You're right,
we
man.
make money, but we don't give a shit about
I mean, it's like
Olympics
Hey,
like
Smoke.
everybody else.
most times they want the kids
I feel
going
like with parents.
So yep.
Yeah, I feel like over here in America, like, we really don't give a shit about it like we used to.
Yeah,
Smoke,
you had
what
it,
year
like
was
you could get a sponsor once you won, like once you got the gold. If you like Mary Lou Retton or like the athlete formerly known as I can't even remember the name. Oh yeah, Bruce Jenner, right? Yeah, like
shit.
then you get the Wheaties box and you get sponsorships, but that's like afterwards, and then it changed to where you had these sponsors for teams, but even then it was like like by the time you got to the Olympics, you had been competing for 8 years, a decade. All that was on your family's finances. It's not like that you had
Crazy, bro.
you didn't have some national team, grooming you from childbirth, giving you Russian dance lessons and stuff because your dad's the head of the club. But nah.
Yeah, you're right though, because I feel like over here, America, like we don't really take boxing as serious like other countries do.
Yeah, that's a fact. I'll tell you that right
Not
now.
if they ain't popular.
Yeah.
Not even in Mexico, boxing's not getting popular in Mexico no more.
But does Mexico
Yeah,
even
but
have an Olympic team?
Mexico's always had, bro.
Yeah,
Mexico
but
has-
but
Mexico's always been
Mexico,
pro.
but I'm gonna tell you something about Mexico, bro. They don't pay attention to Olympic boxing. Like
Nah.
this guy has to work his ass off to
So
get
you think
money
it's worse
to go
than
to the
America?
Olympics.
Do you think it's worse than America?
Who?
The Mexico, because we really people really don't talk about Mexico.
Nah,
you know?
but this is the only thing Mexico only concentrate, bro, is soccer.
No,
That's the only thing they concentrate.
It's not that. It's that they're more into the pro game. Like all those little kids that would be going to the Olympics, they're in the pro game, and the styles are totally different.
Yeah,
like,
but
you don't get a lot of points for like body punches and shit in the amateurs, right?
yeah, but like how Oscar Valdez, bro, he got to the Olympics. His amateur pedigree was right here in the United States, but he represented Mexico. But he had money to go to the Olympics. You have to have money, bro. Mexico, bro, is so fucking it's all about money. Everything in Mexico is always about money, bro.
Mexico is one of the most poorest countries
Same
in the
thing with
world,
Andrew
right?
Ruiz. Same thing with Andy Ruiz. He's also American, but represented Mexico because he could make the team down there. And
Yeah, just like Tio. Tio was gonna be on the 2016 team, but he couldn't because he was Honduras. Hold on, he was Honduras.
Yeah, he went to Honduras. He went to Honduras
to go join the Honduras team.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like I used to like the Olympics, but like it's just so fucking rigged everything now.
It's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It really leaves a bit of taste in your mouth.
like
Especially-
it really showed up. Like it first started showing up with the Russian hockey team because those dudes are old as shit, right? They were like 30-year-olds competing against.
Shit, they beat the fucking professional hockey league, bro, in the 80s.
Yeah, they were a mad team. So anyway, so when that happened, it was a trickle down thing. that now like boxing is crazy. Like you can see professionals competing for medals.
I don't believe that. Like if you're 22 years old, I don't believe that you should be able to fight in the Olympics because you're way too old, man.
So, Smoke, if you're a pro boxer, you're allowed to fight in the Olympics, yeah?
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yep.
De La Hoya, the golden boy, representing LA.
He representing America. He representing East LA. Come on, Vato Loco. Come on, Vato.
They saw all the attention that the professional basketball players were getting, and they're like, "Fuck it, we might as well, open it up for everybody, right?"
Yeah. Won the gold.
Also, like, all those national teams are staffed by professional athletes too. Or like all the national soccer teams, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but in the soccer team in the Olympics, bro, they can only let three old guys to play with the under 23 team.
Yeah, but that's under 23. I'm just talking about the regular national teams. Like if you go to these countries where soccer, football is like number one sport, you'll see like the entire team are all professionals.
The Olympic Games are coming to LA, man.
Again, right?
That shit is crazy, man. The Olympics about to be back in LA.
Was it gonna come back in LA?
Yeah, 2028, I think.
Yeah, and then we got it in 2032.
Man, they need to bring that shit to San Antonio.
What do you mean? What y'all talking about?
The Olympics.
The Olympics.
Oh, the Olympics. Oh yeah, the Olympics. Yeah, it's gonna be in LA. Yeah.
And then the next one after that's in Australia.
Oh shit. Ooh, man.
That's in Brisbane.
They're gonna have it at Marble Stadium, my guy, Carl.
Nah, they'll use Marble. Yeah, they'll use all the stadiums, bro.
Nah, they don't use that big ass one. Almost like 80,000 or 100,000 fans, bro. Which one's it called? The ones like
that's the MCG, the Melbourne.
Yeah, the one when the one they're the one that play cricket, right?
Yeah, 110,000 it holds.
Damn.
It's like a Coliseum, bro.
Yeah, I keep up with my stadiums, bro. Everywhere.
Yeah, it's a big stadium. It's massive, and it's just out in the middle of nowhere. Like there's no buildings near it. It's just this big fuck off stadium rising out of the ground. Like, yeah, it's massive. It's huge.
Is the Cowboy Stadium the big stadium?
Oh hell no!
I think it's something called. You probably don't know. It's called Michigan Wolverines. It's a college stadium.
Oh, that bitch is big. Yeah, that motherfucker almost like 100,000 fans.
Stadium in America, I think.
And that's a college.
Okay.
Yeah, all of our biggest stadiums are for college. Like A&M, like it's not just that one that fits 100,000.
Yeah,
we have several that fit 100,000.
I saw a
tons
clip.
Of them. Like Alabama does, Texas A&M does, the Longhorns,
Clemson,
they all have.
I thought that Dallas was the big
USC
one.
is even like pretty big, but I don't know how many. But it definitely fits more than It fits more than where the Rams play, but they play in Carson.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man, bro, I ain't gonna. Hey, when college football starts, he gets packed like a motherfucker.
Who's the team that runs
out? Way more popular than every professional sport, no matter what it is.
Who's the
like in basketball too? Like in basketball?
Yeah, March Madness gets more views. Gets more views than NBA Finals.
Routinely. Well, because they know that shit like they know that shit like it, and fuck, bro. Come on now.
They have like the presidents do the brackets and stuff. They had Obama doing his brackets.
So why college sports bigger? That don't make sense.
It's the best of the best. Well, because college sports, they still they like playing like They plan to get the money. It's kind of like boxing. How everybody say how the little young killers is when they get paid. And it's competitive. That shit competitive.
It's very competitive, and a lot of people go to college, and also their kids go to college. So it's like
college players get paid money.
In the professional game, you might be rooting for a team, but that team may be staffed from people all over the world. You don't know what the hell they like, how they grew up. But in the college game,
they make money.
In the college game, you're following a guy. Basically, you're seeing the professionals that the professionals of tomorrow, basically for the first time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, can I ask who's the team that runs out to Metallica wherever I may roam?
No idea, but
and a Sandman.
Enter
One
the
of them.
Sandman. There's a
Yeah.
college team that comes to Enter the Sandman. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw a clip on YouTube, and they all start bouncing in the crowd, and it looks sick. And it's a college, it's a university over there somewhere. I can't remember the name of them, but yeah, I've never seen anything like that in my life, bro. And that's at a college game.
The athletes are paid though, because if they're selling out stadiums and generating
it's Virginia, Carl, it's Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech, yeah. That is
the
the
also have a
maddest.
gigantic stadium. Yeah, there's another team, right? Like I'm just saying, like you forget them all. Like we have different conferences that have a ton of fucking teams.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Like it's bananas. Like if you're not for like they cut even all the sports I guess fans, right? They're professional sports fans.
Yeah.
Like you get you go through a it's a process of following guys for like decades.
Yep.
For real. Like
did they get paid?
Yeah, we've been following like some people have been following I don't even know if you know who Aaron Rodgers is. But like they've been following this dude since he's like 18 years old. He's like 40 now.
Did he play for Green
He's
Bay?
one of the best. He's one of the best quarterbacks right now in the NFL.
Did he play for Green Bay Packers?
Exactly.
He played with Green Bay. Motherfucker signed a contract for 4 years.
So do college players get paid?
They can now.
They do now in the
sponsorship, only sponsor
after the quarantine. I think like in the last year or so they passed the law.
But only for sponsors, right?
They must. De La Hoya, that's the golden boy right there. That's California boxing. Stand up. Anyway.
That's a long ass time ago. That's like the fucking Cowboys. I mean, like, yeah, we probably back to 95 and shit.
Man, that's my team.
About that 92 team. That's a little bit later. But yeah.
Nah, that's my team, bro. Cowboys.
De La Hoya was cold. Like, yeah, like De La Hoya, him and Sweet Pea, that was like the first fight. First fight I remember like watching. I remember watching that shit with my family and all that shit. Like him and Sweet Pea fighting. So
that was it. That was the rival. Me and my homeboy had like this the Mexican homeboy, and he was an Oscar fan. And like I couldn't stand Oscar, to be perfectly honest. For a minute, I started off liking him, and then he started getting that all that shine. I mean, he started off getting shine. Don't get me wrong, but I was proud of the young man, and then he started getting like I felt like some questionable decisions, and it seemed like the fan base wasn't acknowledging the fact that they were giving him some gifts, right? And then
right now he's getting fucking sued. Oscar De La Hoya right now.
Yeah, it's funny. Like the Oscar De La Hoya fans have like shriveled up. Like you don't see those people anywhere. I remember this guy, like he could do no wrong. Like Ike Cortez, he beat the shit out of Ike Cortez. Sweet Pea, oh, he beat the shit out of Sweet Pea. Sugar Shane, oh, he beat the shit out of Sugar Shane. Like, okay.
I ain't gonna, him. Him and that shit crazy. See, that shit crazy. Like, I actually watched that shit live. See, my whole family was there, but
Smoke was back in his prime.
Well, what you say, Jimmy? Your mic messed up. What you had to say?
I said, was he as big as Canelo though? Oscar.
I don't know.
Is it big? What? Is it big as Canelo?
Who?
No, I'm saying, was he like the Canelo back in the day? Like, who's bigger though in America? Canelo or Oscar?
Oscar has always been bigger than Canelo. There's no world where Canelo is bigger than Oscar. Not even in Mexico.
He was big in Australia. De La Hoya was big in Australia.
Yeah, there's no like Canelo is still rolling around in Oscar's world.
No, I'm saying who's bigger though? Is peak Oscar or Canelo?
I'm saying Oscar De La Hoya. I'm telling you that Canelo has not reached the level of Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya debuted a star.
And who's bigger, De La Hoya or Mayweather?
Wow, that's a tough one. Probably Oscar. But Mayweather had those fights, those Conor and those Pacquiao fights. But Oscar was, man, like, man. But if
not, but like I say, I know Oscar lost against Mayweather, bro.
But
Yeah,
you
but
remember that
Mayweather was.
build up to that fight? Like that was like Oscar was the definite A side. As a matter of fact, that he's the one who coined the phrase A side in that fight.
Yep, I remember.
Like
You know
that dude
what?
was like
Smart, but that's before social media. So how can you social? I think Canelo's a big star because of social media element.
I got it. Like social media doesn't equal more people like on Earth, right? Like that's a population thing. There are more people, but also the sport isn't as popular. But beyond all of that, Oscar had way more time to build his stardom. What I'm telling you is the dude got a gold medal. He called the Golden Boy, and he debuted a star. So all of his fights were events for a long time. Like people, he brought fans to the sport. All these women fucking fans.
So Oscar was like the Sugar Ray Leonard in the 90s.
Correct. He picked up the Sugar Ray Leonard medal. That is exactly the guy to understand it, right? And then by the time he got to, then he started promoting himself, like, right. Once he got over the Julio Cesar Chavez hump, because the first fight people were talking about there was a gift and all that shit. But anyway, that split the community. But after you beat him the second time, it was all Oscar. Like it was.
Hey, bro, when that shit happened, bro, it split the community, bro, between Mexicans and Mexican Americans, bro. I remember that time.
Yeah, I'm saying, man. I'm telling you, I was here for the whole thing, man, the whole ride.
Nah, because I heard about that shit. Like a lot of my uncles, bro, they're like, fucking Oscar de la Hoya. That motherfucking fought. I watched up Julio Cesar Chavez. I remember when they were talking this shit. I was barely like 5 or 6 years old. But they were all drunk, though. They were all fucking drunk.
See, I don't know, you know.
That's what the fight party was. You drink that fucking, Tecate, fucking your Modelo and fucking Coronas, whatever.
Nah. They were not drinking that time, bro. They were drinking Bud Light or Bud Weiss around those times.
Okay, whatever. I'm just saying. Now, so I had Dos Equis, and so I've had them all. At fucking Mexican fight parties doing this. Like behind Oscar de la Hoya, I can't even count how many fucking Mexican fight
Hey, my name is Get the Smoke, and I think I know everything about boxing.
That's what I'm saying. No,
Oh.
My name is Boxing Historian, and I'm jealous of Get the Smoke's knowledge about boxing.
I think I know more about boxing than all of you guys. All you guys don't know what you're talking about.
I've been around for 1,000 years.
Possibly getting caught out there.
Come on, historian. Come on, man. Stop trolling people, bro. Let's keep it boxing, bro. Let's be professional.
My bad. I'm just having fun with that.
Yeah, I ain't working this whole week. Fuck this. Hell no. Ryan Garcia ain't gonna be the next Oscar de la Hoya. What y'all think about that shit?
Nah.
Hell no.
They're trying to make.
There'll never be an Oscar de la Hoya. There'll never be another Oscar de la Hoya.
Oscar de la Hoya could fight. And he could box.
No, but that's
and he's fighting everybody. He's fighting everybody.
Man, who like in your eyes, who y'all think won between Tito Trinidad and Oscar de la Hoya?
I have to be honest. I thought Oscar won.
Yeah, Oscar won that. Oscar won that easy, and that was like, and that also one of those things that made me laugh because it was payback. Like Oscar used to get robbed. I mean, Oscar used to be the recipient of Gibbs' decisions, in my opinion. And then once he started getting robbed, I was just like, "Yep."
But he got robbed against Shane Mosley too in the first fight, right?
So I thought that. I did.
Yo,
I
salute
did
to the
think that
panel.
for a long time. I thought that for like decades, for real. But then I watched it recently, and I feel like Sugar Shay. I changed my mind. But for like 20 years.
Yo, Justin Trouble, what's good, my nigga? What's good, Justin? That's you? My boy.
I just want to say salute to the panel. I'm listening in. I just chimed in because H Money wants to know, was it really me? I lost my phone, got to log my whole page. Salute to everybody. What's up? Get the smoke.
What's up, Justin? How you feeling, man? Long time.
I'm good. Just listening in, bro.
Man, so that Durden. I just thought of that right now. Man, shout out. That shit's classic. Anyway, let's get back to this boxing stuff. Somebody got a lot of like air. Someone's got a lot of static in the background.
Yeah, it sound like your background. But hey, Dillian Whyte about to beat up.
Hey, Trouble, I took care of that for you. I got you now. You good now? So I did that for you. Okay, you good, bro?
Yeah, Dillian Whyte, man. I think he gonna give Fury some work this weekend. I mean, I think that I'm not picking him to win, but I'm picking him to give Fury a good fight.
A round of his money.
Yeah, I
think so.
Shit's gonna.
He might.
I like Tyson Fury's energy now, man. He's not. I like Dillian Whyte's energy. Come with the leather gloves.
Ooh, you got Dillian Whyte winning, Butch?
Hey, it's I don't in it, but he's coming correct in it. You feel me? Tyson Fury's energy is not. He's talking about retiring and all this other shit, but he does look in shape though. He does look good in that. You get me? He's a very who switch hits at heavyweight. Let me know.
Yeah, ABS, they said you 0-7 this month.
Who switch hits at heavyweight? Who switch hits? Southpaw, who does that?
Yeah, my nigga 0-7 in fight predictions.
Oh, so who's that story?
He said BH this month. Shout out my nigga BH, man. He do be getting shit wrong though.
Hey, we got some fights on tomorrow too, though. Y'all know that we got some fights. It's in the UK. My boy Jonas Sultan. He from the Philippines. He a good fighter. Remember, he had fought on Top Rank, I think, on the undercard of Jose Zabeta and Jose Vargas. He beat an undefeated Puerto Rican fighter. His name is Jonas Sultan. Good fighter tomorrow. He fighting in the UK on some Pro Bellum shit. I'm gonna check it out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. That shit be early in the day. I might not be able to catch it, but if I am, I'll watch it.
Our program shut down though because of MTK and Daniel Kennedy.
I heard MTK is out of boxing now. They finished. So I guess Pro Bellum took over, right?
Yeah, they're finished now still.
So now Pro Bellum, I heard, was already working with MTK. So they probably knew that shit was going to happen and moved it over to Pro Bellum.
Damn. So what they gonna do with them guys, bro? They gonna get locked up?
MT Cole
finding them?
Well, no. I think somebody's just gonna pick up their fighters because MT Global, man, like they're done. You know, you can't. You know, I mean, it was a crime boss that was running their organization. Like, you can't get away with you can't get away with that nowadays, bro.
And then all these fools, and then they'll be killing each other and shit like that, bro. Damn. We're reading some shit.
Pro Bellum fuck around and surpass Golden Boy on some crazy shit.
It probably would.
What about that Butler and Casemiro incident, fam? They bumped Casemiro. They said, "Fuck that! You ain't fighting, man. You didn't make the weight." So you're done.
What about Casemiro?
Yeah, he's not fighting Butler no more, innit? My boy Butler from the Great Britain.
Oh, they're not fighting no more?
That dude need to learn how to box, man. I'm gonna be honest.
The WBO belt, innit? My man had a WBO belt. They was fighting for that. Then Casemiro, I don't think he made weight. So they said, fuck that. They took him out of the cut. They took him out of the main event for some reason.
No. He was caught using a sauna. In the UK, the British Boxing
using
say that again. Wait, Jimmy, I was waiting for you to say that, Jimmy. No. Yes.
What? Yeah, bro. So he was trying to use a sauna in the UK to cut weight. Not allowed to do that in the UK, the medical rules. So in the UK, it's medically unsafe for your organs in the brain for you to cut that weight using a sauna room. So you're not allowed to do that.
Okay. You tried to use a sauna, innit?
Yeah, you tried to use sauna.
Yeah, that's some bullshit though, man. Man said they stripped him from the main event because he tried to use a sauna. What the fuck?
No. You feel me?
You say you're not accepting that one there.
Yeah, bro. You can't. They say it's for medical reasons because it messes up your
And what y'all
organs and your
trying to
brain.
debate me
You sit in
on?
the sauna.
I'm saying what y'all trying to debate me on? Who trying to get cooked on the panel? I'm just saying, nigga, shit. Every man for himself in this motherfucker, nigga. What y'all want to do?
Who you got? You got Chalo or Castaño?
Shit, nigga. I got Castaño. Who want?
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
I'm cool with Cholo. I got Castaño. What's up with it?
I got Castaño as well.
What's up with it, Q? Q, you still in denial after that first fight, Q? We know Castaño got robbed in the first fight.
I want Jamel to bring those titles back to Houston, bro.
Hey, Castaño said that he won 9 rounds.
Hey, no, since H Money want the smoke, I want the smoke.
Castaño said he won 9
Oh,
rounds.
yeah. Hey, he said he want that smoke with smoke.
Yeah, man, I'm a dragon. I smoke come out of my mouth, man.
Nah, this story, yo, dude, funny,
man. Hey, Charlo, I got Charlo knocking that motherfucker out.
Nah, no way.
It's gonna be a good ass fight, bro. But I want Jamel to win, bro.
Man, hey, OD, Mel about to get it. He about to bring that bit home. Don't worry about it.
Nah,
how's he gonna do it? How's he gonna do it?
We're gonna do a big ass parade here in Houston, bro. Like when the Astros won the World Series.
Man,
Hey, no, your Astros are garbage, man.
And they gonna have to name a street after my nigga, man. They gonna have to name
your Astros are garbage, man. You see what my Mariners did to you guys? 3 straight games.
Yeah, finally, bro. Finally for 5 years, dog.
Yeah, I know we're coming up. You guys are going down. I mean, Jose Altuve's midget self is getting old. You know,
Nah, he got injured, bro. And now he still got it, bro. You know, a lot of these motherfuckers don't want to pay up. They want to pay career. We just need some good pitching, and that's it, bro. Well, these motherfuckers are too cheap
pitchers
to
are
wait.
all injured too. Yeah, we about to take over this division, bro.
Hey man, I thought the Texas Rangers they were gonna take over the division because they bought a lot of fucking players. They ain't fucking doing
Man, we
shit.
just gave up the lead on these dudes, man. We was up 5-2. They came back 6-5 right now.
When they playing again, bro?
I don't know. Probably playing them all.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something about the season. I'm gonna tell you something. Hey, Historian. I'm gonna tell you something, Don. The Seattle Mariners, bro, they had the badass like getting players, bro, like Ken Griffin Jr. or Rodriguez and all them fools. Yeah.
Hey, Randy Johnson.
Johnson.
I know. And then we just give
Johnson,
them all away. I know.
Y'all give them all away. That's the problem with Seattle Mariners, bro. Y'all be giving up motherfuckers. And y'all gonna be giving up motherfuckers in 2 years, and y'all gonna suck again.
Yeah, well, it ain't gonna happen this year. We about to, we almost have
boxing over baseball. Boxing over baseball.
We have like 7 all-stars on our team, but regardless, though, here's a smoke I got, man. Charlo Castaño is like a pick'em, and Charlo could get knocked out, and Castaño can get knocked out.
Man, that shit a 50-50 fight, like
50-50.
I think I'm gonna tell you something, Q. I think this fight's not going to distance
bro.
this time, bro.
Jamel's gonna learn from his fucking mistakes, bro.
Jamel's gonna knock him out.
Jamel learned from his fucking mistake, bro. Because Jamel wasn't listening to Derrick James. He told him, "Hey, go to the body. Use your jab. He wasn't using his fucking jab. So he wasn't listening, bro. He was just going for the knockout. Now Jamel has to be in his A game, and he has to box his time. And time his punches.
Yeah. Now he just gotta time him coming in. All he gotta do is
time him coming in. That's it.
He just gotta take a step back. Boom.
I'm gonna tell you something though. Castaño's foot movement though gave problems though,
man. Straight up and down, bro. He ain't nothing special about that boy. He about to go on there. All Charlo got to do is take a step back and shoot.
Man,
and we're gonna wait for him in the Minute Maid Park, bro, right there with those 4 belts and with the World Series champion, bro.
He gonna knock him
out. Look,
out.
I'm gonna tell you something. You guys are overplaying Charlo. Charlo's not all that special like that. He's
Charlo has
long.
that Bambi
He has
leg.
power, but he's there to get hit though. And
Hey, fam, Charlo's is gonna get emotional, not listen to his corner. He's gonna lose the game plan because Santos is gonna overwhelm him and fuck him up. So you telling me Castaño box better?
look,
He listens to his corner.
No.
Answer the Castaño box better. No. Okay. So what?
He's not a better athlete. He's not a better athlete. He ain't got no power like Charlo. You get me? But he listens to his corner and he's got mad heart and he's durable.
They both.
What adjustments can Castaño make to win this fight?
What adjustments? Trap him in the corner, bro. I mean, it's not like
I don't want to buzz nobody's bubble, bro. But Texas runs boxing right now.
Man, Texas don't run nothing in boxing.
The fuck?
We got 3 world champions. We got Arrow. We got Jamal. We got Bam. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We got Bird.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is, man, I got Castaño gonna get blitzed for sure, man. I rock with the ball. He cool, but it ain't nothing. It's nothing special. It's nothing he can change. Only thing that I say what he could do that'll help him win the fight is work on this gas tank. If he was getting tired in them later rounds, and Charlo blitzed his motherfucking ass. Like in that 10th knocked it, he beat his ass the whole 10th round. Castaño probably ain't even threw 2 punches. He ain't laying shit. So
But there's not much for him to change up because he was forcing those exchanges. That's what he wanted to do.
See, and this one I'm saying, y'all seeing the little shit he did good, which was cool. And he got a draw with it. He got a draw with that. I rewatched it. Yeah, it could have been a draw. It could have went his way or it could have went Charlo's way. You know what I mean? Like my nigga Method said, he said, yeah, the gas tank could have did better, but as far as like his boxing ability that he talk about, that we seen him fight after fight after fight, bruh.
I mean,
he can't control this. He couldn't land his jab and shit like that. His best defense is his offense. So it's like, man, Charlo just got the edge on it, bro. I just got an edge on the replay.
What shot knocks him out, Q? What shot? Charlo,
what shot knocks Castaño out?
Yeah.
Uppercut or left hook.
I think the best shot he has is the right hand, bro. I think Castaño has a better hook than Charlo.
Yeah. I think Castaño got a better hook as well. Charlo got a better uppercut though.
He got his hook cool. His hook cool. I mean, left hook is a dangerous punch for any fighter. You know what I mean? So a better one, shit. I'm gonna give Castaño the best punch because he'll knock your ass out with the uppercut, the left hand, the right hand. We seen it all. Like, dude, he a knockout artist. He knocking shit out. You know, Castaño.
I think he should go to his butt.
Because you know, in the some reach, not that well. Never see what.
Hey Jimmy, your mic messing up.
Hey, Jimmy sound like them Obama phones, man. The fucking Jimmy used to have the perfect signal before, fam.
Man, how this nigga Cassidy talk about Obama phone? You ain't never seen no Obama phone.
Yo, I've seen them Obama phones, man. Trust me, I've seen them Obama phones, man. I got some cousins out in Detroit.
Oh, I'm about to say, man, y'all got a queen and shit. Y'all ain't even got a president.
I said queen, you know, that woman, fam. She got gold carriages and shit.
On me, I seen that.
Yeah,
shit.
Man, she outlifted a lot of American presidents, bro.
You talking about that monster?
A monster. The old monsters.
He's crazy, bro.
She outlifted Nixon, Kennedy, Bush. Kate Carter's still alive, bro. So that motherfucker's still living. So who else? God damn, Johnson. Man, she left a lot of motherfuckers.
Fuck yeah, no.
What you were saying, Jimmy? Your mic working shit? Oh, he off this motherfucker.
Oh no! What was he? What was he saying, man? He brought up a good point.
Shit, I don't know. You know what I mean? But I don't know, man. I just think like I'm gonna give the boxer more the edge in the win. Just like the same thing with Fury, just like the same thing with Mayweather and his two rematches. Like the better boxer, I'm gonna just give him because he gonna be able to adjust better in that ring.
I think he does a good job of going to the body. I think Charlo's key to victory is going to. He never went to the body, man. He should go to that Castaño's body, man. Good bet as well. You get me?
Yeah, maybe sure. What you think, YB?
With Charlo and Castaño?
Yeah, in the rematch. Well, what you think both of them could do to get the victory? What Castaño could do? What Charlo could do?
Castaño has to do more of what he did in the rounds that he didn't get hurt in. He has to do more about pushing Mel to the ropes. But I think Castaño has to get in with a jab behind the jab a little bit more, because sometimes even the rounds in which he got in, I don't think he necessarily used his jab right to get in. I think he still didn't use effective pressure at times where he was not getting through the fire. I mean, I think he was going through the fire, but he wasn't able to. He wasn't fainting enough, and he wasn't coming in. He was coming in on a straight line too, with his head on the center line. And I think that he wasn't moving his head enough in certain rounds, which is why he got caught in the second round and the 10th round the way he did. And also he wasn't punching, but some of those rounds into the last minute and a half, where it took him a while to get started, but then he threw a barrage of punches in the last minute of each round. So I think he needs to be more active in the beginning of those rounds for Castaño, and also be more effective with his pressure, cut off the ring a little better, but at the same time use more intelligent head movement and have a better jab. And kind of
more feints. Yeah, more feints, man. You get me?
More feints, more feints,
more angles, more head. More moving off the center line a little bit more than that, and also learning how to clinch. Even if you're the guy that's busy, if you get hurt, clinch this time. Don't.
Yeah, but now Charlo's the bigger man though to clinch that brother there. You get me?
Nah, but I'm just saying, if you hurt, you still gotta learn how to clinch. You know what I'm saying, Cash? So cause he was hurting in round 2 and round 10, he was getting just pounded on for like 2 minutes straight. He didn't really get a chance to recover, and that's why I think he lost round 11 and 12 after that punch in round 10.
I think he needs you in his corner this night, bro. YB.
Yeah, his head was on the center line way too much, and I think he was only punching, a minute and a half each round. For Jamel, like you said, it was an easy fix, man. To get off them ropes, don't be so, mix in the uppercut a lot more. Like you said, the uppercut might be the punch, knock him out. Change your punch variation, sit down on it. If Castaño does get inside, clinch him and retie him up, and make him reset, because you've seen that from the outside, he wasn't able to do much work. So yeah, I mean, I think it's an easy fix. And this time, if you get him hurt, don't punch yourself out, because I think the knockout will come, because we know that Jamel can hurt him. He did it multiple times in the fight. So I think for Mel, it's a lot easier to fix. I think Mel got caught on the ropes a lot, and allowed him to dictate those type of things. But I think Mel can correct those minor mistakes, and I think Castaño can too. That's why it's still a great fight.
Yeah.
You got 50-50 right there, YB, in that fight.
It's still 50-50, but I'm leaning Jamel for this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fight 50-50, like shit. Odds what? Minus 110, minus 20, 120.
What the odds looking like, Q? That's what the odds are?
Minus 120 for Jamel, minus 110 for Castaño.
Oh yeah, that's a pick 'em. That's a pick 'em.
Because he kind of won the first fight, fam. You get me? So you guys leaning towards Charlo, but hey, Brian Castaño brought it to Jamal Charlo that first fight,
Yeah, I mean, you could give it to it either way and a draw.
And he arguably beat Lara as well, fam. You get me?
Yeah. So I mean, this gonna be a real good fight. This is a great fight for boxing.
But I could see Castaño pull it off though. But I don't know, man. When a guy could take it, when a guy, he did get Mel's respect for one of his shots. But like y'all said, man, I think Mel could take Castaño's power better than Castaño could take his power, and I think Castaño has to go through it more.
But do you think Castaño took Jamal Charlo's best shot in that last fight? Do you think he took his best shot?
He did.
So when a guy knows that, it's exactly. So when a guy knows that I can take your best shot,
He
come, let
didn't
me.
take. He didn't take that best shot. He didn't
Why?
take it.
Why B thinks he did? You think he didn't?
No, I said he took it, but he didn't take it good.
He
Yeah,
ate that, man.
but Jamel got rocked, and one round he got rocked too.
He got rocked like a third round. What round was it?
And like in the third and the fourth round,
third
like
round.
around the
Third
third
round,
and
he got
fourth
his
round.
brain buzzed.
Yeah, I mean,
round, he was smoking on
he
some
got
Zaza.
rocked. He got rocked, but he was still able to come back. He didn't run all the way across the ring like Castano did.
No, he didn't. He didn't. Did he? He came back on strong like a true champion.
That motherfucker Bambi, running, deer in headlights. Charlo didn't. Charlo recovered right back.
Yeah, he was coming right back.
Yeah, he came back like a true champion. He came back like a true. He fought back like a true champion.
But the bell was yeah, he came back. Yeah, he was coming back. He was like, fuck that. I ain't gonna get my ass dropped.
I don't like that when he starts flinging these fucking these wide hooks, and he's missing these shots that he shouldn't be getting. He shouldn't be missing that. Do you know what I'm saying? He's flinging these wide hooks and these wide uppercuts. Yeah, man. There was one stage he's just missing, swinging for the heavens. Like, just stop doing that.
He'll load up sometime. I think he should work behind this jab more too. But he just needs to shorten up, and that's really the key to this. To him, when Castano rush in, that's when he needs to just shorten up his shots. Boom, boom, boom.
And one thing, Q, he cannot lose his head, Jamel, bro. That's the damn thing. He cannot lose his head.
I told you exactly. You can't get too emotional. Then he just the plan fucking falls out the window, and then he starts reverting back to plan.
That's the damn thing. He cannot. He has to hold his emotions. Castano can beat this fool.
Yeah,
he's talking about knockout. I want to knock this motherfucker. I want to knock this. You don't go in there looking for the knockout. You make it happen. You get me? You make things work. You find. You know what I'm saying?
Look what happened to Tio, bro. When he fought George Combosa, his emotion got to his ass. What happened?
See, but Charlo got that type of power though. I ain't gonna like that shit. And I don't mean like he can just go in there and knock a motherfucker out, but he fight emotional, but it's like Earl Spence. Like the distance, when they get at that perfect distance that they at, it's gold, bro. When they land the shots, when they landed them shots, bro, that's just how they do it. Like they pressure fighters, bro. You know what I mean? So like when you get right up in there, enable them to let they shit off, bro. If you in range of that fire, bro, you better watch out for real, cause that's the type of power Mel got. He got some for real power. He touchable and they body get to moving different. You know what I mean? He knocking shit out, flipping motherfuckers upside down. And Castano, and we seen he could do it with Castano. Now, like I'm giving him the edge to come in there to make the better changes for the win. I do think Castano still could win, but I think he gonna be able to make more of the changes, like especially like toward the end of the fight, he was able to do that. So if he able to really figure out the fight at the end of the round, he gonna pick that shit right back up soon as the bell ring. He just gonna pick up where he left off. I'm gonna start breaking this motherfucker down just how it was at the beginning, kind of like that shit, with Andre Ward when he fought Kovalev that first time. Like, Kovalev gave it to him at the beginning, but toward the end, the more and more the fight went on, he figured him out. Like, yeah. Or even Tyson Fury when he fought Wilder the first time, when he said Wilder knocked him down in that 12th round, he figured out, yeah, I know what I need to do to whip this dude ass. So I think it's kind of like that with Charlo. I think he figured it out in that fight. Like, damn, I know what I needed to do to really beat him, but he didn't do it from the jump. So,
yeah, correct. Yeah, correct. Still, yeah, man. He made it. He said he's been doing this for homework,
bro.
Hey, hey, that's the original Mexican monster. Okay,
Mano de Piedra.
Now, why that don't look like his mouth? That look like somebody don't look like fake teeth.
Photoshop that bitch.
Yeah, look like
shit. Don't kill me.
Who
Don't
hurt
kill
more
me,
than
man.
Roberto
Please.
Duran,
come fight
Panama.
now? My boy G-Ball. Everybody saying Kush.
Hey.
Everybody saying no soft spot picking Castano.
Man, everybody picking Castano, but see, that's why I wish Charlo was the fucking underdog. This shit even Steven. But I ain't gonna lie, man. Shit,
Damn, it's just me and Q. We just going for Jamel.
somebody want to bet? If I take like a
Pigeon,
couple,
hold
I'll
on.
take like a couple bets though.
He
for
Pigeon.
sure.
I know he's Panamanian, but he's also half Mexican, bro. One of his parents is from Mexico. That's a fact.
Yes. So if anybody you know, Kush, you know,
His dad, bro.
Dad
His
is
dad,
Mexican.
his dad, his dad was Mexican. His dad was Mexican American, but he was in like in a military base over there in Panama.
Yeah, they met his mom. They met his wife. They met his mom in it. You get me?
A Panamanian. He half Panamanian, half Mexican, bro. Shout out to Roberto Duran, bro. The real Mexican monster.
Roberto Duran.
Kush, you got my number. Holler at me. You know what I mean? Hey,
Mano
Billy.
de piedra.
Hey, young Billy, when that fight get close, man, you already know. You already know I'm gonna talk to you.
For sure.
You know what I mean? You know I got bud, so you already know. I know you want to take some. Yeah, so.
Hey, did you vote on my poll today, bro, about who gonna win out of Bud and Spence?
Yeah.
Yeah. You did. You voted. That's a lot.
Sure did.
I pick Spence.
Oh, did you pick Spence?
Shout out to Battling Shaw as well.
OD, you over there with them too? All right.
I'm a Texas boy, dog. I gotta support my Texas boy. I got Arrow, bro. I got Arrow.
So,
he from Texas.
We got OD, we got YB.
OD from Texas.
Who else? We got IB, YB, H Buddy, OD. Who else? I remember this shit.
Hold on. What you mean? IB? How you put me in the Spence?
You over there, big bro. You over there. We're gonna knock y'all. We're gonna knock Earl out.
Look, you don't want me to
come knock his
ball,
cheerleader out. We're gonna come knock
you don't want me to
Charlo out.
fuck
I'm sorry,
ball, bro. That's
Q,
what
but
it
we're
is.
gonna knock Charlo out too, Q. We're gonna knock
bro,
Charlo
that's
out
what it
too.
is. Okay, he's got 100. Look, so it's 60% Bud, 41% Spence, 59% Bud.
More people been voting those Spence because when I voted, it was 38% Spence.
Okay, yeah. So they must have the late money must have came in on Big EJ.
Nigga said the late money must have came in.
Thank you. You know about the late money. The late money must have came in on EJ, bro.
Hey, yo, me, because when I voted, that shit was like, nigga, Bud was like 80%. Nigga, I was like, damn.
Hey.
Yeah, that shit gonna be crazy. Damn, I can't wait. But I know the reason.
I'm the only one right now. I'm the only one in this panel going for Arrow.
Yep.
Man,
nah, I got. Hey, look, I said yesterday I got Arrow by UD.
Oh, you're a sad man, YB. That's what I said, fam.
Hey.
What are you talking about, man?
Hey,
he said, I'm a Bud guy. I like Bud. No, that Arrow from. You're an Arrow guy.
Man, Bud gonna get the, you know what I mean, the nod on that, but man, I know that, man, yeah, that shit gonna be crazy. I can't wait. The press conference gonna set the tone. I want to see how they set the tone when the fight.
I want Charlo to be there so Bud can get onto Charlo as well.
Charlo better do what he needs to do. They probably announced the fight like after Charlo. You know what I mean? Is it in what fights they got lined up after Charlo and shit?
Nothing, man. Nothing really, man. Nothing too tough, man.
Just Tank.
Yeah.
Tank later that month. So yeah, they dropped Tank, so they don't give a fuck. Well, they ain't dropping, but I heard he ain't losing.
Fulton versus what's his name, Roman.
So
that Fulton card, David Morrell, the co-main.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like I said, they can announce that shit.
Oh, you got Parker and Andrade. You get me right? So I need to give me some money.
Oh yeah, Parker and Andrade. Yeah, Parker and Andrade.
On BT Sports or some shit.
Yeah, and then Boazzi versus Richards.
Yeah, Boazzi beat out Richards, and then you got Benavidez.
Speaking of that, hold on. Speaking of Boazzi and Richards, Eddie Hearn said the winner of Boazzi Richards might fight Canelo in December. I said, what the fuck?
That's some bullshit, man. Boazzi ain't ready for no Canelo, man.
They say Canelo gonna fight John Ryder or Boazzi Richards in the UK in December, bro. What the fuck is that?
And this guy's talking about, we want to fight for the people.
Who the
Oh,
fuck
yeah.
is Buwatsi and Richards, nigga?
No, Boatsi's a killer, my boy. Boatsi's a killer, my boy. But he's not ready for no Canelo Alvarez and them guys there.
Nah, he ain't ready.
He fight at 168?
No, 175.
He can fight, but
175.
I mean, he only got 15. I think he's only 15-0 or 16-0 still.
Yeah, but he ain't ready for no fight. They were
See,
talking, he was meant to fight
I
Bivol.
want Canelo. I want Canelo if he's gonna fight somebody in
Hey,
December against Alter
let me
Berbiev,
ask
bro.
you this. Let me ask you this. If Canelo go over there, y'all think he can sell more than Fury White? Y'all think he can put 90-some thousand out there?
No.
What?
No.
You don't think Canelo could go to the UK and put 90,000?
No. Depends who his darts partner, isn't it? If it's John Ryder, then no.
What if it's Buwatsi?
Possibly. That's the only reason why they'll get him to fight Buatsi, because you get me. Eddie Hearn loves the dollar sign. You get me. He loves the green, innit? You get me. Eddie Hearn loves the green.
He needs to fight Alter Berbiev,
Canelo
bro.
sold 70,000 with Billy Joe out here.
If he beats Bebo.
Yeah, if.
What? That's a 50-50 fight.
That's a 50-50 fight for me.
Yeah, 50-50 fight.
I'm going Nello on that one, bro.
I ain't going for none of them motherfuckers.
I have no fucking idea. I have no idea.
Kingpin Nello,
It's gonna be
bro.
a hard ass fight, bro. If I can bet my money on that motherfucker.
OD Shelton dropping me another $100 on that one, bro. Shout out to OD Shelton. He love donating.
Another Honda.
Yeah, he donating to the cause.
Another Honda.
Yeah, another $100.
I ain't gonna lie, that should be crazy. If Canelo try to fight fucking Richards or fucking, come on, man, motherfucking John Ryder, come on, that's coming off a Triple G fight, a fight that a lot of people they don't even want to see that fight. Really, you know, a lot of people are mad about that Triple G fight. So you come off a Triple G fight, and then you go fight a fucking Richards or somebody like that, or Buwatsi. Y'all cool with that?
No, I'm not cool.
No.
I'm cool with the big. I'm cool with the Bebo fight, but not the Triple G.
No, I'm cool with Triple G. I'm cool with
Triple G. Richards? What about Buwatsi? What about you know what I'm saying?
I'll probably give a shot to Buwatsi, but not John Ryder. Just Buwatsi.
If it makes money to them, then it makes sense. They don't give a fuck about us.
Buwatsi is not that good, bro. He's not like that, bro. Please, he's not even a champion.
He is like that. He is like that.
IBO. So he gonna fight for the IBO belt. That's what it's gonna be.
Buwatsi is like that. Buwatsi is like that. Buwatsi is like that. I'm telling you. Buwatsi is like that. He's a killer. I'm telling you.
Hell no. Who we fight?
You don't know any of the fighters that
I'm
he's
just
fought.
asking who did he fight?
He ain't fought no one of any relevance. He hasn't fought anyone of no relevance. He ain't fought nobody of any relevance. But it's just the same like Boots. It's just like Boots.
Nah, hell nah. Boots, he beat Lipinets. Come on, bro.
But then I want to give
Boots
a
beat
chance.
Sergey Lipinets. He beat Thomas Delorme. Fighters that we know.
Hold on. Did you just compare my man to Boots, bro? Did you just compare my man to Kingpin Boots, bro?
Yeah, what the fuck? What do you mean?
Boogeyman Boots, bro?
Yeah, he'll fucking beat the fuck out of Boots up.
Hey, listen, Canelo getting his money. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, bro, like, you really want to see that fight? Are you serious?
Pay-per-view Canelo versus Buwatsi for $70. I mean, for $60 plus pay-per-view. I mean, his own subscriptions, bro. Fucking no. And I love Nello, bro. Don't get it twisted. That shit he ain't moving right to me. If that's his next fight after Triple G, I'm not gonna fuck with it. I can't fuck with it, bro. Not when you got.
Bro, you're gonna watch the Triple. If Canelo beats before, you're gonna watch the Triple G fight, YB?
I don't know.
I ain't watching that bitch.
So what if he fucks up Bivol and then he fucks up Triple G? Who do you want to see him fight next?
For me?
Yeah. Arthur Beterbiev, Joe Smith.
Arthur Beterbiev or Joe Smith. Whoever wins in the summer, he can fight him in December.
He said he wanted to unify at 175, so that might be, you get me? That's also chit-chat like Craig Richards and
sometimes, like you say, they chit-chat a lot, bro. We don't know what the hell's going to happen right now. But I know the Triple G fight's over there, but we don't want to see no... If I know Beterbiev is not in the contract, but it's between John Ryder and Buwatsi, I prefer fighting Buwatsi than John Ryder. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know about that. John Ryder just came off a win off Daniel Jacobs, but Daniel Jacobs is not Daniel Jacobs no more. So I don't know about that.
My boy Zerto fighting May 14th. Oh, who is he fighting?
Who's
my
Zerto?
boy, yeah, Zerto. My boy said Kevin Fuentes says Boati's a bronze. Yes, but he's still. I haven't seen him do enough to think he's ready for Canelo. It's not no disrespect to him. I just haven't seen him do enough.
He ain't ready for no fucking Canelo Alvarez, man.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
He's fighting all European competition and that, man. He ain't fighting nobody of any relevance, fam. You get me?
Yeah, I don't think he can fuck with Canelo. That's not no disrespect to him. But I rather much see Beterbiev get his shot then.
Yeah, in December he can fight Beterbiev.
Yeah, Beterbiev. I think Beterbiev gonna fuck something up.
You have to see with that.
I think Beterbiev can beat Joe Smith.
Let's say if Canelo would have fought like this, if he were gonna have the schedule better, he could have fought. He could have fought what's his name, Bribo, Zurdo Ramirez, and Beterbiev. That would be badass. If the schedule was like that.
Who going for Bebo?
Them niggas want paid. Eddie Hearn out here putting on shit fights. Ain't nobody buying that shit.
Oh no, Memphis, you hate Eddie Hearn, boy.
Yeah, he's selling sheetrock. Tell that nigga step it up. Fuck going. What's wrong with Eddie Hearn? Selling that bullshit. Telling niggas to buy it. Y'all gonna buy that bullshit too.
Come on, hey, Cassidy talking about it's a good fight. Fucking Buatsi, come on, when he could fight Benavidez or Charlo. Come on,
No.
bro. Or
I never said that's a good
Beterbiev.
fight.
He could fight Beterbiev, Andrade, any one of these guys.
Well,
but come on, Josh, and then you come on.
I never said that that's a good fight for him.
I'm saying he getting his money. Okay, it's some bullshit though.
He's a good fighter. Boatsi is a great fighter.
You said Canelo should fight Boatsi.
No, see, no, don't push these narratives. I never said that. No, Boatsi's not ready for Boatsi. I just said Boatsi's not fighting anyone of any relevance. He's not ready for no Canelo right now.
I'm about to say
if they wanna throw him to the Wolves, they go throw him to the Lions, then go ahead, innit? You get me?
Bro, he was supposed to fight Vlasov, bro. Vlasov would have.
Yeah, exactly. They said he's not ready for Vlasov. So why they said he is. Virgil Hunter said he is not ready yet. He needs another year or two to get a world title shot. So
Hey, look, I understand what Canelo gonna do. He gonna fight the winner of Buatsi and Richards for the IBO belt. So if
he can't do that.
If he will be a unified champion at 175. If he beats Bivol for the WBA, then fight for the IBO, makes him a unified champion, don't it?
A duck, make him a duck.
The IBO, y'all don't count that shit.
Yeah, I count
that.
I count that.
Besides the winner of Better Be and Joe Smith is a duck.
He said he wanted to unify. He said he wanted to.
Fuck that Eddie Hearn contract. The same way he put out that Golden Boy contract. Go fight Better Be, bro. That's the only fight we want to see.
Better Be or Joe Smith. You get me? They got to fight first.
All we want to see is undisputed. Same way we want to see Crawford versus Earl. No other fights in between. We'll make that fight. Same standards, bro. No shit change.
Hold on, Method, man. You can't fight everyone. You have to fight one guy at a time, man. You can't fight everyone.
You fight Bivol, you beat Bivol, go fight Better Be.
That's what I'm saying. The brother has to fight.
You need to fight Bud.
The brother has to fight 7 guys. The brother has to fight 7 guys. Benavidez, Charlo, Andrade, fucking Beterbiev.
Nobody.
He has to fight like 10 guys.
Nobody ever said that. Everybody always said just fight Benavidez when you at 175, 168. You want to go to 175, you fight Better Be. All these other guys came from Eddie Hearn and all these other. Like, I don't know where the fuck that shit came from. He was at 160, you go fight Andrade or Charlo. He was in the division with the 168. You fight Benavidez, and ain't none of them fights happen. 4 guys that when he was in the division ain't never happened. So for the fans, it's for the fans. And it's the legacy. You fight Better Be. Beat Bivol, you fight Better Be. I don't want to see nothing else. I don't give a damn about Triple G.
Hey, Memphis fam, Better Beef has to fight Joe Smith. I ain't counting out Joe Smith. You feel me? So
I don't give a damn who win that fight. You go fight him. I don't want to see nothing in between. I don't care if no Triple G fight. It ain't worth my money, my eyeballs. It ain't worth my brain processing. You know, unless you're a fan. I think that's a fanboy fight. That's not for the fans. That's a fanboy fight. Lots of fans don't want to see that shit. You want to see undisputed. We want to see an unstoppable force. Then Better Be against Canelo.
Man, after David and Charlo get through with these tune-ups, are they gonna fight?
I Hell no.
Why
You
not?
said Devin and Charlo, nah.
Plant gonna get up in that mix.
Who gonna fight Plant?
Benavidez.
Supposedly, Plant wants to fight Anthony Darrell.
Oh shit. Nah, man, fight Benavidez. Fuck all that.
Yeah, fight
Benavidez already said it. Benavidez already said it. I think in everything boxing, he was saying that that Plant's gonna fight Anthony Darrell.
But he fight Darrell if he get past Darrell, because everybody talking about Benavidez fighting Darrell. If he can't get past Darrell, go fight Benavidez. It's because you got in there with Canelo, don't mean you're gonna beat Darrell. Styles make fights.
I know that what Benavidez said.
Yeah. If he win, go fight Benavidez. I don't know about y'all.
I'm to the point, Method. I'm to the point now, Method, where I really don't care like who Canelo fight. You feel me? Like, you know what I mean? It got to that point. I seen Mayweather do the same shit. You know what I mean? I seen Mayweather fight Andre Berto, but I mean that was later in his career. But you know what I mean? At the end of the day, I think Canelo, he's gonna do what's best for his pockets. You know what I mean? Take less risk. Why fight fucking better beef when I could fight Joshua Buatsi for the same amount of money for an IBO belt? Hey, and they gonna count that IBO. Yeah, the IBO. They want Canelo to represent their belt. They gonna make that the fifth belt. It's gonna have to be 5 belts now to be undisputed.
Hey, Floyd and Pacquiao fought for that title too, bro, for the IBO.
Exactly.
But
we seen Canelo change boxing with the franchise belt. So he take this IBO belt, make it a real belt now. It's a real belt, nigga. You see it.
Cambosis
said that. Hey, I realized, bro, that Roy Jones was an undisputed champion.
Cambosis said that belt that Suleiman made allowed him to make movements. He said, fuck all the mandatories, push them out the way, I can make all the big fights. So that belt that Cambosis has got, that franchise shit, that seems to be the new belt now, according to Cambosis and Suleiman.
Devin gonna throw that shit in the trash. But the same way everybody said Devin would be ducking and this and that, if he don't take this and that less money, he fight here for undisputed, right? But he gotta do this, take this less than all this other shit.
Man, I can't knock Canelo for going after that IBO belt. When I see other fighters do it, I seen other fighters do it.
I think Boot
got the IBO.
I gotta do it.
He tried to get it, but that
no,
was
he don't have it. He don't have it. He got some. He got some.
The reason I got to knock because we see Devin going for greatness. We see Bud going for greatness. You see what I'm saying? Canelo gotta go for greatness. You gotta go fight better beat. That's all fans. That's all fans need to be saying. So who the fuck? What?
Why does he have to? Why does he have to?
Bud already became undisputed. Usyk already became undisputed, and they still going for some more. Like, come on, man. This shit don't stop. Ain't no excuses. You gotta go fight better beef.
Hey, now I'm really starting to like that fight. The more I think about it, Canelo versus Joshua Buatsi in the UK, in the fucking UK at Wembley Stadium, nigga. That shit gonna be lit, nigga. You feel me? For that IBO in the unification, Canelo making history, bro.
No,
and now he's gonna unify. Why would Canelo unify with better BF for less money? He could fight fucking motherfucking Joshua Buatsi for more money for the IBO and still be a unified champion. You know what I mean? It's called work smarter, not harder, my nigga, for more money. It's a business man.
I never heard that before. Niggas
my God.
I just heard niggas talking crazy about Devin Haney and Bud. Now son Canelo get fast. Hey, no, so ain't no backing about this. Ain't no back door for this shit, buddy. Ain't no back door for this smoke, boy. You gotta fight that nigga, man. Ain't no back door. Ain't no back door, buddy.
Wow, that's it.
Anything else is a duck. Anybody defending that? I'm like, man. Woo, boy. Hey, man. Gotta fight him. Gotta fight. Gotta fight him.
So you saying he's a duck? You saying if he do that, he's a duck? Come on, man.
Yeah. Gotta fight him. Bud already been undisputed. He going for that two-time undisputed. Then want to go for 3-time. Devin Haney, he going to go fight Cambosis in Australia, and he took less money.
I don't think Canelo is ducking. He doing what's best for his pockets. Now they offering him more money to fight these guys in the UK, bro. You know what I'm saying? He getting more money. How much is they? Top rank, they known for low balling fighters. Why would he go to top rank to get low ball, nigga?
Yeah, and that was David Benavidez' fault for not.
You seen top rank? They just low ball Devin Haney shit.
Hey, Method.
Y'all niggas sound crazy right now.
Hey, Method, why didn't Benavidez go fucking fight Beterbiev?
But nigga, that ain't got nothing to do with the topic. The topic is why Canelo ain't going for undisputed.
Right.
You said he's.
I agree right there. Why did Foot don't fight Beterbiev to become undisputed? I said that shit in the beginning.
If he fight
Beterbiev, bro,
you gotta go for undisputed, and that's it. That's
that reason.
If Benavidez cannot make 168 in this last fight, bro, he needs to move up to 175.
It sounds like
move up and fight Beterbiev.
Energy the same, bro. I've been here with niggas saying, "Oh, Devin ain't gonna do this. He gonna duck
Hey, Method, why isn't Benavidez going to fight Beterbiev at 175 when he had the opportunity?
Hey, y'all gotta stop the narratives, bro. Stop the narrative, man. You gotta fight Beterbiev for undisputed, man.
No, I'm asking you, why did Benavidez not get? He had a chance to fight.
Canelo could have fought Benavidez for undisputed.
Forget that. He's fighting Bivol.
Canelo could have fought Benavidez for undisputed. We seen Josh Taylor fight Jack Catterall for undisputed. Put them titles on the line.
That was his mandatory.
Don't shit change, bro.
That was his mandatory.
Y'all changed the narrative for Canelo.
That was his mandatory. That was his mandatory.
Like, I might want to play back down the crazy. Y'all won't be able to play back down the crazy.
That was Catterall was Josh Taylor's mandatory. You had to fight him.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
No. Josh Taylor could have just dropped the titles and moved on up.
He's not gonna do that. What do you mean? That's his mandatory. He has to fight him. He has to fight him.
Hey, Josh Taylor's gonna fight another mandatory,
Josh Taylor
right?
could have dropped the titles. He already became undisputed and moved on up. That's a fact.
To do what? To fight who?
Whomever the fuck else. Anyone at 147.
He ain't getting no shot at the title. So what's he moving up for?
He could easily just move up.
And do what?
Benavidez can move up. Benavidez can move up to 175.
So you want Josh Taylor to get in the way of Errol Spencer? But
Canelo ain't got to Josh Taylor fight Beterbiev. That sounds crazy.
So did you want Josh Taylor to get in the way of Errol Spencer and fucking Buck?
I actually wouldn't have minded him fight Virgil Ortiz.
What the hell?
You go to 147, go fight Virgil Ortiz. You gonna get acclimated, go get some work with Virgil, you know.
That was happening. That was happening. He was in MTK Global and top rank. MTK Global and top rank. MTK Global's fucked now. So that fight isn't possible. That was happening.
He ain't got to stick around with MTK Global. He could have just went over there and said, "I want that Virgil fight." They'd have took that fight easily.
Oh, Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor wasn't doing. We know Josh Taylor wasn't doing that.
So that goes back to the Canelo topic. So y'all know Canelo ain't gonna go for undisputed.
He is.
He said he's gonna go undisputed. He already said it. He's gonna go undisputed.
Y'all saying y'all cool with him not fighting Beterbiev if he does beat Bivol.
He said he is Method. He said he's going to.
That's not what I asked y'all. Y'all keep saying no. The Buwasi fight is a better fight than fight for undisputed.
No, I didn't say that. I said he's going to fight.
Beterbiev wasn't in the contract, bro.
No, I'm saying fuck that contract. Fuck that contract. We want undisputed.
No.
It's not fuck that. It's not fuck contract.
Like I already said it. I already said it.
Okay, go ahead, OD, because I want to.
I already said it like this, bro. I want him to fight Beterbiev in December.
Hey, Method, let me explain, bro. Canelo is getting paid more money to go fight Joshua Buwati in the UK in a unification for the IBO. He getting paid more money doing it. He getting $60 million to do that.
Yeah, it's not fuck. That's what I'm saying. It's not fuck that money. That's what I'm saying.
It's about the
that's
money.
Generational wealth. That's generational wealth.
It's the better fight, but what's better for Canelo's pockets? The zone offer more money, bro.
It's about generational wealth. Yeah, it's not fuck generational wealth.
Hey, what's up? What's up, 150? What's up, bro? You come here, you haven't say shit.
All right, so the Devin Haney. All right, y'all sound crazy, bro. Like I'm saying, like hey man, I have a great memory, bro. Like we was talking about Devin Haney, it was fuck your money, Devin, and you already got money, right? And Devin ain't got Canelo money, right? It was go be for fight for legacy, but now when it's Canelo,
I mean, I'm not saying it's right method. That's all I'm saying. Why he's doing it?
Millions. Canelo
I got you. You holding him accountable. I see what you're doing, but I'm just telling you why it's going to happen. That's why he's going to do that.
I'm not denying that. I've never said that it's not going to happen, right? Because I expect I expect that from Eddie Hearn. That's why I'm like, I don't watch that shit.
Bro,
But I
that's
expect that from Eddie Hearn. You get what I'm saying? I expect that from DAZN to make trash fights. Nobody wants to see that shit. I want to see Better Be and Canelo rumble in the jungle. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to see the best fighting the best. You know, I don't get a piece of that cheese. You know, that don't make me want to turn my TV on. That make me want to go the fuck outside and do some shit. That's not nothing I want to waste my damn watch. I don't want to see a Triple G third fight. I don't want to see a Buatsi or Richards or John Ryder. I don't want to see that shit. That shit ain't even.
What about Canelo? What about Canelo Zurdo?
I mean, again, it's not Better Be, bro.
I'm just saying Canelo Zurdo for his mandatory.
The same way we put hella pressure on Earl, hella pressure on Bud, hella pressure on Devin, hella pressure on Cambosis. Nigga, Canelo gonna get that pressure.
Facts. And the thing is, and salute to the panel, man. What's up, everybody, man?
What's up, Ryan? What's up, Ryan? It's been a while, bro.
Hey, absolutely, OD. I was just listening to you cook, bro. I was rocking with damn near everything you were saying. 150, what's going on, my brother? Cass, what's going on? Method. You know what I'm saying?
What's up with it, right side? What's good?
H Money, my brother. Dude, so this is the thing,
I like
man.
cooking that Jumbo Louisiana, bro. That's what I like to do, bro.
And that jambalaya be hitting. But look, so this the thing. This the thing, bro. The same way we on Tank Davis head right now for not making the big fights. You know what I'm saying? We on Devin Haney. We on Devin Haney. If he wouldn't have took this deal, I'm a Haney fan, and I would have been pissed if he wouldn't have took this deal, even though it's a horrible deal. You know what I'm saying? That's how we got to keep that same energy with Canelo, bro. We got to keep the same energy.
Nah. We got to keep the same energy with every motherfucking fighter, bro.
With every fucking fighter. Agree. I agree with that. And the thing is, man, it seems like, man, it's individuals trying to protect this man, put him in protective custody when he's a fighter, bro. We don't need to protect him. We need to see him in the ring with the best. At the end of the day, after Bivol, I don't want to see the Triple G shit. Now, if it's Better Be, I would love that fight. If it's Charlo, I love that fight. If it's Benavidez, I love that fight. You know what I'm saying? But with the way Canelo is able to move and to command and make the fights that he wants to happen, because out of everybody, when the last time we seen him being actually held to a mandatory? You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, this man can move. He the face of boxing. He can move how he want to. He should be making big fights, bro. But he should be making big fights. If he's not making big fights, we need to hold him accountable for not making those big fights. Go ahead, bro.
I don't believe in that face of box. I mean, we ain't got no people's champion right now. That's not what the people want. He came out his mouth saying with the people ain't calling for that shit.
And real quick, hold on. And this is the thing, man.
We want to boxing is crying for people's champion. We need a people's champion.
He did say that shit, bro. He did say that shit. He said he wants what the people want. He say that shit.
Now, let me ask this though. Hold on, real quick, Cass. So when Canelo come out and say he not gonna fight no other Mexicans because, you know what I'm saying, he don't want to fight his own countrymen, but then come out and say that Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence need to fight each other, which they are countrymen technically. You know what I'm saying? That's a double standard. Would y'all consider that a double standard?
If there ain't no double standard, then there wouldn't be a double standard at all.
I know.
I mean, in that lane, yes.
I don't really care about that shit.
That's what I'm saying,
about you bringing up Bud, about you bringing up Bud and Errol Spence fighting. You know what I'm saying? Because he said he wouldn't fight another Mexican. If American fighters wouldn't fight, you know, if Errol Spence and Bud don't fight, that's the biggest fight they could possibly have. You know what I mean? So I think that's a different discussion. I don't know, bro. I don't get that one.
I ain't asking a different discussion.
I don't get that one, bro.
It's a double. So I just don't understand the same way he's saying, you know, Benavidez, and I'm half Ecuadorian as well. So you can't call me your countryman, whatever. I want to fight.
And Benavidez is Mexican American, so he didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? Like Benavidez ain't born there. Benavidez from Phoenix.
Let me ask this right side. Let me ask you this.
Zurdo was Mexican. Zurdo was a Mexican. Zurdo was born there.
He's from Sinaloa, bro, with the bad boys.
Yeah. He is. And McGee is a Mexican. You get what I'm saying? McGee is from Tijuana.
So Canelo running from Zurdo is what you're saying?
Nah, come on. Nah, he ain't running for Zurdo, bro.
Nah, Zurdo ain't did shit.
Bro, he not worried about Zurdo, man.
Zurdo ain't did a motherfucking thing, bro.
What this fools need to do, bro? All these fools need to stop fighting each other. They want to get they want to fight with that fool.
Well, Better Beef has the last piece. Well, he will.
Better Beef is the guy. Better Beef is the guy I want to see. I ain't gonna lie. Like, it's not that.
That's what I want to see.
It's not that I don't like.
Listen. Well, okay, let me ask you like this: like, why is it Better Beef is the guy? I want to see that as well. But then I want to ask, why is it Better Beef that you guys want to see? When Better Beef, he hasn't fought Bivol yet, and he hasn't fought Zerdo yet. Let him get past Zerdo. Let him get past Zerdo and Bivol, and then let's see what's happening.
Nobody saying Earl ain't for Keith Thurman.
Why does a three? Hold on. Why does a 3-belt champion got to get past Zerdo before you fight Canelo? What the fuck? He got 3 belts. If he beat Joe Smith, he got 3 fucking belts.
Zerdo's top 5, top 3. He hasn't fought him yet.
Hold on. Why does Beterbiev have to prove something but Buatsi don't?
But I told you already, Buatsi's not ready. He still has to get up in there, man. He's fighting guys like Dos Santos and Ryan Ford.
He okay with that fight. He ain't okay with Beterbiev because he need to prove he need to beat Zerdo and Bivol. But if Canelo beat Bivol,
let it play out, bro. Let it play out. Let's see what he's gonna do with Bivol. Let's see what he's gonna if he goes to Bivol.
Hold on, OD. Let me finish what I'm saying. If you go beat. If fucking Canelo beats Bivol, why does Beterbiev have to go back door and beat Bivol after Canelo beat him? If he got all the belts.
No one's beat anyone yet. No one's beat anyone yet. YB yet. You get me? No one's beat anyone yet. Let's see if
Bostic ain't a good win. Marcus Brown ain't a good win. And if he beat Joe Smith, that ain't a good win.
Yeah. I already said that.
Marcus Brown, bro. The way Marcus Brown.
I already said I want to see that. But I'm just saying to you that you lot are saying that he's the best at that weight division. He's the best.
Nigga, yeah. Let it
play out, bro. Let it play out.
Because if Bivol beats Canelo, you lot are gonna say, "Oh, I want to see Beterbiev and Bivol now." So then I don't know. That's what I'm saying. You can't. I don't get it. That's what I'm saying. You can't say that yet. You can't say he's the best yet.
But if Bivol, that's if Canelo wins, though, bro. We saying if Canelo wins.
But if who's the best at 168 then?
Look, we wanted to see Bivol versus Beterbiev first. Like no shit, but Canelo's fighting Bivol. So no shit.
Exactly.
But
so then
if Canelo beats Bivol, it's like a mini tournament. Joe Smith versus Beterbiev, and Canelo versus Bivol. It's like a 4-man tournament.
You already crowning the guy, though. You already crowning the guy.
I want to answer your question. I want to answer your question real quick. Your question was why do we want to see Beterbiev fight Canelo? The reason is because of the style that Beterbiev.
Right side. No, that's not why I asked. Why I asked is why are you crowning him already the best at the weight division when he hasn't fought everybody at the weight division?
Ain't nobody crowned him the best at 175.
That's what you lot said. You lot said that he's the best.
I am. I'm saying
Method 150 and YB said that he is the best at 175.
I'm saying he is. Beterbiev is. Even if Canelo beat Bivol, Beterbiev still the best guy. You got to go fight. You got.
But where? How though? How? Zerdo's still there.
Matter that's like
it does matter. He's 43 and 0. He's 43 and 0. He's had double the fights that Beterbiev has had. What are you talking about?
Why don't he get in there with Beterbiev, bro? Why he's never tried to push for Beterbiev?
He's with Golden Girls. He's with Golden Girls.
Even if I believe
he's not making no fights with them.
Hey, but you realize? Hey, hold on, Cass. Do you realize he left Top Rank? Who Beterbiev works with right now?
Facts.
Come on now, bro. Stop playing. Zerdo left Top Rank. He was on Top Rank. Where you think he fought Jesse Hartnett at?
And I like Zerdo.
And I already showed him. Sudo left because he wanted more money, bro.
Right,
that's a problem.
Forget all that, Butch. You're getting off top. The main point is Earl and Crawford are fighting for undisputed. Devin Haney can't both is fighting for undisputed.
Charlo, Earl and Crawford are fighting for undisputed with their fight hasn't been. What the fuck?
Although Canelo
ain't been announced yet. When did they fight? When did they fight Method? When did that fight? Where did they fight? Where they fight Method? I want to know where they fight.
We know they're gonna fight, right?
I don't know that. I don't know that.
We know September, December, all the extra shit with in betweens. It's if you beat that guy, he beat that guy. You don't need to fight. Eddie Hearn needs to be like, hold on, like let me step to the side and put all that bullshit. That shit can happen later in life. You see what I'm saying? That nigga Canelo was still young as shit. He's 31. He's the same age as Earl, Charlos, and all them other young niggas, yo. Like y'all act like he 40 something. Yo, young as shit. He got to fight. Beterbiev. That's the biggest fight of his career.
Oh my god.
That's the biggest fight of his career.
That is not the biggest fight of his career. What the fuck?
Bro.
That is not the biggest fight.
Everybody thought Billy Joe who was gonna beat Canelo, Everybody thought
Right,
Billy
me,
Joe.
how's
that the biggest fight of his career?
Billy Joe's a bum, but Better Beef again is the biggest
Man,
fight.
Billy Joe's a bum.
Bro,
Look at his
if he
resume,
Better
bro.
goes
Beef,
up
God
to
Better
damn.
Beef becomes
cruiserweight
the biggest
and
fight of his
smacks
career,
up
bro. 'Cause
Mukabu or any of the
Salvador
champions there,
Sanchez,
that's
bro.
his biggest
Salvador
fucking
Sanchez, bro.
career
He
win.
could have, if he wouldn't die, Salvador Sanchez Jr., he would be the best Mexican fighter of all time.
I like Salvador. I like him a lot.
Bro, you know what Roy Jones say, bro? He had the best boxing IQ, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shit, my old man was telling me about him, bro.
What up? What up? What up?
What up, bro? What up, bro?
Puro.
Same old.
Puro.
I heard you guys were asking about like the people and stuff like that, and it seems kind of confusing. You guys want to know what motivates a Mexican-born fighter? I could tell you guys.
Talk to
I don't really. I just care about boxing. I really don't want to get into the Mexican and all the other shit. Because then people get involved.
That's all good. But somebody said yes.
I just want to talk boxing.
Who, me? It was me.
Somebody said
it was
yes.
me.
No, I mean, as long as I heard one yes, I'm good.
I want to know as well, Puro.
I just want to talk boxing. Like
Let
everything
me
else.
fix my mic. This is what this is.
Yeah, Puro's don't worry, bro. Puro's
I
talking
just say that
boxing,
when
fam.
my old man was telling me about Salvador Sanchez and all those fighters in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, I learned from my old man too. Yeah, Salvador Sanchez. Yeah.
Jose Napoles. I know he was Cuban, Jose Napoles, bro, but he
Jose
became
Napoles,
Mexican.
yeah.
He became Mexican citizen. Yeah.
He did.
He was from Cuba.
Well, anyways, it's actually really quick, so it's not going to take long. So it doesn't matter who it is, Canelo, Chavez, Salvador Sanchez. The motivation for them is always country, nationality, the flag. That comes before anything and always first. You get what I'm saying? So when it comes to like what the people want, they literally generally only listen to, especially fights that the fans want to see, like in general, they only really listen to like the fans in their hometowns or like the general consensus.
Or Ruben Olivares. Yeah, Ruben Olivares.
That's because for them, like it doesn't matter who it is. If it's just fill in the blank. If it's a fighter from Mexico who has success, like generally the people for the most part, the people in Mexico feel it's a win for Mexico. It doesn't matter who the name is. Like it could be H Money, as long as he's born in Mexico, or like Mantequilla Nápoles, that he became he endeared himself to the Mexican people. They take him in, and so like literally doesn't matter who you are. It's just you're from there, you're born there, and you always put the country first. You get what I'm saying? So
even the Charlos, bro. Even the Charlos say, man, we go over there, man, we get so much fucking love.
No, but my thing is this, bro.
This better be smoke though. I want to know about this better be smoke. I ain't trying to get sidetracked. This better be smoke. That's all, man.
Canelo fought Alvin. What his name? Alvin Yildirim. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Did the Mexican people were they supporting him fighting that fight?
No, they criticized him for that fight. But unfortunately, and they still do. Like Canelo's a bit of an anomaly where like there's still a section of fans that give him a lot of hate. They give him a lot of they give him a lot of shit, and that's a whole nother story. But yeah, no, they criticized him. I mean, his fans and his detractors as well. But at the end of the day, he still beat him, and at the end of the day, for them, it's the win. Every time Canelo wins right now, especially since he's generally regarded as the best fighter in the sport. I mean, you can ask somebody, number one or number two. Like every time he wins, it's like a source of national pride. You get what I'm saying? So like I've seen some channels criticizing Canelo said that Bud and Errol should fight for the people, and then a lot of people are like, well, who's Canelo and blah blah blah. And in my opinion, I don't know. You would have to ask Canelo this, but Canelo was just telling them to not telling them what to do, but like literally do it for me.
Agree right there, bro.
Like do it for me and method. Like because unfortunately, like Mexican Americans, sometimes we get included as being like Mexican. Sometimes we don't. It depends on the kind of the person. But like literally, like Canelo is saying, do it for us, the Americans. Like make this fight for a guy like me that was born here. Or I'm assuming OD, you're from Texas, right?
Yeah, from Texas. But my parents are from
Atlanta.
my parents.
Saying do it for us.
No,
yeah, but my parents is from the state you were born, bro.
Why can't it just be for boxing? You see what I'm
Hey,
saying?
bro, we just
That
want to
shit,
talk about
all the
we
other
talking
shit,
about culture,
all
bro.
the other shit
We talking
only,
about little culture. We talking about little culture. We talking about little culture.
all the other forms of division, you know, it only motivate the racists, the prejudice, the niggas that just hate other people. You get what I'm saying? When the motherfuckers say do it for the people, I personally look at it like for the boxing. Make boxing great again, you know, bring boxing to this golden era. No matter where the fuck you from, I think every man can. We got war going on right now with the Ukrainians are fighting for that flag. So again, it's bigger than just Mexico. It's bigger than just the U.S. It's bigger than Ukraine. Like my guys,
It's bigger. It's the world.
This
You mean
is
the world?
boxing, bro. Like when he's saying do it for the people, the same way I'm saying with Canelo, they do that for the people. You know, that's all around the board. Like nigga, like if that's why I keep saying the people's champion. You see what I'm saying? If it's only just for a certain demographic, that's not
See,
boxing,
the
bro.
Rock is the people's champion. The
That's
Rock.
not boxing. You see what I'm saying? Boxing needs to get back where it's for all the boxing, where it motivate the American can motivate the Chinaman, where the Chinaman can motivate the Mexican motivate the Italian. Like boxing needs to get back to its essence. Like, this shit today is just all over the place. It's nutty.
And this
Again, for the people, it's ours.
I agree with Method. I agree that regardless, and that's kind of why I asked the question because the way I look at it, like Crawford versus Spence, that's the biggest fight in boxing right now. I don't give a damn what their nationality is, right? I want to see them fight.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something, right side. I'm gonna tell you something, too. I mean, it is. Puro, you still here?
Brother, I'm just letting y'all cook. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. One thing, bro, I don't care who I go for. I don't even go for the Mexican fighter, bro. I just don't give a damn. I just want to see good fucking fights. Because look, bro, I just want to see good fights. I don't care who I'm gonna go for. Because the only thing I notice, bro, the worst enemy of a Mexican is a Mexican. That's it. You know that, Puro. You fucking know that.
No, that applies here. You know, Mexican in here in the United States and a Mexican over there. But which is funny that you say that.
You know why I'm saying? You know why I'm saying that, bro? You know why I'm saying that,
exactly
bro?
what you're saying there.
Yeah, you know why I'm saying that, bro? Wait, let me cook.
Right,
You know why I'm saying? You know why I'm saying that, bro? Every time when I'm working construction, fool, there's always this motherfuckers trying to fuck this fool over and trying to pull somebody's fucking position away. That's why sometimes, bro, I don't give a fuck about nothing, bro. The only thing I give a fuck about is my family, my 2 little baby girls, me, and that's it. If I love boxing, cause I love boxing, bro. That's it. I don't give a fuck what nationality it is. But I'm gonna tell you this straight up, bro. I love my culture, bro. I love my Mexican food. I love everything. Yeah, I love everything about it, bro. But the only thing I give a fuck about me is just me, bro. That's it. But they're always gonna be pieces of shit people, bro. They're always gonna be pieces of shit Mexicans, piece of shit black people, piece of shit white people, bro. I don't fuck with the pieces of shit, bro. You know, they don't. I don't fuck with them. I don't fuck with them.
I wish that was
Yeah,
true
most
for
people I would say don't either. My bad, Method. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wish that was true for everybody because we wouldn't be having this again. It's an irrelevant conversation, you know, and we keep it boxing at all times. You don't think the bullshit, you know, because easily the conversation gets turned this way, then that way, it only fuels other bullshit. Again, like I said, it's all about getting boxing back to being great again. You see what I'm saying? I can understand again, like I think somebody in the chat said the Olympics. Yeah, the Olympics is this, that, and the third. It's the nation, this nation versus this nation. But we talking about boxing today in the professional business. You see what I'm saying? It's about that face of box, not the face box, but that people's champion. Like everywhere around the world, they can feel this guy. Like they understand this guy is putting on for boxing. You get what I'm saying? Not just for the hometown hero. I mean, some people can feel that, but like everywhere you go, like, yeah, this guy did boxing the right way. We don't have that right now, you know. And when Canelo does say do it for the people, I don't think he's just saying American. It's legit all over the world. Like this the fight Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence is a fight that could be similar to Canelo versus Better Big. You know, whereas though like everyone can just respect. You have to respect.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like anything else, you just can't respect. Because if that's the problem, you see what I'm saying? There's no other answer to it. You know what I'm saying? Like you fight Better Beef, a nigga gotta respect it. If Terrence Crawford Earl fight, you gotta respect it. That mean any fighting Cambosis, you gotta respect it. And that's like they're fighting for like who's a big, and it's only leading to boxing being in that golden era, being great as it used to be. You see what I'm saying? That's why I keep saying it's bigger than just that small tribalism shit. Like that shit gotta go.
Hey,
you know
Method.
The only thing I give a fuck, bro, is all about the green, bro. That's the only thing I give a shit. The green.
Everybody got
sign,
green, but I'm
baby.
saying
Money
we all
sign.
get money, so boxing just need to get great again, though.
Hold on,
Money gonna be there.
let me ask you something, Method. Do you think there is and I believe you answered it, but I want to make sure. Do you think there is a people's champion right now, as far as not a country, the people? Do you feel there's a people's champion right now?
No.
Yeah.
But the last the last people champion, bro, it was Manny Pacquiao, bro.
No.
Nah, he was, bro. He
Not for
was.
me,
He
though.
was.
Not for me.
It was
Nah,
Ali.
he was, but he was in
Ali.
the Philippines. He was in the Philippines, the people champion in the Philippines.
Ali, again, that's the Philippines. It's not like, no,
Yeah,
Ali.
but I'm talking about country. Yeah, but he was the people champion in the Philippines.
Ali was the last people's champion.
When we say the people's champion, we talking about the sport of.
Bad. It might have been. Yeah, it was Ali. I think Leonard was on his way and he fell off.
But
you talking about the people champion in the world?
Yeah,
Ali
yeah.
was the people's champion.
The world people champion. The world, not one country. The people's champion. Any boxing fan can rock with you. You know what I'm saying? Outside of your nationality, who was that last people champion? Method said,
Even Zlatan.
For me, it was it's
you know
Canelo right
who you know who Zlatan Ibrahimovic is?
I would not say. I would say Chocolatito is a people's champion. He's one. I think Nonito Donaire is a people's champion. I think.
Yeah, I would say so.
So like
for me.
Monster to a certain extent, to the extent that he's known, but he's not really well known. But like Nonito, guys like that. Like,
hey, Smoke. But the thing is with that, the problem is even for me, I love boxing, but it's hard for me to keep up with those lower weight classes because they end up being so close and individuals end up moving weight so easily. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not disagreeing with you that those individuals you just named are people's champions. What I'm saying is
if you just say
but everybody got their own. Everybody got their own opinion, bro. You want to put some fighter? He's a people champ. He's the people champ, bro. If Canelo's gonna be the people champ, he's the people champ.
If you keep it to the glamour divisions, then it would be Usyk. I would say would be the example of a people's champion in the heavyweight division.
Not for me.
I was, and all I was going to say is I'm talking about in those larger, like he said, the glamour divisions, quote unquote. You know, who would be at that level? Nonito, definitely. Chocolatito, I rock with both of them. You know what I'm saying? I rock with a lot of those smaller fighters.
What about Usyk, bro? He's the people champ.
I like
out of anybody, right? I think he'd be leading the charge out of anybody.
I like Usyk. So
for me, just the way I am and the way I came up, I can only call somebody a people's champion if he came from the United States or Mexico.
Nah, come on, bro. He has to be everywhere, bro. It's not only one country.
No. For you, it can be anywhere, and I don't fault you for that.
At one
for
point,
me,
was the
pride to have a champion that is American
from
or
that
Mexican.
narrow,
For me,
from that narrow viewpoint, then I would say the people's champions would be Errol Spence and Canelo Alvarez.
Yeah,
but as well. I mean, I see.
What about Charlo? What about Charlo? What about Charlo?
I mean, he could get there.
Like the Charlos, bro. I don't like the Charlos, so.
But the Charlo got 3 belts. My man's got 3 belts though.
Yeah, no, I mean, it all kind of, I guess, depends on your perspective on who you want to like.
They're the
And he's from Texas, my boy.
I'm good.
He's from Texas, my boy.
Hey, I'm good. He's the people champions in Houston, bro. I'm good with that.
Hey, yo, no, you chatting shit, fam. You didn't say Charlo.
Houston versus everybody, bro. Houston versus everybody, bro.
If Nathan was saying that, like, it doesn't matter to him, like that, I'm cool with that. I mean, like, literally, I respect that because that's his point.
I'm just cloudy, bro. I'm just cloudy. I'm just capping right now, bro.
No, I know. I just like literally, it's like for me, it's a little different. But like somebody like born in Mexico that feels the same the way I do, like they don't take it as a joke. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, but Chavez was a people champion, bro, in Mexico.
Shit, what happened, brother?
Hey, Chavez was a people champion in Mexico. Bro.
No, definitely. I mean, like, wow. I mean, the ultimate.
I like Chavez too. I like Chavez.
In my lifetime.
So what right side you don't think Floyd Patterson and that was a people champion?
Yeah, no, well. I
don't think so, bro. But
Smoke.
A lot of people hate him. A lot of people love him.
Smoke. You should know. Yeah, you should know, fam. What he wasn't a people's champion.
No, he was not. He was like, he was considered to be like kind of soft for real, and like kind of protected. He was like he was a like kind of a suburb kid. He wasn't like from rough and tumble. He was like a nice kid.
Okay.
Oh, but I mean, I didn't watch him like live, but I mean, that's one of the champions that I'm very proud of. You know, that he was American and he was a champion. So I would say he's a people's champion to me.
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think you understand what I mean by a people's champion.
Yeah,
Though.
like
I think that's why he was kind of like
a good crossover champion.
Go ahead. Method, like break it down.
That's why I think Coco kind of said it. It was like Ali. You get what I'm saying? Like what he did, you know, what he stood for, and then what he did in the ring, and then what he did outside the ring. You get what I'm saying? And it was just like
that's the next level of a people's
you get
champion.
What I'm saying? It was kind of like no flaw to the man. You get what I'm saying?
Well,
that's the next level of a people's champion.
Like he didn't want, like wait. Like he didn't want to go to war and everything.
Let me land the plane. You get what I'm saying? And that's why I said again, that Leonard came, and it was like damn near no flaw outside the ring, but inside the ring we saw the Hagler shit. You get what I'm saying? A whole bunch of other shit. You get what I'm saying? And he let it go. And then even in today's time, I mean, there's a lot of guys. Some of them saying the smaller guys, I mean, they cool, but it's like it's still that it's like a little bit of tit for tat with that shit. You get what I'm saying? You know, they not. It's more to be done in boxing. To bring boxing back to like how Ali kind of did. Somebody got stepped into that realm, and they got to take all the hits, but at the same time, do the hitting back. You get what I'm saying? That's Ali. That was definitely Ali. He took a lot of hits, and he gave all that back.
So Ali was a controversial figure. He became like worldwide beloved after he was boxing. He wasn't like the champion that everybody loved while he was fighting. It was like he had a love-hate relationship with a ton of different kind of people, but like people around the world really loved him, like because he represented sort of the downtrodden and like everyday man. But even that was just a portion of his career, right? I don't know, but Ali was like the idea that you were like instead of being for the establishment, you're for the rank and file person. He definitely like championed the cause of the little guy. So I mean. Yeah, however you take it, however you want it, you know, like but some of the little guys are really like patriotic, right? So some people felt like they had to fight in Vietnam, and he was like taking it, you know. Anyway, whatever. All that shit. That's like.
I hear you.
I guess it's really hard if you're gonna put Ali as the standard for it, people's champion, because literally nobody did what Ali did. So
nobody ever meet that standard.
That's the standard for me, you know, or like the ultimate standard.
But I don't think anybody can ever meet because of what he did outside of the ring and what he did in the ring. I don't think that anybody will ever live up to that standard.
You can't have that as the standard. Like
that's why I said my bad. The ultimate standard, you know, like literally, you have to beat that to like literally become like what you should have. Everybody should have and for me, like I see it through like an American or Mexican lens. Like literally, me because he was American, I'm American. I could be Ali. Like
and to me,
he was like
that's
me,
why,
you know.
To me, that's why I say Ali is the face of boxing. Like, I still to this day say Ali is the face of boxing. Like all.
What about Joe Louis? What about Joe Louis? What about Joe Louis?
No. Joe Louis represented like our what is it like the integrationist, like kind of like Jackie Robinson, right? The guy that like white America could stomach, so he gets a shot.
Yeah, but everybody, but the biggest fight for him, it was against that German dude.
I mean, not really. People just say it because the German dude beat him in the first fight. But you know,
but they were cool.
The biggest fight for him was James Braddock because that was the first time a black guy got a shot at the heavyweight championship title since what's your boy name?
The one from Galveston. The one who's from Galveston, Texas.
From New York.
Yeah, Jack Johnson, right?
Oh, Jack Johnson. Yeah,
Jack Johnson. My bad. Yeah, Jack Johnson. Yeah, they got the statue over here in Galveston, Texas. And his house is still there, bro.
Yeah. James Arthur Johnson. The Galveston Giant.
The Galveston Giant, yeah. He's not far away from me, bro. Like fucking 50 minutes away from my house. 40 minutes.
Where you at in Texas, OD?
Oh, Houston.
Okay. I gotta get to Dallas, bro. I'm a Cowboys fan, so anyway, that's outside of boxing. Y'all
Cowboys suck. The Cowboys suck.
Man. Hey, bro.
Cowboys suck.
Don't start that shit. Tonight.
Hey, bro.
Cowboys suck.
I know my team sucks, bro. But I'm a Texas fan, bro. I'm gonna keep
fucking the Houston. Oh my god, you don't traded away your franchise Dallas Cowboys are shit. Ezekiel Elliott just sucked all your peas. He just legalized
Anyways,
bank robbery.
keep it
Yeah,
boxing.
keep it boxing. Let's keep it boxing. Yeah, right side. Trust me, boy. You don't want me to get on that. You don't want me to get on that
Hey,
football,
Cass.
boy.
Hey, Cass. What football team you go for, bro? What football team you go for?
I'm a Steelers fan, innit? I'm a Steelers fan.
Oh, he a band rider. He a band rider.
No. That's the first.
Hey,
That's
man, let's get back to boxing, though. What's up with y'all, man?
We talking
Sad,
shit, man. And it's crazy. I fuck with Cass the long way. So,
yeah, sad, man. What you man know about Paco Villa?
You say who?
Pancho
Villa. He was good.
Pancho
Villa.
What's
Yeah,
up,
Pancho Villa.
You know,
Pancho Villa.
You know, Pancho Villa was supposed to put on the fight between Jess Willard and Jack Johnson.
No shit, for real?
Yeah. Just finding that piece of
Where
information
Smoke?
out now.
I don't know, but wait, let Smoke cook that story. Let me hear that shit.
Oh yeah, man. Pancho Villa was supposed to sponsor that fight, but then the State Department put Pancho Villa on like one of their like terrorist watch list kind of thing, and so the fight had to go to Cuba.
Facts.
Yeah.
Oh no shit. Hey, Pancho Villa didn't fuck around, bro.
First ever Asian world champion.
No, we're talking about Pancho Villa, the freedom fighter, not Pancho Villa, the fucking the boxer.
Wait a minute, Smoke. You were saying that Pancho Villa, the freedom fighter, was supposed to put on a boxing match?
Yeah, he's
That's
supposed
what
to
I'm
put
thinking.
on.
Oh shit, I did not know that, man. I'm gonna research that. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's supposed to put on Jack Johnson versus Jess Willard.
Fucking
Damn, for real, man. I didn't know about
crazy.
that
I gotta
shit,
check that
bro.
out,
That's
bro.
fucking crazy. I gotta check that shit out too. I didn't know about that shit.
I didn't either, man. I didn't either.
Yeah,
I mean, I know a lot about Pancho, but not everything, you know. But
like
that's a
Jack
cool
Johnson was in Mexico during that whole like revolution thing. He was like fucking with the Yaqui Indians. He got his train hijacked. Like you should like check out his time in Mexico. It's like
Was he not people's champion as well?
No, I'm definitely gonna check it out because I know that Mexico's usually you know, when back in they did all that fuck shit in the United States, Mexico was a safe haven, you know, for a lot of you know, brothers and stuff. Like I remember when they had the Negro leagues when they were in intermission, they would go play in the Mexican leagues. You know, a lot of them fought in their cultural wars.
At that point, like Cuba and Mexico was still part of like Spain and part of the Spanish. But anyway,
no. Trust me, I know a lot about my parents' heritage. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so before he went to Mexico, he when he first left America to escape his charges, he went to Europe, and while he was in Spain, he took up bullfighting, and bullfighting was also like kind of big in Mexico. So
still is
right. So he actually got a contract to be a bullfighter in Mexico, but he was Jack Johnson too. So he had anyway. So they put on an exhibition for him. He was a bullfighter. He was in there fighting fucking bulls and boxing. He had some like exhibition matches. But yeah, Pancho Villa
fighting bulls in it.
Pancho Villa, that's crazy. That's what's up, man. That's what's up.
Pancho Villa con sus dos viejas en cada orilla.
General at the time, I can't remember the dude's name. The guy who was running the country. Like Jack was hanging out with that dude.
I think Victoriano Huerta. I think.
Yeah, it was Huerta. It was Huerta, bro. It was Huerta.
There you go.
Yeah, it was Huerta.
Yeah, he was kicking it with that guy. Like you know, he was rubbing shoulders with all the hobnobbing with all the who's who in Mexico.
Yeah. Probably trying to yeah, man, get make friends with Pancho Villa. We want to fucking kill him.
But he'll cut the fucking ears off, bro.
OD.
What happened, brother?
I ain't heard your opinion or your breakdown on this yet. I'm changing the subject, but I ain't heard your opinion on it. I want to hear it. Who you like in the Bud Crawford Spence fight? Who you got?
You don't see what I put in my Texas One boxing? I got Arrow.
Well, I can understand that. Now break the fight down though. Why you like Arrow? Or
we'll see what happens, bro. Because I like how he was fighting right there, bro, fighting the inside. You know how Crawford, he struggles fighting the inside sometimes.
Yeah, not all the time. He grab on the inside.
The only time I saw him fight good in the inside was against Victor Pascal. That's the only time.
Yeah, and Victor Pascal is a much longer fighter than he is, so it was to his advantage.
Yeah, but he was clinching in the inside, and he was using lateral angles and everything to fight Victor Pascal. But that's the only time I fight. Last time I saw him fight him in the inside. But I got Arrow, bro.
Man, I think I ain't picked the fight yet, but damn it, I'm gonna have to go ahead and say Errol Spence because it's so many fanboys of Bud Crawford out here that goddamn, I gotta bet they ass just to shut their ass up, bro. This shit out of control, bro.
Hey, if that fight happens, bro, I'll bet somebody here in the chat.
You know,
man. Hey, I'm definitely not a fanboy. I'm definitely not a fan.
Fanboy.
Yeah, you can,
I'm
but I'm not a fanboy of Bud. But come and donate, right, son.
I know I got Texas Run Boxing, bro. I know I just post Texas Run Boxing, bro. I just want to be capping. That's it, bro. I just want to be bullshitting around.
Don't worry, man. OD, man. Come and donate some of your Texas Trust Fund over here as well, man.
Man, so
me?
Cash, you got
shit, over here we got oil, bro. We got barbecue. We got all this shit, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Cash, you got
Texas is cool. I've been there twice. It's cool.
Yeah, I got Bud, man. I got Bud winning it. You get me? We let the best man win.
We'll put 100 on the Cash. I got EJ just because you got Bud. What you want to do?
No problem about that. We'll discuss. We're
gonna discuss terms in negotiations right here, buddy.
All we gotta do is send the money. You know what I'm saying? We'll send the money to H, or we'll send it to whoever you want to send.
No, H don't like getting involved. Don't worry. We'll talk about off this and speak to YB about it. Don't worry.
Out. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about like, do you trust to get payment? You know, to me, like if I trust you enough to even make the bet with you, I'll give you one shot. After that, I'll never make a bet with you again.
I'm a man of my word.
Bet with anybody I done bet with, you can ask about my record. My money is good, bro. My money is always good.
Yes, don't worry about Sam. You're gonna donate
this money from you on this Devin bet right side. We'll see if the word is good.
What you want to do with the? Hold on, what you talking about?
Remember, we made the Devin
No,
I believe that's what I said. YB, I have to check the cash app, but I think that's what I said.
Yeah, I sent them the same. I believe it was 100 on it. I agree with that.
Okay. Yeah. But our money's in. Oh, actually, never mind. Right side, our money's already in. Never mind. We're not going on word, you know. We're not going on word.
Like I said, our money good, bro. If we gonna bet, that's why.
Our money's already good. Yeah. And anyways, like we bet before when we didn't like send the money, but I paid you, so my word is good.
I know money good. But this the problem. I ain't lost a bet yet. And so I ain't had the opportunity to pay nobody, but my money good, bro. I put it up front.
No, it's already up front. Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, I put mine up front, bro. I put mine up front.
No, Bud Crawford's got some train. He's got a train coming towards him, boy. He needs to come and stop that train. That chainsaw. It's like Errol Spencer's got 2 chainsaws on his shoulders.
Man, let me ask you that. What y'all thought of, Bud is helping out Shakur. Right. For the
Keyshawn as well.
And Keyshawn, correct. He in the gym. Both of
Jared Hurd as well.
I didn't know Jared Hurd was in that same. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's helping Jared Hurd. He's helping out like 6 of the big boxers. I forget who the other 3 are, but no, Bud, man, he's cool. He's a cool dude. Looks like he tries to spread the knowledge,
Bro, I respect Bud, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. It's crazy because I love Bud. Like Bud is one of my favorite fighters. The problem is his fans. They get under my fucking skin, bro.
Bro.
In my opinion, the problem is I can't be a Bud and an EJ fan. I can't be both. It's like they want you to pick a side, and then if you don't pick a side, then you strap. Bro, man, I don't know that shit.
Right side. Why you You're the first. You. I think it's only me and you. We're going for Arrow, bro.
Right? Yeah. Right side. Why you got
Arrow? Pudo.
Why you got? Pudo.
You going for Arrow too, Pudo?
Yes, sir. I'm not betting no money, but yeah, that's my prediction, Earl. Yeah.
Why are you free? Why have you free got Earl winning the fight?
I'm gonna tell you why, and I'll go first. My problem is with Bud. You know what I'm saying? And I like both. I always got to say I love both fighters. And if Bud win, I have no problem with Bud winning the fight. I love both of them. My thing is when I look at we always say styles make fights, right? The problem's gonna be for Bud is staying on the outside, using his lateral movement. Once it becomes an inside fight, I don't like it for him. And then when he gets caught, he like to trade. When he get caught, he want to fight your ass. And that's one of the things I love about him is that he has that dog in him. When he get hit, he want to fight. I like that, but I don't like it in this fight for him. And the reason being is because I think Earl is the heavier handed puncher. You know what I'm saying? I think Bud can knock your ass out his knockouts come from timing and accuracy versus power. And so if it gets into the inside, and I think it will because Bud like to fight so damn much that Earl is the better inside fighter. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing is if you look at the punch rate, you know what I'm saying, the punch output from the two fighters, Bud usually throws 30 to 40 punches around. You know what I'm saying? Errol Spence throw 80 punches around, 80 to 100 punches around. I'm going with the puncher, especially if he's the bigger puncher. And I think Errol's the bigger. I think he's the better body puncher. And I think that he may not have that knockout artistry that Bud has. And the reason is because I think Bud has better timing and accuracy than Errol does. The problem is,
So you think it's gonna be like a Hagler and Leonard fight?
I don't like to compare. I don't like to compare errors and fight styles like that. But if I were to say it, I could see that. I could see it. You know, Marvin Hagler was the bigger puncher. He worked the body better. Sugar Ray, you know what I'm saying? He was the more accurate, the faster puncher. I could see that comparison, but I don't like to compare I don't like to compare those fights just because I think fighters bring so many different attributes to the ring, and you know that's the only reason I don't like to compare them. So, but I could definitely see that comparison. I could definitely see it, and in that comparison, Bud would be Sugar Ray, and Errol would be Marvin Hagler.
Hell no.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Hell no, bro.
I was distracted, so I didn't hear. But I
Yeah.
think you and OD should have a talk. It's free smoke time.
Yeah, on Free Smoke Friday.
Hold on, me who?
Free Smoke Friday. What are you talking about? It's free smoke every day here on H's Money
Oh,
platform,
yeah.
bro. Come on now.
Did I?
I thought Friday is free smoke.
Oh man,
No,
wait.
because we got
Nah, it's every
tradition
day.
right
Who's
there
that,
with black
Rachel?
and brown.
Luke.
We're black and brown. We always have Free Smoke Friday shit.
Rachel
Not
donated.
here, but when there's special guests, we
Yeah.
tone it down. Tone it down.
Hey, no,
It's okay.
real quick, I'm turning up.
okay.
When Rachel come in here, she told me last time. She said, "Don't tone it down, turn it up." I'm turning up on Rachel
It's
tonight.
dope. It's dope.
Dude, I've been up like for a minute because of the Casemiro thing.
What happened? What I heard that it was because he was in a sauna in the UK. Is that true?
He was in a sauna in the UK.
Man, that's some. Oh God, don't give me.
They
That's
have
why.
some rule or something like that. I heard.
Yeah, they
So
say you.
here's the thing: is there is no written regulation or rule.
Then where the hell the rule came from? How he get kicked out the
Yeah,
fight?
that's BS. Isn't
It's a guideline.
Oh God.
And the guideline, I will tell you, gentlemen, that when we fought Burnett, we were given the guideline. It was 5 pages then. That was 2018, I believe. And they give it to you fight week when you arrive or earlier, and you have to countersign it that you received and you understand because it's not in the rules and regulations.
If it's guidelines, is it rules and regulations? I don't understand
It's
how.
not in it.
Then how the hell is it? Okay, but they're kicking the man out to fight for it.
They set up this whole how do I explain this? They set up this whole story. Do you believe that Casemiro is 114 pounds right now?
No,
Or then this week?
he wouldn't have been in the sun if he was.
Exactly. So what they said was he weighed 124 on Saturday, which I know they got there Friday. So Saturday was the first check, and then the second check was Tuesday. On Tuesday, okay, so the first check, 124, he signed the weight check. On Tuesday, the guy had him step on the scale, which is a commission scale that they bring in a suitcase. Stepped on the scale, it said 114. When it said 114, they didn't have him sign. They didn't have his signature that says, yes, I acknowledge I was 114. And a video was passed from, you probably know who, recorded him in the sauna and passed it to the commission. So because they're saying that they weighed him at 114 and that he lost 10 pounds in 3 days because of the sauna, between those two facts, that he's unhealthy, and it's a complete BS setup. I mean, I know, like I said, I've when we fought there in 2018 and we got past that dock, I looked, no rules and regulations. That was 2018. From 2018 to 2022, you're going to tell me that you never updated the rules and regulations? Their medical conditions are on page 23 of the PDF that's downloadable. It's not there. And they say, well, you should know. Okay, that's BS, because if the law's not written down, how are you supposed to know about it?
And correct me if I'm wrong, y'all were looking forward to fight Casemiro after he went out in this fight, right?
Yeah. And that's why I was like, this is BS. This is, like I said, like I'm about the fighters. I'm about, fair play. We will take, we want to fight him in the ring, not outside of the ring. So, I had several people from their camp calling me and asking me about the rule. And I was like, did you not get the paper? They're like, what paper? I was like, if you didn't sign a paper that says that you can't be in the sauna, you didn't know about it. And he was like, if I knew about it, don't you think I wouldn't have lived it? I was like, well, yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, let's all talk about this. Do you think that a 118 pounder that's struggling to make 118 would go down to 114?
Right. I don't know, man.
I'm just reading it right now.
I saw it earlier today, and I was kind of confused about it because I was kind of on the same tip where, if you know that that's the rule that you can't be in the sauna, why would you live stream it like on Facebook? Like, why would you do if you know that's the rule? But that's why I don't know if they know. But if you didn't know the rule, if that's still on you. Like, I don't know. I wish it wasn't a rule, but it's just one of those.
But it's not a rule. It's a guideline.
Guideline. But
it is a guideline. It's a guideline over here in British Boxing Board of control. Yeah.
But how can I be removed from because of a guideline? Like if it's not a rule, that's I don't know. It almost is like never mind. I ain't gonna get into that. But I just saying how there's a rule is a rule. A guideline is saying this is what you should follow. If you don't follow it, it's on you. You know what I'm saying? Like how can you rule for that?
They're playing this rule. I mean, like, I know a lot of the games that's been played in the last week itself with Casemiro has been complete BS. And I actually got in a fight with Sean Gibbons' little attack dog in the Philippines, Mark Yao. Earlier today, we were on live on someone else's live. I caught him on live, and I was like, okay, let me up. And the guy who had the stream let me up, and I was like, I just want to know, like, what is your issue? Like, can't you guys just let Casemiro go? Like, literally. And I was like, I just have a question. I go, who was representing Casemiro versus Tete in the UK? And he goes, it's none of your business. I go, you can keep saying that over and over, but just answer the question, because everybody knows the answer. It's public record. And he's like, it's none of your business. I was like, so Sean Gibbons. He's like, it's none of your business. I was like, so you're telling me that he used the sauna during the Tete fight, and Sean knew about it, but he didn't say anything about it. He didn't tell him about the rule, because Casemiro can barely read English, barely speak it for damn sake. I was like, so Sean knew.
I thought Sean Gibbons was a good guy, but
yeah,
that guy is.
I was gonna say you had Sean Gibbons out of character today, huh? What you saying? Go ahead though.
Out of character. Dude got kicked out of Oklahoma, got kicked out of Top Rank for the things that he did. What makes you think it's out of character?
Oh, it's all the way in his character. okay, my bad.
It's deep rooted.
I've heard a lot of people talk about Sean Gibbons as a very good guy. You know what I'm saying? As a lot of people respect him, that type of thing. So I wasn't thinking that way about him, but I will say.
Oh, so here's the fun part. So me and as his guy Mark, we're going back and forth on live, and he's like, "Don't act like you didn't talk shit about Casemiro." I was like, "Yeah, I did. I called him fat. I was like, I did this." Yeah, I was like, and he's like, well, I was like, you're the one who keeps wanting to expose my text messages with you. And he's like, I was like, do I have your permission? And he kept going around it. Finally, I pissed him off to the point where I'm like, I read one of his text messages out to him, and he goes, "Just show the text message." I was like, "Okay." So I live streamed the entire stream, and in there, where Sean was saying, "Viva Casemiro in October, Viva Casemiro, Champ Casemiro," all this BS was because Senator Manny, had talked to Sean and said, "Stop, be nice to him, and help him out." But behind it, on that text message that was sent to me, was a screenshot of Sean posting gay pictures, photoshopped gay pictures of John Riel Casimiro,
Wait
his
a
own
minute.
fighter he's
So,
supposed to be helping.
so he what you saying? And I'm just asking. He fabricating information is what you saying. He fabricating information. I'm just
Yep.
asking. I'm asking the question.
Yep.
The boxing game.
That little thing, this goes so disgustingly deep, and that's why I feel bad for Casemiro. This is exactly the Rolly case that we were talking about. That whole case about the girl.
Yeah, I was about to ask about that. He's still in that case with that young girl.
There's no charges.
Good, Rolly good. They dropped all the charges against him.
Oh, Rolly, they dropped the charges because they didn't find anything.
Right.
Casemiro's case, his lawyer never received anything. There's no charges. There's nothing to respond to. But these guys had decided to keep talking in the Philippines, and they accidentally, or maybe purposely, I don't know which one it is, had said that MP Promotion Sean Gibbons is funding the case of this girl versus Casemiro.
Why would he do that against Casemiro? What is his?
Because he wants him back.
So is it what you saying? It's about signing the contract.
It's about a contract that was never signed because they lost the fight against Morris East. Morris East was the rightful manager.
Ooh. Man, the boxing game is dirty. It's dirty.
I've never seen it this dirty. You know how you always hear like, "Oh, this happened and that happened, and this guy's trying to sabotage a fight." It's this dirty. This is so dirty.
And it's crazy. This going on the same time the MTK shit going on. You know what I'm saying? Like all of it. All is just man.
Well, so MTK is, they said no, right? They're gone.
Yeah. Well, they said they're going that they
Provello. They're going everything with Provello. Supposedly.
But they not shutting down, bro. It's too big of a company. They still got their gyms, and according to them, all their gyms are independently owned, which is probably true. But my thing is okay, MTK Global may be shutting down, but they definitely gonna reemerge as somebody else, in my opinion. I could be wrong about that, but in my opinion, they're gonna reemerge.
Well, they left because of the CEO stepped down, right? And then the whole thing with
Kinahan.
With Kinahan. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were taking too much heat for that.
Well, you done got banned out the United States. You got a $5 million purse on your head. It is what it is. We can't afford to do business with you.
I mean, I thought gangster stuff already stopped. Promoting and fight. Like remember, like the Italians, they used to run boxing in the 40s and the 30s and the 50s.
You think Bob Arum ain't locked in? Bob Arum locked in, bro.
I don't know, bro. I'm just asking.
This is strictly my opinion. These are not facts that I am talking about. I want to make sure I don't want to I want to put it out for your show, H. Man, Bob Arum, he has his connections. Ain't no way he comes out a week before and be like, "Hey, we not doing no more business with MTK Global," and not know exactly what was going on. He knew exactly what was going on. That's why he tried to distance himself from it. It's the business of boxing, and in my opinion, is very crooked, and it's been crooked for a long time. I think it's actually more crooked than it used to be. You just got the right individuals in the right companies that you can work with versus having individuals in hood gangster companies as far as the mob goes.
They were getting on Mario. Sorry. Go ahead, Rachel.
Well, don't you think it was funny that all of a sudden Arum denounced him, right? And then he admitted to giving Kinahan $1 million for each Fury fight. But he was supposed to be Fury's advisor.
Right.
So it's like a
What
what
was
is
he?
it called? A
What was he?
conflict of interest.
But what was he advising Fury on? Oh, never mind. I ain't even gonna get into that. I agree with
Really?
you. I
Well,
agree. Conflict of
you know,
interest.
he's representing. Okay, let's just say he's representing the fighter, right? In these contract negotiations, and then Bob's giving him money on the back that Fury didn't know anything about. So, you know, I'm not going to say that Fury signed for less, but was he pushed into that direction because Bob had gone a back route? Like that should be completely, you're not supposed to take money if you're representing a fighter. That's a conflict of interest.
And that's why Bob. That's why he distanced himself from the situation because
But,
we got.
hold on. I have a quick question.
Hold on, let me. I'm just gonna say you got to look at where Bob came from, who he done worked with. He know individuals that's with the U.S. District Attorney. The man got a little tip that this is coming down the pipeline, and what he do? He distances himself a couple weeks before everything hit. How do you know to do that if you don't have those connections? Go ahead, Smoke. My bad.
I thought that promoters paid managers and then the managers paid fighters, or does it the promoters pay the fighter and then the fighters pay the managers?
No, so the commission, when you get so you have to supply and sign off, right? So you supply the contracts to the boxing commission. They and then you sign off as a fighter that you acknowledge the contract and how much is supposed to be given out of your purse. They take it out and split the checks. So it's not to say that the promoters pay the managers. It's coming out of your check based on the contract, and the commission hands them out.
So the commission is the one handing everybody their check out of for their allotment. So
correct.
It's not on anyone's. So even when it comes to the trainers, are the trainers paid by the fighters, or is the commission paying the trainers too?
You can't.
Go ahead. Sorry,
Yeah, mostly by the fighters, because not a lot of the trainers like stay by a set standard. Some of them stay by, they can. If you have a complete, let's be honest, managers have contracts, promoters have contracts, trainers rarely do. Strength and conditioners rarely do. They base it on word, and when it's based on word, it's based on when the fighter gets paid, his check gets cleared, and then he pays off. But it's rare that a trainer would actually have a contract on hand to give to the commission to get their check cut out, because of the fact that they just, look at all these boxers that go to different trainers. A lot of them, like, let's look at Ryan Garcia, for example. If he had signed a 2-year contract with his trainer, he would still need, unless there's a term in there that says, if I decide to leave, you will not get a portion of this purse. Most of the time, there is no set contract for trainers.
Mm-hmm.
So
fighters get paid. Go ahead, Smoke.
No, just another, like a follow-up question. When you have like a multi-fight contract for X amount of dollars, is it allocation still the same way, or is there any kind of like when it's a lump? Or okay, so when you have multi-fight contracts and it's for a sum, does a person who negotiates that contract, are they getting their portion from the allotments from the commission still?
No. Well, if it's the manager that negotiated the contract, then it would be from the fighter's purse, taken out from their purse and handed to them by the commission. They'd sign it down, and you'd sign down that was a deduction from your purse. But most of you're talking about the multi-fight deals. The multi-fight deals are negotiated to, I know it says like, maybe let's just say like $1 million for the year. It would break it down into, your first fight is this, your second fight is this, and your third fight is this. That's why they always say a minimum, because the minimum is negotiated in a multi-fight deal. But depending on the opponent, it can move up a scale.
Cool. So I didn't mean to like bore everybody with the with this like
No,
mundane
no.
and like the Byzantine nature of boxing, but I heard you say something and that it like challenged the understanding that I had, and so I just wanted to clear it up. I'm glad you said it because I didn't know that it was commissions paying everybody.
But and Rachel,
Well, commissions holds the check, right?
Right, exactly. I didn't know that
Yeah.
they were like escrow. I guess they're the guarantor. But I guess the checks are really going through the commission. That's really the
Yes.
newsworthy the thing that I didn't know that at all.
And Rachel, correct me if I'm wrong, but even though the commission, like you said, the commission is holding the check, the overall check, but if say, and these are hypothetical numbers I'm throwing out here, say the trainer is getting 5%, the cut man is getting 3%, whoever's getting whatever, that's on the contract. That's on the contract. That's what the commission would they would pay that out to those individuals, and then the fighter would get their piece of it, correct?
Correct. If it is in contract.
Right.
But I can tell you so many times that we've been with, we've hired different cutmans when we didn't have Basil. We've hired, different trainers, and it's all based on word.
So the trainer,
So like if you get so if once the commission hands you a check, if you feel like your check isn't correct, do you then go back to the commission, or do you go like to your manager? Like what is the
You go back to the commission because you have to sign off on all the fees that are deducted. You say this is not right, I'm not signing for this. They need to cut me out a different check. They messed up on, let's first say, the purse deductions, tickets, purchased tickets against the purse.
So
If you don't
the
have,
arbiter for this whole process.
they watch everything, and you have to sign for it. So if you don't agree with the deductions, you don't sign for the check, and you're like, nope, this needs to be corrected. You need to get me another check.
who the hell who runs the fight? Oh, excuse my language. Who runs the commission?
The state commission is different in every
state. Yeah.
And that's my problem. No, go ahead. Never mind. I'm not getting into that. Go ahead. I'm trying
like
my
some
best.
of them, like a bunch of them are like for profit now, right? Like the commissions, they earn money off of these fights, like Nevada now. So it's just like everybody has their own agenda, right?
I'm trying to keep you clean, Rachel. So I'm not asking we gonna stay clean because we need no detail to move correctly. So I ain't mad at you.
Yeah, boxing's it's an interesting game, but when did you guys say that? I don't know if it was in the comments or not, but someone said that Aram came out with it before everyone. I thought he didn't come out with a statement until the 5 million bounty was on.
It was until after. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't until after.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the thing
what he said was he knew that he was a crook the whole time. But that's how
of course
Bob
he
always
said
does
it in 20. Was it? He said in 2020. He said that he didn't. He knows about his alleged criminal past, and he's just going to stay in his lane, and it doesn't bother him.
He said it ain't gonna change nothing, even though I know it ain't gonna change nothing. That's what Bob said.
Yeah, but I mean, once the feds get involved, it's a whole different thing. Like now you're radioactive, right?
No, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that because you are basically an accomplice if you knew about it, but you chose to turn a blind eye.
I mean, that would make everybody who knew about it and turn the blind eye accomplices. Like because people have known about the Kinahans forever, but
Am I the only freaking one that I didn't know? Am I the only, like, me and Onito live in a shell apparently because we didn't know who the hell Kinahan was until that reporter.
I didn't know.
They did it. Yeah. So here's the thing. They did a documentary on him like a few years back, and that like blew up, and that like, yeah, like right when MTK, so MTK got famous, a bunch of people signed on to him, and then like an expose came out about him. I want to say that was during quarantine also.
Was it on Netflix?
Right before that, yeah.
You asked the same question I was about to ask.
Yeah, is it on Netflix? Because I never watched it.
I think it's like a BBC thing.
No, I don't really fuck with the BBC.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, let me.
No, I was totally freaking literally. I think Nonito was on the Boxing Voice this morning. They asked him about Kinahan. He was like, I overheard Rachel talking to a journalist, and they're asking about him, and he actually in the background asked me. They're like, he's Cunningham. He thought it was a boxer. He's like, what? Cunningham wants sparring, and I was like, no, we're talking about Kinahan. He's like, who's Kinahan? I was like, I don't know. Like, we literally had no, we were like so freaking lost. And I keep messing up this guy's name, like Kinahan. I keep saying Cunningham and I keep moving it around. Like, I'm like, so I don't know. I guess we were just out of the loop.
It's a BBC documentary from 2021.
I'll go watch it then.
Yeah,
See, if it's not on Netflix, I'm not watching it. Like, I watched The Tinder Swindler.
Hey, Rachel.
But I didn't see it.
I fucks with you, Rachel. I fucks with you the long way. You like me. Hey, man, we work, and I look at myself. I think I know boxing. I think that Smoke could tell me differently, but at the end of the day, I think I know boxing. But I had no clue who Daniel Kinahan was. I didn't know he had a son. Man, when I'm reading all of this stuff about him, I'm like, God, like.
So I never thought that you didn't think that you know boxing.
No, Smoke. I'm just talking shit, Smoke. Nothing.
No, I'm saying I definitely think that you think you know boxing.
I think you're right. Exactly.
I definitely think you think you know boxing. That's no problem.
I agree with that. I agree.
Right, so you trying to be humble right now, man? Come on, man.
I ain't about that smoke tonight, bro. I ain't Rachel on here. I'm rocking with her, bro. I ain't about that smoke.
No, I'm just joking with you too. I think you know boxing. Like, think you know it, but I also think you know it.
No, you good, Smoke. It's all love, bro. Regardless.
I got a question for Rachel. Rachel, are you ready for that fight tomorrow? Pro Bellum. They got a matchup. Jonas Sultan from the Philippines.
Man,
he's a good fighter.
What about the fight?
I think he's a good fighter. I think he's really good, to be honest with you.
That's Casemiro replacement, though.
He's a good fighter. He's coming off a big win. He just yeah.
I mean, the thing is that there's no hate. There's all love for Jonas Sultan. We want him to win as well. It's just the way that it was put into place was not okay.
Oh, so he wasn't supposed to fight.
No, Casemiro.
Oh, I didn't know that. See, I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
that was Go ahead. That's Casemiro's replacement that Sean put in as a mandatory.
Mm-hmm. And we knew
because they believed that that Casemiro wasn't going to get out of the Philippines because of the quote unquote case. He got out of the Philippines. Then they believed he wasn't going to get a UK visa. Then they believed he wasn't going to make weight. So Sean Gibbons had put in for Jonas Sultan as a mandatory challenger because they believed Casemiro wasn't going to be able to fight. Lo and behold, look what happens.
Hey, who do you think is a better fighter? Do you like Sultan, or do you like Paul Butler? Who do you think is the better fighter? Who will win that fight?
Sultan all day.
Yeah, Sultan's a very strong. He's a strong fighter. He has amazing boxing skills. He's naturally, I mean, just wider than Butler is.
The bigger fighter. Agreed.
He is. I mean, if he's trying to, I would never suggest going to the cards when you're in enemy territory at all, right? But I do lean a lot towards Sultan. He actually beat Casemiro. I mean, we're talking about what, maybe 6, 7, 10 years ago, because he boxed.
2017, wasn't it?
Both of them won 17.
No. I think in 2017 is when he won.
He's a good fighter. That's why I mentioned his name. I watched his last fight. I think Sultan is a problem. He's a problem.
Yeah. No, he is. He's not a pushover. Sultan's not a pushover. Like I said, I just don't like how it was set up.
Is this fight for a world title?
No, right now it's only as an interim because the WBO, they made that thing with Casemiro that he has to show up, has to make weight, has to, like, no excuses. But the problem being that this sauna thing.
Right. It's bullshit, really. And this is the other thing. My question is what happens here because Casemiro isn't able to fight because of these guidelines, quote unquote. What does that do? Because I know you guys were looking to fight him. What does that do for y'all fight against Casemiro, especially with him? Like you said, I don't think he's losing the belt. So what does that do for you guys' fight as far as what's happened so far?
I mean, I think if he doesn't lose his belt and this fight between Sultan and Butler is an interim, they're still going to mandate him to fight the winner.
Okay.
I mean, you can't. He hasn't fought his mandatory position for 2 years. He can't keep not fighting it.
You're saying the winner of this fight, Sultan and Butler, that's going to be mandated to fight Casemiro. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
I hate that because that is holding up the division. Stop holding the division up, man. All right, they need to take.
Yeah, because that's going to put. If you think about it, where are we? April. So if you put another 4 months on the back end of that for Cas, but I mean, at the same time, like we keep talking about, and I'd love to see this in action. If there's any mandatories when it comes to undisputed, remember how they had that 4-belt discussion in Puerto Rico about like they'd want the mandatories to all fight each other to fight who becomes undisputed. I think let's watch that in play. They talked about it.
That'll be fantastic to see.
Yeah, so I have a question, and maybe I missed it. Did you eat your crow about the Ugas fight? Because I heard a whole bunch of questions.
No, I did. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
No, yeah. I think I texted you. I don't know if it was on YBs or here, but I was like pinging you guys because I've been so busy. But yeah, no, we watched it, and I think I said I pinged it on chat. Like I was like, nah, we knew exactly when Ugas like broke his orbital. I was like, there was a complete shift. And it was hard to watch because I'm like, well, of course, as a shorter fighter, he's going to want to come in, and more closer in range with Spence, and seeing him still ducking forward and leaving himself open for that uppercut that he kept getting hit with. But he wasn't responding. We knew, like, we're like, he's not taking his hands off of his face. There's something wrong. No matter what he did, he would not throw anymore. And, with that, it was just, kudos to him for staying in there as long as he tried. It was kind of like watching Creed, when they were asking him how many fingers. And you're like, this fool did not see anything right now. But Spence did what, like I said, like there was never any question for me that Spence has the skills. I've always said that. It was just questionable on certain things. I would have wanted to see Spence a little bit go off a little bit more. There was a little spots where they were exchanging, and Ugas when he didn't freaking have his orbital bone broken and he opened up and actually started throwing punches, was putting on, like, they were going, and it was exciting. It was great. But once that I don't know. I've never gotten my orbital broken, but I would assume that something's not wrong. Not right. And that's where he started covering up, and it just looked like it just made it for like he was a standing punching bag all night.
But that was so this is the thing that's interesting about what you say, Rachel. It's interesting because I believe, this is just my opinion, Earl Spence, the body work that he put on Ugas, he did great. But and in those first 4 rounds, I think his timing was off. But when he did finally kind of find his range, find his timing, he was able to put the body work in, and then he proceeded to just break Ugas down. The reason I don't think Ugas, the way people are saying he was a punching bag, the man couldn't move. He was being hit too much, and he had to make sure he was being as defensively responsible as possible, and it wasn't effective. What do you think about the Bud Crawford? And that's why I said that. What do you think about the Bud Crawford Errol Spence fight? Do you you don't even have to give me who you think wins the fight, but how do you see that fight playing out?
Right before that, though, I just want to make one observation. Like, it
Okay.
was very weird to see Ugas's one closed eye and his one very open eye. Like, that's one of the most eerie images in boxing I've seen in a long, ever. Right? Like, I've never seen that. Like,
You've seen it
his
in
eye was
Creed.
super open.
It was in Creed.
EJ was targeting it. That was the target. We finna mess him up.
Okay. So let me go back to that though. Like, I mean, with that fight, you were talking about the body shots. Don't you feel like his body shots were more open because he was leaning forward? His elbows were away from his body because he was trying to protect his eye. So his the equilibrium wasn't, it wasn't straight up. His elbows weren't tied into his rib cage, and he was leaning almost maybe at a 45 to a 35 degree angle with his elbows away from his ribs because of the fact that he was.
Which round do you think his eye got?
Hold on.
Did you notice?
Hold on. Before she asked the question, so I want to.
But I mean, I noticed what she's saying, but I want to know what round that started in for her, because I definitely saw what she's saying, and I think everybody saw what she's saying. But I'm just wondering when did it start?
God. I feel like it was
fifth, sixth round. Go ahead.
I felt like it was a little earlier than that, though.
Damn.
That he started leaning towards.
Well, I'm gonna say the reason I think he started leaning that way is because he was trying to keep his body away. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're on the inside. At least if I'm leaning forward, I'm creating some type of separation. I can't move like I want to. And so I'm creating some type of separation, but I agree.
When you lean forward, you're creating a false distance for yourself.
But
Your body's still back there, which is a main target in mid-range for exactly where Errol Spence had his range.
But what'd you just say? False distance. In your mind, you're creating distance in your mind. But what you're creating is a false distance.
Yes. Yeah. For Ugas, yes.
Right. And that's what I think was the biggest problem was he was getting caught to the body so much. We got to remember, the man had broken ribs, he had a broken nose, he had a broken orbital. You know what I'm saying? When he started leaning, he had already felt those body shots, and he felt like he was that was his way of trying to create distance on the inside. Because after you done been broke down to some degree, it's hard to have great lateral movement. And so that was the biggest thing. The body shots were wearing on him, and even though he felt like he was creating that distance, he was getting broke down even more. And then when the uppercut started coming, it was bad, because if I'm gonna block them uppercuts, I'm gonna have to take some to the body. You know what I mean? Like, unless I'm throwing back, and he stopped throwing. He stopped throwing because he was getting hurt.
Protecting his eye. Mm-hmm.
Yep, he was getting hurt. So at the end of the day, I think it was. I think Errol Smith broke him down multiple ways, and it wasn't a favorable fight for Ugas. And if he would have been able to stay on the outside and counter Errol through the sixth round, I think the fight would have been different. But when you started getting broke down in the third, fourth round for a 12-round fight, it's tough to make it all the way through and not to have to change up what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? And be, it was a bad style matchup for Ugas, in my opinion.
It was just one of those things where, like, you almost expected him to throw something when his body started leaning 45 to 35 degrees forward, like he was setting up. But then his punches never came.
They never came.
And I was like, what are you doing?
What do you think about what's your early thoughts on the Crawford and Spence fight? Because I think Crawford wins, but these guys think Spence wins. But who do you favor out of the fight?
I mean, Crawford's pretty slick, and he's fast on his feet. He doesn't just stay in the pocket for that long, which is what Ugas, because of what he was going through, did. I don't think he's going to make it as easy to, just stand there and take stuff the way that he did with Ugas. I think it'll be a really, really, really interesting fight because we all know Spence is longer. But at the same time, I feel like Crawford is faster than Spence. So if he can, load off more combinations and not just like, I don't know what kind of timing, like a little bit slower timing of Spence. And I'm not saying he's slow, but just a tad bit slower than Bud. I think Bud will be able to land more.
So, well, this is the question though, and when you say land more, I'm not disagreeing with your breakdown there because I think, yeah, Bud is the quicker fighter. If Bud is able to keep it at the mid range, stop that inside pressure that Spence likes to bring mid to long range for Bud, he can get off a lot more than Spence will. The question is this though: does Bud and this is my one question at least. I ain't gonna say the question is. My question is when Bud get hit, when he get caught with something, Bud like to fight. He got dog in him. He loves the fight. Almost the same way I think me and you we had this discussion about Nonito trying to stop him from going in there, letting that dog come out and fighting. Right? Bud has the same dog where he loves to fight, and so if it becomes a fight, I think that Errol Smith is gonna whoop his ass in a fight. I think that Bud, if he's able to box, use that mid range, that speed, the footwork, the lateral movement, if he's able to do that consistently for 7 rounds, only 7, 'cause that's what you need to win a fight. But if he can do that for 7 rounds, I like him in the fight. My problem is Bud like to fight too damn much. He like to fight too damn much. And if he gets in a fight with EJ, I don't like Bud winning the fight. So I'm picking EJ, and I'm picking EJ just because I think it's going to end up being a fight at some point in time. And
You
Bud,
think he'll bait him into a fight, a firefight?
no, I don't think. I don't even think you have to bait him in. I think if I can catch Bud want to fight again, and because that's what I've seen him do. And I'm not saying he can change it up. He may do something different, but usually when you catch him, he want to fight. And I'm not mad. I always say, if I go to the bar, I'm taking Bud Crawford with me. Because if I got to get in the fight, that's the dude I want in my corner to fight with. You know what I'm saying? Because he want to fight. It's just, I don't want him to fight against EJ, bro. Like, box. He going to have to use, he's not the bigger puncher. He has better timing and accuracy, but he doesn't have the better inside game either. And when he starts to fight, he end up on the inside. And so if he uses his boxing skills and his game plan that I think his game plan will be, then I think we can fight. But I don't like him because he likes to fight too much. Like I love
So
a
it's
fight.
kind of like the Kambosos and Haney. I don't think Haney should go in for a firefight, right?
Exactly. There ain't no way. Well, it's a little different because Devin Haney fight better on the inside than Kambosos does, in my opinion. But I'm a Devin Haney fan, so I'm biased. I'm very biased. So I'll admit. But I think it's a little different. I think Devin Haney can go beat Kambosos however he wants to. I think that Earl versus Bud Crawford, I think Bud has to be on the outside, the mid range to win the fight. If he makes it a fight, then he loses the fight.
Man, look, Rachel, no. I'm gonna hit her with the Matumbo. No.
Why be I love you?
No. It's time to eat the crow. You must eat the crow right now because I have to remember the things you were saying before the fight. I heard Nonito today. Nonito already ate. He already told me. He said, your boy Spence look great. That's what he said. I heard you. I seen you write it in the chat. You said, I don't know if it was H Money's panel or your panel, but you know which panel you wrote it on in the chat. And you didn't get on the panel to say nothing. So I'm glad this is the most vocal I heard you since April 15th.
Again, gentlemen, I have been dealing with the Casemiro thing at 3:30 in the morning in freaking UK time, getting phone calls about what's going on. Apparently, I'm the go-to as far as what they're supposed to do, which I don't mind. But
now you are the go-to for this.
Hey, hold on, YB. Much respect to Rachel for handling business. Go ahead, YB, young brother.
Yeah, she does. Now she handles the business, and I'll give her that. But yeah, she got to handle this crow business because it sounds like she's still sleeping on.
I'm not sleeping on him. I told you that he has a lot of skill. I mean, if I was sleeping on him, I'd be like, nah, he's washed up. He's done. I've never said that about him. He's an amazing fighter. He has great skill. He's like very lengthy. I wish, when I was fighting, I had that kind of length. But style make fights. That's all it is. I don't have any, preference on either of them. Honestly, I've met Crawford, I've met Spence, but neither one of them are like my close friends. So I'm just, I know you have a preference because that's your boy. I just like saying how I feel like it is because I don't have a personal connection to either of them.
You said
But
that's
I
my
love
boy.
you, YB, and I know that you love EJ. There's no disrespect in anything I'm saying.
No. Now, but look, okay. You know how when people doze off and they say they're not sleeping, but they was just resting their eyes. Well, if you ain't sleeping, you rested your eyes, and you still resting your eyes on EJ. Are you napping? So that's what I feel like. I don't feel like like you said, you may not be sleeping, but you might have took a nap. You might have rested your eyes.
You see nodding off, huh? You see
nodding off, but hey, Smoke, when people be nodding off and they be like, I wasn't even asleep. I was just resting my eyes. That's what she doing.
No, Spencer's a really good fighter. He's the second best fighter in the division. So credit to him.
Here go Jimmy with the bad mic. Bad mic.
Hey Jimmy, what you say, Jimmy?
Yeah, he done broke up.
Full credit to Spence. He's a great fighter. The second best fighter in the division, man. Props to him.
Hey Jimmy, what you want to bet on it, Jimmy? What you want to bet on it?
No, I'm trying to give them my credit.
He just steal my line. That's all. He just stealing my line. What I said about Bud.
Hey, Rachel be knocking off.
You were born.
No, Rachel be trying to get on easy too. I told her she's gonna have to hear from me.
Hey, Rachel.
Does it make you feel better
I let her make it because it was her baby boy's birthday. It was her baby boy's birthday, so I let her make it.
Hey, Rachel, you want to see one of the best fights you've ever seen? We want to see Jimmy versus Smoke in the ring. That's the fight.
Bro, this guy's like my grandfather, man. What are you guys talking about? This guy's old enough to be my grandfather.
Yeah,
you want me to fight him?
Exactly. I believe I've heard Dillian Whyte say something similar about Luis Ortiz.
Hey, we gonna let Nonito do all the fighting. You know what I'm saying?
Back to boxing. Yeah. Back to boxing. Hey,
I'm instigating. My bad, bro. My bad. I'm instigating.
But here's the thing, though. Your assessments are all wrong. Crawford's gonna stop Errol Spence. Much respect to him, but he's about to get put to sleep.
Hey, BH, I'm always down for a donation. Yeah, your friend, your boy, Rachel. But
because we were supposed to talk about Andy Ruiz's freaking opponent, who ended up not being Andy Ruiz's opponent after I did.
So now we get Luis Ortiz the fight that we all thought was gonna happen. So it worked out. Luis Ortiz versus Ruiz.
Was that still Mexico?
Nope. Probably gonna be. I don't know where they're gonna have it. Probably be in California, Vegas.
Probably LA.
Yeah. You should have it in California.
Cali.
Hey, Rachel, what should they have the Bud Spence fight? What should
Vegas,
yeah.
No doubt about it. Vegas. MGM Grand.
MGM. I mean,
Rachel and Onito gonna be there, and guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give a lot of side eyes. I'm gonna tell them how I feel.
You're gonna give me a lot of side eyes next week. Don't even play like you ain't gonna say shit when I see you.
Yeah, I'm coming out there and look. I'm gonna be talking because that's what I do. I'm a talker. You know what I mean? I'm gonna definitely, But I'm just.
Are you up earlier because Nonito is gonna be training at the gym hecka early before Jesse's whole freaking media schedule? I got the breakdown of what time we're supposed to be, or the fight week schedule, and it just keeps saying like This day is media day, to be told by Matchroom. This day is press conference day. So I'm like, what do you mean? Like, I'm supposed to keep my whole day open from like sun up to sundown? Like, what the
Nico
hell?
dropped the bombshell, Rachel, about sparring Raees Salim plus Angelo Leo.
Wait.
Hey, Rachel, did you confirm that with Raees Salim? Is he still gonna come tomorrow?
Yeah, he's gonna come. I don't think Angelo's gonna come tomorrow.
Ooh, but that's good work with Raees Salim though.
I think,
Man.
yeah, I think 8 rounds with Raees should be fine. Like, I
8
mean,
rounds with Raees Salim?
yeah.
He's
I
a
think,
monster.
I mean, between the two of them, what's good, I don't know what he told you. He took over because I got a call from.
Yeah, nah, he told me Raees and maybe Angelo tomorrow, but he said he didn't know but he said Raees he wants to spar
Yeah,
Raees.
no. So Angelo is more the brawler style, but he still can box, but Raees is like that slick, like, and has the same like punch combinations. The only thing with Raees is his reach is a lot longer than Inouye's. The only thing.
That's better.
But yeah, so I got a text. I think you had said something about it on live, and I said, "Oh, okay, let me go." I was like, "Actually, let me go confirm." And then Angela's dad told me, he's like, "Oh man, we already booked." I was like, "What? We always do Monday, Friday." So he's not coming, but Raees should be able to do 8 rounds. I don't see why he shouldn't be able to.
Hold on, YB. So you in the building?
I'm plugged in with I'm look, Nonito's my fighter. You know what I mean? Like my boy H Money said, that's my fighter. He gonna go in there and be the 20th world champion. He's gonna knock him out, bruh. We gonna knock him down like Godzilla, bruh.
Hold on. I got a question then.
Yeah.
And I done seen
Nonito. You know my man training schedule? Yeah, bro. That's Nonito, my guy, bro. Like Nonito is a great guy, man. Like, you know what I mean? But he always just be like, I don't know. He just told me he was sparring Raees today. He told me earlier.
He fight.
Rachel didn't even know he told me.
He fight like what? He fight like in July, don't he? Early July?
No, June 7th. June 7th. And Tuesday, I think. I think that's a Tuesday. No, Monday.
YB, it's all about confidence at this point. You know what I mean? And we know Nonito, he can hurt in a way.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? We know that already.
But you know what? Errol Spence and EJ, you know what Errol Spence and Nonito got in common? They crack orbital bones. They cracking faces. You know?
They breaking
it. Yeah, they got a lot in common. So, you know.
So let me ask this now. So do y'all ever worry about Nonito overtraining?
Nope.
No.
Why not?
He has a Sunto.
He has a who?
It's like an Alexa for training.
Oh, a Sunto. I got
Sunto. The Sunto puts it. And Jesse had just started it. This one because, he wasn't. A lot of the boxers aren't used to it. And I kind of want to put one on Angelo because Angelo's been like under Nonito's wing for a bit now, and he's a real good guy, and so is his dad. And so this thing is a chest strap, and you could spar with it, right? And then it also has a wrist strap, but they can't use that when they're sparring. So we use the chest strap when Nonito's training, whatever he's doing is training, and then I usually hold the watches.
You don't even need to wear the mask, so that's the funny thing about it.
So y'all just,
what mask?
I was just gonna say y'all just keep an eye on his training, making sure he's not overdoing it, making sure he's at his peak at the right time.
Yeah, because the thing is that whatever it's called, the tracker, it'll tell you from 1 to 5 how hard he trained. We only hit 5.0s twice a week. And then it'll tell you once you end the session, it'll tell you how many hours you're supposed to rest to recover. And we abide by it.
Now Rachel, I'm asking them tough questions tonight. I'm on your neck, right?
Okay.
Bam Rodriguez. Bam, he's supposed to be fighting Rumba side. Am I right about that?
We already talked. Yeah, he is. But we already talked about Bam. They're not fighting Bam. They want Chocolatito. Look, let me speak for my fighter. We fighting Chocolatito, a legend. Bam is his protege. Oh, we going up to 122 and we gonna whoop on Stephen Fulton. That's why we sparring Reese and me. That's what we gonna do.
I'm talking about Bam fighting Rumbleside though. I'm not talking. I'm talking about
one fight at a time now. You know what I mean? Listen, we gonna take care of Inoue first. First thing is first. Inoue's on the platter. You know what I mean? And guess what? Nonito gonna beat his ass. I'm telling you. You know what I mean? The game plan for this fight is on a different level. At this point, YB, Nonito, he's just finishing off his legacy. You know what I mean? Finishing up right now. Hall of Fame resume. You know what I mean?
Hey, this is for world title number 10, and this is world champion number 20.
I don't know how you guys keep up with the numbers, but yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And so this is gonna be his 10th world title.
10th world title and 20th world champ. Let's get it right.
That's crazy, man.
We got to come correct. You know what I'm saying? 20th. Hey, when we start getting into, I told Nonito, I said, man, double-digit world champions is cool, but when you get to number 20, I mean, then if you win this one, then you got to go for undisputed. That's 21 world champions before you even see, Chocolatito or Fulton, who would be number 22.
You know, I kind of want to go back into his records and like kind of list out, okay, how many world championships, how many world champions did you beat, and how many undefeated guys did you take their loss, and how many did you retire? I kind of want to go through that.
This man is
like, list it.
He is a Hall of Famer already. Go ahead, Rachel. I apologize.
Well, you know that Ubali just announced his retirement, right?
I heard that. Yeah, I heard that.
So he's gone too. I kind of just want to list them all because I don't even know. Like, it's for Nonito, it's just, I mean, it's numbers, but I kind of want to go through his box rec and kind of like list it all out one day when I'm not working.
Well, man. You know, we support
Hey,
the flag.
Rachel, I got a question. I got a question for you. So, with the sparring with Nonito Donaire, does he spar with guys a weight class or two above, or at all, or is it just strictly like 118 guys? Or
no, he hasn't sparred any 118 guys.
Right,
Angelo Leo,
Angelo Leo, 126 BH.
Oh,
Angelo Leo's 126.
We putting we got to put the muscle on them. You know what I mean? We loading up with left hooks. We chopping them down 4 rounds a piece. You know, we about to spar the beast.
What's the biggest guy Nonito to spar with? What's the biggest guy?
Angelo Leo, when he first came, which camp was it? Well, the Gabayo camp, Angelo was big. Angelo was like probably about 145. The Gabayo camp, Tomoki Kameda, who fought at 122, was walking at about 135. And then who else did he have? The other guys, Kaye, who's an up and comer, they're tall. And Brendan, they're at 140 walking around. And none of them were in, like trying to make weight. So Nonito was the only one trying to make weight. So I don't remember, I think earlier when we were probably back in 2011 is when he got guys that were actually like in his weight division. But ever since then, like he's always it's easier for us to get guys in 122, 126 to spar. There's just more of them. And so that's the ones that we get because that's all that's available in Las Vegas.
I have a question. This from the outside looking in. I thought that the things that gave Nonito problems in their first fight was the speed and the activity. I'm not sure if you guys had the same takeaway, but if so, do you have someone in your sparring that can match or exceed the activity, or is it at least as fast as?
Reis is really it's fast and he's irritatingly busy. Reis is. Angelo brings more power, like I said, but Reis will throw punches from freaking all angles. And he'll chase Nonito. He'll try to chase Nonito down with combinations as well. So I think if I was gonna say anything, YB, don't you think that Reis is one of those ones that just
super explosive, super athletic? I mean, the guy, switches stances too, Reis. and he's and he's very powerful, and he throws punches. He has mean hooks, mean power shots. Extremely fleet-footed too. He's very fast. He's very fast on his feet, but he has great reflexes. So I think he's gonna keep Nonito on his toes.
He can put that pressure on you too. He can put that pressure on you.
He's a dog. He'll break you down. That's why he called himself the Beast. He's the real deal.
I'm gonna tell you, that man can fight, bro. Like I love young fighters. That man, go ahead, Rachel. I apologize. I get long-winded.
I didn't say anything. You can keep going.
No, I was just gonna say, like this man, he can fight. He like YB said, he has power in both hands. The man, he has great footwork. I think he has the opportunity to be a champion at some point in time. Man, that dude, he's one of my favorite young fighters. I'm a big Kid Austin fan. Kid Austin is my number one as far as young fighters go, but he right there. He's right there with Kid Austin, and I love to watch this. The man can fight, bro. Like it's always good to see somebody who has dog in him who can fight, and he's one of those individuals.
You know what? I've never seen Reis like off weight. Not like off. I've always seen him in shape. Let me just put it that way. So, Reis actually, he's the one who hit me up, and asked me like if he can get some sparring rounds. And I asked him, and he was like, Reis would be perfect. Because I mean, it's all about timing. Like if Reis has a fight and his fight's closer or longer, he of course doesn't want to put as many rounds in. So it just so happened that Reis came in because I liked Tomoki Kameda the last fight. Tomoki has like this Japanese style that, of course, Inoue has. But Tomoki is also in Japan right now. So we can't use Tomoki. So it just so happened that Reis was available and wanting to spar.
Yeah.
So when I got that text message, because he changed his phone number, so I didn't have his I think his phone number was missing before. And then so I got this text from a 702 and he's like, hey, it's Reis. Can I get some rounds? I was like, let me ask. Noni was like, hell yeah. I was like, okay. I was like, and then we scheduled Reis for Fridays. So I mean, it worked out because like I said, like they've sparred before. They sparred in camps before, and the action between the two is really good. Like it's not a lull spar. It's not like, let me just hit you and you hit me, and it's a slow pace. It's a fast pace, and they're constantly adjusting and going back and forth.
I'll go again if nobody don't have a question. Let me ask this then. With Nonito consider, and the reason I ask this question is because, when I look at great fighters, I look at this individual as a great fighter, and he's in a much larger weight division, but I think it'll be great sparring for Nonito. Would he consider sparring Shakur Stevenson?
What's he walking at?
Probably 40, 45, 47, 9 times out of 10.
Shakur walk around 155, bro. I know people out here that tell me he walk over 150 because you fight at 130.
Man, it's so crazy. It's funny because I was watching a little video, and Devin Haney, when he signed his contract and shit, him and Shakur was in the room together, and Dev was like, "Shit, I don't ever walk around that big, bro. What you weigh?" He was like, "I ain't gonna tell you." And hey, Shakur may be bigger than Shakur, a big dude, bro. Like he a big dude in general. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand that. I can definitely understand.
I mean, the thing is his height, and his reach. I don't want to get Nonito
Anyway, in the southpaw either, bro. Why would he fight? Why would he spar him?
Man, that's some of the best. And when I said, I'm only talking about
weights.
Definitely weights, but just the best sparring you can get. You
don't need to spar southpaw if you're not fighting one though, because that takes away from the look.
You're gonna turn the wrong way.
Yeah, it takes away from the look. It gets your timing off, and you start adjusting to punches that's coming from a way different direction. When you got to be worried about a guy that has the left hook, you're worried about a guy with a right hook. So you start adjusting your defense to a guy that has a different style, and that's not even tailor made for you because Shakur is way more defensive than Inoue.
True.
So you need a guy that's coming to kill. You know what I mean? More than a guy that's that skills pay the bills. Not saying Inoue ain't very skilled, but he's coming to kill. He's an attacker.
That's the thing with finding sparring, right? Like you have to, if you know you're going to fight a brawler, you need to find a brawler. If you know you're going to fight someone who is more of a boxer or has, more of an amateur style, then you got to fight those guys. And finding the styles, like first of all, finding the weights. So 22, 26, possibly 30, depending on how much they really do walk around at. And then finding the style. That's the hardest part when you find sparring. You can't just spar anybody. Like, Nonito's not going to go find a Mexican style brawler that's just going to stay in the pocket the entire time. That's not what Inoue does. So we'll get, if we want to work on that, then we'll get them for 1 or 2 rounds. But that's pretty much about it. Just in case, right? To give Nonito a different look. Because the thing is that the longer that the camp prolongs, the more sparring partners I have to bring in. So if Angela was going to show up on Friday, then I would have Angelo for 4 and Raiz for 4. And that gives him a fresh look. He has to adjust now. It's a totally different fighter that's coming in completely fresh, and you just did 4 rounds. Sometimes we'll do 3, 3, and 3, right? When we go 9 rounds. So it's totally different when you have to bring in these different fighters with their different skill sets. So I mean, like YB said, like he's a southpaw, so you don't want him to rotate the wrong way. Finding a freaking the sparring for Ubali was the hardest damn thing in my life. First of all, southpaws are really, really hard to find. Second, find a southpaw that's shorter than Nonito. That's another one that's hard as hell. And then that fight's like Ubali, right? So you're never going to get the exact guy that you want to spar, like to mimic the guy that you're going to fight. But you have to get somewhat near close because that's what you're going to be making your body memorize for the next 12 weeks.
And so would you get, say, one guy who does do or who has these capabilities and does these type of things in the ring, and then get another guy who does these type of things in the ring, right? Where they're not necessarily the same, but it may be a combination. Their combination is kind of the fighter that we're looking to go fight. Is that something that y'all look to do?
Yeah, we look at different looks. Like I said, Angelo Leo. Well, let's look at the last camp. Let's go bio. So Tomoki Kameda, Angelo Leo, Kaye, I can't remember Kaye's last name, and then Brendan was there, and then we also there's a guy named Japs Lameda, who's Filipino. He came in. And then there was like another one, and that was towards the end of camp when we started having like 12 rounds, right? 10 rounds where Nonito can switch. It was the last camp. The last camp, he also sparred 2 Japanese guys that came in, that I believe they were 4-0. And they were both, tall, lanky, like Caballo, really covered up well. And so we worked with them. So all these people like had different looks of Gabayo. Like Gabayo does this, Gabayo does that, he does this. Okay, well, what if he wants to go into a firefight? Then I'm going to put in Angelo Leo because I know Angelo's a bigger guy, wider, and I know that he'll throw his hardest against Nonito's hardest. Nonito can unleash on Angelo Leo, whereas any of the guys that maybe if we had gotten a 118, he's had to pull back. Right. So we do give him kind of little snippets of every boxer, almost to make it seem as if you were to fight one person, you would have to adjust we're not switching them every single round, maybe every 2 or maybe 3, but you have to adjust during the fight. It's a quick chess match. And the guy that fought you in the first round is not going to be the guy that fights you in the second or third round. They're going to adjust to your style. And so it makes him have to adjust to a different look.
it's interesting you say it because when I'm asking these questions, right, I always say those lower weight classes are always a problem for me because individuals can move between those weight classes, in my opinion, a lot easier than they do at some of the larger weight classes. And so when we're talking about the lower weight classes, I try to compare it to what I would expect from some of those larger weight classes. And it's interesting because one thing I've realized is that the skill set at the lower weight classes is much more important. You know what I mean? And yeah, you can be a hard puncher. You can, if you have a great skill set at that lower weight class, it translates a lot easier. What do you think about that? Do you think the skill set translates at those lower weight classes more than they do, say, going from 40 to 47, from 47 to 54 versus going from um, bantamweight to super bantamweight? You know what I'm saying? What do you
I
think about?
think what's funny that you're saying is because me and Onito actually had to talk about this a long time ago. And it was when we saw Usyk fight in Russia. And I told him, I was like, oh my God, I love how Usyk box. And he's like, he doesn't box like a normal, the normal what that weight would be. I was like, what does that mean to you? And he's like, well, they're supposed to fight like this. Heavyweights are supposed to fight like this. So what's interesting to me is that the skill set, quote unquote, is almost put upon a boxer of how they're supposed to fight. They see you, they put you in a weight division, and then they're like, well, these are how these fights. So I feel like skill sets should be able to transcend beyond weight divisions, but are they given those skill sets? Before when they're starting out, or are they put into categories? I feel like they're put into categories because I feel, we talk about like someone like Usyk. I'm like, why can't Usyk fight like a different weight? It's not like he has so much muscle mass, so he can't throw same way that a bantamweight throws. It's based on how they're telling them how to throw it and the speed and what's generated. But it's taught. Everything's taught. And when you see a heavier guy, you expect him to fight like a heavyweight.
Hey, Rachel, that's true because most big guys they don't really move their feet a lot. And like a big guy, they're not really, you're not really taught to just really move all the time. You know, kind of like how smaller guys like bantamweights or flyweights or you know featherweights are taught to move. You know, just because you're exerting a whole lot more energy because you're carrying a lot more mass
You're
than a
carrying a lot
smaller
more
guy.
mass, but you also do have a lot bigger bone structure. So it's
Right.
literally like it's science. It's okay, yeah, you're not as small as them, but if you look at the body mass ratio in the bone structure and the muscle mass, it's decently equivalent. So I feel like it's trained because if Usyk can do it and he can what do what he does, it's based on the training and what box they put you in. It was kind of the same way as when I was growing up in taekwondo. They were like, oh well, the flyweights, they're a lot quicker, they're like this and they're like that. And then I remember watching a fight, I think it was in Korea. It was the finals and it was Korean middleweights, and they were flying just as much as the flyweights. And they're like, "Oh, that guy is so amazing. He's like this. He's like a flyweight, but just bigger." And I'm like, "Well, who told him he couldn't fly? Who told him he had to stay grounded? Because there's no reason his body weight, his muscle mass, and his bone structure will carry his flight. So why can't he? And it's the structure of you're a heavyweight, you sit down more, you don't move around as much because they told us you shouldn't. So I think these guys do have the possibility of moving around more, using their speed more. they're just taught to sit down because that's what heavyweights do. They sit down and they sit and load on their punches. They're not supposed to be volume punchers. They're supposed to be huge punchers that one punch can change the round. And when someone comes along and does something different, then all of a sudden it's a miracle. It's literally based on training and the box they put them in.
Yeah, that's true. Um, I, that is true because, I mean, just just from my experience, like, you know, and I'm gonna be honest, like, and I've been told multiple times, like, with big guy with the bigger heavyweights or the heavyweights in general, like when you like spar, like, and I think like with Usyk and some of those guys like him, they get even like a Frankie Sanchez who can move. They get a lot of work with guys that are smaller. You know what I'm saying? Because I was told by a heavyweight man, like, really, you're not really going to learn too much boxing, other heavyweights because they don't really, there's not really much to get off of.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the small, yeah.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
My bad. No, I was just saying, like, with the smaller guys, they're quicker, more skilled, and a lot of times, like, guys that train, the big guys today, they don't really teach them how to move like that, like you were saying. You're told not to move too much. And I know that I remember a couple years ago, a heavyweight trainer was telling me, man, why are you moving so much? You don't really have to move like that if you're, as a heavyweight. I'm like, well, I was only going off of what I was taught when I first came in, but that is true though. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of guys are not really taught to move like that in the heavier weight classes.
Yeah, and it's weird to me. Like, like I said, I have the experience in Taekwondo, then saying the same thing, but when I was growing up in it, like my instructor would pair me with people that were a lot bigger than me. He would pair me with 150-pounders. I fought at 101. And he was like, if you can beat her, if you can score on her, you can kick as hard as you damn want. So I wanted to kick harder just to score on them because they were bigger and heavier, right? They fought me and it was like I was so busy. So they got busier in the inside. They had to fight, they had to figure out the inside game. And so I feel like, when people put you in a box of this is how you're supposed to fight, because of how much you weigh, like I think it limits them. And that's why I was so amazed with Usyk when I saw him in Russia ringside. Like I was like, this guy, no, like I said, No Needle was like, he doesn't move like, his normal weight. I'm like, but why? Who's to say what he's supposed to move like? He's supposed to move like a boxer. But, I mean, you look at Muhammad Ali, did he move like anyone else was supposed to move? He moved completely different. And that's what changed the game. But we're still so stuck on, you're supposed to be within this box. And I think that that's why when someone comes out of that box and it's like, nope, well, I know I'm a heavyweight, but I'm not going to move like one, then it changes people's perception. They're like, well, why is he moving? Why do I have to chase him? It's like, oh, well, you didn't learn how to box. You didn't learn how to move the ring because you wanted to go heel toe around the ring and walk. Well, sorry, I'm not going to walk with you. I'm going to dance around you, pick my shots, and move away. Just because you didn't train that way, it doesn't mean I have to.
And Rachel, that's the greatest thing. That's lost in the sport of boxing today. You know what I mean? What you just described is ring generalship, lateral movement. That's what you just described. And it's so interesting that the fighters today, we see a lot of them who use those tactics. And when they use them, what do they call? They call boring fighters. And so I don't know. It's very interesting that you can break the sport down the way you just did, and then what you say is a boring fighter. No offense to you, no offense to them. Just saying that's what they call. You know what I mean? So it's interesting because at the end of the day, if you're able to use your lateral movement, your ring generalship, and win a fight, that's what we want to see you do. Fight to your strengths. Go ahead. I apologize. I get long winded easily.
Why do you keep apologizing? We're good.
I'm very long winded. That's why I apologize. Go ahead, Rachel.
Rachel, you guys are talking
What?
about ring generalship. Do you think the reason why that's a lost art is because some of these boxers are coming from other sports and this is not their natural sport and stuff like that?
I think ring generalship comes with experience. You have to know where the rope is and how the circumference of the ring. Um, I think a lot of them don't understand the distance and the false range, and where they are getting caught when it comes to foot placement, and when someone tries to cut them off and the distance gets closed in when they weren't expecting to get closed in. I think that comes with a lot of experience. I don't think that comes with, people coming from different genres of fighting, right? Because
No, I'm
each of
talking
the
about
genres.
other sports. When I say other sports, I'm talking about like these football players that are coming into the sport of boxing that haven't boxed at all their whole lives and stuff like that. Perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use Deontay Wilder for an example. He wasn't really a boxer. He played football in college, and he didn't start till later on in his life boxing and stuff. Do you think him starting so late and not having trainers and stuff like that early on, that's why he has a lack of ring generalship in his style in general?
Well, I think, yeah. I mean, like I said, like I think that experience in how the ring works, right? You look at a football field. You have a lot of run room. You go forward, you go back, you go lateral. Um, Not necessarily sideways. There's a lot of crossing the feet, but your run distance on either direction is a very large ring. Now, when that closes down on you, and you don't understand the not the circumference, but the what is it? It's not the diameter, whatever the hell it is, the distance around the ring, and you don't know where you're getting cut off. That's a lot smaller, and that literally takes you know I with someone who has been in football, I would expect them to understand where their foot placement is and where it's supposed to be as far as using them to move where you want them to. But again, the football field is a lot damn larger than the boxing ring. Just one circle, halfway circle around the ring. Foot placement in the wrong at the wrong time, half a second too late, and you'll be cut off, and you'll be either you're square for the person that just cut you off. So I do think that when there's a crossover, there has to be an understanding and a very big experience in how small the ring is and where cutting off the ring is going to be central and what to do in those positions.
Can you have generalship naturally, like ring generalship, or is that only learned by experience? Right side and Rachel.
Go ahead, right side. Is right side not going to answer today?
No. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? My bad.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, no. So, anyways, ring generalship is something that's learned. Is to some degree it can be natural, but the only way it ends up being natural is if you grew up in the boxing gym. That's how you learn ring generalship. You learn it by. Just hold on. Give me 1 second, guys.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm asking. That's what I was trying to get at. The ring. If you have been boxing your whole life, it's already ingrained in you. But if you start training later in life, even with the experience that you're getting on the job training, it's not going to actually. I don't think on these athletes who come from other sports, it's going to take them a while to learn it because because they're learning on the job basically. Even with their trainers and stuff, they haven't been training their whole lives in the sport. That's what I was trying to get at, Rachel.
Yeah, no, I do agree. Like, I think ring generalship is something that you need to be comfortable in. I don't think I've never. I don't feel like I've seen someone who, I guess, for lack of a better comparison, come out of the womb knowing how to use that ring. Ring generalship comes with a lot of experience as far as like cutting and using the ropes and turning your opponent and changing the game that way. That kind of stuff is it. I don't feel like is inbred. I feel like when people are backed up onto their heel, they don't necessarily know what to do all the time, especially if they don't have ring generalship. If they're getting cut off, they automatically square. That's just something that is more of inexperienced boxer.
It's not
And real quick, I was just gonna say my bad, man. I got cut off. I had a family situation, but at the end of the day, when we talk about ring generalship, like Rachel just said, if I'm a fighter and I'm trying to use lateral movement, I can't. If I'm gonna be the ring general, right? If I'm gonna be, you know what I'm saying? What's the word I want to use? If I'm gonna be putting my force forward, if I'm gonna make you fight my fight, you know what I'm saying? I gotta be able to control the ring the way I want to. So if I use lateral movement, use my jab, that type of thing, and you want to cut the ring off, I have to know how to turn, pivot. I have to be able to control the ring against you, where even if you can cut that ring off, I can still make sure that I can fight from the range that I want to be effective at. And so at the end of the day, I think there is some part of it is natural, but then I also think a lot of it is learned. um I don't think you can if you don't have the natural piece of it. I don't think that, and this is just my opinion, but if you don't have, there's a natural piece of it that goes into fighting a style of fight that benefits you. If you're not able to do that naturally, you can learn bits and pieces of it, but I don't think it comes all the way natural to you because that's not in your nature. And so that's what I look at a Floyd Mayweather. That was one of the things that was special. I think it was more of how he came up, when he came up, and who he came up with. But at the same time, it was kind of natural slash ingrained in them. And so I think ring generalship is something that it's a combination of natural slash something that I've learned over the deck or over my time in boxing, and I'm able to apply. Deontay Wilder had horrible ring generalship. Just to be honest, I love Deontay Wilder. The man had horrible ring generalship. You know what I mean? He was susceptible to not being able to control the ring that would be at his advantage. And so that's kind of how I look at ring generalship. And I know I'm Rachel. That's why I always say I cut myself off because I'm long winded. Go ahead.
No, yeah. I mean, like the thing is that a lot of the boxers they don't pay attention to, they know at some point that the fight is getting closer. And what I mean by that is that the opponent is coming closer to them. Now, do both fighters know that they're within punching range? They're in the red zone to throw a punch. They're to be able to have that awareness that when they turn that corner, most of them do cross their feet, and most of them can't get out of running into a square position. Most of them don't. They do it a lot. And I feel that the only way they do learn is if someone points it out to them and tells them to correct it. I've corrected, not corrected, but there is one time during camp that there was an opponent, there's a sparring partner that every single time we brought him one way, I knew he either A, crossed his feet one way or B, squared. And the other side, had said, I was like, cross. And Nonito knew exactly what I was saying. And the other guy, the other corner, thought I meant throw a straight. That's not what I was saying. I was saying that he was off, that his feet were jumbled, and that he couldn't throw. He wasn't in proper punch position to even throw a punch. And those are things that when it comes to ring generalship, like if you're going to stalk someone, if you're going to cut them off, that you need to be aware of when you're trying to control the ring. Because if you're trying to control the ring, but you're getting picked out by the, picked apart from the outside because of the fact that you can't counter a punch, yes, you're stalking them. But every single time you're taking a jab, you're taking a straight because you can't fire back. That doesn't mean anything. Most of these guys haven't realized their foundational mistakes that they're making, and no one's pointing it out to them.
Yeah,
a lot of that's happening, right? And a lot of that is happening in today's boxing. Well, I guess when you look at it, of course we have elite trainers, that train fighters and whatnot, but I think all across the board, there are certain things, certain fundamentals, and certain things that are being left out because of what it perceives to be from the trainer, what looks good instead of what should be top proper.
This is an honest question coming from someone who doesn't watch boxing like you guys do. Do you think the heavyweight division, specifically the heavyweights, have, in general, it seems like this generation of fighters have a lack of ring generalship because they're carrying, like, it's harder to be more, they're looking for the knockout so much that they sacrifice the ring generalship because they're looking for the knockout more than the lighter divisions. That's why you see more ring generals in the lower divisions from like 118 to 126 and stuff like that.
I mean, I think that it's a mentality. I think that they were told that they were supposed to be heavier. Like they were supposed, and when I say heavier, I even mean on their feet. And you see a lot of them walk. You don't see a lot of them bring their feet with them because that's not how the way that they were taught. So if their foundational movement was not to bring their feet with them and to literally heel toe every single time that they're trying to chase an opponent down, it slows down the game. And they're trying to generate the power from being planted, which I understand. When you're trying to knock out someone, your feet are planted. You generate the power from all the way from your toe to your calf, to your thigh, to your hip, all the way up. But doing so, if you're loading up for a power punch every single time, it does restrict your movement.
Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering. So you're saying it actually, that's why they're sacrificing the being able to control the ring all the time because they're planting their feet most of the time to produce that one punch knockout power instead of like you see in the lighter divisions, like I said, where they're more about the movement and the output of punches instead of worrying about one punch and stuff like that.
But the problem is when we're talking about the lighter divisions versus the heavyweight division, right? Mm-hmm. Excuse me. The heavyweight division, that's what they do. They don't use because of the weight. You know what I'm saying? The lighter divisions, they throw a lot of punches, and they use more ring generalship just because. Not 9 times out of 10, but they're less likely to knock their opponents out. At these heavier weight classes, we look at big punches being thrown. The reason is lack of ring generalship is because these individuals are slugging with each other. They not really looking for the shit to go 12 rounds. They trying to get somebody out of there. If it go 12 rounds, then hopefully I'm in shape. But either you gonna knock me out or I'm gonna knock you out. That's usually what we see at the heavyweight division versus at the lower divisions. at the lower division saying that they use that lateral movement. They throw multiple punches, combinations, and those type of things. We see that down there, but you tell me the last time what's the best combination you seen heavyweights put together in the last few years? You tell me that.
I could bring up the Klitschko brothers. They were good combination punchers.
Well, I mean, if you go back in the 90s, I mean,
Tyson.
if you look at, if you go back in the 90s,
Neither Klitschko brother with combination.
That was the last. I mean, that era really was the last era of actual really good skilled heavyweights. And you saw guys had a different variety of style compared to now. You see a lot of guys that are really, really tall, but they lack the foot movement, and they put on a lot of mass, i.e., weight. And a lot of times you see these guys gas out at a quicker rate, and you see the fact that they can't move. I mean, when you look at some of these guys like Mike Ibuchi, what's his name? Michael Moore, guys of that ilk, Bruce Selden, all those guys, even like Tommy Morrison and them guys, all them guys can actually move their feet. Even if you go look at George Foreman, George Foreman compared, if we was to look at him today, we would look at him like, oh, well, shit, he can move really well and hit real hard. You know what I'm saying? But that's just how it is now. And, I mean, it's obvious because it's obvious the training's not there because guys are taught to do the same thing, the 1-2 and then clinch up. You don't see nobody really trying to get engaged in the clinch like that. And I'm talking about just in general with the heavyweights. And that's just how the game is now. And it's just, from what I was taught, from the trainer that taught me a long time ago, at one point somebody taught something from one generation that was forgotten, and it just kept going on and kept going on and kept going on. And this is where we're at today, in particular the heavyweights.
Do you think maybe a guy like Usyk maybe forces the guys around him in that division maybe to change the way they train?
Well, you're talking about as far as foot movement and whatnot, and see, and this is what I knew what was going to happen with AJ. I knew AJ was going to get outclassed and possibly stopped was because of that footwork. I mean, as far as the footwork is concerned, you can always work on footwork, but as far as being able to move laterally and being able to carry that kind of mass and move around, it's really hard to teach someone like Fury. I mean, my bad, not Fury, AJ, how to move like that. You know what I'm saying? Now, as far as like boxing overall, like there's a reason why like guys box a certain way at a particular height with a particular reach. And there's a reason why there's certain guys that are smaller box a certain way with their height and their reach. You have to do what's physically best for that particular individual. And you just can't sit up here and teach the skills that Usyk has at 6'3" to a guy that's 6'7" and 6'8". It's just like those are mechanic. See that kind of stuff. What Usyk can do, you can't really teach mechanically to a guy that's much taller because at the end of the day, so the taller you are, the clumsier you possibly can be. You know what I'm saying? On average. I mean, you have the Furies of the world, but that's about it. But
he's a freak of nature, basically, Tyson.
Well, I would say he's an anomaly. I mean, we saw the
no, he's a guy born in the boxing gym, like we just said. There's a difference between if you're born into the sport versus the time it takes. Like whatever it takes, however many hours you spend in the ring, you get better at things that you work on, including
but you know what?
And footwork and all those things. But there's a limit. Like it's a diminishing returns at a certain point. But in general, it's about time spent and working. It's about time spent and working on a particular skill.
Let me just put it this way, gentlemen. Like the thing is that when it comes to like, we're talking about boxers at a high level. We're not talking about boxers that are coming up or had just stepped into the boxing ring. You're trying to change a fundamental thing with them, and muscle memory at this point in their career. It's really difficult to break them out of the habit that they have already created, and to get them to be comfortable with what you're asking them to do. It's totally different from getting a guy that's in the amateurs and teaching him the way that Usyk has been training, but to try to put Usyk's training habit into AJ, it's not at this point. In, I mean, how many years has he been in the game, boxing historian? But I mean, a habit is grown time after time and time again. It's not going to be as easy as you guys think it is, just to, hey, so Usyk, this is his training schedule and this is what he does. Copy it so you'll be like Usyk. It's not as cookie cutter. And at this time in the game, it's really focusing on their strengths, minimizing their weaknesses. And you have to adjust to the fighter that you're given to train. You can't change them at this point in the game.
And I think it's easier to teach a young fighter like
I agree.
Anderson, because he's still in his early 20s and he can learn as he gets older. But you're saying it's harder to teach old dogs new tricks because there's the training habits were ingrained. It's hard to change them, Rachel, correct?
Well, let's just put it this way. When push comes to shove and they're tired, they will go back to their old habits. That's just what it is. They'll always start to go back to their old habits and what they're comfortable to. Training them in a training camp for 12 weeks to 16 weeks and focusing on a different game plan and a different kind of style that they're not used to will only last for so many rounds. Once they start getting frustrated, once they start getting tired, the old habit will come back.
Yeah, and that's a good point, and because like the old saying goes, old habits die hard, and that's why, like, really when you hit like 27, 28 and you've been in the game training for as long as you have, that's usually that age where everything that is embedded in you is there. You can tweak certain things, add little things here and there, but you are what you are pretty much at that point in terms of tendencies and in the psychology in the ring. And I'll say this, like, because I'm not going to sit up here and make an excuse for a Wilder or even any of these guys that, oh, well, what if he had more time? Well, you know what? Ernie Shavers, Ron Lyle, Jane Bone Crusher Smith were far more skilled than the guys that we see today. And those guys those guys, I think Ron Lyle came out of prison, like 25 starting pro. James Bone Crusher Smith walked into a boxing gym at age 28 and was fighting for a world title like in his early 30s. Ernie Shavers, a similar thing. So I do think that time spent in the gym and proper training is always it'll definitely show. But at the same time, like, if you're taught, it's like this: if you're taught a bad trick or a bad technique over and over and over and over again, and you're not corrected, doesn't matter how much time you have. If you're taught that same thing over and over again, then how can you change that?
Hey, real quick before Rachel answers that, Rachel, much love to you. BH, much love to you. Smoke, you know what I'm saying? Everybody on the panel, H Money, much love to all y'all. I got nightmares going on in the household, so love y'all. I'll rock with y'all again, and Ray, jump on with us so I'm gonna grill you next time too, only because I love you. So much love to all y'all, man.
Salute, life. I'm gonna try to stay on as long as I can. I want to watch this ONE FC on YouTube.
So Rachel, do you have Tyson Fury stopping Dillian Whyte, or do you have it going 12, or do you have Dillian Whyte winning? I guess she's gone. Yeah, I think actually, Tony, who you got?
For me, I have Tyson knocking him out by TKO. To be honest, Dillian. I have.
And that'd be his first TKO stoppage because usually Dillian is knocked out, like smooth out, snoring, like sleeping on the job. He doesn't really get the TKO stop. Okay.
Okay.
Man, I see a tough fight looming tomorrow or Saturday, man.
I know you got Dillian Whyte knocking him out.
Huh?
I know you got Dillian Whyte stopping Tyson Fury, right?
I'm not picking that.
No. You said it's gonna be a tough fight, but you still got.
It's gonna be a tough fight.
You just said
but I didn't sit up here and say that Fury's not gonna win. I just think it's gonna be a tough fight, man. I just think that guys are sleeping on
without picking White. You don't want to eat crow, but you want to pick White for real.
I mean, I do. You know, I mean, if I want to say something personally, I despise Tyson Fury, man. The dude's a fucking weirdo, man. But I mean, as far as Dillian Whyte, I mean, he has a chance if he goes to the body early and if he forces a fight in a pocket fight. Not to say that Fury could hold his own in the pocket, but I'm just saying it would more favor the style that Dillian Whyte likes to fight.
I mean, but what does that have to do with boxing? You saying you don't like him? Come on, bro. The man can fight. Now, what a person does in a personal life, that has nothing to do with the sport. Now, you know what I mean? You got to get your feelings out of it. Now, Tyson Fury is the #1 heavyweight in boxing. He just knocked out Deontay Wilder. Come on now, bro.
Yeah, he's very good. he's a hell of a fighter. But I'm just saying, saying
you're making it personal with this guy, like you don't like him. Come on now, bro.
All that personal, but I'm just sitting up here saying, get the smoke. Said, is there a chance you would pick Dillian Whyte? I was like, yeah, because I don't like Fury, but I think it's going to be a tough fight this Saturday.
I'm saying it sounds like you want to pick White, but you just don't want to eat crow.
I do want to pick White.
Well, Tyson Fury got better skills than Dillian Whyte. He's a better fighter. Dylan White got knocked out by Alexander Povetkin. Dylan White got knocked out by Anthony Joshua. Come on now, bro. You got to do your research.
I do.
Come on.
Whatever.
He does get hit a lot more. Dillian Whyte gets hit a lot more.
Dillian Whyte loves to get dropped. Like, really, who hasn't dropped him? Maurice Walk? Like in his last fights, like going back to Joseph Parker?
He didn't get dropped by Joseph, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did, bro. Like I said, boxing historian, do your research, brother.
Holding on to
he did. No,
he got knocked down by Oscar Rivas. He
got
dropped
knocked down by everybody but Maurice Walk.
Exactly.
Like going all the way back to 2018.
The one thing I do love, I don't know if this is why boxing historian doesn't like him, but the one thing I do like about Fury is he cuts off media like he doesn't give a shit. That's the one thing I like about Fury. If we're talking about outside boxing ring, he will make a statement and it's just like, we're done with this conversation, done. And I feel like a lot of boxers, like when we get dragged, honestly, when we get dragged into the boxing politics and they want us to say things on certain subjects that really don't have anything to do with boxing, it is kind of silly. So I do give him props for just saying, like, listen, this is what it is, and are we going to talk about boxing? We're going to talk about all the politics around it, or what I feel about Ukraine and all this other stuff. Like, I admire that he will say, like, I just want to talk about my fight, and they try to take it some other way, and he's just like, oh yeah, I'm done with this conversation, thanks. Some of the press is a little bit they're a little bit pushy, and they try to push their own agenda. I don't appreciate that, because they try to push an agenda so then that they can get a quote from you that will go viral, and whether it is in context or out, it destroys the fighter more than it helps them. That's my own 2 cents about that outside. But Dillian Whyte does get hit a lot more than I think he should, because he stays in the pocket a lot and his chin's up. So go ahead. I'm just eating guacamole and chips.
Me too.
Yeah, Rachel, teach him. Come on, boxing historian.
Just eating chips.
Look, I mean, man. I ain't say he's not a good. I ain't say he ain't a very good. I
Exactly.
just don't like his motherfucking ass. That's all. Shit, man. I mean, and I don't even like. It's not even like I like Dillian Whyte. Look. I mean, I'm just giving you my honest assessment about the fight, though, on the real.
Now you told me you don't like him. You can't stand Tyson Fury. You hate him. You want to see him lose. That's what it is.
I mean, look. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, as much I didn't like what Wilder did, I was hoping Wilder will beat him deep
Can't
down.
nobody beat Tyson Fury. Can't nobody beat him.
Usyk will.
Tyson Fury is the best heavyweight of this era. He is. After Lennox Lewis, I mean, in the Klitschko brothers, he took over. And remember, Tyson Fury, he beat Vladimir Klitschko. When Klitschko was the champion for 7 straight years, Tyson Fury was the underdog and beat him. He beat him in his backyard, beat him in Germany.
Yeah, he picked him at the right opportune time.
And he beat Deontay Wilder, beat him.
Yeah, he beat an overhyped.
Nah, you're hating on Deontay Wilder, bro. Come on, bro.
Respect,
bro. For real, man.
Come on, Tyson Fury going to be the guy picking him. The Tyson Fury was the mandatory. There wasn't any Tyson Fury picking Vlad. Like Vlad picked him. Vlad had his pick of anybody.
No, I was just talking shit, bro. But no, on the real though, Usyk will beat him.
Nah, you come on, bro. You just disrespected Deontay Wilder. Said he was overhyped. Come on, bro. That's not cool, man.
I mean,
you have been off your game, BH. You have been off your game, bro.
On what picks? On picks?
No, like literally, you never told me that Jack Johnson had something to do with the Mexican Revolution and a fight. I'm like, bro, come on, man. You're the boxing historian, bro.
All right, here we go.
You're slipping, man. Remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals.
Here we go, Puro. I got you. Oh, but
hey,
that was
told me about it. I never knew about that shit. You know, like that. I haven't read it yet, but I can't wait.
That was around the same time, wasn't it? 1910.
I have no idea. I haven't read the article yet.
No, the Mexican Revolution happened in 1910.
Oh, yeah, I read the early, in the early, whatever they call it, shit,
19th
century, whatever.
Well, Jack Johnson, there's a lot of shit he did on the real though, but I mean, like I said, man, look, Fury's a hell of a fighter, but I think that Usyk will have his number. Usyk's the wrong guy. No, he's the right guy.
He's gonna get beat.
Who?
The big duffer. The big duffer.
Come on, here you go. See, you playing. I already see it already. Come on now. You know what time it is. You know who's the best? Tyson Fury. Number 1, undefeated, lineal champion.
I want him
Come on, bro.
Undefeated.
He beat the best fighters. He beat the best heavyweights.
I don't care. I want him to lose.
See, here you go. Okay, go ahead.
I was kind of a Fury hater, but since the press conference yesterday, I buried that.
I am a hater.
Well, I think that Dillian Whyte's gonna give him a tough fight, bro. On the real, I mean, I think Fury might win, most likely, but it's gonna be a tough contested fight, whether it goes to decision or not. You know, I think that Dillian Whyte, if he could force a fight in the pocket, and if he can go to the body early, you know, he has a chance. It's not like Fury can't get dropped.
He has to go to the body. If he don't go to the body,
No, but Fury gets dropped and he comes up like an Undertaker, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, he recovered several times
because he got the most heart. Tyson Fury got the heart, man. That's
let me
get back up every time.
Let me ask her a question, Rachel. Let me ask you this: Is that because he has a great recovery? Or is it that Wilder didn't hit as hard as they say he did?
Oh. I mean, I don't know how do you say that someone has a great recovery off of a knockdown? That literally has to do with your legs. If your legs can even withstand it to come back up. So I don't want to even say that that's a thing. Coming off of a knockdown is the knockdown that I had seen was, he knocked him down, went down toward, it wasn't a full knockout, and he got up immediately. So based off that, I think that Dillian Whyte did not He just doesn't hit as hard.
Well, the reason I say that is this. Here's my reasoning behind that.
Oh, sorry, Wilder.
Here's my reasoning behind that, Rachel. Wilder knocked out all those other dudes he fought, right?
Mm-hmm.
But all those other dudes wasn't shit.
So then they didn't have a
chance.
chance.
There was somebody who could actually fight. He got beat up.
Well, then why wasn't all those other dudes getting knocked out then? By other people
They
other than
wasn't
Wilder.
shit. I just told you they wasn't shit.
I'm saying, so then why weren't other people knocking them out if they weren't shit?
You can't. I mean, 'cause it's not that it's literally when you hit someone, it's about punch placement. You can hit someone and they're not going to go down because your punch placement isn't at the correct point where it will literally make you see stars and then knock you out. There are punches that will disrupt your balance and just on the right timing and knock you down. It is what it is. So we can't really compare like, well, why didn't he knock this guy out? Why didn't he knock that guy out? Because when you talk about the punch placement and when they hit, when they did, in what position they did, that's a scientific basis on why they got knocked out. That's my opinion.
Well,
I mean, you can also roll shots, right?
This is
I'm
what
sorry,
I'm going.
go ahead.
Wilder was quicker and more athletic than mostly everybody he fought, correct?
Yes.
And when he picked up the weight, because in the first Fury fight, he did pretty well. He did well.
Mm-hmm.
Competed. But once he started picking up the weight, that's when he started getting clipped and beat up because he was better when he was 212 to 219. Once he decided to try to get bigger, that athleticism went, and when it went, all his flaws came to the surface. That's just the way I saw it.
Well, I mean, that highly depends on if he was working on the stamina of his muscles, the sustainability and endurance when he was growing those muscles. Now, if you're just lifting to just lift, just because you want to look bigger and grow more muscles, the fast twitch muscles are going to be a lot slower because when you're lifting for slow twitch muscles. So whoever his trainer was at that time should have been compensating the growth of the muscles with fast twitch muscles to be able to bring it up to that weight to compensate for the weight gain. But if they weren't and they were just growing for growth, that like basically a muscle man competition and not using the sustainability and the endurance in the muscle, then that's why he wasn't able to endure as long as he was supposed to. You can't grow muscle and then not train it in the exact way that you're supposed to use it.
Right, because his strength and conditioning coach was like a football coach or something. So
most of them are. Have you seen these guys? Have you seen? Look at most of the strength and conditioning coaches. Do you honestly think any of them have ever gotten in a fight that, let alone a 12-round fight with 3 minutes?
No.
Yeah, well, we know what's crazy about that. Especially when in the third fight, this dude was really lifting heavy for hypertrophy muscle instead of doing it for muscle performance. Like, I mean, like only an idiot would do some shit like that because to do that means that you only have maybe 3 or 4 rounds before you gas out.
Your muscle ties up. Yes.
And I saw that bar. I saw that bar in the video. That was like 315. I was benching 315 in high school, so he wasn't doing it.
I mean, that's the thing is that half of the time I think that a lot of fans do improperly put the fighters in a limelight where they're supposed to look a certain way to the fans, right? Whether that's for the betting odds or whatever. They're like, oh man, this guy looks ripped. He looks huge. Look at his biceps. They increased by 2 inches circumference. Like, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't equivalent to punch stats or stamina through a 12-round fight. And I think some of that has hindered why these guys are getting so big. Yes, if you want to get big because you're trying to get a bigger punch and a momentum behind your punch, then great, that's fine. But you also have to have the sustainability throughout the rounds to be able to carry that muscle. And if you're not using those fast twitch muscles in 3 minutes, 1 minute off for 12 rounds, then you're really wasting it, because the amount of weight that you're deadlifting, pressing, it doesn't matter at that point, because you can't sustain it for that amount of time. You're only good for what? Maybe 60 seconds?
3-4 rounds. Yeah, you're right.
3-4 rounds. Yeah, I say 60 seconds because they're not going to be able to sustain it for the 3 minutes.
Exactly. And
It starts to get heavy.
And don't get me wrong, I respect Wilder for what he did in 12 years of boxing. In only 12 years, he became the heavyweight champion of the world, and he held the title for 5 years. No matter who he beat, no matter who he fought, he was the champ. So you got to respect that. I don't think that will ever be equaled in that short amount of time. Now, Shelly Finkel and JD's did craft his career perfectly, but it is what it is. The man did do it.
Yeah.
You know, but go ahead, B.
I'll just say this, and we can't, but the 42 knockouts and shit. People talk shit about, oh, well, Canelo, he fought 40 something guys, but or what, 30 something guys in Mexico. But it's like this, bro. Wilder fought literally 30, and we can call them bums because that's what they were. They were motherfuckers that was 400 pounds. I remember watching that shit years ago. Of this guy fighting guys that had no business being in the ring, and he fought noteworthy guys in his 30-something fight. And we're talking about 45 fights. You know what I'm saying? And his best win is against a guy who was 45 years old, mind you. He was good. Don't get it twisted. Ortiz is was good heavyweight. I don't know how good he is now, but dude was like 40 plus years old, well, taking heart medication, and that was his best win, bro. I'm not gonna sit up here and, I respect what he's done. I was a fan of him since 2009. Before these LDBC clowns came about. But same time, I can't sit up here and be a fanboy and say that he did something great or amazing. But I do respect what he did, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was gonna say, and then not to mean like the career of any fighter, but they all kind of get, their career path manipulated, and they all get help at a certain point in their careers. And I'm not saying that because I know, but I wish I like H and some of the people that kind of like maybe doubt it could speak Spanish, because like Marco Antonio Barrera and El Terrible Morales, they have a podcast and they have a whole a couple episodes on like making weight, like I don't know if a lot of people know, but like making weight and Mexican fighters is like they hate they have like they hate the weight cutting process of that. At least that's what they say. They have a whole episode of how it breaks down, and how like they blew weight sometimes, and they discuss kind of like their own glove gates that they had in between themselves and stuff like that. I mean, it's really interesting to see it from their perspective.
H, like someone who was it? Oh my God, I lost it. Oh, Haplotype O said, people talk like Wilder wasn't. Nope, sorry, that wasn't it. Shoot. Oh, Pete. Pete said, yeah, but Wilder's lower half is as thin as middleweights. That matters when you fight bigger guys. Let me tell you that one of the things that me and O'Neill talked about a lot of times, because it drove me bat when he was a 112er. I was like, the hell is wrong with your legs? And he was like, what? I was like, why are they like chicken legs? And he's like, I'm a boxer. I was like, so all your weight's carried on the top and you don't even work your bottom? Literally, if your bottom can't stand up, which is, we talked about Ugas earlier, where he thought that his range of distance was something and he was giving a false range, and his lower body half was not where his upper body half was. If your lower body cannot bring you anywhere, who cares if you think you can fight if you can't bring it with you? And I don't understand that. I really don't understand why a lot of these boxers don't train. Like, they train for marathons, right? They run for 10 miles, 15 miles on in a straight direction. And that's not how they're training. That's not how they fight, right? They fight left, right, lateral, back, forth, every single which way direction, because the ring is not a straight directional fight. I don't understand why boxers don't invest a bit of time. I'm not saying all of their time, but a bit of their time to create their foundation when they're boxing. Because literally, without your what do we hear about? Their legs gave out. Their legs are tired. Why are we not focusing on your foundation? Because if you can't damn move, you're going to be a sitting damn target. I don't understand this. I've seen it way too many times where I've seen the weigh-ins. I'm like, that guy has no calves. Where is his calves? Where is his thighs? Like, how is he going to keep up? And sure enough, when the fight comes, they're locked legged. They can't move. They're sitting targets after maybe the 5th round. They can't go anywhere. I don't understand why we're still in this old school mentality that it's just about the punches. It's literally about the entire body.
Could it be a genetic disposition? Like, some people are just kind of like victims of their genetic makeup?
You don't think that it's because they tell them to run 10 miles a day?
I mean, I don't know. That's why, like, I mean, like, you work with your husband and stuff. Like, I'm out of shape and you know, a little pudgy. So that's what I was asking.
No, Nito doesn't run. He hasn't run since 2010.
Oh shit, he does no cardio?
I didn't say he doesn't do cardio.
Oh, no, I mean, he doesn't do road work. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
He doesn't do road work in one direction. It's not beneficial.
No, and I don't want you to give up the game plan or give up any, like, you know, tips that these guys can use. Be like, okay, this guy,
No,
you know,
they could
but,
use it. No, they could totally use it. I don't care, because the thing is that what I'm saying is it's science. It's not something that I'm hiding. It's not something that they can't look up. We fight, and I say we fight because when I used to fight, I'll tell you a story. When we used to run before practice, and when my coach was yelling at me because I would just walk, when he would turn the corner, he caught me one time. And he locked his arm with me when he caught me, and he made me run back to the studio. When we got back to the studio after we ran, we already warmed up. He told us to put on our sparring equipment. After we put on the sparring equipment, he was, you know, he was mocking me. He was like, she's beat you on the runs, this and that. And I just let him. I was 16, and I was like, okay. And he matched me with a 23-year-old who was beating me on the runs. And he was like, why is she beating you? This and that. Your national team, she's not, and she's beating you on the runs. We sparred. And as soon as we sparred, within the first 30 seconds, I had kicked off her damn headgear. Kicked off her headgear. She went and ran and got her headgear. And I said, that's why she runs. Because I don't train to run. I train to fight.
I got you.
So it's not new. We don't do boxers pace for 12 rounds for 45 minutes an hour in one direction. You're training the slow twitch muscles, only certain muscles, and that's it. Slow twitch, not fast twitch.
Well, you know, one thing I would say one thing that does do better than just a distance run is those hill sprints.
Hill sprints, yep.
Because that burn. To be honest, that'll burn that'll burn weight off your body, or burn off fat, or burn off calories off your body a whole lot faster. You know,
It does, and it pushes your lung capacity. When it pushes your lung capacity and your heart rate up a lot faster, and then you have to recover, you know, so many times. Again, that Sunto that Nonito uses, when he's sparring, he's wearing that damn thing. And I have the watch on me, and I'll tell him, you're at 190. You have 1 minute to bring it down. And he'll bring it down to 168. So 22 beats per minute. And then he'll go back out. And we train in that way, because of the fact that it really is short bursts of sprints within 3 minutes, and then you have 1 minute rest to bring it back down. That's what if you want to train your heart rate that way. But when it comes to strength and conditioning, it's you train your heart rate the same way, but you also have to bring in the different movements and the different muscles that you have to use in a fast twitch situation, and not a slow twitch, slow run for 10 miles like we're training for a marathon.
Yeah, yeah, you're talking about like interval training, pretty much.
Yes.
Can I ask something real quick? My man, I just got on the panel. Rachel, much love, much respect. I'm saying Nonito, Godzilla, Donaire, you know what I'm saying, the whole squad. So Rachel, my question is, would you consider using your talents and your skills as far as your management, the way that you manage Nonito? Would you work with other fighters, and give them, become a manager, you know what I'm saying, and become a nutritionist? Is that something that you think about, or is this something that you're doing it for Nonito?
I'm not so much more as Nonito's nutritionist. Nonito knows he's already got his panel on what he's inflammable to, so I don't mess with that. I leave it to him. As far as strength and conditioning and managing, I have helped and advised a lot of boxers without even a contract. It's for me, it's about giving them knowledge that they can use. And I hope that even after boxing, that they use the same knowledge that I give them into different aspects, with their businesses, with their families, and things like that. Strength and conditioning, the workouts that I do are always open to whoever wants to come. I don't minimize it to, oh, it's only for world champions or anything like that. I open the gym to, I open the training sessions to, Angelo Leo's welcome, Reyes is welcome, any, Kai, there's a bunch of guys that show up to the boxing training that I do on Tuesday and Saturday. It's up to them if they want to come. They know that if they come, they're going to have to give it their damn hardest, because guess what? They're not paying me. So I can kick you out because guess what? You're not paying me. So the thing is where I am and where Nonito is in our lives is we're not doing anything for money. We're doing it out of, the goodness of our heart, that we believe that boxers have been taken advantage of. So if anybody wants to come with me and ask me for advice, they're free to do so. They just have to ping me on Instagram or Twitter or whatever. I don't close my door to anyone that needs my help. So in long story short, yes. But at the same time, I don't need any recognition or any payment on the backside of that.
Yeah, because I think that if you gave the same attention, information, and dedication to somebody else, I think they would benefit from that. So I always believe you're talented and you're gifted, that you should get compensated for it. So whether it's financially or whatever the case may be, but what I'm saying, like, I think that you can help a lot of fighters, and as far as business wise, managing contracts, things like that, from what I've heard, you being on the panel, the knowledge that you spit, so a lot of fighters can gain from that, and not just that, but from their diets, the nutrition and things like that. So that was my only question, and if you're willing to do that, that's great. What I'm saying, like, I'm not going to say, oh, don't do that and do this, but I honestly think, like, if someone were to come to you and they don't know anything about the business and nutrition, I think you could help them and guide them. That's the only thing.
No, I appreciate that. It's just, I think there's too many people in this game that already need that already money hungry and that take advantage of these fighters. I mean, you look at, a management fee that's whether it's between literally 10 to 33%. Then you look at a trainer that's 10%, a cutman that's 3%. We're going down the list. Taxes if they're not a US citizen. I'm in a really blessed place where my career in itself, outside of boxing, sustains our livelihood. Nonito has made enough money in his career. This is literally a passion, and it's a passion to give back.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah, no, that's amazing. Like, especially like, you spend your time with us. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, I'm just saying, like if I were to come to you and you're busy, like, I would like for you to like manage me. I'm not saying like, oh, I'm going to be a fighter, but like I would like, a manager like you know what I'm saying, that can read through the contracts, that can, explain things to me, that can simplify these things to me, you know what I'm saying, and then I can negotiate better, you know what I'm saying, when you're starting off as a fighter, because like a lot of fighters don't even read their contracts. They just go into a fight, you know what I'm saying, they agree, they sign to a promotional company, they don't even know what they're signing to. So yeah, having somebody like you that can break these contracts down, that can maneuver you and deal with the right people, you know what I'm saying, and especially not just that, but just like the most important thing is the nutrition, you know what I'm saying, like I heard you talk about like the way that a lot of people are allergic to certain foods, right? So your body reacts to those, and we don't know unless you get it tested. You know what I'm saying? So that's a very good thing that a lot of people don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might be like a small percentage, but your body reacts to that. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, Nonito can't eat rice.
that's
He can't eat
science.
cheese. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that like knowledge is power, literally. But I mean, I'll work with anybody who wants me to work with them. I've noticed in this space a very long time ago that it's a male dominated sport. So you don't see me go out saying, "Oh, I'm working with this guy." Whether this guy wants to promote me, I don't care. It's not that I don't care. I appreciate it, but it's not it's not my purpose, since I'm not doing this to be recognized. So it's if I feel like if you seek me out and you want my help, that you're open for that help, whether it is in strength and conditioning, nutrition, or in management, because you're open to it. I'm not throwing it down your throat and twisting you in so many different directions that all you have to sign with me.
Yeah.
No,
All,
I've been through that. It's disgusting.
yeah. And Rachel, the only thing that I'm saying is that like you would be an asset to anybody that's willing to, be under your wing. Like if you were a manager, and or anything like that, like you would be, what I'm saying, like, so it's the one thing that you're doing this for Nonito, you know what I'm saying, and that's amazing. But like if somebody were to like say like, hey, help me. You know what I'm saying? Like because you cover all the bases. You know what I'm saying? You can recommend somebody like as far as a trainer, like what trainers would you recommend to work with, you know what I'm saying, like if it's Freddie Roach, is Robert Garcia, is it, you know what I'm saying, like what trainers would you recommend to work with, because they're a little bit easier to work with, and they're more knowledgeable in what you're trying to do, you know what I'm saying.
It's not about the trainers that I suggest that they should work with. The thing is that the trainer that is best suited to their style. Each fighter has a different style, and there's different trainers that can enhance those styles. So, I mean, depending on the fighter is who I would recommend. Um, and of course, at the end of the day, the synergy between the trainer and the boxer, it has to be key. So, I mean, if I had to do a superficial look, I would, look at the fighter and look at the trainer that they're looking at, one or two trainers with the same type of style that harnesses the experience and the way that they box, and put them with that trainer to enhance that style. I wouldn't put for example, a power puncher brawler with a tactician. That doesn't make sense. Um, so things like that. Like there's so many great trainers out there, but a lot of them do impose the way that they like to train boxers and kind of give a cookie cutter of this is how I train. So all of you guys are supposed to be like this. Um, and it works if you are a brawler and I put you with a brawler trainer. It doesn't work if I put you with a tactician. You're just not going to understand that style. It just is what it is. And So it highly depends on the boxer of who I would put them with. Each, like I said, each of them have amazing talent. Freddie Roach is one of the ones that have, a great eye. Where he is right now in his in his personal life, I don't suggest
Yeah.
him to be a trainer. I do suggest him to be a tactician, someone who's a strategist, who can tell you and break it down, and then have someone else take over when it comes to mitts and things like that. Okay. Great respect for Freddie. When it comes to someone like Robert Garcia is very knowledgeable as a corner, a head coach in the corner, knows all the rules and everything. Loves, loves the guys who brawl. Loves the guys who brawl. Less of a little bit less of a tactician, because of the style that he brings out. Um, and he's able to hone the brawler style to a point where it works and minimize their weaknesses within the brawling. So things like that. It just literally depends on the fighter. You don't want to just, hey, this guy's supposed to be, the best trainer around. It might not be the best for that boxer.
Yeah, and expect to be changed. You know what I'm saying? Like, right away, overnight. You know what I'm saying? It takes time because like it's hard
Oh,
to eliminate habits. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, no, it
yeah,
takes it. I mean, if you read the book of habits, The Power of Habits, which is one of Nonito's favorite books, everything that we do is based on habits and our association with those habits. Because of that, it's harder to break a habit that's been in place for so long. So, you know, um, like I said, it's a trainer that is comfortable in the style that you already are in, cleaning up the habits that are bad and enforcing the ones that are good, and minimizing the amount of weaknesses that you have, and that you only listen, no one's going to ever eliminate your weaknesses, but they can shrink it to a point where you're only doing it in spots and it doesn't look like it's your weakness anymore.
yeah, and you can apply it to life. You know what I'm saying? Like if you think about it, I'm saying our habits are our weaknesses when you apply it to life and you apply it to boxing.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's an actual book though. The
Yes, Power of Habits.
Power of Habit.
Rachel, I don't know if you know, but I've known you guys worked with Freddie before. But does Freddie have like a de facto like understudy or like an official understudy? I always thought it was Jerry, but I mean I assume that.
We have not worked with Freddie.
Oh no, you guys haven't worked with Freddie, but do you guys know? I mean, since you guys are closer to the business, I mean to the sport than I am.
So I know he has a bunch of different Marvin, oh God, Marvin Samodio was one of his guys that he was bringing up, and Marvin Samodio has is one of those. He's Filipino. He really takes on for the Filipino boxers that are at Freddie's gym, and I know he does implement Freddie's game plan. As far as everyday work, as far as on the mitts and on the bags and things like that. The other trainers in that gym, I don't know that he really is, kind of handing them off to. It's kind of hard. Like we all understand like his legacy has been so long reigning. And one of the biggest things with trainers is that, just as much as boxers, they don't want to let go. This is a sport that they love. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, sometimes that is to the detriment of the fighters.
Yeah, I hear you. And to the sport because like he has a lineage, I believe. I forgot who trained him, but I forgot if it was Bowie Fisher or who was it that trained him. Anyways, it was or Eddie Futch. But I mean, he has like a lineage, and obviously passed down to Freddie, and he taught, and and I thought, I mean, I don't know if he was actually teaching Boo Boy. I only see on TV and on interviews and stuff like that. But I mean, like usually, like I mean, what I've seen, I don't know any of these trainers personally, but they usually kind of leave like a lineage, and it'd be sad to see his lineage get cut off for whatever reason.
So Boo Boy is Manny's best friend. He's more of, you
Correct.
know, a Mitts guy. Honestly, the funny part is that Nonito actually knew Boo Boy from grade school. Boo Boy was in Nonito's mother's class because she was a teacher, and Nonito was a little kid, snotty nosed kid that had to go to the bathroom, and Boo Boy had to wipe his butt when he went to the bathroom. But I mean, as
Shit.
far as boxing knowledge, like that's the thing, right? We can talk about like, hey, Freddie's like, hey, I need you to work on this. But are you telling him why? Are you telling him the reasons as to why you're doing these exercises, or are you just telling him to do it?
Yeah.
That kind of boxing knowledge and that conversation is a lot less in between that we would like to think, because I feel like how, you know, older generations have always been, even in taekwondo, was do what I say, don't ask why. And so this is it's just that generation. You just obey. But the asking why is really having you is giving you the knowledge as and opening a gateway as to what Freddie's seeing.
Mm-hmm.
What are you seeing that I need to learn? What can I learn from what you're seeing to apply it to the next fight or to the next fighter as well?
Yeah, then that's a good point. And that's why I was asking if you knew, like, if he's actually, like, if, because I believe Jerry Penaloza's worked with him for years. You know, he was his former fighter. And I just want to know if you knew that he was teaching him, like, okay, I'm doing this. Exactly how you broke it down.
I don't think Jerry Penaloza is an active role in doing that. It might be just for his fighters specifically, because Jerry Penaloza is stationed. There goes my military.
It's all good.
He lives in the Philippines. To really learn a lineage and a language of a trainer, you have to be around them a lot, between different fighters, and different camps and different opponents. You can't just learn it just because Manny's fighting and you show up for the last month, and you hear and you understand. You literally have to be engrossed in how is Freddie thinking, why is he thinking this, what is he doing, what is he seeing, how is he communicating that, how does that communicate to Mitts, how does that communicate to the strategic game plan in the overall fight, in addition to the sparring of what we need to look out for. If you're not having those conversations, you're just a robot because he's saying do this on Mitts. If that's the superficial conversation, then you're not taking the knowledge of what he has and applying it.
You're not passing it down. No, I understand.
Boxing historian, say something. Is he
I know,
gone?
BH, come on. He should be taking notes. Me, I don't plan to box
I
or
am
train
taking
or
notes.
anything like that. Take notes, BH. You've been slipping.
I am taking notes. Everything that she's saying, I'm right here. You know, I'm just muted.
There you go. All right.
But no,
you get to keep your
you know,
PhD for another day, bro. You're good.
yeah, PhD, man. Yeah, okay, man. I got you. But no, actually, I do want to talk about the dieting aspect with what you guys are doing with Nonino Donaire. Question would be, do you guys use intermittent fasting, or how's the diet that you use? You know, what are the techniques you guys use for that?
So I do intermittent fasting just because I've never actually really thought about it. This was just something that I always did since I was younger when I was competing. I didn't think of I literally, would go to school, I wouldn't eat, and then I would eat at lunch, eat when I got back home, go to training, and then go to sleep. And then train again at 4:30 in the morning. So it was like this cycle. I didn't know I was doing it. With Nonito, he literally, when we first met and he was at 112, he would go up to about 145, 147. It was disgusting. And I would look at him like, what the hell are you doing? He's like, well, I cut weight and all this, and he would bloat up. And first of all, we had to change his mentality and his emotional connection with food. His emotional connection with food was because of the fact that when he was younger in the Philippines, in the province, they only had Coke on special occasions. They only had meat on special occasions. So his association was happy times, and we don't know when we're going to get this again. In addition to leftovers, he would not let anything be put in the fridge. He would finish it. And I had to disassociate that with him because I was like, listen, I understand you didn't have electricity then. We need to calm this down, and we need to cut it, cut this association that you have, because we have a refrigerator and we can heat it up tomorrow morning. So based on that, like, he started understanding my association with food. He started adopting it. He took it a step crazy further. He started looking up fasting and autophagy and the turnover of cells and how long that takes in the body. So what he actually does is he, during a certain part in his in the camp, he eats on Sunday because he spars on Monday. Then Monday night, he doesn't eat. Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday night, he eats, sparring Friday. Saturday, Sunday, he doesn't eat until Sunday night. And it's because of the autophagy effect in the cellular turnover in making new cells and recycling out the old cells and the damaged cells in his body that he does that.
That's interesting. And is that just for more? Does that give more energy throughout the day?
He's absolutely fine. I get mad when I don't eat, like, by literally, because Nonito trains 11:30 to 1:30. Jesse trains from 1:30 to 3:30. I'm mad by 1:30 if I haven't had something. He has trained his mind where he's just not, I mean, he's drinking water, he might have coffee in there, but an actual substance meal he doesn't have until Sunday or Thursday night. It hasn't kicked in yet. I don't think he's going to do it until like week 6 or week 5. But he has noticed that ever since he started doing this a couple fights ago, his, especially after the sparring, he's not sore. He doesn't have the body aches anymore, and he attributes it to the autophagy and pushing out all the toxins and the inflammation within his body because he's fasting.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's another thing. Eating the right foods, so you don't have inflammatory reaction towards certain foods, especially when you're exercising. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, I did the what is it called? The food intolerance test, and I think I was weighing about 115 then, and no matter what I did, I couldn't break it. And I did a food intolerance, and they had me list down what I was eating every day. And I told them, I was like, they're like, what's your goal? And I said 110, but I can't get there no matter how much I work. And they said, well, okay, well, funny part is you're eating egg whites every morning. I was like, okay, well, that's supposed to be healthy. And they're like, not for you. And as soon as I cut egg whites out, I dropped the last 5. So apparently I was intolerable to egg whites. And I'm not supposed to eat them. But if you honestly don't know what you're intolerable to, you have no idea why you're fatigued, why you're bloated, why you're holding on to water weight, why you have gas, all these things, like, it has an effect. And if you don't have the knowledge to actually journal what you're eating and what you feel like after you're eating, then you're just wondering why you're tired.
That takes a toll on your stomach and your digestive system, especially something that your body's trying to fight off. It's they don't want that shit. You know what I'm saying? So
You
Well, and
answer
that's what I think people don't understand is that when you have food intolerances, they're like, oh, okay, well, so yeah, you're intolerable to it. So what does that mean? It really does mean that your body goes into a state where it's fighting what's in your gut and ignoring the other parts of your body because it's almost like you know a disease or sickness every single time you eat something that's intolerable to you. But they don't understand that.
Hmm. Yes, yes, that's interesting because and not everybody has like the same like of course like the same food source. Like you were just mentioning, like some people are just not tolerable to certain things than others. But
No, everybody's different. Let's play a game, boxing historian. You should go and get your your food intolerance test done.
yeah, yeah, I need to. I ain't gonna lie, I need trying to get down to 220. But
You should get it done.
So do
It's
you guys
really
have
interesting because like I noticed, I remember I was at a concert. They told me I was intolerable to potatoes and I was like, "Okay." So I told my girlfriend, I was like, "Hey, can you get me either champagne or gin and whatever?" And she's like, she came back. Of course, she came back with vodka. And I was like, I can't drink this. She's like, "You're being such a diva. You're not allergic to potatoes." Within an hour, my feet swelled and my shoes didn't fit.
hmm.
And I never knew that. Like I just associated it with alcohol. I didn't know that technically it was vodka. I can drink gin, I can drink tequila. I can't drink vodka. And it's
um,
not my face won't get red. It's just my feet swell and that's part of the bloatedness.
Hey, Rocky
I
boy.
had no idea vodka made from potatoes. For a guy that's had quite a lot of it, it's news to me.
You're probably intolerable to it then.
No, I had no idea it came from potatoes. So do you guys get like advice from a nutritionist, or do you guys use a chef, or like as far as the nutrition element, do you guys do that yourself, or do you guys have like someone go to like to get advice on your food and how to cook it? Like how do you guys work out during training camp?
No, we just literally just we did the food intolerance and then I there's been a bunch of companies that's been wanting to sponsor us for the fights. Nonito likes to cook his own food. He doesn't like it out of the house. So as long as we, just stay by the guidelines of his food intolerance, listen, you can eat what you're intolerable to. Just know the after effects of it, and it's the consequence. It's your choice. I have, eaten uh, not just egg whites, but anything with eggs, and I know I'm gonna feel like crap for the next 2 days, but that's my choice. So we don't we base it off on our food intolerance tests, and then we cook and make things in our house um, every day, and then store it on our own based on what we know. It's a 40-page booklet on vegetables, meats, shellfish, every single thing that you can think of that you could eat is on that book.
Okay,
Tim
so you don't
Witherspoon.
have like a nutrition.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tim Witherspoon had that 6 or 7 fight like slide in the middle of his career because he was allergic to eggs and didn't know it. Like that old school diet where they just had you eat raw eggs, a bunch of them. He was on that
Yeah.
and found out he had egg allergies.
Hey, that's crazy, man. I'm actually watching a Tim Witherspoon fight as we speak right now. Get the smoke.
Yeah.
Funny you mention that.
But that's the thing. This is the beauty of technology now, of science, and about growing. We have so many things at our fingertips because of the internet and the science that is behind it now. Um, there really is no reason that we shouldn't be using these things. Like if he had a food intolerance to eggs, it's pretty much the same as me. I thought I was being healthy by eating egg whites every morning, and it was actually poisoning my body because my body couldn't digest it. If you don't know that, then because everyone's saying, right? You look at every blog on Yahoo, like, oh, do 3 egg whites in the morning, 2 in the afternoon as snack, whatever. And you're overloading your body with poisons to your specific body. It might work for somebody else, but it doesn't work for you. It's not a
Yeah,
cookie cutter. We're all made different.
they were marketing that whole like egg whites as heart healthy. That's what they would just say, give me heart healthy eggs.
Yep, that's what I did. Because that's supposed to be healthy.
So, what would you use as a replacement for like a breakfast meal? If I don't know if you want to go into that, like what would be a typical like breakfast meal for somebody that you can use anybody, like not necessarily for the Nonito, but like for anybody, like what should they eat? You know what I'm saying for the breakfast time?
It literally depends on the person, on their food intolerances. If eggs is not supposed to be on their diet, then they should stick with fruits, something light. If it's a dairy intolerance, then they shouldn't be eating yogurt or cereal or anything like that. If it's an oat intolerance, they shouldn't be eating oatmeal. So it literally has, like, so I don't have an oat intolerance. So most of the time I have steel oats, just with boiled in water, and that's it. Whereas Nonito is not intolerable to eggs, he can do the egg white. So it like I said, it's not a cookie cutter thing. Nutrition is not a cookie cutter thing.
Yeah, it's something you have to customize and make sure that you're not hurting the person, and then
Yeah.
yeah, that's amazing because like food is science, and a lot of people don't apply it. They have supplements and things like that, but like you can use food to to help especially feed people nutrition if you're doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's a kind of bonus when you're feeding something that they're allergic to, or like is it like a small portion that you're allergic to certain foods and it's harming you? You know what I'm saying? And eventually it starts harming you in the long term. But I think that there is a lot of foods that are beneficial. You know what I'm saying? And help you recover, help you gain muscle. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen like vegan weightlifters. You know what I'm saying? And vegan fighters. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, but the food intolerance test actually gives you a 40-page booklet that tells you green, yellow, red. Green, yellow, red means green, you can eat as much as you want of it, and it doesn't matter. Yellow is in moderation. Red is if you eat it, it will bloat you or fatigue you or, right? So, like I said, you have to kind of make those decisions based on your own report. And when you make those decisions to eat anything in the red, you know the consequences that are going to come. If it's worth the consequences, then great. I have eaten things in the red that I'm like, you know what? Today I'm going to eat things in the red. I know I'm going to suffer for the next 2 days. That's fine. I'm making that choice to do so. Um, but it gives you the knowledge to make that decision instead of, for example, a fighter that is intolerable to rice and he eats the rice and he goes up 4 pounds and he doesn't know how in the world he only ate half a cup and he went up 4 pounds. Why? Well, because you're bloated, your body's trying to fight the rice because you're intolerable to it. But you made that decision without having the proper knowledge in what decision to make. You really can't make that decision. You're blind.
yeah, that's amazing, and that's what I was saying, Rachel. If you were to consider like being I don't know, part of somebody's team, you know what I'm saying, whether it's managing or nutrition or in any shape or form, like do you see yourself doing that in the future? Because like I think that we would love that based on everything that you said, and the way that you protect the fighters, and the way that you educate the fighters, and then the way that you make things not as complicated as they should be, as they are. Sorry.
No, I like I said, I totally, if a fighter reaches out to me, that means that they're willing and open. I'm not going to go and scout fighters, take fighters from different people, and say I can do better. If they are open because they're searching for me and they are willing to have an open mind and follow my protocols and leads, then I'm more than willing to give them the effort that they're putting in and the trust that they put into me. I think that's the difference between me and anybody else. It's not about ego with me. I don't care. I don't care if you put me on Instagram. I don't care if you give me a shout out. I'm not trying to grow a brand. What I'm trying to do is just do the best for them. So I think when people seek out help is when they're most vulnerable to take in the knowledge that I would give.
Dope. Yeah, and like I said, I think you would be crucial if somebody else's corner. You know what I'm saying? Like if you can give, I'm not saying the same energy as you would for Nonito, but just like the knowledge, information, and help people out. So yeah, I'm just saying like, man, you have skills. So and you keep it honest, you keep it fair, and you keep it simple for people to understand. So yeah, I would love to see that. And I'm saying, that would be amazing.
Any of the fighters that work with me will tell you that when they train with me, like it's not I treat them exactly the same as Nonito, and Nonito will tell you that I don't take the gas pedal off. So they they wince. I have bodies laying on the floor at the end. I've been known to have people throw up, which is kind of my signature. It's kind of fun. But they come back, and I appreciate that they keep wanting to learn more. They keep wanting to be better. So
Wait. So Rachel, so not only are you the manager, you're also the strength and conditioning
and the head
coach.
trainer.
Oh.
And the head trainer
Oh wow.
of Nonito. I created the
Oh.
game plan for Ubali. I created the game plan for Gabayo. I will
Oh.
create the game plan for Inoue.
Let's go! Y'all heard it here first.
Wow.
Okay. Do
Why?
you have a?
And literally, that's why I'm always so like at the end of the week. Today's Thursday. Leonito came out here and he looked at me and I was like, "Hey, I'm on a panel," and he's like, "Okay," and he went back to sleep because the thing is that he knows I give 100% when I'm in the gym, and towards the end of the week I'm cooling down. Like Thursday's my day off. I don't have to go into the gym. Friday sparring, then Saturday I have to train them, but it's a half day. Most of the time I'm in the gym, 4 hours a day with them every single time. Um, and if it's not that, with Nonito specifically, I'm looking at the tapes. I'm showing him 10-second clips. I'm showing their consistencies in every single fight, and then how we're supposed to implement that in sparring. Um, Strength and conditioning, I take on more than just Nonito. Anybody that he decides that he wants to join or is worthy of joining, because there's some people who he thinks that, you know, um, just won't take it in, I guess. They're welcome to join. Nonito's just open invite to that. And then, yeah,
So
I
how do
manage.
you? Now I was asking, what kind of strength training do you do? Do you do like plyometrics or Olympic style training, or do you guys do like pool work, or what kind of stuff do you get like doing like as far as strength and resistance training?
So, when it comes to strength and resistance at this point in camp, for anybody who's in camp, we're not working so much on weights, on heavy weights. We're working on more repetition, lighter weights, because I don't want them to get heavy. If you're out of camp, then and I feel like you need to build a little bit more muscle, then we'll put on more heavier weights. But when it's strength and conditioning for in camp, it's more about speed and agility. So we're doing a lot of ladders. We're doing a lot of inertia waves. Inertia waves is one of the that thing is so much fun. We're doing a lot of box drills that are more quick and more repetitive, in bursts more than it is in long. So for example, we'll do 20 seconds, 10 seconds off on hurdles, on different footwork drills, in all of the aspects. So if I'm focusing on lateral movement or a diagonal movement, then every single station that you hit on 2010s in 3 minutes will be specific towards that. And then you'll get a burner at the end, and then you'll get 1 minute off. And then we'll do it again and again and again for 3 minutes. But during camp, it's more of a quick movement, creating the sustainability within the 3 minutes more than it is power and shorter durations.
Okay. Do you guys ever do like swimming? Do you implement that in your training as well? Like what resistance training or?
So if I'm working with no needle one-on-one, I can. It's hard when like my last one on Tuesday had 12 guys, 12 boxers. Putting that into a lap pool already is, you know, they start to look at you funny. So I can't do it when it comes to that. No needle, I don't know if you guys know, has had asthma when he was younger. So I've had to overcome that with him, breaking his wind. And he's done an amazing job. I mean, the fact that he comes up all the way to, I've seen 209, 211 into his heart rate without him breathing like absolutely heavily and coming it down 30 points is it's amazing. But it has a lot to do with a lot of the pool work. That's outside of camp though. I have had to train his lungs to be able to do that in the pool.
Okay, what's your thoughts on road work though? Because some fighters say it's not good for the knees. How do you work? Do you guys do cycling or running or treadmill or like what kind of stuff do you guys do like for cardio?
Road work is BS. Road work's bull.
Okay.
Road work is overshot and it's old. You're literally going in one direction and you know, it's your lower calf and your quads in one direction. Most of these boxers can't sustain on any hip variations on diagonal movement or anything, even in lateral movement for any sustained long period of time, because that's not what they work. So when it comes to, we don't do road work. If we do any work on the road, on the track, I'll only do it on a track. I won't do it on hard concrete. Would be, you know, sprints, you know, 200 meter sprint, time it, and then track the record on how fast their heart rate is and their recovery time on that, and then compare it to the next time that we go on the track, because it should be improving. But long distance road work doesn't make any sense.
Well, now Rachel, since Jimbo asked that question, and I'm trying to get, you know, back in conditioning like I was when I was younger. And I used to run all the time, like 5-6 miles, uphill, downhill, just whatever. But you know, I'm like, you know, I'm much older now, like 31. And I do feel it in my knees now, and I have, you know, suffered injuries over that time period, or, you know, like I have a torn meniscus in my right knee, and I have a old hyperextension, like damage on ligaments on the left knee, and and I find it hard, very difficult, especially trying to jog on concrete. It's like I only could do it for like 20 to 30 minutes. So what would you recommend? Because in mind you, I'm a much bigger guy. What would you recommend me I do in terms of like let's say an alternate way of cardio, like, because you said that you guys do sprints. If you do any kind of road work, what would be the recommendation on that?
So, I mean, I wouldn't recommend sprints if you don't know how to properly do sprints. The most people do sprints, and they generate the power straightly directly into the concrete instead of propelling. That's just gonna irritate the ligaments and your knees, because your downforce movement into the ground instead of propelling off the ground is going to irritate it more. Honestly, your best bet would be cycling. in sprints, because it protects your knee from the amount of force that you're putting into the ground. After that, I honestly would invest more time into slower workouts that are building the knees with weights. And really, I know it sounds retarded, and I know it sounds like, God, that sounds so boring, but really slowing down the movement and putting more load onto your knee and your ligaments to be able to take that weight and that impact on your body, and then be able to, if you're going to run, I highly suggest, insoles, and not run on, of course, the cement, because there's no cushion, there's no padding. Do more of a track where it has more padding underneath, and using insoles that would absorb more, so it's not giving that shock on any of your ligaments and your knees. But if you're going to go back to that, I would suggest slowly working down and increasing the weight capacity onto your knees and your ligaments before doing that again.
So I have a quick question for you. And it's in two parts. One is, do you see yourself being a head trainer or a coach beyond Nonito's career? And then also, like, what's your approach to the concept of being a trainer? Are you like a student of the trainers gone by, or are you more like a product of the coaching that you've had from your own experience and like being more up to date with the techniques? Like, what's your motivation and sort of thought process about how you conceptualize being a trainer in the 21st century?
I never really thought about it, honestly. Like, I don't. I mean, even in Jesse's camp, I'm really quiet. Like, I stay in my lane. I'm like, I'm the strength conditioner. That's all I'm supposed to do. And I'll point out certain things, but it's under my breath. Like, I will whisper it to Nonito. And it's not to say that Jesse doesn't, he doesn't respect what I say, but it's out of my place. Boxing is it is in this era where I do have an uphill battle. I'm not going to pretend that it's not there. Like I said, it's one of those things that if you want my eyes, like, I'll tell you. But it has to be something that you're willing to receive. I don't want to force it on anyone. And if anybody wants my opinion, I'll give it. So it's one of those things where, like I said, I'm doing this out of passion. I'm not doing it out of anything else. And it's because I'm seeing mistakes that were with Nonito before, and I'm seeing it happen and happen again with boxers today. And it's just because this is a tradition. This is what they're supposed to do. This is what the box that they were put in. And I feel like I'm the person that's going to be like, well, so you can throw that whole thing out the damn window, because how's that been working for you? And that's literally the conversation I have with Nonito. But Nonito, of course, he's my husband. At the same time, he came to me, so I can have those conversations. Whether or not it ever goes into anything different, I'd be blessed and happy if it did. I don't know if that's why I'm still on this earth, but if it is, then I'm sure that path will open.
Then the second part of the question was, do you like study trainers from the past? Do you get inspiration from that, or are you like all in those old books? Or are you more a student of the modern game and modern techniques kind of thing?
I'm completely off of where the traditional did. I don't. I like I said, like, I noticed a very big major aspect of boxing was, the trainers are the trainers that I've worked with, or I've seen, around Nonito's career, are very old school mentality. They think in one direction, and it is to their benefit that who they have trained has worked out completely. But it came to a point where I remember that we were in camp and the trainer had told Nonito, like, oh, so you're gonna come to the run on Saturday. And Nonito's like, no, Rachel got me. And he's like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm not showing up on Saturday. I'm not doing what you're telling me to do. And it took that trainer a while to understand, like, listen, I got this. Trust me, I got this. Like, you can put your guys against Nonito and he will be in shape. And it happened time and time again. I just, I feel like it's stuck in a time warp. Boxing stuck in a time warp that it's really difficult for people to come out of that time warp and ask them, like I asked Nonito, why do you box? I ask Nonito a lot of the questions as to, why do you do this? Why do you do that? Why do you do that? Like the speed bag drives me nuts. Why do you do the speed bag? For timing. Who are you punching that's standing there and doing a timing that way?
I thought I was the only one. I don't mean to cut you off, Rachel. I thought I was the only one that wondered why there's any effort put in the speed bag, because it doesn't even. There's no point of view. You know?
Yeah. Same. I asked him that. What was it, 2 days ago? I think he said something about. I think it was about the bag. Honestly, it was the bag. I think it was the bag first, and we were talking about it because there was boxers in the boxing gym. I was watching them going around the bag, and the trainers yelling at them, and me and Onita are whispering, and I'm like, he's yelling. He's like, well, yeah, are you supposed to be doing this? I go, literally, you're going around the bag that's not moving, and I was like, I don't understand, and he's like, well, this is, you're supposed to imagine. I go, you're imagining you're circling around one person in like a 2 feet radius. And he's like, this, and he couldn't explain it to me. And I go, okay. I was like, if you can't explain it to me, explain to me the speed bag. And he's like, what about the speed bag? I was like, why do you do the speed bag? For timing. I was like, because someone's going to stand there and let you don't even punch like that. The hell is the point? And he couldn't explain it. Again, this is just a tradition. It's just as much a tradition as running 10 miles. They can't explain it. And that's a problem. If you want legacy and you want Freddie Roach, his knowledge and legacy to live on and to be passed down through the generations, if you don't understand why you're doing what the hell you're doing, it'll die there. But I'm glad you're saying that, boxing historian, because I look at that and I'm like, okay, what is the point of this stupid speed bag?
Here's
the most.
I just want to say, just in response, like, when I, the first trainer that I actually got real work with, had really good had an excellent amateur record. And some of his guys that he has still to this day, like whether they're pro or amis, they're doing pretty well. And he never trained the speed bag. And my thing is like, okay, you can play with it, and I'm definitely not no pro at it or anything like that. I mean, I do the basic, hit it twice with both hands, or hit it with both hands, or hit it once with both hands, or something like that, as fast as you can here and there. But it's just like, it's like, I don't know. I feel like I should just go ahead and do some pivoting or some footwork more so than this.
Yes. Yeah. And so, like, in the comment section right now, they're talking about rhythm and coordination, and it gets your arm conditioned so you can keep them up during the bout. I'm sorry, who's keeping their arms up above their head about an inch or two? You guys, come on.
I thought it was about rhythm and hand speed. That's what I prefer, like, so you get used to it. But I also thought it was more of a thing that it's kind of like skipping rope, where it's more so that you do it in the beginning versus something that you need to be doing the entire time. Like, people like to skip rope, but that's not necessarily the thing that you need to do.
I thought it was just about stamina, really, getting the sort of hands and arms used to throwing high volume at a consistent pace. Hapto was actually asking,
but in a circle,
in your opinion, what?
But it's a circle.
Yeah,
It's in
you're
a
right. Unless you're
circle.
fighting a
You guys
human.
like let's talk about science. Like you'll learn really quickly that when I talk it's about science. So we're talking about elbow out, both hands above our head, about an inch, and we're talking about in a circular motion. Please tell me when we use those muscles in the boxing fight. And then I'll understand why we're doing this.
No, I don't think it's. Yeah, I don't think that muscle group is so much the issue. Maybe it's more of a, like I said, I thought it's more about rhythm. You can maybe get some hand-eye coordination out of it, but I thought it
What
was
would
really
you
more
say?
about rhythm and
I
increasing
would
the
say.
speed of your punches, right? Like hand speed and like rhythm.
Well, I'll say this, right? Because with the jump rope, I think it's necessary. But as far as doing all the little tricks and on the jump rope, we're doing 20, 30 minutes. Because I used to do it, 20, 30 minutes on the jump rope, but I don't think it's necessary to do it at a high volume, like 3 rounds maybe, but
For a
three,
warm up.
4 rounds. Yeah, for a warm up and get your heart rate. But as far as I don't know if it's all that necessary, you
Yeah, it's
know.
like one of the things that could do the same thing. Like you do something else other than skip rope and get the same benefit of skipping rope. Like you
Oh,
do a
swimming.
few different things, right? So, and I feel like
Oh,
the speed bag is kind of like that thing. It's like kind of in the beginning, that's what you do, like so you understand all the equipment and all that stuff. But at a certain point, and maybe it's just like about keeping sharpness or just like a habit forming or something. But I think that you could get the same benefit out of different things. Like you don't necessarily need the speed bag once you're like kind of a pro level. I mean, maybe you do, maybe for a specific fighter, but it seems to me that you could probably work on different stuff and get the same kind of benefit.
I love
yeah,
you, but I don't think so. I mean,
oh
when you're
no.
skipping rope, you're actually using like short, like fast twitch muscles to skip the rope in really short bursts, right? And you're only using your wrist to rotate the rope unless you're trying to do double unders and all this other fun little tricks that they're doing. I have literally seen people speed bag heel toe, flat footed, not
Yeah.
jumping. So what is the point? What is the point of that? It's hand-eye coordination. Then I could throw a tennis ball at you and we could do hand-eye coordination all day. But I don't see the point in something using a muscle that isn't used if you're not coordinating it with footwork, jumping. Like if you were jumping, like you're jumping on a jump rope and then using that, okay, fine. That's fine. But if you're literally, which I have seen, just standing there rocking left to right, doing the speed bag like you're dancing in a club, what else are you using besides muscles that you're not supposed to be using during the fight anyway?
So, so I guess the question would be, what apparatus would you prefer to increase hand speed for like a beginner, like someone who's just like starting out in boxing?
Wouldn't be the speed bag.
No, I'm just saying, like, what would be the other thing? Like, if you got rid of the speed bag, what would be the apparatus that would replace it?
So, okay, so let me counter your question with a question. Do you feel like the speed bag increases speed? And how does
I
it
think
scientifically, based on the punch movement and the scientific of throwing punches?
right. So I think it comes down to familiarity with the mechanics of like like the idea of even rhythm of having a punch kind of thing. Like that's what I'm saying for like beginners versus
The
someone who's now
double
developed.
tie bag is better than that.
You said you feel like it's a double tap bag?
That's
Would be better?
better.
Okay.
Yeah. Then
So
the
what is the
speed bag.
best,
The
in
speed
your
bag doesn't
opinion?
really.
What's the best bag
Sorry.
for like boxers? Would you say for training, as far as bag work?
I'm sorry. You're kind of breaking up.
What,
What
in
did
your
you say?
opinion, is the best bag? What's your best bag for training? Like, would it be double-ended, the heavy, or the rotator bag, the water bag? So, what's the best bag for boxers to train on for real, like, live fight situations?
Honestly, like when I look at any bag, I honestly like the drop bag, the one that's a little bit elevated from the ceiling, because you can throw more combinations and different variety of punches. I'm not super keen on the heavy bag. I think that's something that everybody loves, because they can, unload on it so hard. But I think like the water bags that are dropping from the ceiling, the teardrops, allow you to throw a variety of more punches. I have seen way too many boxers get hurt on trying to throw uppercuts, quote unquote, on the heavy bag. It doesn't allow you that variety and that versatility in those bags. I feel like the water bag is better. And then when it comes, and that's power punching. When it comes to speed and agility and moving around, I think the double one bag is great. I like that a lot better because I think it's fast. It does come back and allows you to move for reflexes. Again, I just don't see the point in the stupid freaking speed bag.
So is a heavy bag for power building? Like, in the heavy bag, like you say you don't like it, but would they not be beneficial for like punches like Nonito to kind of, I guess, sharpen their power?
You can hit the water bag teardrop just as hard.
Yeah, it's just like a implemented,
I mean,
like
like,
the
so
speed bag, the
let's
heavy
just say,
bag.
so if we were working on uppercut and I'm trying to tell him to do an uppercut on a freaking heavy bag, the long one, that dropped from the ceiling, or even the one that came from the floor, how do you throw that effectively that it actually upon impact creates the exact it engages the exact muscle groups that it's supposed to be upon impact? You can't, because you can't come up from under on those heavy bags. On a water bag, you can.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's definitely true. Because I mean, if you're talking about, because I mean, of course, there is that one. Always call that one bag the inside bag, where it's the one that's pretty much like the circular bag where you can come up with the uppercut on
The
the
one that's
bottom.
broken in?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, the
the
one.
broken in
Yeah,
ones.
yeah, yeah, that one. Yeah, yeah, you can throw the uppercuts there, but as far as like the uppercuts on the long bags, I always kind of if it's not the hook, the jab, the right hand, the overhand right, the uppercut is like it's almost hard to really generate any power on that bag.
It lands weird, and especially like if it's not broken in and it's not broken in the right space, like literally it's a body shot. It's not, it doesn't equivalate to an uppercut. And if I'm telling him to throw certain punches and we're working on certain things, and it's a call out round where I call out what he's supposed to throw, how do I do that in that round with that kind of bag? Especially if it's been, Nonito's only 5'7" at best. Most of the guys at the gym are way taller. So breaking in the bag is a lot higher in where it is, as far as where it's broken is a bit higher. So he runs the risk of getting injured because how he's throwing it's not soft at that spot. It's lower.
Right. Yes. Yeah, it's true.
Would mitt work be the best though? Would you think that's better than bag work, like doing the mitts?
Mitt work, you can't really, I mean, you don't really, you work on speed, timing, and punch placement. You don't work on power on mitts. You shouldn't. That's where a lot of the trainers are, getting injured. They talk about elbow pain, wrist pain, because they're absorbing a lot of the power. It's about placement of the punches, and timing and distance when it comes to mitts. It's not supposed to be where you just unload.
Is that why they wear the
Right.
body shield, the trainers?
They wear the body shield, but at the same time, the body shield is about 6 inches thick.
Yeah.
And so now you're looking at Nonito's supposed to be fighting Inoue, who his body type is a lot thinner as far as the body, it's a V shape, and then you're asking him to throw at a full capacity of 6 inches larger than where the impact is going to be. So he's training his muscle load to be able to tense when there's still 6 inches to go during this fight.
Like conventional wisdom says V-shaped body equals can't take body shots. Have you guys have you come across that as a in your in your thinking about boxing, or do you feel like that's just more of like sort of boxing tradition, or maybe a boxing cliche that maybe can be undone?
I think that's a boxing cliche because of the fact that, like, literally, a body shot has to do a lot with timing. It has to do a lot with the fact that the guy that's taking the body shot is breathing at the wrong time. If they're not breathing at the right time, and it takes the complete wind out of them, their next breath is crucial. When they take that next breath is where the cramp sets in. And if you can't stop the breath from coming in, that's where the cramp sets. So I don't feel like it's a certain body structure. I don't feel like it's, a wider base is better or a smaller base is worse. I feel like it literally has to do with the timing. Body shots are most of the time the ones that, they didn't expect it and they're breathing at the wrong time. They're usually covering up for the head, and they're not ready and tensing for the body shot, leaning into it or breathing at the right time to expel it, to make sure that it doesn't impact their lung at the time of impact.
Yeah, that's some interesting stuff. So, do you like two specific things? And this is like my sort of my last thing about like training and specific exercises. What are your thoughts on just like doing stairs? Do you feel like that is helpful for like building your core, endurance, and all that stuff, and cardio, and then also pool work, like shadow boxing in the pool kind of stuff?
Are you talking about speed stairs or are you talking about slow stairs?
I'm talking still stairs.
Still stairs. More plyometric stairs?
Sure.
Okay, so more plyometric stairs, I think it builds a lot of speed and a lot of power generation in the calf muscle, and also has to have your core work to drive your knee up. So I feel like that is amazing when it comes to explosiveness. A lot of the boxers don't use their calf. How many boxers have we seen step on the scales and they have no calf muscle? And that's because they're not using that. That's not going to build on a marathon runner. So building that push off, and that push off equates to the push off when they have to close a distance a lot faster, because they're fighting a taller opponent. What was your next question? Sorry.
But like shadow boxing in the pool.
Shadow boxing in the pool, I like because that does allow for resistance in and not a way of like weight, right? We see so many boxers like take like 5-pound weights or 10, not 10 pounds, 5-pound weights, 2-pound weights, and they shadow box with it, and it's really heavy on their joints. I like pool exercises because they're not heavy on the joints and they provide an amount of resistance that allows them to, when they get out of the pool, and what you're supposed to do after you shadow box in the pool is or any resistance workout is you're supposed to let go of the weight. So you're supposed to let go of the pool resistance after that, and then be able to shadow box after that to release the amount of tension and feel what it's like again to after the resistance is taken off. I do like a lot of pool workouts because it doesn't put a lot of strain on your muscles and on your ligaments and tendons.
Hey, does Nonito Donaire, does he train with the weight vest like he used to back in the day?
Which weight?
Cause I remember he would normally, like, way back, like in the early 2010s, he would train with like a weight vest.
He doesn't do that anymore.
Not anymore. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Why not?
I mean, I dare him to.
Why
Why
doesn't he do it
not?
anymore? Yeah.
There's with the amount of speed that I need him to be at, I don't need him to be heavier on his feet. The amount of workouts that I make him do and the speed and agility I have him do is already with his own body weight. It is already exhausting. I have not seen a boxer go through my program without having to use additional weights. Using additional weights means that my workout is not enough for you. That means that you need to step it up a notch.
Mm. So I guess the logic behind the weighted vest is if you train in it, once you take it off, do those same exercises, you'll be way quicker.
You start to the thing is that your muscles start to learn the load. And if it's too much for that load, like so if we're going to do weights, okay? The thing is that with weights or any type of resistance, I have to be able to program in um basically half of the workout for a loaded workout and then the other half of the workout for a full workout without it. If I would like I said, if we're not in camp, for sure, let's do that. But in camp, doing something like that will increase his muscle mass. And at this point in time, I don't want to do that because of the fact that I need him to be more agile. So yes, off camp for sure, 8 to 12 weeks out, we don't have anything for sure. But within camp, I don't need him to gain more muscle mass than he has already accomplished during off camp.
Over the years, how have you adjusted your training though? Because now Nonito's pushing 40, are you training different to how you were when he was 25, 28, 30, 32? Have you like changed the training as the years have gone on?
Hell no. There's no damn reason. There's no reason.
I just meant with an older body. Like from what I've heard, they say athletes they change their training. Like they use different techniques to kind of, I guess, help aging joints and things like that.
Aging joints because of the workouts that they were doing prior. So 10 years ago, 2010, he stopped running. Ever since, and then he changed his diet. Ever since then, he hasn't had to. I run him through the most rigorous things. There's absolutely no reason that a 39-year-old can't keep up. He's honestly leading the class. Whenever I put him with all the boxers that are in there, he's the one pushing them. It should never be like that, but it is. And it isn't, what I've honestly noticed is that it isn't about the age, it's about the mindset. Most of these guys do bend over. They bend over and they're tired and they're exhausted and they show it. And Nonito, for the best of him, will raise up his hands, put his hands behind his head, and stand up tall, take the breath of inhale and the most capacity his lungs can take, because in that position, he can take the full amount capacity of air. And also, because of the physiological aspect of standing up, if I see you bent over, that means that you're taken. If I see you standing up and it's nothing to you, then that means you're winning. So Nonito has mastered this kind of thing where he's outrunning and outpacing every single guy that's in the class.
Okay. What about your recovery training though? Say like once you've done all the hard camp and now it's just time, the last 24, 30 hours. How do you like do the proper recovery as far as hydration and making sure you've got the right energy levels and stuff to be war ready? So what are the like sort of procedures you go through?
You're talking about after the weigh-in?
Yeah. So the final, chunk of hours you've got to fully recover. How do you go about that?
So Nonito, he immediately eats a banana, and it's like a green yellow banana. It's not fully ripe. It's not fully not ripe. He eats that first to coat his stomach. Then he drinks um, the Pedialyte. It's a sport Pedialyte. He drinks a couple, what is it? It's a smart water bottle. It's a big smart water bottle. He fills two of those with sport Pedialyte. After that, he has his carbs. For lunch, he usually does Olive Garden, tour of Italy that has enough protein and carbs. And then for dinner, he has meat, always meat. And the meat sustains him, re-energizes everything that he has. And he's had his amount of carbs earlier in the day, so he'll process that. Um, he doesn't really. The thing is with Nonito, he has mastered cutting weight, and Robert Garcia will tell you that he knows how much he needs to cut just to make the weight. He never undercuts, and he doesn't dehydrate him to self. So I literally don't know the science. I couldn't even tell you, because when we used to cut weight together, he can tell you how much he cut. Like he'll touch his clothes, he'll pull his shirt and he'll be like, yeah, that was about 3 pounds. He can do that. And Robert Garcia was stupidly amazed at how, and I can't explain it. But Nonito knows his body so much that he knows how much he can cut in the amount of time that he has.
So what are the techniques that you use to recover? So like when Nino's had a hard session with sparring, do you guys use like ice baths, or do you use like hot water jets, or how do you physically recover the body from? Because some of this training must be quite brutal though. How do you get the body back fully healed up in a short amount of time, and because of all the heavy sparring and running and training and all that stuff?
So Nonito does a lot of ice baths, and then about once or twice a week we do a chiropractic, and then we also get massages. So closer to the fight, we'll get massages. Right now, we're not into that stage yet, but maybe this week possibly, because he's doing 8 rounds. But for sure 10 and 12. We'll do a massage on Sundays because we train on Saturdays. But he does get a chiropractic service on Saturdays after his training to realign. He hydrates a lot after that. Closer to the fight and more rounds, he does, twice a week chiropractic service, and ice baths after his sparring sessions.
Okay, so the chiropractic, would you say that plays a really good role in sort of recovery? Like, would you say that's
Oh, for
underrated? It's not.
sure. It's completely underrated. One of the guys that that is in our corner, it's this big goofy guy with a beard that looks like he just came out of the mountain. We call him Dr. Healer. He is our chiropractic guy. He's been our chiropractic guy since 2009. And we fly him out every single time. He knows how Nonito needs to be adjusted. He knows what Nonito's aches and pains are or anything like that. He works them out. In addition to when he rehydrates. When you rehydrate after a cut weight, you have to understand from 118 you're walking back up to 128 possibly, correct? And your muscle load is changing your skeletal structure, and sometimes that pulls and twists things that are out of place. So he is really key when Nonito rehydrates himself after after the team dinner. So after he's had steak and he's digested, he's on Healer's table at 11 o'clock, 11:30 p.m. and he's readjusting Nonito so everything is in line and in working condition. Everything feels smooth. Nothing feels like it's being pulled. There's no aches or anything like that.
Yeah, because I think that's an underrated part of, as far as boxing, like the recovery training, like the ice baths, the chiropractic, the things like that. Because I guess that will prolong your career, right? Especially
Yeah,
for
I mean,
guys like
we just introduced it to Jesse 2 weeks ago. Jesse said something after training. And he said, he was like, oh, well, he's like, my upper back kind of feels sore. And it was after sparring. And we're like, okay, go to this doctor. I searched one around him. And I said, go here, get chiropractic services done. And I texted him after 2 hours. And I was like, did you get it done? He's like, I feel amazing. I can go run right now. I was like, don't run right now. And so I called him and I was like, have you never gotten chiropractic service done? He's like, I think when I was like 15 in the amateurs, but I haven't since then. I was like, are you kidding? No, Nino does it almost after every time he spars. Because you have to remember, when they spar, it's almost when they fight. It's like a car accident.
Yeah.
Hey, yes, yeah. Speaking of that, so, and I have two questions. So, with the chiropractor, so you would say that that's something that people, or like in the boxing business, just around the gyms or fighters in general, they don't really go to that, do they?
No, they don't. Which is it's dumb because Nonito talks about it all the time. He says that like he won't ride roller coasters because he said it's like it's a boxing match, like the rattle of his brain and the misalignment of his body. He won't go, and I'll go. That's fine. But
That's me
you
too.
have to remember that every single time these guys are twisting and turning their body in a certain way, the neck displacement when they get hit in the head and the strain on their spinal cord and their neck, it's not natural, and it's gonna get out of place. And if they don't realign all the bones in their system, unfortunately, what happens is if you misalign a rib, it misaligns the next rib next to it and misaligns, and it continues the process until it's unbearable for you and you're wondering why the hell your back hurts. It's all about muscle pull in the things in the way that you're throwing your punch. It throws out your back alignment, and they don't. It's like I said, a lot of these guys are so built in their ways that they don't seek anything, because what we learned in the boxing industry is it's supposed to hurt. This is the hurt game. So I introduced Nonito I introduced Nonito as well to chiropractic service. He was adverse to it, of course, in the beginning, but I told him when I fought, I always had an alignment. When we were at tournaments, there was a chiropractor, and I always went to him before I fought, and I was more fluid. He was open to it in 2009 because of the guy that was there, and he's kept him in his corner since. Amazing guy, and knows how Nonito's body works. So I just feel like, like these are, again, we're in an age of science and technology. Use those things that weren't available before. There's a reason that science has progressed, but boxing it's stagnant because a lot of old school trainers like, that's BS, that's witchcraft, that's nothing, that's not going to help you. It literally does. It's science. If anything is misaligned in your back, if you have 3 ribs on the left side, it's going to pull, and you're not going to be able to take the full lung capacity on your left side because of the fact that 3 ribs are out. So why not make sure that they're at their optimum performance for you, to perform for you?
Right. Yeah, that would make, that does make sense. I mean, it would make sense to, I guess, yeah, it would make sense to, find out more about that kind of knowledge and go to a particular specialist like that, because, I mean, like the stuff that like you were saying, that we were not privy to a long time ago, we are now. It's just like, just having the, this YouTube thing. Like, You literally can figure. You can literally can go look up YouTube and learn whatever you want on YouTube. I'm just using this as an example. It's kind of like it's kind of like a thesaurus or a library. Really of how to do certain things, and just in general, just dealing with like anything, like with the chiropractor, or any other modern day science. I mean, it's important, you know.
It's 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 good if you have a team that allows for it, though, right?
True.
A lot of people that, you know, you're like, oh, well, so we have this guy. A lot of teams are like closed off. They're like, we don't need anybody. No, we got this. You're fine, champ. Don't even worry about it. You're fine. Like, but I have this. It feels like you're fine, champ. Like you're fine, and it's. I don't know what it is. I keep chalking it up to generational because it is hard for someone like my father to listen, right? So even my father, he's a little bit heavier than he should be, and I've bought him a membership to get his back cracked, um, on a consistent basis. Does he use it? No. He uses it when he can't walk anymore.
Right.
I feel like this is a generation. Like you aren't supposed to complain. You're supposed to just deal with it. And honestly, we have the tools to correct it. Why are we dealing with it? I don't get it. I don't know. I'm the anomaly. I'm the one that's always questioning shit. So
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, look. I mean, what you're saying is very, does make sense. I'm not gonna sit up here in front on that. Now the age thing with no needle don't near you. So, do you feel like at age 39, right? And of course he's had some great times, in his career. Of course, he's definitely Hall of Famer. Um, where do you see him now in terms of like like? Do you see any kind of progress in terms of like his makeup, anything like just overall, like fighter wise, you know, technique wise, or even just dieting and training regimen? Is there something like, of course, as people know, as you get older, you're probably not as good as you once was when you were younger, but is there progression in areas that he may not have progressed when he was younger?
there's definitely a lot of areas that he progressed. I mean, anyone that's known him, we've been married since 2008. We were dating since 2007, and he was a closed mindset. And our marriage had gone through a lot of those up and down turmoils because I knew what he should do and what he wasn't listening to. What he would slowly take on certain things that I was saying. So chiropractic was one of them. The second was strength and conditioning. Um, and when he started to really take on the diet was the biggest one. It was the hardest to change because we talk about habits and we talk about food association. Um, that was the hardest for him to change. And I feel like he started to change it when he saw our kids grow up because I'm strict with the boys. The boys, um, Monday's chicken, Tuesday's beef, Wednesday's vegetables, and I say vegetables like pasta vegetables with they always get vegetables, but it's literally you're getting all vegetables and fruits. Thursday's a free day, Friday's fish, and then Saturday and Sunday, grandma and grandpa give them whatever the hell they want. But it's always been an ever changing journey with him. that has to go the same with his mentality in the realms of boxing. When he went up in weight, I didn't agree with it, but I supported him because that's what he wanted to do. And there was bigger money in the weight in the bigger weights. He sat, right? So we talk about the different weight divisions. So we talk about 112, 115, 118, 122, 126. You started seeing him sit a lot more. You started seeing him sit on the power shots more than you saw him float anymore. These things were detrimental to who he was as a boxer. He, through this journey, he's been more open to the things that I've said than fighting me on it, because everything that I said in the beginning, it just wasn't my place. He wasn't open to it. Like I said, any boxer that wants to work with me, they have to be willing and open. I don't feel like age is a factor. Honestly, let's look at the kids that we're fighting against. Let's look at a 19-year-old right now who is focused on TikTok. The mental state of the younger generation right now, and I'm not knocking them. It's great that, they want to create something outside of boxing, but there's so many distractions. You don't see us on YouTube. YB caught us on live today because I wanted to call out this little guy from the Philippines who wanted to spout, whatever about Sean Gibbons. But we don't live on that.
Right.
This generation does.
I
And
was in
they're
that chat also.
focused. What'd you say, Smoke?
I said I was in that chat also earlier today.
Why did you say something?
I did. Me and YB chopped it up for a hot second.
Oh yeah, I was actually in there too. I I gave y'all a salute and just jumped about it.
No, you guys were handling your business. The channel was the chat was kind of active. Like, no worries. You guys don't really have wrenches in your chat. So
Okay, so we don't. If you guys don't understand, the reason why we don't have wrenches is because of the fight in the Philippines. We were chose to pick a side, and I was told to have my moderators in the very early. We literally got on YouTube in August, so we were told this person should have moderator. This person should have moderator, and then I started to realize that it was all people against Casemiro. People were blocked and people were hidden. And in January, I kicked everyone off. I said no one. I was like, you know what? You guys have a free for all. You guys fight each other. But you know what? You guys ping me, please. If you guys are in the chats, like ping me on Instagram and say, hey, this is my handle, whatever. If you guys want to come up, please, you guys, I would love you guys on the panel and talk about, whatever we want to talk about. It doesn't matter. But like ping me, because I'm here. I'm supporting you guys. I'm having fun with you guys. Like literally, Nonito saw who I was talking to, and he walked away. You know why he walked away? He walked away because he knew we were talking about boxing. He said he knows we're talking about boxing. We're talking about real things in the sport. We're not talking about some BS that they want to. Oh well, I'll expose you for what you said Casemiro was. Yeah, I called him fat. Big deal. Is that all you have? Like it's petty stuff. That's literally what what you guys experienced. It was petty shit in boxing, and that's not why we're here. I love this conversation. I never stay up until 1:35 in the morning to talk about stupid crap. This is entertaining to me. This is knowledge, and if I can give whatever I can to you guys, I will, for whatever I know, and I'll tell you if I don't know it. This is entertaining to me. This is a relief off my shoulders because this is something I enjoy. This is my passion. And H Money, thank you for having me and allowing me to talk. Even though you don't say anything when I'm on here.
Yeah, I love having you on the show for sure. And it's a big fight, this rematch with Inouye. I think it's one of the biggest fights in boxing. And, I think Nonito's going to win the fight. And I think Nonito, he must establish the jab from the beginning of the fight. And Nonito must be first in there and show him that he's the bigger guy. And, I'm focused on the fight. And I appreciate you guys. Absolutely. And boxing historian, he's one of my best friends. And he got a lot of knowledge. And, Richard Schaefer is doing a great job with Nonito. And I would love to have Richard Schaefer on the show if we can make it happen. If you can get him on the show, we would love to have him on the show. And with YB being a part of Nonito's career, Nonito, he's a great fighter, Hall of Famer. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Hey, Rachel.
Yes.
I fell asleep. I woke up and you're still on. You about to. I'm about to drop the emoji in the chat. What you about to get when when it's time to go to sleep?
See, that's a thing. Like, YB, when you were on the chat, or when you were on live earlier today, Nonito will catch me. He'll, like I said, I had a conference call. I had a call that came in. It was really important, and it was Casamigos side. Not gonna. Honestly, they told me I could drop it. Clemus and Jose were like, I said I'm arguing with one of Sean Gibbons' guys. They said I can't talk on behalf of Casemiro. He's like, tell him you have authorization to talk on Clemus on Jose de la Cruz's behalf. And I was like, all right. That was, I had to take that call. But like Nonito said, he's going to allow me to do what I do because of the fact that I do work 100% whenever I have to show up. And my 100% in having to show up is consistently 6 o'clock in the morning until whatever time I decide to go to sleep. The thing that I love about our relationship is he's not going to be like, hey, clip, go to bed. That's what I love. He'll come here, he'll grab some water, he'll be like, you okay? I'm like, yeah. And then he'll go about his business. If he doesn't want to comment on it, because this is like he said on live, this is my journey. My journey is to fight for the fighters. He's like, whatever she wants to do, I'm not going to tell her to be quiet because she's not lying. And that's what I love about my relationship. He doesn't, there is no control. It's different. There's respect. If I want to stay up with you guys until 5 a.m. and still do my job at 6 a.m., there should be no complaints.
And you know what's crazy? You'll find scientific reasons why. I don't need that much sleep. I run on fumes. I don't need that much sleep.
I have a question going back to that, breaking food habits and expectations and like what people, like the intangibles people bring to food, is part of Nonito's, I guess, newfound appreciation. Is it fueled by his own like motivation to come up with menus and this diet, or is this like really being driven by you? And now he's just more open to like your influence on his eating patterns or his eating habits.
So the first one was because his eating habits were based off of deprivation, right? So that was as an association. I had to break that first. After that, it became the science when he got the food intolerance. Then he started to realize, oh, my body is not like hers or not like my boys, not like my parents. Like every single person has different food intolerances. He went into, we call it the rabbit hole, and started researching and started talking to high level nutritionists and asking the appropriate questions for what is really good for me and what isn't good for me as well. I like that better because I threw him in. when he threatened to divorce me in 2014, I think, right after we had Jay, and then before I didn't get pregnant with Lo yet, but he had said like, hey, so we're gonna get divorced. He was on top of the damn world. I was like, all right. I was like, let's go. Let me drive you. And I drove him to the courthouse and I threw the keys at him. And I was like, bye. He's like, you can keep the car. I was like, I don't want shit from you. And he came back and he said, I want to change. I want to figure out what I need to do. And he went out in search of the truth of who the hell he's supposed to be. He signed up for different seminars. I didn't go with him. I didn't help him. He had to figure out who the hell he was before he came back to me. And in that process is where he found people who really knew about nutrition. And he asked questions because he was hungry for the truth. It wasn't me shoving anything down his throat. Like I said, when you look for the help, you're more open to the help. If it's forced down your throat, you're going to be like, I know better.
Man, Rachel, threw the keys in my man for real.
Yeah, I threw what was it? The CLA. It was a CLA 250 at that time. Yeah. And then I walked to the bus station because there was no Uber then.
Kingpin, no need to.
Yeah, man, every now and again the Bay comes out and like every couple of actions I got here. Anyway, it is what it is.
Yeah, the Bay, man, at East 14th, huh? What'd you say? What it was, the East 14th?
Mm-hmm.
She's from the other side. She's from the other side of the bridge, but still.
Hey, Big Smoke. Don't get gas at night. That's what Nonito say. Don't get gas at night. You still used to get gas at night. Man.
Whoa, wait. So it's no soft spot said women always throw in their keys or the phones. Calm down. I threw the keys at him, but ask him who threw the razor at my head. And it missed, but literally, check this out. When we were
don't put my boy out like that. Nope, we not. Nope.
Yes, we are. So
we talk about two warriors going at it. Like
he
Rachel
wasn't.
said,
He
she's like,
said he missed.
Yeah.
He said he missed on purpose. Here's the funny part. He goes, so remember the old razors, right? There's not touchscreens, not smartphone, whatever. He threw it, and I was down the stairs, and it, broke into half, of course. And I mean, we were young, and so it broke, and we made up, and he was like, I need a new phone. I started laughing. I was like, bro, put a headset, plug it in. And he was like, I can't see the screen. I was like, well, I guess you better like have a tape back of who you're supposed to be calling, and you can dial it like a rotary phone because you're not getting a new damn phone.
Man. Yeah.
Then he never threw a phone again after that.
Shit, my phone cracked up. I still throw my phone over a basketball. I'll be throwing my shit over a basketball game, so I can't imagine.
Nah,
but this is how real. I mean, this is how real we. I mean, listen, like our relationship was not. It was not. Is not perfect. We fight, and we argue, and we disagree, and at the same time, we always still come back. So, I mean, yes, we were hot tempered. We were young. We were stupid. We reacted. That's not to say that no one's perfect, you guys. And I think like a lot of the people that put these guys on pedestals, they can't mess up. They can't fuck up against you guys because you guys hold them on such a big pedestal. I don't ever think that's fair because we're still going through life the same way you guys are. We will mess up with our kids and we will grow from it. We will mess up with everything in life. We will mess up in conversations. Maybe I'll speak my term on this live, and it is what it is.
You know what?
Yes, like the Ugas thing. Exactly, like the Ugas thing.
Yeah.
Right?
See,
And
I'm still on your neck about that. I fell asleep and woke up and I forgot you said something about Ugas. You said something about Ugas.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, no one is ever perfect, and I love that we can have these conversations because listen, like the reason I'm on this is because I'm acting as a boxing fan. I'm not a damn expert. I'm never going to pretend I am. We're having a fun conversation. You're going to bring what you want, YB, H Money, you want. All you guys are going to bring different aspects, their records, their styles, and everything, where they live, what adversities they came from, what they did outside of the ring, inside the ring. And the thing is that I appreciate this so much. That's why I want to stay on with you guys. That's why I'll stay up until 1:45 or whatever, because this is me being a boxing fan. It's not, honestly, it's not me being the wife of Nonito. It's me being a boxing fan and expressing my opinion and having us go back and forth and having you throw it in my face and having egg on my face. That's cool. I mean, I'll take it. It is what it is.
It's gonna
If
be
you want
more
me to
where
take
that
a
comes
shot, I'll
from.
take a shot. I'll
It's
take
gonna
a
be
shot.
it's gonna be more where that comes from because I feel like you picking Bud Crawford to beat Errol Spence, and I don't know if that's gonna happen. But I don't want to speak on that. I don't want to divert your attention, from
And yeah, like none of us are making millions of dollars in Vegas, right? Based off our gambling skills, like our knowledge of boxing. Like we understand, but like part of this whole panel thing and part of YTBC is definitely the eating of the crow after you talk all that mess, especially if you're gonna pick underdogs.
Yeah.
All right, how many shots, YB?
I don't know. Shit, I mean,
Pick a number. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Pick a
how
number.
many shots? 3.
All right, 3 tequila shots. I'll give you in New York. I'll do it.
Oh wow. Okay. I'll do
Chilled,
like
chilled silver. No other type of way.
Damn, man.
Well, look.
So now we need to go through like favorite brands of tequila. Like now, like what you working with? Are you got the añejo? You're messing with like.
Well, look, this the
no.
thing. This is the thing about Rachel. This is the thing. My man Hector says, "Leave your pick alone." Look.
Well, Don Julio, my shit right there.
Don Julio or above. I'll take Don Julio or above, but it has to be silver. It has to be chilled.
Yep. Silver. Okay.
I'll take it. It's okay. I love you guys in the chats, but my pick is my pick. And if YB is saying 3 shots, all right, I'll take it. I'll take it and he will record it and he will put it on his live stream. I don't care. I'll take it.
I don't even roll like that. I don't even look now. If that's what you want, I'll do it. But I don't even roll like that because you already ate your crow. So if you take the shots, that ain't nobody. But I'll put on the short. I'll put on the short and say, Rachel need to know not to pick against me. You know what I mean? I mean, this is I feel like maybe that might be true because I was like Rachel. You was like I just don't like the mindset. I don't like the mental.
I will take the crow. Like if you said 3 shots, I'll take 3 shots when I see you in New York. It's all good.
I know you. I know. Look, this is the thing. You might see me in New York and Vegas, but I ain't gonna speak on that because, yeah, I can't wait. I feel like I'm part of the team. I'm part of Kingpin Nonito, man. That's my yeah, man. He be talking about sparring with Rais Salim. I'm excited about that. I know I like Rais Salim. He's from Michigan. He got like a different type of style. I'm amped. I know my boy probably went to bed early because he know there's some good work tomorrow. Plus, he had a day off to recuperate.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna be a prissy. I'm not gonna freaking like space it out. No, I will do it in the same night. 3 shots.
Got you.
Well, Don Julio, that won't give you buzz after 3 shots. That's just pretty pure. It'd take like 6 shots to buzz you.
Yeah, I'm good. 3 shots. Tequila.
It might take 6 shots to buzz you, historian. Look at the side did like Errol Spence told Kell Brook. Look at the side difference. Look at the side difference. Yeah, historian, you double her. Rachel probably about 90 pounds.
Boxing historian, have you ever done shots of 151?
151. No, I have not.
Ugh, it's nasty. But when I was in the military at 19, I was able to take 9 shots.
Oh, shit.
Wow. Now you're in the military? Like, what the hell? Like, now you're head coach in the military and a veteran. What branch of the military did you serve in? And how many damn jobs have you had in your life? God, like, what's happening right now?
I was in the Air Force. I was under the general. I was the administrative assistant. That's why I'm so keen on attention to detail.
Yeah, so they stopped making that Bacardi 151. I'm on the hunt for it. I got a case of it, like that's left over.
No,
They
they
don't really
didn't.
make it
Shut
anymore.
up. Smoke. Shut up. No, they
Yeah, they
didn't.
stopped. Yeah, they stopped making it like 4 years ago.
No, they
Rachel.
didn't. Yes, YB.
When you were 90, I mean, when you were 90 pounds at 19, you probably took a shot for each. So every shot resembled every 10 pounds because you was only about 100 pounds.
I was, but I didn't have a choice. I was on the military taekwondo team as well. So whenever we went out, the Korean coach would always tell me to take shots.
Man, my boy said
I was
Bacardi
under the
151. Alonzo said that shit
151.
puts holes in you. He said, hell no. Yeah. He said, oh, hell no.
Yeah,
I
that
don't know
was
if I'll go near it today, but for sure, okay, who's had a hangover here?
I have.
Rachel,
YB,
I get a hangover over everything because I can't drink like that. If I drink,
boxing historian.
TBH be getting
Yeah.
hangovers every day. You know what I'm saying? My boy BH be every
Okay.
Saturday.
So you might not believe me, but the next time that you catch No Needle on live, ask him. Ask him if I've ever had a hangover.
I believe it. You only 100 pounds.
No, I've never had a hangover ever.
Well, I mean, it's just because it sounds like you have there may be some discerning taste. Like you haven't really like done the Cisco and the Night Train. Maybe some what is it?
No, I've gotten tossed in Vegas. Hello, I live in Vegas. I've gotten tossed in Vegas, and I've gotten to the point where I've thrown up and like dry heaved and everything. And that's
But you weren't dry heaving and throwing up off of Carlo Rossi though.
No, but it was more shots and it was mixed shots, dark and light. But the thing is, here's the weird thing, and we haven't figured it out. No Needles have been trying to figure out for the longest time. But I will go to sleep. So after throwing up, dry heaving, all this stuff, I will go to sleep at 3:30, 4 o'clock. I will automatically wake up at 6:30. And I would be like, okay, so are we going to gym? And O'Neill's like, are you absolutely bad? And I'm like, what? And he's like, you were literally throwing up. I was like, I'm good right now. I'll work out the next morning. I'll feel fine. Once I go to sleep, it's a reset. I don't know what it is. I don't know what a hangover feels like.
I don't know.
There's certain brands of liquor where the hangover is non-negotiable. And just like Thank You Lucky Stars, you're not drinking that stuff.
Like what?
My man Lonzo
Dog, Carlo Rossi, Boone's,
Thunderbird,
Night Train, Thunderbird, yeah, whatever.
Carlo Rossi like a red wine in a jar?
Well, they have all kinds of colors of Carlo Rossi. They got the red, they have the clear, they have the like. If you wanted me to go back to my college days, where it was you had to get your your entertainment on a budget, then yeah, it is what it is, right?
Hey, Rachel, I'm curious though, because I remember when Nonito was on here, he said that he was supporting a friend that was fighting in mixed martial arts. I don't know if it was in the Philippines or not.
No, it's here.
Huh? I was here. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So, is there any of those mixed martial artists on your program? Strength and conditioning? Oh, there are?
Yeah.
Hey.
I mean, you guys know that like Brandon Moreno was sparring with Nonito when they were both the underdog with Figueroa. He was the underdog with Figueroa. Nonito was the underdog with Ubali. So
didn't Nonito lost a tooth in that camp?
when did he lose the tooth? No, that was Caballo.
Oh, that was the Caballo camp. Yeah, I saw the video of it. He was.
You know what's crazy about that? They both both won.
Yeah.
Nonito wins a lot as an underdog, man. Like Vic Darcinian. Wasn't he underdog against Burnett too? My boy.
Underdog against Burnett. Underdog against
Ubali.
Ubali.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I made a lot of money on those fights.
Yeah, that Ubali, that must have been a sweet one. That must have been a really nice.
That was a 3-1. And again, Nonito never knows what I bet because I play what I'm willing to play on my own career money. And he was wondering why me and my dad were giving high fives after back on the trip from the Sprinter from the arena to the hotel. And he was like, we won big, and my dad's giving like high fives, and he's like, yeah, we did, and he was like, no, you don't know. And O'Neal looks at me, and I'm like, what? And he was like, you bet again, didn't you? I was like, yeah, 3-1. He's like, where's the money? I was like, I don't know. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, where the hell is the money? The Gabayo fight, Nonito, my dad like works out the bets, and then he was like, no, bet Nonito by knockout is the better bet. And then we got 4-1 on those odds, and then we parlayed it on under 6.
So Papa G is a mastermind behind this too.
Oh yeah,
he was in the chat today. Papa G is hilarious. He was talking about how Vado man, want you to whip it out in front of them. They hold it for you. I was like, man, they got to watch you. I was like, man, Vado is very intrusive. I said, damn.
They are like literally I feel like they come when I'm like just bringing the kids home, and I'm like, whew, okay, let me collect myself for a quick second. As soon as I sit on the damn couch, the doorbell rings, and I'm like, I literally I don't know if I told you, but there was one that I think the last time, not this past time, but the one before that, they came, and Nonito was like, babe, get off the couch. I'm like, you need to give me 2 damn minutes. I was like, seriously? Like, what the hell? Like, I mean, I know they come unannounced. It's the whole point. But I was like, they're coming into my home. I just sat down. Give me a damn second. They're fine. And yeah, they just, it's an inconvenience for sure. But the whole goal is clean boxing, and that's what Nonito has always stood upon since the very beginning when they came upon the scene of boxing. So, I understand the inconvenience. It's just some days I just don't want to deal with them because it's not a 5-minute process. It's super long. Like it's at least an hour. So there's so much paperwork, there's so much signings, there's like check this label versus this label, let me watch you pee, and that's if Nonito didn't pee already. And then there's the packing. They want to make sure that you're packing in, they're checking that label against the label that's on it's long. And it's a weird inconvenience. But at the same time, I can't complain because, people that have been caught in the past, they didn't expect them. So if I want other people to be caught because they didn't expect them, I have to kind of be, accommodating to the inconvenience of they will show up at I mean, literally it's 2:00 in the morning. They could show up now. Like it's 24/7. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys feel like this kind of system is beneficial, or do you feel like it's a waste of time?
I feel like it's beneficial. It's like you said, it's random. So it can happen at any time. Like you said, you're most caught when you least expect it. So, if everything is controlled and you know the time and whenever they're going to come, you can kind of prepare for that. If it was a set schedule, you can kind of start preparing for that. So I think anytime you're caught by surprise, I think that's the best way. No.
Boxing historian, what is the number one, like, where they get caught? Is it diuretics? Is it masking agents? Is it steroids?
Oh, say it again.
Diuretics.
What's the number one that people are getting caught for right now?
Diuretics.
Yeah, you know what? I have been seeing a lot of diuretics, but masking agents. I guess isn't that what they try to say Canelo was trying to do with his little situation in
With the
Valdez?
meat? Oh no.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait, Canelo's meat or
Yeah, they were trying to say something. I don't know all the particulars. I'm only going off of just memory. They were trying to say that he was trying to use a masking agent right there with the meat or something to that effect. But I'm gonna be honest though, like EPO is one thing that guys are getting caught for. Trying to think. Diuretics.
so
That's
Canelo was hit for clenbuterol.
clenbuterol.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it? What do they say? The meat down there in Mexico or something
He
like that.
he said it was for yeah, he ate some tainted meat.
Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, he was caught with something like that, and I guess they talked about the hair follicles or some shit where it was
So
denser than that.
clenbuterol though is like, it's in the same classification as an albuterol. It helps with, decongestion and then opening up the broncho bronchodilators to open up the lung capacity. I don't I don't know how you get that besides inhaling it because most, albuterols, clenbuterols, and I only know this because my boys, in their youngest stage were getting a lot of sinus infections and stuff like that, and then they would have to be on nebulizers that would open up their nasal passages and their lungs because there was stuff getting stuck in the lungs. That's weird to me. And then Valdez was pretty much a diuretic, right, Robbie?
Yeah, I think what is it? Phenamine? Phenamine? Yeah, I
What?
believe so. I don't know. I couldn't even understand that. But yeah, I think
No,
it was.
me neither.
I think it was phentamine. Phenamine. So I
Phenamine?
think, yeah, phenamine tea. I think he said it was in a tea or something like that. But I don't know. I think that's a diuretic that helps you lose weight.
Phenamine has, I mean, like in the oldest form was called fen-phen. Am I right, boxing historian?
Is that a diuretic though?
It increases your heartbeat. It like basically metabolism to allow you to lose weight better. It's a weight loss supplement.
Okay.
And there was a whole thing in the 80s, boxing historian. Fen-phen, like remember the fen-phen babies? There was it.
Who? Oh, say it again.
So in the 80s, there was a thing called the fen-phen babies, where women would take weight loss supplements and then it affected their babies when they came out because they were trying to pretty much suppress their appetite during their pregnancies, and there was side effects on the children that came out from the prenatal, from the women that were taking it during their pregnancy.
Oh wow. And are people still using that? Because I would wouldn't that be something that's kind of outdated?
It's
Are
outdated,
people?
but I mean, like right now, like for anyone that's overweight, it's not an over-counter drug. It's literally prescription.
Oh.
So, I mean, between the two, I was a little bit, um, hmm, I was a little bit disappointed because clenbuterol has to be inhaled, to have the most substance, and then phentermine, I remember a long time ago because my mom used to talk about it. My mom was a registered nurse and would talk about fen-phen babies, and it was because of the that's what women were using for weight loss. So I back then when Valdez got caught, I was like, can you please tell me which tea he was saying that he was taking that actually had phentermine, because phentermine you had to have a prescription.
So
basically you're saying that's bullshit, coach.
No, she's trying to expand her knowledge base, because from what she understands, it'd be very hard to get that substance in a tea. An over-the-counter tea, right?
An over-the-counter tea, yeah. And if it's prescribed, normally it's pill form. So I was asking, I was like, listen, like if you're getting this, just without a prescription, like let me know, because trust me, as a 39-year-old woman, I would love to know secrets of weight loss.
Sure.
So you want to go from 100 pounds to?
You're cute. I'm not 100, but I did. Yeah, I did. The last time I was 100 was the last time I was fighting. That was back in 2008.
Well, you had to make that 101-pound weight limit, right?
Exactly. That's the last time I was 100, and literally I didn't walk around that. I walked around 108, 110.
Now, was that in Taekwondo or
Taekwondo in 2008?
what belt did you get to?
4th degree master.
I only got to yellow belt.
Hey, Ned
Beat his
said,
ass, Rachel. Beat the entire hell out of boxing historian for us, please.
Hey, Ned says no prescription needed in Mexico. Maybe he got it in Mexico. I don't know. That's crazy.
What phentermine?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I
mean, literally, you can walk into any pharmacy in Mexico and get whatever the hell you want. So
facts. And he trains in San Diego, so maybe should easy to get across to Tijuana.
no, yeah. I mean, like when we were in Cabo the last time, my dad wanted Flexerol because, yeah, of course, he's overweight, and sometimes his lower back hurts to a point where it's he can't sleep. And so I told him, I was like, when we were in Cabo, I was like, dude, listen, you don't need a prescription, and the Flexerol here is what, $25 for a full pill dosage, whatever thingy. And I bought it for him because I knew he has this issue with his lower back pain because of the fact that he's carrying weight on his front side and it's extending. So I told him, I was like, I'll buy it for you, in case you need it, then at least you have it. But when you talk about these things, like yeah, in Mexico, it's not a prescription. So maybe, yeah, it is over the counter over there. Like you don't need a prescription, and maybe those are the teas that they're given. I don't know. I know you can't get it at Walmart. I try to look. Or Whole Foods.
Yeah.
That's a great thing. I mean, that's a great question. So I don't know. So yeah, so what were most people getting popped for though, Rachel? Was it diuretics or what?
I don't know. Boxing historian is supposed to tell us. Boxing historian.
Oh, okay.
Well,
he's a historian, not me.
Oh, well. Look, I've trained with people that was on some shit, and some of them made it to the UFC, some of them made it to Bellator, but I didn't know where they was getting the shit from,
No, but what was it? Was it more diuretics or was it more steroids?
It I can't say steroids. It had to be more like performance enhancing type stuff.
That's steroids.
Yeah, I guess you could say steroids, but not the straight up, anabolic. You know,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Not the growth, like not the super growth hormones.
no, not that, but basically stuff that you know, they put in their body, they inject in
So
their body.
I have a question. Does anybody think like the top level, like the heavyweight fights, right? Like these fights for belts are between like clean fighters? Do you think like Tyson Fury and Dillian Whyte and Usyk and AJ, we are Povetkin, White? Like, do we think these guys are clean for real? I mean, I'm not okay. Let me put it to you this way. I don't think these people are clean. Do you think that I'm tripping? That I'm being too like cynical or maybe jaded, or do you guys maybe like see what I see?
I feel like if there's nothing to hide, you should test 24/7, 365. Honestly, when we signed up, we were the very first boxer to do so, and it was 365, and it was $20,000 a year. That's not a lot compared to what these guys are making in the heavier categories and what Nonito was making in the lower weights. We've talked about the purse discrepancy before. Um, do I feel like that's their purpose in wanting to really clean up the sport? I don't feel like that's everyone's purpose. That's the funny part about this game, right? Nonito's in this game for legacy. I'm in this game to help, and that's my legacy. But a lot of these guys right now is just, especially the money that they're making in the heavier weights, is ridiculous amounts that can a 20, let's just say, let's triple that. Let's quadruple that. $100,000 to prove that you are in this program. Why wouldn't you? I'm not saying that anyone that isn't in the program is, but at the same time, why wouldn't you just put your best foot forward? I don't know. I'm in this. We talk about generations. There's a generation that would rather have integrity first and put it forward and kind of pave the way, and there's other ones that would just rather just not deal with it, not turn a blind eye.
You feel like that is a generational thing and not like a incentivized thing? But I mean, so I have a
There's no
question.
there's no incentivation for anyone to do 365 to 24/7. Let's be honest.
Right. So that was my other question: is how much, like, what do you think the appropriate amount of testing would cost, and who should bear the brunt of this cost?
24, 365, like I said, has been 20, highest 50 a year. I think if you are going into a promoter with a belt, you should have those fees covered. Why they're not doing it, it's just not a big deal for them. I mean, look at baseball. Look at how many people have gotten popped with steroids. Do they care? No, they get benched for how many, but they still have millions of dollars a year.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, A-Rod got tens of millions while he was on a ban.
So it's not important. It's not important.
Facts.
That's just what it is. Like 100,000 on a multi-million-dollar purse, 30 million, 20 million, 10 million, 100,000, that's nothing. Your coach gets 10%, which is 200,000, and your manager 10 to 30%, which is way more for the year. The VADA testing is a one-time fee for the year, and your coaches are 2 to 3 times a year, depending how much you fight. But if that's not your purpose, and if you don't care about public perception, and all you care about is the likes, you're not going to put that money in. But the funny part is that's a medical expense across your LLC, if you're doing it that way. And that's a whole different conversation.
So just to circle back, so I understand, like you feel, it sounds like you think it should come out of basically the suits, and not necessarily like maybe the promoters, maybe the managers, maybe they split the fee, but you don't really put the onus on the sanctioning bodies or the commissions.
You can't put it on the sanctioning bodies because there's too many. You can put it on, and you don't have a contract with the sanctioning body. You do have it with the promoter. So there's a certain responsibility that the promoter has to promote your fights. And if you want to promote yourself as a clean boxer, you can negotiate it into your contract that they will cover VADA fees 24/7, 365. Now, again, if it's not important to you, you won't even bother negotiating it. They negotiate everything else, where it's going to be, how much you're going to get on the minimum, a rematch, and all this other stuff. But apparently, it's not a big thing for them to be clean and to state that they're clean, to be tested that they're clean and verified that they're clean. It's almost like a wash in boxing. When we hear someone that's VADA tested, we really, I mean, honestly, as fans, do we? And I say as fans, like me stepping out of it because of the fact that I do believe VADA testing should be something, but the general population, do they really give a shit?
I think the general population would like to see them roided up so they can knock each other the hell out and they can see like specimens in the ring.
Well, there you go.
That was a good ass question. I don't know if they care or not, Rachel. I can't even speak for them. I don't know, but it damn sure doesn't seem like they do.
No, I mean, if you think about it, right? Like the rumors circling around AJ, you have two guys, the guys fighting today. I mean, fighting this weekend, tomorrow, right? Both have served suspensions for for banned substances, and nobody cares about that. As a matter of fact, this guy, the last guy he fought, both of them served for suspensions, and nobody cares about that. Like, no.
No, we sleep on it. We they get, fines, or they get suspended, or they're not allowed to fight, or sometimes they are. In the case of, Valdez, depends on the commission. There's too much money riding on the line. Honestly, like it's not like I don't like Valdez. I think I like him. Again, it's nothing against him as a fighter, but you look at the boxing commission that was approving the fight. If that fight doesn't go through, they don't get their commissions. So does not the promoter or the sanctioning. In that, how do we take out the money aspect that if they do test positive, that the people that are deciding if he should go forward is really in the interest of the boxer and the opponent and the sport in general, to where they don't make decisions based on the money that's on the line?
I was very surprised when the Nevada judge decided when Floyd Mayweather was going to do his jail time based on the magnitude of the fight. Like that changed my entire view about like boxing, these commissions, these cities, and what they like, how they view these events. Like these are not like small little event. Like a lot of people have their hands in this pie, and it means a lot to these like local economies.
So Valdez's was on an Indian property. It wasn't an Arizona commission. It was on an Indian reservation commission. Would they pull that fight and lose that commission based on that?
Yeah, I don't even know about res politics, but yeah, that seems like a completely different sort of rigmarole and quagmire. Like, wow.
Boxing. So I'll tell you about Indian reservations because I work with them. Indian reservations have their own. They're their own body. They're their own.
Yeah, the sovereign nations, right?
So yeah, they can do whatever the hell they want. They don't answer to the state. So why would they stop the fight if it was in their best interest to keep the fight going financially?
Good question.
I mean, listen, as boxing fans, like of YTBC, like as a member of, as a community for some years now, guys are celebrating when people take a crappy deal in order to maybe get their brains knocked out. So, yeah, there's no way that they care about whether or not a guy is really on steroids or not. Like for me, like I love Canelo. Like I love this guy, the way he fights and all this stuff. Like I am appreciator of skills and craft and longevity and all that stuff. But for me, the reason why I don't put him over Terrence Crawford, just because Terrence Crawford is also he's a really versatile and skilled fighter and all that stuff, but he also just hasn't popped dirty. So it's like hard for me when I'm making these determinations. Like I can still appreciate a guy, but I'm still a guy that says like, you shouldn't have pictograms of greatness like injected in your system.
You mean artificial shit injected in your system?
Well, I mean, all I mean is like, yeah, like whatever. Like if it's a banned substance, I feel like I can't actually put you on the same thing. Like I it's just a weird thing. Like to me, these are PED fights. Like all of these fights are this kind of PED fight. Like Whyte versus Fury is a bunch of whatever.
No, I totally agree. I think like like there needs to be a level of accountability. And I feel like because of the money aspect in this game, there isn't going to be people that will readily pull the plug because of a pop test. And when we don't have that accountability for the actions that are caused because of financial gain, then we're really not going to, it's literally for I don't know, cloud, smoke and mirrors. I don't know. Look at us. We're doing testing, but we're really not gonna. If VADA says that this is a new substance, we're just gonna say, yeah, we don't agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Wish the sport was clean, and I know you guys are dealing with that situation. Whatever is going on over there in Japan. But
yeah,
Hey
we've gotten
Rachel, what
tested
day?
already 3 times.
When are y'all gonna leave for Japan? That's the question. What date?
Nonito settled. Nonito wanted 21 days. I think he's settling for 16 at this point.
Okay, so about
Oh, okay. I heard.
so about
I was thinking that like the
May
industry standard was like
20,
5. So you're saying that
May
it's
21st, May
actually.
20th type.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, young boy. Go ahead.
No, my bad, Smoke. I was just thinking
No,
like
we're
May
just talking
20th.
at the same time. So ask your question and I'll ask mine after.
I got it off. It's between so about May 20th, May 21st.
Yeah, that's about the time that we're thinking of leaving.
So is it? So is like a standard like 5 days, or like is 16 a standard now? Like, is my information
Only
outdated?
because it's in a different time zone. I have to give him enough time to get over the jet lag and adjust to the time. So usually what would happen is Nonito trains at about 11:30. He has to adjust it if he's fighting in LA to train at night because that's when he's supposed to be awake. Changing the time zones and adjusting the time is a whole different game. So, I mean, usually jet lag is about 2 to 3 days. We go on the 16th day. He gets adjusted by 14. He has 2 more sparrings, and then it's fight week. That's my plan. Whether or not it works out that way, I don't know, but we will see.
Okay. Where's his weight at now? Is it still the same from like last week or?
Yeah, he's about 130 right now. He lost the last time he weighed was 132.7.
Okay.
So he's about 130. He hasn't really started cutting. So I think, like I said, I think about 6 weeks out he'll start doing his fasting. His little the more strain I put on him, the faster he does put on that strict fasting schedule. So I think about 6 weeks. I don't think he'll do it in New York because I think that's going to be a lot of stuff for him to deal with. And then, but I think after New York, he might start fasting already.
Hey, Rach, is Papa G coming out in New York?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
But he drinks dark. Just FYI.
Papa G?
Yep.
That's my main man.
Yeah, my boy's about to lose.
It's crazy that all three of us were, I mean, me, BH, and Smoke were in the chat earlier. I didn't understand half of what the chat was saying, but I knew my guy was saying something about the signal and that he loved Nonito. He said, he came on there, you asked him, you got any questions, concerns? He said, no, nothing.
He was just hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, my
you
boy
guys had
Nixon said,
absolutely no idea what we were talking about.
yeah, my boy.
Yeah,
No, I'm talking about the chat. Sometimes it was in a different language.
But
So I was trying to read everything.
Boxing historian, did you know what the hell we were talking about?
Was it about Casemiro? Because that was the only thing that I got from that whole situation.
Okay,
SVD.
so the game was Sean's little attack dog in the Philippines. We had finally met online, like not we've talked before, but he was running his mouth, and I caught him on someone's live who was a boxing newbie, I guess I would say, and I was like, "Can I come up?" And the guy allowed me to come up on his live, and I was like, "All right, cool." And so they were talking, and he was like, "Oh, do you want to say anything, Rachel?" I was like, "Yeah, I just have a question." I was like, "What is your fucking issue?" And he was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "Why do you guys keep like just trying to sabotage Casemiro?" He's like, "Well, he was our fighter." I was like, "Again, was ex-girlfriend, get the fuck over it." And he, so we went back and forth until the point where he was like, "Oh, you act like you didn't talk shit about Casemiro." And I was like, "I did talk shit." I was like, "And?" I was like, I'm grown, I will say. I said he was fat. I said blah blah blah. I was like, "I don't care." And he's like, "Show the chats." I was like, "You want me to show the chats?" He was like, "Show it. Show everything. Show everybody the thread." And I was like, "All right." The problem is within the threads, why I went live is within the threads, it showed that Sean on his social media was saying, "Casemiro, I love you, 20, world champion, blah, 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 blah." But on the backside, Sean was texting this guy, and he sent me the screenshots and was showing Casemiro in gay positions, but it was photoshopped, and ridiculing his fighter. Within the time that YB was talking to Nonito, because Nonito was saving me because I was off the phone, I also got chats and evidence who had actually sent the video to the BBBOC. So it was, I mean, I don't show chats and all this stuff because, wiretapping and all this stuff, but because he was like, "Show it." He was like, "You act like you didn't talk shit about Casemiro." I was like, "Yeah, I did." I was like, "Casemiro knows I did talk shit about him, so I don't know what you're trying to hide." But my whole game was, just remember, if we show the full entire chat, remember what you said and remember what you shared, because now your guy's going to get exposed. That was the whole point.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Because yeah. Oh,
like
my
I
bad.
just saw, I just saw. No, you're right, BH. I was just saying, I saw everybody. My boy, man. He was like, He's like, this is an injustice against our brother. I was like, yeah, speak on it. Yeah,
That was pretty
yes.
much it. Like so the guy that his attack dog is Filipino. Sean, of course, is white. And he literally has no reason to continue to try to take down Casamaro's career. And they're trying to come out clean and say, oh no, we just support him. We're concerned. I'm like, bull fucking shit. And he's like, oh well, you said that, you said things in the chats and you said this. And I'm like, I will show the damn chats. I'm not afraid of what I've said. I've told Casimiro what I said. I've given him my phone and said, please read what I said about you, because I know that it's going to come back. And sure enough, it did come back today. So when he gave me permission on live, I took full advantage to show exactly what Sean's position was. He's going to say, and he's going to act sweet. He's going to say that he supports his fighter, but in the back, he's making gay memes on his own fighter. And he says that he's supposed to be taking orders for Senator Manny Pacquiao, but he doesn't know that he's trying to sabotage his career. And everything, quote unquote, is going according to plan. That was the point of the live earlier.
Senator.
I don't get backed into a corner.
Oh yeah, I got late. I didn't know any of this. Now I got to go re-listen to the live.
Likewise. Because I think we all came in, or at least me and Get the Smoke came in after that back and forth that you just described. Because I know I just remember YB coming on. I listened to it for like about 15, 20 minutes, and then
Yeah, I came in. I
YB
came
came
in with the
on.
idea that it was just like a regular live kind of thing. I didn't realize it was like Festivus airing of grievances kind of thing. Like I would have, yeah. Like so now that I understand what the intention was, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna re-listen to the entire thing. Yeah, I thought it was just you guys going live. I'm very new to your channel. I didn't even know you guys had a channel. So this is the first time that I caught a live, and I caught like some kind of fluff, kind of just basic like boxing stuff. I didn't realize there's in the whole like intention to it.
So the thing is that and I think YB was there when Nonito was explaining. He's like, Rachel is going to do what she wants to do because this is her journey. And when it comes to that, I told you guys a long time ago, the reason why I'll stay up with you guys is because we're talking about boxing. We're not talking about BS, right? Nonito, if he knew I was talking to other people about the BS that's happening in Philippine boxing, he would be like, Rachel, like seriously, get to bed. But because I'm talking about boxing and I'm engaged in a different hemisphere in my brain, it's not about like proving someone wrong because they're talking shit and they really don't have anything to back it up. It's about intellectual conversation. He won't come out and say anything. He'll just leave me alone. He's like, fine. The Philippine boxing, which is Sean Gibbons's guys against everyone, it's toxic and it's ridiculous. And during that live, when YB was talking to Nonito, the reason I disappeared is because I found out and I got confirmation on who was passing John Riel Casimiro's videos around. So for me, you guys, this is the dirty part of boxing. The person that's supposed to be looking out for you, or that you don't think you think that they're gone, they're a shadow, and they're not going to bother you anymore. They continuously still try to destroy you. And for me, knowing every single thing that was happening when he gave me the permission to expose text messages, I was like, I'm gonna damn take it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see how this all like sort of unfolds, because I think transparency is definitely the key, like in this like social media like generation that we're in, and we need to dispel. I'm not quite sure who has a background noise going on.
Hello?
He has like something playing in the background. I don't really can hear. Maybe it's like a rap or something. All right, maybe a
Yeah.
conversation or
I
maybe
think
an
it might be
interview.
BH. BH, you got some in the background.
Yeah, TBA. Yeah, boxing. You're
Like
showing you have your background audio is like really loud.
Can't hear you guys.
Rachel,
Yeah.
get the smoke.
It's not me.
YB.
Yeah.
It's not me.
I mean, I can hear it. I can definitely hear an interview happening in the background. But anyway,
BH.
we'll persevere. We'll push through.
Yeah, BH, go on mute real quick.
Yeah. So to me, like I first saw this, what you're talking about, when Floyd left ESPN. What ESPN started saying about Floyd, like they loved him when he was a ESPN fighter, but as soon as he left ESPN, he was everything but a child of God, right? So I've seen like how things turn bitter and like acrimonious, and then how like maybe an organization tries to ruin a boxer's career once they leave the organization. But I didn't realize that it happened. Well, I guess I never thought about how that could happen on a regional level, and then how certain promotional companies can maybe like exploit smaller markets and small market fighters in this way.
I mean, with John Real Casimiro, he never had a contract, and we thought it was a one-off. And I believe Casimiro, he never had. What? Is there an echo? Okay, so we thought it was a one-off, and then we had there was another fighter whose coach went on, and he said that there is no contract with MP Promotions. So I wonder how deep this rabbit hole goes. But I mean, in all honesty, the amount of inconsistencies that I exposed with them, like I went against his dog, and I was like, come on. I was like, let's fight. I was like, so tell me why he doesn't have a license. It's none of your business. What do you, that's really your defense? Why doesn't he have a license? None of your business. I was like, okay, so apparently I'm going to tell you why he doesn't have a license. He has to get fingerprinted. And he has things on his background, 126-page background. And that's why you guys never won the case against the manager that put a case against you. I was like, so who had him against Tete in the UK? It's none of your business. I was like, oh, because it was Sean and he had him sitting in the sauna. It's none of your business. Like every single time. So I was like, what's Sean's role? He's the MP Promotions president. Really? Because I got the business documents, and Sean is not the MP Promotions president. It's none of your business. I'm like, really? This is the conversation we're having. This is the conversation we had on a different channel where I started pissing him off. And until the point that he's like, you act like you always love the Casamaros. I was like, that has never been a secret. I hated him. I was like, so yeah, I talk shit. I was like, I'm not going to hide what I did. I will take full responsibility and accountability for what I did. I was like, but let's be honest. You guys want to pretend like you guys love him. I was like, and you don't.
Was it ever your job or responsibility to represent Casimiro or his interests?
It was never my job. I talked to him, and they constantly do call for advice on my side because they know that I will tell them straight up if they messed up. And until today, when YB was on the call with Nonito, I had received a call because, of course, Sean's guy was like, "You don't have a say. You don't have a responsibility to talk on John Real's behalf and this and that." And I told, Egas and Jose De La Cruz, I was like, they said I can't say anything on or I don't have authorization. And they said, you have full authorization to speak on John Riel's behalf on what is happening right now. And I was like, okay. It isn't. And this is the same thing that happens in managing, and it happens in strength and conditioning or whatever I'm doing in my career field. It's not my job. I don't have to. I'm not getting paid to. But I have a certain sense of integrity that if I know what is going on, and I know because I'm getting past the messages personally, that I'm an accomplice to the crime that is happening to John Riel Casimiro right now.
Man.
Yeah. It sounds like a smear campaign and a high tech lynching. Okay.
I mean, we don't believe. Okay, he landed in UK on Friday. We've seen how stick thin Casemiro is. Okay, he has problems making 110. That's not a secret. He landed there Friday, got the commission, got there Saturday, and tested him 124. He signed that documentation. On Tuesday, they said he was 114. And then he went to the official Probellum scale, and they recorded it, and he was 119.8 within 5 minutes of the commission weigh. Do you believe someone that's cutting that weight that bad, because John Riel Casimiro is a big dude, would undercut by 4 pounds 2 days before the weigh-ins?
Don't sound like it.
I don't believe it. Go ahead, BH.
Oh no, I was just saying that wouldn't be smart.
It wouldn't,
I
right?
don't know
You're really
anything.
making it super fly.
I have no like experience with Casemiro. I've never heard anything about his weight until now. It seems like it seems like it's coming out of left field, out of nowhere. You've never heard anything about it. And now it seems like, once again, like the BBOC's like weird rules are coming into play.
Well, I mean, literally, no professional boxer would come in 4 pounds underweight. Casemiro does not walk around 130. He walks around 140, 150s. At best. At best. He's not going to make 114 with 2 days left to the weigh-ins. Not a thing. And the fact that when we fought in the UK, we got a 5-page doc that we had to countersign, and he never received it, and yet someone had received it, and it wasn't John Riel Casimiro, and I have the actual screenshot of who it was passed from, shows that he didn't get it. It was someone else. It's ridiculous. It's silly. The Boxing Commission and the BBBOC cannot. They can't tell you which regulation. That's BS to me in itself. Tell me which regulation, which line number, what page. If you can't, there's a problem. I don't care if the whispers are around, well, you know, they frown upon, or they don't approve of saunas, whatever. If it's not written, you can frown all you damn want. That's what we were arguing about.
Your thing, and I don't mean to like imply that there's any sort of like irregularity or bias or anything, but what you're saying now like sort of inspires me to like another understanding about your role in the sport. And it inspires this question. It motivates this question. Like, what do you think the future of Filipino boxing is? Like, what do you think of Mark Magsayo, Tug? I know that Manny just retired. We're seeing the back nine of your husband's. I feel like the Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Fame career. Like, what do you see as the future of Filipino boxing?
I think the future of Filipino boxers is they need to wake the hell up. One of it is if MP Promotions is run by Manny Pacquiao, which according to the documentation it is, he needs to shut up his, like, I don't know, lapdog at this point. He doesn't have a role. He doesn't have a board of directors position. He doesn't even have a stockholders position. So at that point, if he is going to represent your country, your company, you are going to be liable for the things that he says or does. We need to take the slavery part of it. I have heard way too many times and have seen too many times boxers from the Philippines not seeing their fight contracts. John Riel is one of them, and he is noted as such. The other ones that I have talked to are not ready to come forward because they're under that thumb. They're under the guise that Sean Gibbons is giving them so much. You know why? Because Sean Gibbons is giving them $5,000 and he only takes it out of their purse when they fight. What does that sound like? It's an advance. It's a payday loan. He's not gifting you crap. So that's why when I go into these contracts, when we're talking about contracts, I'm like, you need to look and see what an advance is. You need to look and see what a gift is, a stipend. That's not going to be held against your purse, because $5,000 on someone who's just starting out or who's not a world champion for 3 months is $15,000. $15,000 against someone who's making $20,000, not including this trainer fee, management fee, etc., becomes you're a dog in a fight. That's all they see of you. And yes, you're going to have to continue fighting for the rest of your life because you'll never pay anything off that way.
Well,
yeah, that was a real like deep that was a really deep answer. So you're you're saying, in your estimation, if I can summarize, if I just so I'm sure that I understand what you're saying, is that the boxers in the Philippines need to have a way higher business IQ, and be way more like, I guess, get their financial literacy up when it comes to the way that the sport works today and possibly in the future.
The problem with the Philippines is the fact that the national language isn't always set, right? So let's talk about John Real Casimiro and Nonito Donaire. Both of them, their first language is Visayan, which is a dialect, and it's nowhere near Tagalog, right? Which is the national language. Then they learn, okay, so Casimiro learned Tagalog, and then he learned English. That's a third language to him, and it's barely. You see it in the interviews. He can barely speak English. Nonito learned Visayan, English, then Tagalog. So he has a little bit of an upper hand on that, but he still doesn't understand the intricacies of a boxing contract. Honestly, even the American boxers whose first language is English barely understands the intricacies of a legal boxing contract. They don't have the tools, and they're not given the tools because it's easy to dupe someone who doesn't understand. I feel like they need a nonprofit union that is giving them the tools and knowledge and education of exactly what the hell they're signing down, instead of forcing them to sign down with something because they have no other choice.
Let me ask you this, Rachel. Why has there never been a formation of a union, and why is it so hard to get a union formed in boxing?
Because boxers are out for themselves. It's an individualized sport. It's hard for the boxers to, agree on how much should be given into a union. When you're in a union, you have to pay dues into a union to represent you. That's easier for the $1 million purse holders, the hundred thousands of dollar purse holders. But the ones that are just coming out, that's harder for them to justify the amount that they are having to pay out of their purse for someone to represent them, especially when they believe wholeheartedly that their manager or the promoter has their best interest. When anyone signs on to a manager or promoter, listen to them. They'll give their life for these guys. They don't know any type of way. So to tell them, hey, guess what? Whatever percentage is going to be given into the union, they're going to fight it because they don't believe that the union, which is a governing entity, would have most of their best interest than an individual. Boxing managers are amazing. They have the slickest tongue.
Yeah, it, that's something that I've been seeing. I've also seen in like MMA and pro wrestling, people talking about a union. And boxing is definitely no different. Of course, they have the Ali Act and whatnot, but that's not a. I mean, of course, that's not enough. But the fact that there's no union, no rehabilitation for some of these fighters after they're done, or just having the understanding of what they're signing up for some of these contracts and whatnot. Um, and even with some of these gyms, because I've heard stories of Wild Card Gym. What's his name? I think Freddie Roach. Like some of those, like they were talking about, like those guys had signed away pretty much slave contracts to that gym, or vice versa. Do you think that they were? Do you think they're? Oh, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Do I think?
Oh, I was just gonna say, do you think there's ever gonna be a union in boxing? Would boxers, or just in general, like like a good some of them, would they put their money together or possibly come together and make a union for boxing?
I think it's, boxers like Nonito that's thinking beyond himself. It's it it has to come with a certain type of mentality that the legacy that you leave behind, and that's the hardest part. Look at all the boxers, all they do is think about themselves right now, and it's the saddest part. So when you think of what is it going to do for me instead of what is it going to do for other boxers and generations to come, it's really difficult for boxers to come together and actually make a movement on it. That's why there really hasn't been much movement in, things like, why is there, like we were saying about the Kinahan thing, why is Bob Arum paying Fury's advisor money? That
Right.
completely should be effing illegal. But it's such a gray line right now because no one gives a shit.
So I have a question, actually about how the structure of this thing. Like I asked you a question before about Nonito's experience with the PBC, and you're in your answer, you differentiated how the PBC is not actually a promoter or a promotional company, but like what they are is it like a production company, and traditionally production companies pay the talent, like the talent, or whether they're Astra or at SAG or whatever, or whether they're Grips or Electrics, like they are already part of a union, and they get their they get base salaries and all that stuff. When you're looking at a traditional production company putting shows on television, and I'm not trying to get bogged down in these like sort of business details, but is one of the revenue streams that a person who is on the PBC platform that they can expect is sort of like mechanical royalties or like image royalties kind of thing? And if so, does that fall under like the Screen Actors Guild union, kind of thing? Like, do you join that when you have so many TV performance, TV appearances, or how does that actually break down for boxers on this
So
platform?
I'll take this question in two parts. One, Nonito isn't signed under PBC. He's signed always under Richard. So it was Ringstar at first, and now it's Probellum. In addition to that, the only other promotional company within the U.S. that Probellum has worked with is TGB, who allows PBC as the media company or event company to promote the show. So those are the three platforms you have to think of. Nonito has never signed anything with PBC. Second, when it comes to PBC fighters, I am not PBC fighters. That was my second point. My second point is when it comes to Writers Guild and the royalties, that's something that you actually have to negotiate with your primary promoter. So let's just say that, with Probellum, we're like, we have the rights to the Philippines because that's where we're from. And that's how much the viewership is going to be costing. So we get the rights to the Philippines. That is something that you have to negotiate with your promoter from the get. PBC is just an event outlet. We literally can get Pretty Princesses of the South to be the event promoter. But it is not tied in with PBC is not actually tied in with Nonito in any type of way. TGB has optional rights on promoting Nonito's fights. But we are signed to Ringstar, which turned into Probellum.
All right, so I believe I understand the breakdown of the revenue stream, and I guess I can modify my question to: is it like sort of a standard thing for the royalties to go to the promotional company if you have a platform like the PBC, which is like a production company? Like, where does the sort of like, as you get the ratings and advertisers or whatever, all of that, like, but I guess ancillary revenue streams, how does that like sort of trickle down to the talent?
It does not, unless you negotiate it that you own it after a certain number of years or months. Restream, replay rights are a huge thing. If you don't have, let's say, pay-per-view on the back end of the deal on the first airing of the fight, there are ones, for example, like De La Hoya's old fights where he owns the ancillary rights. Every single time a platform plays it, he gets royalties from it. But that's something that has to be negotiated before the fight even airs. It is assumed that if you do not negotiate it, that the ancillary rights are with the ones that broadcasted it.
Excellent, thank you.
So that's basically saying too much for a fighter to be worried about. If they don't have, they need to have a good team, because that's a lot to be for a fighter to be cognizant of.
I mean, listen, man. If you know how to check a buck, you know how to check a buck. Like, counting your pennies, like those pennies add up, especially over the length of a career. So
that is true. I mean, everything from ticket sales to flights to hotel rooms to merchandising. Everything is negotiable. But again, most of the old school boxers just wanted to fight. Most of the new school boxers ask for more than they're actually worth. So it's this weird balance right now about, what are you actually worth on paper, not what you're imagining. Okay, yeah, you might have 15 million Instagram followers. Is that really going to generate cash? Is that going to turn into dollars and viewerships? if we do gamble on this bet. And if you can't, then of course the next purse is going to go down. But you have to believe in yourself. That's the gamble of when you take a lower purse, guaranteed purse, versus points on the pay-per-view. If you believe that you can sell, then you would take more on the pay-per-view sales, depending on the minimum amount of households it has to meet. So if the threshold is 100,000 and you believe you can make that and more, then great. If the minimum amount of threshold is 500,000 and you're like, oh, I don't know, my opponent's not that strong. I don't know if it's going to generate 500,000 plus, because that's the threshold. Then you get 2 points on the top of every house after 500,000. That's where you start betting on yourself. That's where your metrics comes in. That's where your fan base comes in. That's where you have to self-promote if that's the deal that you worked out. But you have to know your metrics. You have to know the average amount of fans, the age range, and the price that they're willing to pay. So yes, you can have 15 million people that'll pay $20. But will you have 50 million people that'll pay 75 to gamble? And if you're willing to gamble on yourself, all game. But if you're not, you'd up your pay and take lower on the points.
I actually have a sort of manager's question. What's your sort of thoughts on sponsorships, and have companies come up to you? I'm imagining if you are, it sounds like you guys are sort of an institution, or at least a force in Filipino boxing. I'm assuming that you have some maybe local Filipinos of sponsorships, but in general, what do you? I feel like Nonito is a great ambassador for the sport, and should garner some sort of sponsorship opportunities. What is your thoughts as a manager about Nonito's marketability, I guess?
Nonito's marketability is amazing. He's just picky as shit. He doesn't like everybody. He doesn't like, certain things that they represent. He doesn't care about the money. It's all about if the values of the company align with his. So he's extremely picky. That's the only problem with Nonito. I mean, and that's his greatest asset, is he doesn't allow people to just come around him. But when you come on his shorts, you're fighting with him, and he feels like any bad energy, or a company that was willing to pay $5 million to get themselves out of a bad media situation is not worth the karma. So for him, it's all about the longevity of the partnership between sponsorship and him, and what the company represents. Other people would take that money and run. They don't care if they're, I don't know, putting on OnlyFans or xxx.com or YouPorn or whatever. They're fine. Give them the money and they'll put it. Nonito's not like that.
I felt like that was a shot, but I ain't gonna say nothing.
What shot? What are you talking about?
My boy Errol Spence had on OnlyFans on his shorts.
Hey, that might align with. Hey, if that aligns with his principles, who cares, right? She's just saying that Nonito's picky.
What's
right?
his on his OnlyFans? Does he have an OnlyFans?
No, he had that on his shorts this past fight.
Well, against Ugas.
but you're saying that
Wait, there's a boxer that has an OnlyFans. Who was it? What the hell?
I don't know.
So we wouldn't expect, from what you're saying, we shouldn't expect Nonito to be selling advertising space on the bottom of his shoes. We're not going to see a casino painted on his back.
No, I mean, I'm already. I had already signed down another one, for Nonito's trunks, and it's a damn pretty penny. But Nonito has aligned with this company for numerous years now. He's known their owner for numerous years now, and he's like, they get prime spot. I was like, all right, okay. And the only reason I say that is, like I said, like, I mean, you know, we've talked about so many times that Nonito's been approached by really high level A players in the US game of media investment and brand marketing. And they've said in front of me before we had kids, we're going to tag you with a porn star and we're going to get you on Team Z and we're going to do this and we're going to do that and you're going to make millions of dollars. And Nonito stepped away from it. And he was like, are you crazy? It's not me. And they're like, yeah, but you don't have to actually sleep with the porn star. It's all for views. He won't do that. That's not the type of person Nonito is. No matter how many times you try to make him to be the bad guy, he can't.
I certainly hope you come on here more often and talk about PR campaigns and the stuff that's been pitched to you. Like, it's so, like, that is such a different, like, aspect of the sport that I think is overlooked, that people miss. That a lot of what we see about a fighter or even a fighter's journey or even a particular fight is kind of an orchestrated, like, PR campaign.
It is. It really is. I'm not going to tell you that when we were the first YouTubers in boxing back in 2012. The biggest one was when I was setting up a whole thing because we had hired a production company and we did a short reality stint. And it was when I told Nonito I was pregnant on his Dirty 30. You know, like, that's what buys. That's what the views are. It's secrets and controversies. And honestly, that's why we're like, we'll go on YouTube when we want to. Besides that, we're not going to feel obligated to do so because we know what buys. We know what sells. It's controversy. We're not in it. We don't like it. I'll say what the truth is. Whether or not you perceive it as controversy or not is up to you. But besides that, we're not going to take our time to, oh my God, Nonito was at, you know, there was a strip club and blah, blah, blah. Or he was over here dancing with someone and blah. It's absolute. Okay, literally, I don't know if you guys, okay, so 2020 March, I had gone, if you go back into my Instagram, a picture of me in bikini in Cabo. I said, single parenting is hard. So many reporters had called me because they're like, what do you mean? I was like, what do you mean what? And I was in Cabo, of course. And I didn't answer all of them. But the ones I did, I was like, what are you talking about? And they're like, you guys broke up? I was like, no. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, you said single parenting is hard. I was like, yeah, motherfucker, I had to watch the 2 kids by myself for a month because Nonito was in camp in San Francisco with his dad. I was like, that shit's hard. They're like, oh my God, don't give me a heart attack. Not the other day, like a couple weeks ago, I decided to get an Android versus Nonito's iPhone. We decided to go our separate ways. Do you know how many reporters called me? Based on that post that we decided to separate operating systems? That's what they want. We don't buy into it. So we're not in the mold because we don't care. But how many of these YouTubers, how many of these Instagrams, how many of these TikToks, their titles bring you in because they think, or you think that there's something juicy in there. That's all they do to garner attention. And I don't know, you can say we're too old, we're just beyond it.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Using language like that, especially if you're not like part of that the entire culture of like breaking up and interchangeable partners and all that stuff. You're just talking about your own experience, not what everybody else is on. Yeah, that could be a mess.
Wait, YB, weren't you one of them? YB, weren't you one of them that was like, dude, you scared me?
Yeah, facts. And then the other one, the fact they wanted my boy Nonito to be with porn stars and shit.
We went like I think I went to I went to go get a doctor's checkup, I think last week, and she was talking to me while she was taking my temperature and all this shit and weighing me, and she's like, "I saw your post. You freaked me out." I was like, "Oh, they broke up?" And I was like, "You're talking about literally the phones?" And she's like, "Yes." She's like, "You scared me." And I'm like, "Literally haven't seen you for a year," because women get checked up every year, and I'm like, "But it's really cute that you're invested." When I say something that sounds controversial, not anything else, not happy birthday Logan, like YB said, right? Not the happiest moments of my life, the controversial stuff. That's what gets everyone's attention. And it's honestly disgusting that we have, like, they want us to create something to be talked about. This is us. We're best friends. We fight. We won't put it on social, but we have issues with our kids. They sometimes talk back. Sometimes they don't want to go sleep. Sometimes they don't want to eat. It is what it is. But they want something juicy. They want something to bring you down. They want something that you're touchable and if your life is worse than theirs, it makes them smile. Tell me that's not true.
I mean, living vicariously, like all these parasocial relationships, right? Like celebrities, like, and the people that follow them, like, your husband, like, I think everybody, like within, hearing distance of this voice, people on the panel, people in the chat, people are going to listen to on the playback, I think to a person thinks that Nonito is a first ballot Hall of Famer. So there's a whole lot of like, we are special because we get to witness what he's doing, right? Like a lot of people weren't around for Muhammad Ali, and I don't think any of us were around for Sugar Ray Robinson kind of stuff. So this is like, our modern day guys who are going to transcend, like, the time, right? Like we expect for like the grandkids, the great grandkids to mention Nonito's fights and these kind of situations and whatever. And within that particular, so managing that, I imagine, is like kind of whatever. It's a load, but like breaking, like when it. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. Like I know it's going somewhere with it. I forgot what we were talking about, but
Honestly, the world likes negativity.
Right. That's what I was going for. Exactamundo. When it comes to the PR aspect of it, I think that you guys are a little bit outside of that. I guess that the noise that maybe a young fighter might have to fight through. That you guys are like kind of like in a, well, not you guys, but Nonito himself as a brand, as a boxer, as an ambassador, as as what we all expect to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He gets to. I think he enjoys the luxury of like rising above the PR campaigns of it all. But I'm very interested to hear you talk about your experiences with that, like that aspect, or that like that force that's in boxing that shapes a lot of, I feel like the not just the content, but the way that fans like see fights and fighters is like through this like lens of like a kind of a carefully crafted and orchestrated like media campaign that by forces that may or may not have the best interest of the fighter at heart, even if it's in that fighter's camp.
I mean, we've had a lot of shoots with different uh media platforms that they asked him to run, And Tony was like, I don't run. He's like, well, can you just run for like 2 miles so we can get a slow-mo and get like some action shots and look tired and all this stuff? Like, I feel like when we do those things, and this is, earlier, when we were living in the Bay, probably about 2010, 2009, we were just like, okay, well, that's fine, like, get these shots. But it was fate. And we establish the younger generation into thinking this is what is supposed to be. We talk about tradition. We talk about what everybody is expected, the box that they're put in. Because look, on HBO, that's what they're doing. And we're constantly put into this box of what we're supposed to be doing. It's, for us, it's a little bit different because I literally run my mouth. I don't care. And they can't control what the hell I say. So that's one part of it. The other part is Nonito's actually an introvert. If he was an extrovert, you would see him here all the time, next to me all the time. And he'd be on YouTube all the time, Instagramming, Twitter, trying to get in front of the camera. But you literally do not see Nonito. Nonito is not that person. And a lot of the times, I feel like we're being forced to have to show who we are because social media, because Ryan Garcia has so many likes, because this other person has so many likes, this person has how many followers or whatever. And we're so comfortable and we're so okay with ourselves that I really, honestly, if I turned around today and the entire panel was talking shit about me tomorrow, I'd be like, all right, well, we had a good time. That's how we are. We allow people to give themselves, we give everybody a chance, and if you turn your back, that it is what it is. It is. I'm not gonna, try to figure it out any other type of way. And then we'll just stay in the house like we have always been whenever I talk to you guys. You don't hear me going out. You don't see me partying. You'll see me partying very rarely, and it's usually when Nonito's out of camp. But you don't see Nonito going out. You don't see him trying to get attention. And I feel like sometimes that they're trying to push us into this social media norm that we should be some type of way, that we should be out there more. But we're only going to be out there until as much as we're comfortable.
That is true about Nonito. I'm starting to pick that up. That he is kind of an introvert, but he talks to you when he's comfortable. And if he's comfortable with you, he'll share more and more with you, but it takes a while. Not a while, but if he doesn't feel a good vibe with you, he's not going to F with you at all.
I played a prank with him the other day. I was pretending I was on live. I was like, yeah, okay. I was like, yeah, babe. And I gave him my headset. And I was like, they want to talk to you. He looked at me sideways. And he was like, hello. And I started busting up laughing. I don't know if you guys saw the Jada Pinkett and Will Smith where she put him on live without saying anything.
Mm-mm.
So I was playing that prank on Oni. I wish I would have fucking recorded it. It was hilarious. So I gave him my headset. I'm like, babe, can you? He grabbed he looked at me side. He still grabbed it like a good sportsman, grabbed my phone. It was black. And he was all, hello. And I started busting up laughing. I was like, I would never do that to you. And he was like, I was going to say, I would have still done it. He's like, but I was going to say, what the hell, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I would never do that to you. But we play this game light. And the thing is when he grabs my phone, I can't pry it off of his fingers. But if he, like tonight, he hasn't come out, he hasn't checked me, he's not grabbing my phone, I respect that, okay? This is one of those nights that You, of course, tomorrow's sparring and you're zoned in. I'm not going to push the issue. But most guys, honestly, let's look at Casimiro's camp. So Casimiro got caught in the sauna because there was a camera in his damn face.
Yep.
How many of these boxers do things because there's a camera in their face and they're expected to do and to perform in front of a camera?
That's a good question.
I mean, honestly, how many of these boxers on 24/7 do you ever see really like mouth off? Really get mad? Do you know how many times Nonito has mouthed off to me? How many times I've gotten yelled at? How many times I've walked out of a weigh-in after the weigh-in when he's supposed to be eating, like crying? You don't see that. You're supposed to be this focused fighter. You're supposed to be an in-controlled fighter. You're not supposed to have drama. The drama is really light. You're supposed to be a certain type of way. You're supposed to toss out females. You're not supposed to be around them. Why do you think when people say, what do you mean you don't go away from camp? You don't see you're at home with your kids and you're at home with your wife? I don't understand. Because no other boxer does it. It's a predicate and it's a blueprint that is made for these other boxers. They think that that's what it takes. And it might have to take that for certain boxers that have too many distractions. But it's not cookie cutter.
Yeah, like one of the things I really appreciate about you guys coming on here is talking about like these preconceived notions that I think a lot of boxing fans have about the mentality of a boxer. Like the idea that not only is it a give and take in a relationship where there's mutual respect, but literally like, the busting of the suds. Like you were saying that like the light bulb switched off in him and his own diet. So he started to become the advocate for his own like best outcomes where you don't have to, I mean, for lack of a better term, nag him into like changing, like to being his best self, kind of thing. Yeah, like all of this stuff. Like I have like I said, I've been around. I haven't been around like a lot of other guys, as long as a lot of other guys, but I've been around long enough to know, not just on Earth, but in YTBC, to hear that there's like a lot of like, I feel like preconceived notions and unnecessary challenges that people have put in front of having a productive and healthy relationship, from like how they conceptualize like manhood, like when and like boxing like feeds into that whole thing about like being an alpha male and all this other stuff. So I'm
Yeah,
rambling on a
all the
little bit.
guys are supposed to have like what? Where they're supposed to have a bunch of girlfriends. They're supposed to have a wife that listens, and that's it, right? But YB, what did Nonito say today? He's like, I'm not going to get into it. This is her journey. If she wants to speak, she can speak, but I'm not going to get there's a certain respect.
Yeah, like I there's a and you don't have to comment on this unless you want to. But there's like I noticed in it, as a father of three, married for years, like been in relation, whatever, as a committed partner. There's certain things you do for your family and do for your partner that it's not necessarily for public consumption. And when it does become part of the the cannon fodder for like the either fans or detractors, it can go like weird. Like I'm speaking specifically about the Wilder like twerking video, the way that people actually put that out there as if it is like something wrong to try to entertain your wife and kids, kind of thing. Like you can't ever like break character. You're supposed to always be like some mean mugging dude that's like in control of every situation. Like you can't ever just let your hair down, figuratively, just because you're having like a human moment with your family, kind of thing. So Like I
No, but I
really
do think that is a lot. It's not just boxing though. That's a lot of celebrities. They can't make mistakes. They're held to such a high standard. Um, I do think in the best of it that Will Smith, does regret what he did. I think he knew putting hands on somebody else is wrong. I don't think that at any certain point he thinks that that was right in the aftermath of seeing what he did. Um, but do we hold them to a different standard where we want him to lose his livelihood? Yes, we do, because Joanne at Walmart that slapped her husband in the parking lot in front of customers was still allowed to keep her job. Every one of us can make mistakes. We can get a speeding ticket, right? We can get a DUI and it doesn't get published. But we hold people to an idolization that isn't fair. We're still human. Nonito will snap at his kids. He'll snap at me. I'll snap back. We will have arguments. People want this heaven of you are the perfect human being. You're the perfect couple. And that is a downfall for most of these people that is growing up in this age. It literally is what it is. And they can accept that what their idol says or does as wrong. Then we start making excuses for them. It becomes an endless cycle of these guys can't go wrong. And when you do that, you don't accept that these people are just human. They're in a spotlight position. That's all it is. But
I mean,
literally,
I'm just going through it. Like, there's celebrity, and then there's the sporting celebrities, and then there's like boxing, right? Like like I'm going through it, and I'm thinking like, you guys, like the Wards, maybe the Pacquiaos. I'm finding it hard to think of like married for years couples like in boxing.
because an alpha male is supposed to have a bunch of girls, and the woman's supposed to sit and be okay with it. But we're starting to come into a generation where the woman is not sitting and taking it. She will leave. And we've seen it time and time again. And that is, I guess, for lack of a better word, in the boxing community, demasculating the man, because the wife is, or the girlfriend, or the significant other is supposed to sit there and take it while he plays. This is what we've done. We've always known the boxers always have a harem of girlfriends. That's honestly what my grandmother did not want me and Oni to get married. She told me, she's like, he's going to have a bunch of girlfriends. I was like, if he does, I'm done. I'm gone. That's what they're known for. Professional athletes are known for that. Boxers, especially because of their high testosterone in a fighting environment. It is what it is. It's up to the newer generation to change that. And I do applaud Ryan Garcia for saying he has a mental issue. There are boxers that have mental issues, but we're not supposed to talk about that because we're supposed to be alpha males that are supposed to be smashing and bashing and not talk about the fact that whatever he is going through, he's going through. I know Tiafimo is probably going through something.
King Pentillo.
And I hope he reaches out to get out of that hole. But will boxing look at him like he's weak if he does? And that's what we're putting on him as society. And it's not fair. These guys can grow into men and not boys if we allow them to. But because boxing is so backwards and we're still in the 1920s in all type of aspects, in relationships, in what we're showing, and in the business aspect, it is still the exact damn way. We'll never see these boxers grow because we're holding them to a totally different era and standard. And on that note, gentlemen, I have 2.5 hours to sleep until my next business meeting.
Well, you do what you got to do, Rachel. That was a good mic drop. You know,
Yeah. Keys to fingers. I learned all kinds of stuff from this. The whole
we
thing.
gonna look.
Yeah,
So we
like the paragons of Filipino boxing. You're the head trainer. What? Stand up one time. 4th degree master. Okay.
No, I appreciate you guys. Like I said, like everything, we are human. No, Nino and I are, and he'll support me, and I'll support him. And for the best of him, he will allow me to do what I feel is my outlet. And my outlet is talking to you guys because we talk about boxing, we talk about different things, we talk not things that someone's can't have an intellectual debate on. And I will eat my, I will eat, I will eat my tequila when I see you, YB, next week, and I will take that. That is what it is. This is, what a fan of boxing does. If I say what I say I did, and I stood by it, then I'll take it. I'm good.
That ain't gonna be the last time you keep betting against Errol Spence. But I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. Hey, but Rachel, before you go, pick Tyson Fury, Dillian Whyte.
Oh, am I gonna take another 3 shots?
No.
I like Tyson Fury.
Me too. Okay. Good pick.
Okay, so I don't have to take another 3 shots?
Nope. Good pick.
Fury. Dillian Whyte gets hit too much.
I think there's an element of like eating your crow that's enhanced by picking the underdog.
Tequila?
Yeah, well, this definitely enhanced by tequila. Like everything's enhanced by tequila. But if you pick the underdog, then yeah, like people are gonna be like, "What are you on?" Like, yeah, you're gonna hear it.
I'm good. I'm good with eating it. It's fine. I will take it chilled, straight up. Oh, no chaser. I'm good. I'll take it. I'm down. It's a Bay thing.
Yeah, well, you know it. I'm right here, Oakland Hills, still looking at San Francisco right now. But yeah, Pacific time
Oakland Hills.
zone.
You
I'm
ain't
up here
even
with.
East 14th. You're in the hills.
Yeah, but I can see East 14th if I go in my backyard.
If you walk down sideways going backwards with a blindfold.
No, I'm saying I can see it. I'm not saying I'm going to be on East 14th, but I can see it. I can also see San Francisco. I can see Coit Tower, but I can see the San Mateo Bridge too. Whatever. It is what it
Just
is.
remember you have to get your gas on down there anyway.
Yeah, well, we both are Pacific time zone, so 3:32 for me and you.
All right, gentlemen. Good night. I hope to talk to you guys soon. And YB, text me when you're going to be in New York.
Got you.
All right. Good night, guys.
Night.
Bye.
Yeah. So.
Big Smoke, man. You had some great questions, bro. Great ass questions, man.
Well, I'm listening, right?
Game. You know this damn game, bro. You know your shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, man. Like, soak it up. But anyway, not my first rodeo. I've been sipping. Sorry if I'm like slurring and forgetting where I'm going and all this other shit. But, I enjoy insiders, especially insiders who are unfiltered and willing to pull the veil and the curtain behind. Right. So that, I feel like the YTBC, the best thing about it is learning from one another and being able to teach. And she is one of the best teachers we have right now going. Shout out to Bill Haney, shout out to Rick Glazer who comes on with his whole thing. But yeah, and even Eddie Hearn, love him or hate the guy, he was very accessible and he was. I feel like he helped a lot of casuals and even hardcores understand what was going on in the sport on a really good granular level. So I appreciate stuff like that. And on a side note, H said I should subscribe to your channel, and I asked him why. And even though he didn't give me a really good answer to my question, I still subscribe to your channel, and I'm glad I did, regardless of what the hell his answer was. Like, I think you do a great thing. Like, I love this thing. Like, I feel like this is what the YTBC should be doing and can do better. Is, access to people who know really what's going on an anecdotal firsthand basis.
I appreciate you for subbing too, man. You've been on my panel a lot too, Smoke, and we've been having some really good conversations. Like you said, man, and we had, I'm trying to get more people on there, but like we had Chris Bird, you were there, and then, you really, because you're a historian, just like a few people on the panel, and like Haplo, you guys know your shit, man. So when you get veterans like Chris Bird or people that's been through it, and some legends, you really know what to ask them. Shit like that, it's a good thing. It makes the guys that fought and the legends feel appreciated, because a lot of newer guys, we don't appreciate them as much, but you know a lot of stuff about just every era. So, and that's something good to bring to the table, especially when you have people on there that want to be celebrated, or fought their whole career and just want that nostalgic moment.
It's the appreciation for what you do, right? Like, in my real life, bro, like, nobody gives a flying fuck about my boxing knowledge. They could not care less. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. So, like, coming on here, like, having the knowledge that I have and having that knowledge be like acknowledged and appreciated, it gives me warm fuzzies. Like, I'm not gonna start talking to you about the Forex or the latest legislature and like marijuana reform and none of the shit like that, like shit that would make your eyes glass over, like what my actual life is like. But yeah, like here in the YTBC, yeah, let's chop this shit up, talk about the legends of yesteryear and the legends of tomorrow, and like, it's like seventh heaven for me. I really appreciate it. You got it doing shots. You about to see a sloppy. Yeah, that's what's up, man. That's literally what's up. You're willing to spend your own fucking money to like go on the road and put gas, put mileage on your car and on your meter and have your yesterdays and your tomorrows be about this shit. Nothing but like, I'm bowing down. Like, that's what's up.
Like, thank you, man. Like, we love the sport, whether we agree or not, Smoking. And that's one thing I learned about you, man, is just we can agree to disagree. And like, one thing about it is I understand you're mature enough to, even if we get into it, like, you're willing to understand, like, the next day, it's nothing. You get what I mean? And, probably as soon as you get off of here, you're like, man, I don't care about that stuff. And that's why you call yourself Get the Smoke, which is, you already know, man, you're going to, you're going to say things that, and even if it's not trying to be controversial, you're going to say stuff and you're going to speak on how you really feel about it. And that's it. But if somebody insults you, the next day you'll be back like nothing happened. And I appreciate that about you too, man. You don't hold any, there's nothing personal. You're just talking boxing and you keep it that way. And if you feel that way or somebody does insult you, you'll keep it moving. And I'll fuck with that. And
man.
A lot of shit too. You know a lot of shit too when you really hear you, like what you was talking about earlier about Jack Johnson and Pancho Villa and all that, man. That was like, I was listening. I just wasn't on the panel, but I heard everything. I was like, man, I never heard that shit before. So I learned a lot. You learn something every day.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Jack Johnson, the book, Inside the Ring and Out. A really good read. Like, my man's full of shit a lot of the time, but his historical thing is on point. Like, to hear him tell it, he was in there with he's in there at the Bolsheviks revolution, both with the Bolsheviks and the czars. Like, anyway, like, Jack's a crazy dude, but yeah, like in the internet age, I'm a little bit of a throwback. I read books, so like, I don't think I'm a historian, but I definitely am I'm a student, right? And this is like passion. Like I said, like, this is. You know what? This is as an aside note, because I heard something earlier today about I think it was on this stream, but maybe it was on another stream about the significance of casuals in the sport. And someone was saying that we all started off as casuals, right? And that is true. Like that is 100% true. Like I feel like we can, as fans, we can pinpoint the fight that got us into the sport and the fighter that we were fanboys of. Right. And if you don't understand who that is, it's probably because you're a fanboy of that fighter right now and you haven't evolved past that point yet. But whatever, that's different. That's a different subject. What my actual point is once you get to a place where you understand what's going on in the ring, your fandom takes on a different dimension. And I'm King's Gym family, and that's what got me into the sport, was a King's Gym fighter and a King's Gym trainer, right? And so like that, for me, that that level of like access and like knowledge, I think is not only I think priceless to the YTBC, but also like necessary in the growth of any boxing fan. So you like kind of have to go through this process of like having an insider there. So like like channels like yours that give these interviews, that have access to fighters and managers who are willing to like eat crow and do shots based on what you're saying. Like, like not only is it something that didn't even happen like last century, it's something I think is very necessary, like in the in the sport of boxing today, like moving forward for like every level of it, from like the casual fan to the hardcore fan to the media member to the promoter to the broadcaster. Like all of this stuff right now, I feel like checks what you need to be doing in boxing.
Yeah, and man, with Rachel, man, and Donaire, that's gonna be crazy. And you know what's crazy about New York is that Nonito's gonna be actually training a fighter. So like what's crazy, like during the camp, he's worried about Jesse Vargas's, watching out, and so he spends more time at the gym, not just for him, but because Jesse Vargas reached out to get trained by him. So he has that on his plate, as well as worrying about one of the guys that a lot of people consider a top 5 pound for pound talent and anyway. So I was like, man, how do you balance those two things? And hearing him say that is, worrying about one of the biggest fights of your career, and then having to train a guy and give him, also give him that balance where you're able to be able to, like you said, lead him and create a game plan for him to win his fight. Be worried about your own game plan and instilling that, and executing that as well. I feel like that's very. I was like, damn, Nonito, that's pretty big that you're the head coach for him, going to be his head trainer, and that Jesse reached out for him to do it. I was like, that's big. That means it's a big respect that Jesse asked him to train him. So,
do you see Monster's chin hanging out there like as the second worst? Like I feel like guys who hang their chin out to dry, like the poster boy of it is of course Ryan Garcia, but like a not close second to me is Monster Inoue. Do you see that also or not?
I do see him leaving his chin out there too, Smoke. I do, I do think that this fight's going to be a lot different than the last one. Even though Donaire broke his eye socket, I think, man, I think very highly of his sparring partners. Like you said, bringing in guys like Raíz and Lee, because I don't think then he told me he didn't bring guys like Raíz in for the first camp, but I mean guys like that. I mean he's Smoke, but your guy does leave his chin on the center line heavy. Monster, definitely.
Right,
What's
when
up,
he's throwing that, like his left hook is a definitely signature punch, and it's a great one. But if you look at his chin where it is when he throws that shot, good lord! Like how come somebody? I feel like Nonito could get that candy.
He could. What's up, Kush? What you mean? I seen you writing in the chat, bro. What you mean? I couldn't read what you said because I didn't hear it from you, bro. My eyes ain't working, but my ears are. How about that, Kush?
You know, I'm studying every day, and I see something. Let's say that. I think that bug gonna get him.
Hey, Kush, you know the
He
last.
said he sees something, right?
Hey, Kush,
Now, is it top secret what you see? Is this like a
hey,
Mikey
Kush,
Garcia thing? What you see? Like,
hey,
let us
Kush,
in.
I know
hey,
I'm
Kush,
happy.
you know the
Don't
last
keep it
person
top
that saw
secret.
something got
Wait a
his
minute, are
ass
you
whooped.
emailing Bud?
Hey, Kush, the last person that saw something got his ass whooped.
I'm gonna tell y'all what. Spence to win this fight, that he got to go in there. He got to fight one of the best fights of his life. His best fight. Can't make no.
1, 2, Floyd looking for you. 3, 4, Piazza, 4, 5, 6. I was messing with you. What's up with y'all, man? Just woke up.
Oh shit! Yeah, coming back on.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
now
I'm just saying.
we're here
Spence
about
don't
we're about
like
to
too
hear this
many
thing
mistakes.
that Kush peeps. Like,
He said,
listen,
I
I already
see
told you like
something.
the secrets that I saw. And the YTBC a little bit like started to change. Like, I've been saying that Spence outworks this dude forever, but I've also been talking about how Bud throws looping fucking shots. And I've also been talking about how there's little subtle footworks where you don't have to lift your foot up, but you slide the way EJ does around the target. You're gonna get to that spot faster, right? But anyway, I'm trying to hear what you saw, right? I've been very vocal about the things that I've seen, like the little subtle things that make me think Errol Spence will be the guy on top in a split decision victory. Assuming nobody gets a knockout.
Right, and that's what I wanted to point out. Today I was just I questioned today whether or not the southpaw, because that's my biggest question, Smoke and YB, TBA. Really, Bud's biggest challenge is figuring out, Spence, because he's a southpaw, and we've never seen him face a southpaw, and I don't believe that it'll be too big of a disadvantage. And the reason that I say this is because in my studies today, I discovered that other Orthodox fighters have had success on Errol Spence. And we all know this. Like, I was watching the Danny Garcia fight today with Errol Spence. I watched even the Van Heerden fight. And you can have success with Errol Spence, and I do understand that he, Spence, he hangs in there and he can take that heat, but can he take that from Terrence Crawford? That's the question. I think that he's gonna be there for Crawford to touch him. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I see that. I definitely see that he's gonna be there but I feel like both guys are gonna be there for each other to touch. So like on that assessment of it, it's just like who gets there first and who's able to take each other's power.
Yes, and I do think that Crawford will be meticulously trying to line him up for that shot, and I think that it might come sooner than later. And we're gonna find out what we all want to find out. Can Spence hold up to that?
I think the odds are better for by the time Bud finds that shot, that the body shots will take the steam off that shot. Like I understand that his power is there late in the Jose Benavidez fight. We saw him like get a late round stoppage, but I don't know. Like Benavidez was like, while he was using his size to gain an advantage, he wasn't really beating up his body like that.
Yeah. I'd also point out that the Errol Spence that we've seen last week, that's not the Errol Spence that we see in every fight. Errol Spence, he dominates his opponents in every single fight, but that same Errol Spence, we can't say for sure that Errol Spence will be the one that fights Terrence Crawford that night.
Yep. I can. I'm gonna tell you why, because he's back in the gym, man. This is Errol Spence staying active. It's gonna be a problem for Terrence Crawford. I'm gonna tell you what.
That was quintessential Errol Spence, though. Like that was a dedicated body attack, working behind the jab. That's what Errol Spence does.
Hey, Kush, can Bud Crawford take that heat from Errol Spence? That's the question too. Because we never seen nobody. We never seen nobody that throw that many punches that have that type of heavy hands. That condition.
Right.
And Bud Crawford has to deal with that.
Right. I believe this is going to be both of their toughest fights of their career. Up to this point, at least. So, it's no disagreement there.
It's crazy. It's crazy that the YouTube community is picking Bud, but then like it's close in Vegas too on a 50-50 fight, but it's amazing that the odds makers, with all the stuff that Spence been through, that he opened up as the favorite.
Not only is he opened up as the favorite, but he's going to be the favorite the entire time, and the late money's going to break for Spence. Like that really, this is just some gambling shit. Like everybody understands, like for real, bro. Like if you like the only thing, and this is coming from a Bud fan. The only reason people are like so gung ho on Bud because you love Bud. Yeah, like how can you not love Bud as a fighter? Like that's really all it is. Like he's good and all this other shit, but there's no like conventional wisdom that says Bud should win this fight unless he knocks this guy out.
Hey, historian, turn that down in the background, champ.
I was pointing out how I had rewatched the Danny fight again earlier today. Like Danny, he actually put up a better fight. This is, I think, my third time watching it. A better fight than I ever gave him credit for. Danny tried. He couldn't. His work rate was too much, and that jab was too much. He couldn't do anything really with Spence. I seen he caught Spence with like a sweeping left hook, but it was like a grazing shot. He never really. I heard somebody say that Danny hurt Spence the other day, and that's what made me go back and watch it. He never really hurt Spence. His grazing shot, same as Sean Porter when he hit him over the top. He hit him, but it was more of a grazing shot.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing though. Like you said, because see, this is the thing I have with people that think Errol Spence can only fight one way. I'm like, yeah, you keep saying that, but then you say one fight. No, I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying guys that in general they say, oh, he can only fight one way. But then you have guys saying that he beat Errol Spence. I mean, guys saying that he beat Danny Garcia with the jab, and then you have guys saying that he broke Ugas down with the body shots in the inside game. Then there was guys, so that's two different ways already. When people say that, so I'm like, well, why do they keep saying that he can only fight one way?
Right. Like so, it's like it's the same people who say that Bud is a guy that switch hits at 147. It's kind of like, sure, there are times that he spins in the orthodox stance, but for the most part, he's been southpaw at 147. Like that's really where he does all of his damage and where he spends the majority of his fights. But the majority of his fights haven't been Mikey Garcia, Lamont Peterson, Danny Garcia, where he's like outboxing you. Like that's not really the Spence that we've come to expect. But the Ugas fight was an Errol Spence that we come to expect. So it's just kind of like we now have a big enough sample size to understand that Errol Spence is going to throw a ton of fucking shots. He's going to jab you. He's going to work behind the jab, and he's going to send that left hand to your body. We know this about this guy.
Right. No disagreements there. That's one thing that I do know from watching both fighters, like a lot, like mostly all their fights throughout their career. You know exactly what Spence is coming to do. You don't know what style Terrence Crawford is going to fight, and that's.
Well, that's what I'm. See, that's the thing. Like, so for the people who are picking Bud to win, it seems to me as if they don't understand what Bud is. Like they're like there's these people who are saying like they just have no like Bud is some ephemeral like fighter that you don't get what he's doing. But Bud is really very obvious in my mind what he's doing.
Why can't they stop it? Why can't they neutralize it?
Right, because he's been in there with guys that can't stop it or neutralize it. The same thing with Errol Spence. Like everybody knows what Errol is about. Like it's not a secret. It's just that these guys are levels above their competition. Like even going into the fight, like you can take like Errol literally has been so good that he can go in with the wrong game plan and still win the fight. Right. So and Bud has been so damn good that even though like adjustments is his thing, he can make the wrong adjustment and still get you up out of there.
That's a fact.
I agree with that. I think I agree with that.
Because against Mean Machine, I thought he fought the wrong fight, Bud Crawford.
Right. Intentionally.
or even the in-fight adjustments that he makes the kind of fight harder where he gets hit in the face. Like what I applaud both guys over like in this fight. Like Bud is a very smart fighter, but even as a very smart fighter, he makes dumbass fucking decisions in fights. But he's so damn good that it doesn't stop him from stopping the fucking guy in the fight. So
Okay, I can't say I disagree there. I would say yeah. I agree with that. I ain't gonna say that Bud's decisions is dumb because I believe he knows what he's doing, but I do understand he does the wrong thing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, like if you make an adjustment and the adjustment you made makes the fight harder for you, then that is the wrong adjustment.
Right. Yeah.
It's like Butayev turning southpaw against Stanionis.
Yeah. That shit was a fucking destruction.
Yeah, like you were doing better at orthodox. You try to switch southpaw, and then all of a sudden the guy gets all kinds of confidence because he knows he's faster than you, and just starts shooting it straight right in your fucking jaw. And you still try it like 2, 3, or 4 times, like.
Yeah, Stanionis showed me. I did not know that fight was gonna go that way, but now I know. Stanionis ain't no joke. Shit, I can't wait for this week's fight. I think I'm gonna have to rock with Fury because I do believe that Fury is the better conventional boxer. He's a dog, and Dillian Whyte, I seen him on the canvas too recently by opponent who I would classify as a lesser opponent in Povetkin. So he got to come with his A game if you want to beat Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury, he's gonna dog it out and do whatever it takes to win the fucking fight.
Hey, so what do y'all think What do y'all think about this? That you saw. Hey, Kush, you sent me something earlier, bro. I forgot what it was, bro. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, that was Coach Rail from Boot Camp.
Coach Rail from Philly. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to figure out who it was.
Yeah, he was just talking about how Earl Spence made some type of mistakes against Terrence Crawford.
No. Wow. That's true.
He just saw the same. That's why I sent it to you. I wanted you to see that. I wasn't the only person that sees, you see what I'm saying, that particular thing. It's a lot of people that share the same opinion as me.
Yeah, lunging forward. It's just little things like you said. But you know what? I think
there is one southpaw that Terrence Crawford fought, and he ain't Earl Spence, but he had the same fatal flaw, and it got him knocked out cold. That dude, Andre Gorgeous, he had a problem with lunging forward as a southpaw, and he couldn't correct it. And Terrence Crawford exploited it.
That is not Errol's problem. Errol's problem.
No, I'm just pointing that out because YB, he said that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that Errol is not a guy that lunges forward. Like Errol's a guy that works behind a jab. Like if you want to say something is his weakness is sometimes he throws the jab lazy, and maybe you can figure out because he throws his jab at different kinds of speeds. Maybe you can figure out when he gets like lazy with it. Like maybe you can figure that part of it out, but. Like the idea that you're gonna catch this dude lunging and falling in, that's not Errol. Like you can maybe capitalize on him missing a shot, but not like necessarily lunging in.
No, I agree with you. I wouldn't say that he has a problem or a flaw there. I'm just pointing out one particular southpaw that Terrence Crawford exploited his style.
Yeah, I'm seeing that Bud can, from the southpaw stance, can exploit Errol's lazy jab. And when he sticks his jab out there, when he pushes the jab, or when he's lazy with bringing it back, I see Bud from the southpaw stance being able to hook off that. But really, it's also again, it's a conversation. That conversation is about hurting Errol, not because I feel like that shot is going to land throughout the fight. The question is just how Errol takes that shot, and if he takes it the way we've seen him take shots in the past, it's like kind of academic, right? Like Ugas was catching that dude clean, super clean with like I'm hard pressed to see cleaner shots landed from anybody.
Right, and maybe that's why I don't have such a hard time believing that Terrence Crawford could hurt Earl Spence, is because I don't have a hard time believing guy's bigger than Earl Spence. I've seen him in sparring and seen him in the ring enough and seen the things he does I can see what the result would be in most cases. So we just have to see. But there are flaws on both sides.
Yeah. Listen, if Errol can't take Bud's power, then Bud is stopping this dude because his defensive deficiencies are like too fucking glaring. Like you could see, like if a guy, like everybody hits this dude clean. Like just straight up, everybody since Kell Brook has hit this dude clean. And he's basically been able to weather the storm. So like my idea is both guys are going to do what they do well, and neither guy is going to stop the other guy. It's kind of like Castano and Charlo. They're operating on such high levels that both guys are going to get their game off, and it just becomes a matter of like numbers kind of thing. The issue where I like why I picked Spence is because his chin is held up, regardless of it being hung out there, regardless of his defensive lapses or his irresponsibility defensively. He's been able to weather those storms and either outwork or beat the other guy the hell up. I don't imagine he's going to beat Spence the hell up. And yeah, it's just both. It's just kind of a both ways thing where I see like I give the work rate and the size advantage to Earl, so it's like the slightest of fucking margins. But for real, if Bud is able to move like he moved against Postol, if Errol is not able to take Bud's power, then Bud wins this fight, in my mind. And I've been saying, I've thought Errol won this ever since 2017, ever since the Kell Brook fight. I've had Bud winning this fight. I used to have him stopping him. I literally used to have Bud stopping, Errol stopping Bud all the way up until the Danny Garcia fight, where I saw him taking like business decisions and like trying to outbox a guy that had some pop and was able to time him and catch that chin. Then I was like, okay, like Errol may just take what the other guy gives him and not just like try to go out there and stop him. So like now I got it like a really close fight.
Yeah, so you kind of going back and forth, and the reason that we're doing that is because Earl Spence, like some nights he comes with a different style, like we pointed out, and he'll go to the body, and I think that's those performances we're seeing that's sensational. He didn't do that with Danny Garcia. Because I believe he could.
Yeah, like that overhand right from Danny was timed to perfection, and like Errol was like, you know what? This whole body shit, like I need to rethink this. This is like costing me more than I'm gaining from it, and like, it's a different fighter.
Hell yeah! You don't want to get with that shit.
That's because Danny, like you said, got cracked that blind left hook.
I think like the blind left hook was the redheaded stepchild. Like what really was keeping him, like what made him make that decision to me in my mind was that straight right.
The overhand right? That right hand he was landing? Yep.
Like the left hook was just like, that was just to let you know it wasn't just one thing happening, right? Like, yo, you got to check this other thing out too. But the thing that sent Errol into like business mode was that right hand and the timing.
Absolutely. Yeah, Smoke, you make yeah, that's why this fight is so amazing, man. This fight is gonna be tremendous. But like you said, I agree. Bud could do what he did with Postal and move like you said, like that, and Errol can't take his power. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Like I don't expect Bud to be able to turn back the clock like that. It's been too long since Postal. I've seen his feet at 147. I don't think they're the same feet. And I don't know. Like I've seen Errol be able to take power. I think I'm going to have to believe in Errol's chin. Like, while I think Canelo beats him, I do think he goes rounds with Canelo at 160. So if I think he goes rounds with Canelo at 160, why wouldn't I think that he could take Bud's power at 147?
That's a tough one. That's a good question.
No, they both showed me that they got the power to stop bigger guys at this point.
I mean, even if you don't go to Canelo route, if you're doing rounds with both Charlos, I think both Charlos probably hit harder than Terrence Crawford. And he grew up taking those shots. Like, grew up in boxing, not grew up in life, but like grew up in boxing, right?
Yeah, I mean, like him and Bud both spar bigger guys. Like, Derrick James said that, Errol Spence spars heavyweights, which I believe. I know he does. So
yeah, but we've seen like not all heavyweights are created equal, right? Like,
right.
Spars heavyweights. I'm talking about elite level guys in their divisions. We're talking about Jamel fighting for undisputed at 154. We're talking about Maul being the class of 160, maybe.
Yes, absolutely. That means a lot. And that's what I'm saying. I don't feel. I really feel. That's why I'm not betting on a knockout, Smoke. But if that's why I'm not betting on it. I really don't think that Terrence Crawford. I mean, I really don't think that Errol Spence gets stopped. I just can't. I'm not saying that that Bud can't do it. I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hell of a bet, right? Like, now you're a gambling man. I'm just saying, like, the smart money, like, I don't know if smart money says that, but like, if you see something and you believe all that stuff, like, I can't even say nothing about what you see or what you believe. I'm just saying, like, all things being equal, I see work rate being the winner of the day, like work rate and size being the guy, getting the guy's hand raised.
That's what I think too.
It's kind of like Tio versus Loma. Like, the reason why I bet against Tio was because I thought he was doing too much heavy lifting going into the fight. I thought he was like promoting the fight and doing all this shit for like a young fighter in his first big fight. So that's why I was like picking against Tio, not because I didn't think he had the skills or anything like that, or the talent or that stuff. I just thought that he took on a whole lot. But I always thought that Loma was the better fighter, the more skilled guy, the guy with the more tools and all that shit, the smarter fighter. I'll still think that about Terrence after the fight. Even after I think Spence gets his hands raised, it won't change my view of Terrence Crawford. It's just kind of like, yo, if you're a guy that is going to tap out at 135 and we're projecting another guy to fight at 147, it's going to be very hard for me to pick you at 135.
That's a good. I don't know, man. Shit, I hear good points. I keep hearing good points, Smoke.
Nah, Smoke makes some good points.
I keep hearing some good points.
I still got Crawford winning. He makes a valid point, and I don't disagree with points when they make some sense.
Cause I've been watching a bit of both of them, and I'm gonna be honest with you, they both look different in different fights too, and I think it's hard to imagine what they're both gonna look like for this fight because we know it's the biggest fight of their careers. For them, it's the biggest point to prove. This is for Heart of Marbles. It's a different type of pressure. Both guys. This is for undisputed. This is the biggest legacy fight that they both will have. I mean, that they both have had so far in their career, without a doubt. And I just think that they both have a lot to prove. Errol Spence has been resorted to a guy that everybody thinks he's ducking. A lot of people think he's ducking. A lot of people think Bud has a fault. A guy like Errol Spence. I mean, like a top welterweight, even Porter. You got guys that think that's not good enough. So Bud has a lot to prove, and there's people that question his resume. There's people that say it was Errol Spence ducking Bud Crawford. So these both of them have a lot of questions to answer, and I think that's another dynamic to this fight where both of them have a chip on their shoulder. I know Errol Spence does for being called a duck, and I know Bud Crawford does for all the people that may have said something about his resume. So I just think that those are the intangibles that we're not seeing, that we don't see. Both guys are extremely competitive, and I know both guys are going to train. And if they train hard before, they train like workhorses before, it's going to be a little extra in training. It's going to be a little extra motivation. And I just think, whether they say it or not, of course they're going to train a little different because they both want to win this fight. I mean, this is for all the belts.
Well, yeah, this is for everything. This is what it's all over. That's it. I think they both gonna train the hardest they ever trained. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, barring no injuries in camp or anything like that, we'll get the fight this fall, and we can finally put an end to all the arguments.
Well, I think you know what, for real, man. Like, I don't know that these fan bases are that far apart. I think that most of the split and most of the beef is manufactured, like PR stuff. Like at the core of it, they're just sharing the same fan base for real.
Right.
And the more we just talk about the fight and less about the drama that led to making the fight, like all that other stuff, I feel like the like that kind of like I guess the partisanship, like that kind of like what I'm hearing from like people that don't really like the way that Errol Spence moved to make this fight instead of fighting Bud earlier. Like, they call them Errol-sexuals and all this stuff. And then all of the Spence fans who feel like entrenched because the fight took this route. And Errol Spence was so vocal about not fighting Bud until he was ready to fight Bud. Like, all of that stuff will go out the window. And we'll just talk about the technical aspects of it and the fact that these guys don't really have a personal animus against each other, that they just happen to be in each other's way for their legacy. And they're both in the primes. And so it just becomes like a win-win situation for everybody, no matter what the outcome actually is. Like, people can talk about who needs it more and all this other stuff, but for real, win, lose, or draw, as soon as these guys climb through the ropes, it's Hall of Fame legacy for both guys.
Agreed. I'm gonna drop off to be in the chat, y'all. I'm in this freezer with these loud ass fucking coolers. I'll be in the chat.
All right, Kush. Man, I just don't know, man. I like you said, once they get in the ring, it's all the talk is done. Yeah, I mean, like you said, that it's just too much division. But yeah, where my boy H at, man?
Yeah, I don't know. H somewhere doing whatever it is he does at this time of night. It's like 7 minutes to 4:20 where I'm from, and yeah, I already told you I'm not Catholic like that. I'm not Christian like that. I'm gonna burn the bush.
That shit cracked me up earlier, man. When you said, "Why you can't be a saint and smoke weed, bro?"
Yeah, who said which person smoked weed that kept him out of sainthood? That's what I want to find out. Like, where we get, like, if you want to say nope to dope and ugh to drugs, that's cool, but I put that on the Reagans. I don't put that on Jesus.
Yeah, bro, that shit. You was like, who said you can't be a saint? I was laughing. That shit was funny as shit, bro.
Yeah, man. Listen,
Big Smoke was funny as shit. He said, man.
I'm a big fan. Like, I'm a big fan of all 260 plus versions of the Bible. And I haven't come across the version that says you can't partake of the earth and get into heaven. Like, what? Like, it's not, none of this shit's like, this isn't man-made stuff. You're talking about stuff that grows on the planet.
My man says, hey, my man Ronan says, the debate is, we know it's a great fight, but they need to make it next. Stanionis is the WBA mandatory. but he had a tough fight against Butayev, so they could pay him step aside again. Hopefully he accepts. What do you think about that, Smoke? Do you think Stanionis is willing to take step aside money again?
I mean, according to him, yes, and according to his promoter Richard Schaefer, yes. They did it once, and it's so nice. Why not do it twice? Like, to get paid not to fight, and then also when you come back, it's gonna be for all the marbles instead of like, 2 or 3. I guess now it's 3, right? Like before it was 2, and now it's 3. Like, why not do it for all the marbles?
Man, that's a big deal.
Listen, if the quarantine taught us anything, if you pay somebody to not work, it's very hard to get them back to the job site.
Yep. That's what I think too, Smoke.
Yeah, come on, man. Like, that's nothing. Like Stanionis. All right, so it would be. I feel like it would be different if Stanionis was like favored to beat Errol or favored to beat Bud. But I think his chances of beating either guy are probably like the same, right? Like, he may want to actually face Bud versus face Errol. Maybe. I don't know. But I do know that if you can throw some money on it to like tip the scale either way, like, why wouldn't you? He's still the mandatory, right? All you got to do is like stay sharp.
I would. I mean, I would take the step aside money, and I know people are like, "Well," but of course, I mean, for me, it's not even an argument, Smoke. I mean, why not?
Yeah, I mean, you did it one. Like, why all of a sudden, if you already took step aside money, what would motivate you to not take step aside money again? Anyway, Richard Schaefer does not seem to be a guy who's been full of shit. Like, his reputation is kind of like sterling in the boxing world, and this dude's like, yeah, like, we want to see this fight happen. We don't want to be the reason why Undisputed gets delayed.
Kingpin Mad Chad, what's up, champ?
Hey, good morning. Thank God it's Friday, fellas. TGIF.
Good morning, big brother. How you doing?
Hey, I'm hanging in, man. Thankful for today. Thankful for the great boxing talk. Honestly, Get This Smoke, you have my hair being pulled out. But when you sit back and you listen to Get This Smoke, regardless of the angle, it's intelligent, it's well spoken, and it's very comical at times. If you can just underlie the Get This Smoke, he gets me laughing. I used to get real aggravated. Now Get This Smoke. I enjoy whenever I see you, brother. I just love your angles. It just makes my brain think, and that's the beauty of boxing. Boxing is so much like life, and I think that's why we all just love it. And my God, we got a big heavyweight fight coming up tomorrow, and it's nice. It's going to be on during the day in the States,
Yeah.
It's a fun one. I hope to see Fury at Ice, but, if someone had a gun to my head, I'm going to go Fury. But I think White has a fighter's chance. I really do.
You know what? Like, if White, the thing that gives me the feeling that White has no shot in this is, I think he's got away from his identity as a brawler. Like, if that guy actually knew when to, if I felt more confidence about his sense of when to box and when to brawl, then I would feel better about like his chances about in this fight. But at this point, I think he's trying to turn into a boxer at the wrong moment against the wrong guy.
Totally agree. That's the wrong guy to want to box again. I think he's got to muck it up, try to work his body, try to get dirty with him. Because I think if it's a boxing match, Fury just boxes his ears off. And real briefly again, fellas, give thanks to all your loved ones. Honestly, we're all just blessed to be here. Not to go on a big biblical spiel here, but just thankful for the air we breathe, thankful for the water we, and it's all in good fun. My avatar is my son. That's no longer with me, just full of life. I think, a couple weeks later from this picture, he passed away. But, it's just, I think about the guy every day, and he just wants me to carry on and keep learning and keep persevering and keep bringing a smile to people's faces and keep holding the door for women, keep saying my prayers. No one's getting out of here alive, but life is hard, but you just really have to enjoy the things you have, because in a flash, it could all be gone. And, that's my little spiel, and I'm just enjoying the boxing. Young Billy, man, your channel is on fire, bro, and your content is right on point. It's world class. It's Ivy League material. The historian up there, and then get this smoke. I mean, H Money just bringing everybody together, talking about the greatest sport on earth, and I'm just honored to be a part of it, and honored to always be hanging out with great-minded fellas that love this sport. And, hey, fellas, I'm just on my way to work. I just wanted to stop on real briefly and give a big shout out to H Money. Shout out to everybody in the chat, and shout out to the brilliant minds up here on stage. And it's a great day, beautiful day. I'm gonna go get some work in today, but I'll be listening all day to this box, and I can't get enough of it. And
so, hey, man, chat, before you dip out, condolences, and if you don't mind, going into just a little bit of detail. Under what circumstances did your son pass?
It was on D-Day, June 6th, one of the biggest historical dates in, human history. It was Friday. He went swimming, him and a few friends out there in Indiana, and they were at a Lowhead Dam. I'm not familiar with them up here in Maine, but in the Midwest, they call them drowning machines. And a girl got swept over the dam, and my son and his friend hopped in to save her. And my son and his friend, they both passed away. And the girl, just a horrific day, June 6, 2014. But that's my son right there, Adrian Peterson, great kid. He was an organ donor. He just got his license. His heart's still beating. His lungs are still breathing. He's still smiling. He's smiling down on all of us fellas. But, he went out a hero. Last thing I ever said to him was, love you, man, and love you, Dad. And that's just what I got to keep going. I got to keep going on, and because get this smoke, you know what I mean? If I was paralyzed, I wish I would have had cancer, lost my vision, because this hurt. I get shaky at times. I get real emotional, but then I can hear his voice saying, Dad, smarten the fuck up, you bitch. Don't be a bitch, Dad. Go get her. Because that's what my boy was like. He was tough as nails, but soft as cotton. But just a beautiful kid. And everybody, enjoy your loved ones, honestly. And like I say, I enjoy the company here. It gets my mind working, racing towards positive things, a lot of laughs, a lot of thinking. Hey, fellas, everybody have a great day, and God bless.
And God bless you too, man. And condolences to
God bless, right?
And his friend, and the girl, man.
Don't be a pussy, bro.
God bless Mad Chad, man. R.I.P., man. Damn, Mad Chad. Your son is a hero, though. So, yeah, man.
He took the words right out of my mouth, going out like a hero.
Yeah, trying to save somebody, man. You got to give him, man. So, yeah, shout out to, man. Mad Chad, that's tough, man. It's tough. Damn.
Well, here's what the King's Gym family, sorry, is gonna try to help ease the burden of June 6th from here on out by bringing home Monster Inoue's chin back to the States. Put that shit on the mantle.
Yeah, man. Love you, man, Chad, man. Thanks for sharing that with us too. And yeah, man. And like you said, Smoke, hopefully we bring home your boy's chin. Like you said, Smoke, King's Gym. And you you say that, and that's where Donaire really started. Nonito started at King's Gym.
Yes, sir. He told you, 12, 13 years old.
Wow.
Like my man, dude, the guy that I've been talking boxing with for 30 years, helped prepare Nonito for the Guillermo fight. Help Glenn prepare for fights, the brother, because he was a bit in with the dad, all that, like the Donaire. Like, I'm not even going. All I'm saying, Oakland boxing is a thing. Fans, if you want to get a different appreciation for the sport, understand what's going on in the ring. Not just like the back and forth in social media or like contract negotiations or getting the fight you want when you want it. Like if you want to really be a fight fan for decades, start to appreciate what these guys are doing in the ring.
Yes, sir. Hey, Smoke, I got a different question. Who's your top 5 guys under 25 years old in the sport?
I need 5 under 25.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. So Benavidez is under 25. What is it? Oakland's own Haney is under 25. Tio is also under 25. Shakur is under 25. And isn't Virgil under 25? Virgil's under 25.
Virgil.
And then Keyshawn Davis is under 25. Is Jared Anderson under 25?
He's only 22.
There we go. And I'm sure that's over 5, right? I think that's like 6.
Yeah, and Benavidez just turned 25, Smooth.
All right, so let's take him out. He's an old man. That's Jared Anderson.
Oh shit. But okay. So that's what I'm saying. That's an awesome list. So those are. So I made a poll. Those are 5 or 6 of the names that I used today. Only one I didn't use was Benavidez because he turned 25. He already turned 25. But I used everybody that you said. And who do you think got the most votes?
I think you got the most votes. I think Shakur got the most votes because he's about to fight. But I wouldn't be surprised if Haney got the most votes because of the shit deal he just took. And right now he's a media darling. He's like the people's champ, if they consider him a champ at all. I would say, yeah, like between those two guys, Shakur and Haney.
Okay, guess who? Okay, look, I'm gonna tell you. So because it was more than 5 guys total. Because of Keyshawn, I put Xander, I put Bam, I put Morrell, who's under 24, Boots Ennis, who's under 20.
Oh, Boots. Okay, so that's another. I didn't put Boots on there. Like, yeah. So yeah. Anyway.
So Shakur, Virgil Ortiz, Bam Rodriguez, and Teofimo Lopez have the most percentage of the votes.
Well, I was going to go. Well, I wasn't going to go to the demographic because I was actually feeling like maybe the demographic of your channel would go to different fighters, but I didn't know which guys you had up there. So I was just talking about from the guys that I mentioned, not necessarily the guys that you had up there.
Yeah, no. Yeah, of course. I was just saying that, like, because those names that you mentioned, a few got Big Baby, who I think is one of the best. Keyshawn Davis, who I think is one of the best. So it's crazy. I didn't expect. You were right about Shakur though. You're right. Shakur's tied for first.
Yeah, it's about like it's all right. So in my day it was about what's the 411, but in modern parlance it's what's trending now. Like like what's the information or like really what's hot in the streets. And like what's hot in the streets generally is the fight that's about to happen or the biggest fight in boxing. And what's hot in the streets now is the fight that's about to happen. Yeah, Shakur.
My boy Joseph Brown said Boots, Big Baby, Shakur, Devin, and then Virgil. Okay. Hey, and do you think that the criticism of Boots is? Let me ask you, because sometimes I talk to people and they say Boots is, Boots is not ready. He's a hype job. Who is he beat? Do you think that's on Boots? That's Boots' fault, or do you think that these guys? Do you really believe that these guys don't want to fight him?
I believe that he is not a hype job, but he is also not ready. I think he is. I think that he is. He has the attributes and the skills and all of that stuff. But the last real fight I saw him in was against like Ayubov, and he made like all the wrong adjustments. He made the fight harder than it needed to be. He was getting tagged up by a guy that couldn't really punch. Against a guy that I think is like not really that skilled or that talented or really even that developed as a fighter. So for me, I need to see more from Boots before I start talking about how he beats Errol and beats Bud. On the flip side, I don't think either Errol or Bud fights Boots.
Okay, that's a good breakdown. Yeah, that the Ayubov guy I think was in Atlantic City. I remember that. It was in January. I think it was on a Carissa Shields card.
Yeah, Ayubov was putting all kinds of hands on Boots.
I watched that fight. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was kind of disappointed in how many shots he took in that one.
Yeah, not just the shots that he took, but the adjustments he made. Like that was the thing that stuck out more to me than anything. And since then, I've seen him do leaping left hooks and completely like blow guys out with them not being on the same like level as him, like athletic wise. But if you're not blowing guys out like that, then I don't think that fits the description for either Bud or Spence that you're just gonna blow them out athletic wise. So now, if you're making wrong, just fucking decisions in fights, and you're getting touched up by guys like Ayubov, what's gonna happen when a guy can actually crack and hit you with clean shots, the correct shots in situations? Like I need to. That's too big a leap for me.
So who would you favor out of him and Stanionis?
That's a good fight. I think he becomes a better fighter after that Stanionis fight, but I still got him.
Okay.
I got him versus Stanionis, right? Like Stanionis is good. He's strong, but a lot of what I feel like Stanionis is like look good against was a guy who was basically handicapped.
Okay.
Like I remember watching the fight live and wondering like where the hell is the sweat on Butaev?
That's a good one.
I mean, I got to see it. I love his jab, and like working like a jab is a very like important point. Like everything to me stems from the jab, like how you react to it, how it breaks it down. Like, so I haven't seen what Boots does against a guy who works behind the jab and who is consistent with his jab and it's both powerful and active. Stanios' jab. So I want to see what Boots has. I can still favor Boots, but I got to see it. I think Boots beats Stanionis, but I also don't think we see that fight.
Okay. That's a hell of a. I like that breakdown. So out of Boots and Virgil.
I think Boots beats the entire shit out of Virgil. Like that's a different thing. Like I don't think Virgil can handle Boots' power.
Ooh, okay. So do you think Boots can handle Virgil's power?
I don't think he'll have to deal with it as much. It's kind of like, can Tank deal with Isaac Cruz's power? What does it matter if you have better feet and you can get out the fuck out of the way? Like I still think that like maybe Boots gets into a fight that he doesn't need to get into because he makes the improper adjustment. So maybe that could help him. But if like Sammy Vargas could take Virgil's power, I don't know that much about Boots' chin. I still have questions, but I think Virgil doesn't land enough shots on Boots in order for me to answer that question. Like the Mo Hooks fight versus Virgil, like just left me with all kinds of questions about Virgil. Really, both the Sammy Vargas and the Mo Hooks question. Both of those fights actually. Like Sammy Vargas was able to do some really nice things in there, but he's too damn old, too damn slow, and doesn't have the power in order to exploit what I saw, the flaws that I saw in Virgil's game. And then Mo Hooks was able to exploit some of it, but also did the unwise thing of facing a guy like Virgil Ortiz in his step-up fight. But even in that situation, in that scenario, Hooks got off some good, like Mo Hooks got off some good work. So if a guy coming up from 140 who has reasonable power is able to like give you raccoon eyes, what's Boots gonna do? And Mo Hooks is actually like kind of stationary. I think both of these dudes, I think both Virgil and Boots need to slow their fucking roll and develop their skills and like figure some shit out. I think Virgil is getting better at upper body movement, better at getting his head off the line, and that's gonna bode well for him as a fighter, because I'm not quite sure about how this guy is going to be able to take shots, able to like not get cut, not have eye swelling and all this other shit. Like,
my man Mad Chad Ronan says Boots gets hits a lot. He's too aggressive. Virgil too can get hit, but both need to tighten it up. Yeah, I mean, Mad Chad says Hooker ain't no bum.
no, he's not a bum. He's not a bum. I'm just saying that guy was okay at 140. Like, he was okay at the upper echelons of 140. But what you wouldn't say about him is that he should be an elite fighter at elite puncher at 147. But even beyond all that, if you haven't fought at 147, then what are we looking at? So we don't even know what the hell we're looking at with Mo Hooks. And really, he was just able to jab fucking Virgil's eyes apart. And it's kind of like, not apart, but to the point where I now have questions about, can he actually take a shot from a 147 pounder for real? And Boots is like for real, he's like a 154 moonlighting in 147.
Okay. My boy Lions only said Boots is a punching bag. What are y'all talking about? And Elise says, is Munguia versus Jacobs official? It's officially in the works. I don't know how official it is. I haven't seen the announcement. There's nothing that's been announced yet, but I know there's really going to be. My man says no one gets hit more than Munguia. Damn. So yeah, I don't want to see that Munguia versus Danny Jacobs fight. That's not something I'm looking forward to.
Munguia versus Danny Jacobs. At a catch weight
of 166.
It does not bode well for a young fighter to not be fighting in this division, especially fighting like 6 pounds over the division he's in. Like, if Munguia is gonna go at 168, the next question is how long he's gonna be dining out on his victory over Saddam Ali.
That's true. Is that his biggest win?
That's his claim to fame. Who gives a fuck? Like, I'm saying, like, his claim to fame is basically a banana peel for Cotto's like retirement fight.
That's true. I remember that. Yeah, that was Cotto's retirement fight, Saddam Ali.
Yeah, he was supposed to go out on a fucking high note, beating a guy who shouldn't have been competing at that division in that weight class. But Cotto got hurt. So Saddam got the belt off of being fed to a legend, right?
Yep.
And it's not like it was a Joe Smith, Bernard Hopkins thing where Joe Smith legend rose because he knocked Bernard Hopkins out of the ring. We're talking about a guy that threw his shoulder out because he's old as fuck.
Absolutely. And it still was a close fight. I remember.
Yeah. So then you see the Munguia fight, and Munguia and Ali didn't even look like they were in the same weight class. He just beat the shit out of Saddam Ali. All we saw was the heart of Saddam Ali, the relentlessness, and the size of Munguia. And that's how long, like, what year is that? Is like Cotto's in the fucking Hall of Fame now. So that's at least 3 years ago. But it's more like 4 years ago because he wasn't the first Battle Hall of Fame. So it's at least 4 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Smoke. Yeah, but it says they're trying to make it for June 11th for Munguia and Danny Jacobs. But it's not confirmed yet. And they're trying to make the catch weight at 164. That's a terrible fight. I'm not into it. KD says,
You know,
I would
like
give it to
Golden
Munguia.
Boy is in fucking shambles. Like how the mighty have fallen. Like you remember when Al Heyman and Richard Schaefer were all part of the Golden Boy family, and they were bringing, like, we were seeing all kinds of fights, man.
Yep. Yeah, I remember. You know, almost everybody that PBC has was with Golden Boy at one time.
Forget who PBC has. I'm talking about. We saw Floyd versus Canelo.
Yep.
We saw, yeah, man. Like we saw Pacquiao fighting. Like Richard Schaefer was bringing Pacquiao over there to fight. He was every man. Now Munguia versus Jacobs at 166. Like really, what in the entire fuck happened to Golden Boy?
Yep. Now we
it's
can't
like a
even
premier fight. Like not even like their premier assets are Munguia, Virgil Ortiz, and Ryan Garcia. I can't even think of really another one. Rashidi Ellis.
Rashidi Ellis is at PBC now. Smoke.
Okay, so Jojo Diaz, Linares,
Sinisia Estrada, Gilberto Ramirez, Zerto.
Oh, Zerto. Okay, there we go. Zerto. There we go. Okay, so no disrespect, Zerto. I should have mentioned you earlier. But for real, like, wow. We're going from the who's who to who gives a fuck.
Facts. That's a hell of a way to put it. Facts.
Yeah.
Golden Boy had, like you said, we saw Danny Garcia, Matisse on the co-main of an undercard with Canelo Floyd. That's how stacked they were back in the day.
Oh man, I was in West Hollywood. Like I was in Westwood, not West Hollywood, but Westwood. Making those Mexicans mad, screaming USA all night. When Danny Garcia fought, I was like USA, and they were mad. Oh man, I had a good time trolling that entire fucking crowd. Floyd beat the shit out of Canelo. That was, and I was calling like every jab too. Like that man, Golden Boy used to be the shit. Like, I don't know what happened to him. Well, I do know what happened to him. The guys that made Golden Boy, all left Golden Boy.
Right, like Richard Schaefer.
Richard Schaefer, Al Heyman, and at the end, last but not least, Canelo Alvarez.
Yep.
You know, Bernard Hopkins don't even fight anymore. Sugar Shane Mosley don't fight anymore.
Man, speaking of that, we got back. Man, we had Shane versus Shane versus Floyd. All Floyd's major fights before, like you said, they were all on Golden Boy. It's crazy.
Yeah, like his last HBO fight was fucking Victor Ortiz.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Larry Merchant was feeling himself and was like, yo, fuck you, Floyd. And Floyd was like feeling himself, and he's like, I don't have to take your shit anymore, Larry. Like, HBO, if you want to fuck with me, fire this dude.
HBO need to fire you because you don't know shit about boxing.
Exactly. They didn't fire him fast enough.
Hey, Smoke, and then he said, Larry Merchant, like, if I was 50 years younger, I would kick your ass.
Yeah, you ain't gonna do shit. Yep. Yeah, man. Yeah, they didn't sorry. They didn't renew Larry Merchant's contract fast enough. It took him too long to not renew it. So like Floyd was like, fuck you guys. Yeah, Golden Boy, Showtime ever since then.
Yep. Golden Boy also had a couple of interesting prospects, William Zepeda and Tristan Calcruth. Yep.
Did you say Tristan Zepeda?
No, he said no. William Zepeda and Tristan Calcruth.
William, huh?
Yeah.
That is a very interesting fucking name. William Zepeda.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Bill Zepeda, huh? Okay. Yep. Billy Zepeda. All right, whatever. Let's see if he gets traction.
Yeah, he was on the zone. He was on the Jaime Munguia undercard in Tijuana when he fought Demetrius Ballard. But
yeah,
he stopped him.
Yeah, we need Unrivaled for you guys to chop this one up. Like fucking obscure ass fucking regional fighters. Yeah.
No, that was Ronan that put that in the chat. My man says, Marcus says Shakur and Valdez are up next, huh? Yep.
Yeah, like people are kind of looking through this weekend. There's not a lot of intrigue. Like nobody's picking Dillian Whyte by points. Just put it that way.
Yeah, the people that are picking Dillian Whyte, they're picking him by stoppage. They know what that's the only way, in my opinion. And like you said, Shakur Valdez, to me, Shakur Valdez is going to be the biggest fight, out of these two fights that's coming up. Amanda Serrano, Katie Taylor, but you talking about Shakur Valdez. Everybody's buzzing about this fight. But I don't see a way. I don't see a way Shakur gets knocked out in that fight. Some people say he's going to get knocked out. I don't see it. I can't see it. And I'm not.
Come on, man. Like really, young Bill. Come on. You know why you don't see him get knocked out in this fight? Because he's not Miguel Berchelt, who only fights one speed going forward on the front foot. That's why.
I think Shakur's going to school him, Smoke. I think Shakur's going to school him.
And, I'm interested to see what Reynoso has to offer. Like, I was interested to see what Ishmael Salas had to offer. But, like, it's not going to change my pick. Yeah, like Valdez was cool, but I feel like a lot of these people are picking Valdez really because I feel like they overvalued Berchelt. I've always thought Berchelt was fucking food. Like really, this whole thing boils down in my mind to people thinking that Berchelt could beat Tank.
Whoa. Damn.
I never thought, right? I always thought Berchelt was fucking like he was food for fucking Tank, and Tank would have knocked him the fuck out.
Oh yeah, Tank would have decapitated Miguel Berchelt. Yeah.
Yeah, but everyone's like, yo, he didn't fight Loma, he didn't fight Tank. Okay, whatever. He didn't fight either one of those guys. I feel like Loma would have probably beat him back then. I don't think that now, but I did think that back then. But I never thought Berchelt would have beat Tank. There was just like this whole idea about Berchelt being a heavy-handed guy. So and Tank never fought a guy like Berchelt. And that's cool, that's true. But I feel like this whole thing about Valdez is about that leftover narrative about Berchelt beating Tank.
Sure. Berchelt beating Tank. Fuck no. Can't believe people thought that crazy shit. And it's not because prisoner of the moment. I just never thought Berchelt would have beaten no damn Gervonta Davis. It's gonna take a special fighter to beat Tank. That's just a fact.
Like this whole idea that Tank is a duck comes from Loma and Berchelt. It's not any other fighter, really.
I think, and back then, I still think Loma would have beat Berchelt. Like at 130? At 130? Yeah, Loma was better at 130. Loma was better at 130. I think Loma would have just would have played with him, boxed him, danced on him.
Well, the thing is, like, people who don't get boxing don't understand that a guy who comes forward but doesn't throw jabs is probably going to be food for a power puncher.
Absolutely. Doesn't throw jabs. Your boy Tank the southpaw throwing them uppercuts, man, it would have been dangerous.
Yeah, like all you're doing is helping your other guy, like you're assisting in your own fucking destruction. That's what you're doing. And for anybody who doesn't understand what I'm saying, like the perfect fight for you to watch is Bud versus Jeff Horn. Watch that guy continuously just walk onto shit all night because he doesn't work behind a jab. No
intelligent pressure at all.
Correct. All you're gonna do is come forward.
Absolutely none, Smoke. That shit was crazy. He had the same plan with Bud from round 1 to round 9 whenever it got stopped. None. Didn't give Bud anything to think about. No jab, no nothing. Ran straight into him like a battering ram. It was, but once Bud got the timing, started hitting him with the stepping back, starting to throw, those right hands, uppercuts. He started ripping them. I mean, because he, like you said, he gave him an easy way out by not attacking, effectively. Didn't use his jab, didn't feint. It was like you said, it was teeing off. I mean, it was easy work for a guy like Bud Crawford, a sniper.
Yeah, it got boring. I feel like the ref saved us. I feel like Jeff Horn could have seen the final bell, but the ref understood that it was rinse, wash, repeat. Let's get the fuck out of here. We don't need to watch any more rounds of this fucking nonsense. But anyway, point being, like any person who does not understand how to pressure is going to be food for a counterpuncher, especially at use timing. Like it's a bad stylistic matchup.
And that's why I think, with a guy like when we were talking about earlier, Errol Spence and Bud Crawford, I think it's going to be a lot different because Errol Spence is going to not. People think that he's going to fight Bud like a battering ram. He's going to jab his way in and try to disturb Bud's timing, and then he's going to start to touch his body here and there, touch him to the body, and like you said, the game plan is not going to be uneducated. It's not going to be, Derrick James is not going to have Errol Spence going there with his head. Overshooting his shots and trying to fight him from in a dog fight from the opening bell. I think Errol Spence is going to have activity, but he's going to time him, try to figure out his timing with the jab and see how reactive he is to the counters, and then try to reset his offense and go from there. Like you said, Smoke. I don't. Errol Spence is not a stupid aggressive fighter. He's a very intelligent aggressor.
Like, can you imagine if? All right, so out of 9 rounds, 2 of the 3 judges, if not all 3 of the judges, gave 4 rounds to Porter. And mind you, this is Porter who threw, I want to say, like fewer than 100 jabs over 9 rounds, and probably fewer than 100 body shots. Also, like, how is that going to stack up against Errol? Like, if you could win 4 rounds off of fighting that kind of style, how can you not see like working behind the jab and adding body shots to that attack being the thing that makes a difference? Like, I whatever. People are who they are. Like, I'm a huge Bud fan. I think Bud has made. I think Bud is going to be in the Hall of Fame, and this Errol Spence fight, if it happens next, is going to earn him a ton of money. I hope he wins the lawsuit and all of the damages, if not more, against Top Rank. All of that shit. I just don't see how the hell he beats Errol Spence if Errol Spence can take his shot.
You have Smoke. You have reason for me. You have reason to believe that I don't see him getting outpointed by Bud Crawford over a 12-round fight, unless he, like you said, he fights like he did against Postal. I don't see it.
Yeah, he's gonna have to keep moving, keep hooking off the jab, fighting when he wants. Cool. If you want to go back to what year was that? 2016, 2015.
Yep. 2016, around that time.
Yeah. Bro, that's a long ways away from where we are. Like, if he could do it, I'm a Bud fan, and believe you me, my popcorn's gonna be flying. I'm gonna be screaming, and I'm pretty sure my neighbors will be all right with it this time. I'm not gonna go outside and scream the whole shit, but yeah, I'm gonna be excited if I see Bud from 2017 and do the thing. But I don't think so. I think I'm going to be, very happy for my man Errol for becoming undisputed and very interested about what his next move is. Whereas I expect Bud to probably just, end his Hall of Fame career. I don't know where Bud goes from this if he loses. I guess that's really what it is. Oh. Where do you think Bud goes from this if he loses?
That's what I was gonna ask you. So you think if he lost to Spence, he would retire? It depends on how close the fight is, Smoke. It depends on how close the fight is. But I know Errol Spence said he's only fighting one more time at 147. So if he does rematch Bud, if the fight was close, and if he does rematch Bud, it'll be at 154 because Errol Spence is not fighting at 47 again after this fight. I don't believe it.
I think he gets money fights, but not fights that we care about. It'll be like just fights for his coffers because he needs like a cooling down period to like end the career on. But I'm just saying, like, as far as fights that we think are intriguing, that 50-50 or of like significance, I think this is the end of the line for him. I think he still get money fights, but they're kind of like Pacquiao versus Matisse kind of shit.
I can understand it. I can see where you're coming from. I don't know. I mean, Bud is so prideful. It'll be hard, like, man, to see him take a loss. Wow. And what Bomac was saying, we're gonna fuck this motherfucker up and all that. If he loses, man, it's gonna be funeral music on my panel and H Money's panel. Well, Crawford better not lose this fight. The way they're talking, because they say Errol Spence is gonna get knocked out. They're not saying that Bud's gonna beat him. They say Errol Spence is gonna knock him out.
Well, to be fair, they're just saying they're gonna fuck him up.
Yeah,
and I think that they probably will fuck him up in a loss.
I said these fans are saying that Bud's going to get knocked out. I mean, that Bud's going to knock him out. The fans on YouTube. So I'm saying the panels it's going to be funeral music if Errol Spence wins that fight. The people that came up with the word aerosexuals or whatever stupid shit that is. All this
yeah, man. Yeah, the Bud lickers. All right,
yeah.
Bud kissers.
Yeah, that's crazy too. Bud tenders and all these names. Yeah, that's crazy.
Like really, it's win, lose, or draw. It's fucking curtains for fucking Bud, really. I mean, if he wins, he can talk up a fight against Charlo. But even if he wins against Charlo, like let's say he beats Errol and beats Charlo, then what? He's gonna fight fucking Fandora?
3-time undisputed smoking. Like you said, man, wrap up your career.
Yeah, he got like 1 or 2 fights. We're witnessing the end of Terrence Bud Crawford's career. So like appreciate him while you can, because we're really looking at either the last fight of significance or the last couple of fights of significance, win, lose, or draw.
Ooh, shit.
We're not about to do this right now, y'all. Oh, hell no.
I thought you said you was in. Hey, Kush, I thought you said you was in the chat, bro. So that's why I bought Bud up again. I knew.
Yeah, I know. I have to come back. Y'all got it twisted. Y'all made me speed up on my little work just to get back up in here. No, it ain't going like that.
Nah, Kush, I just wonder where you was at, man. I just wanted to check a temp. I knew you would be listening, so.
Y'all know I'm always listening too.
Hey, I just wanted to check your temp, bro. I mean, make sure that you were still listening and. You like Candyman, bro. You say Bud 5 times. I knew you would appear.
So the question is, Kush, if Bud beats Errol, beats Charlo, what's left for him in boxing?
I think I agree with you that if he beats Errol and Charlo, I think he would hang it up. I don't think he, and that's one thing I don't like about Bud. To be honest, he don't have that high aspiration that like a throwback fighter. He's okay with just being an all-time, not even all-time great, just being a Hall of Famer, and he doesn't have the aspirations, in my opinion, of an all-time great, and that's where I think he falls short. In that aspect, I think he would hang it up, and that'd be a great career. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Right, and so if he loses to Errol, what do you see for his career?
I still agree with you. I think he would hang it up because he's a stubborn, sore loser when he loses. When Crawford loses, his whole family want to fight. It's the end of the world. I don't know if you guys ever seen the clip of that what was that the Olympic trials where he lost. man, like dude just don't have good responses when he loses. I mean, it all depends. It does depend on what happens in the fight. If he feel like he got robbed or something like that, but I think he would hang it up ultimately if he were to lose. I gotta agree with you 100%.
All right, so then why'd you come up here? What inspired you to
Because
hit
it ain't
that
going
link?
like that. Because it ain't going like that. Hell no. Crawford gonna win. We're gonna go on to beat Carlos, and then it'll go like that. I don't believe that Spence will hang it up if he were to lose. I don't think so. Spence said he has 4 good more years in him. He do want to retire young, but he got more fights. I believe, regardless whether he win or lose. So I just know that Crawford's an older guy. You know what I mean? He feels more fulfilled in his career. Even though I wish he would want to do more. You can't force a man to want to fight into, those latter stages of his career and fight these young dudes. Can't force him. He done a lot, both of them. So, what y'all think? What would y'all think that Spence would do if he were to lose?
I think he still has money fights ahead of him. I think he would be really disappointed, and we may not see the same like kind of inspired fighter kind of thing for a minute, for a couple of fights. But I think he would get back into his groove and still like try to make it. I don't think people like really understand that being in monumental fights, regardless of what happens in those fights, is great for your legacy. Like way better for your thing if you never have those fights and lose them, right? So I think it'll be just a minute, like the hangover will happen because I think Errol at this point wants to fuck Bud up. And I think he thinks he can fuck Bud up and should fuck Bud up. So if he loses to Bud, I think there's going to be a blow to his like psyche and it's going to be a minute for him to recover, but he can still make another push to become a champion again and add to his legacy and possibly get him into the Hall of Fame. But it'll be a minute. I think he's going to be like, he's definitely going to be disappointed, and we're definitely going to see like an uninspired fighter. That's what I expect.
I agree with that assessment as well. I think that, it'll be a big blow to either fighter, whoever is to lose. But, their family will be well off, and hopefully whoever is to lose this fight, they'll be okay after this devastating knockout, whoever get knocked out.
So you think it's gonna be a knockout?
Oh yeah.
I know you picked Bud by knockout, but if you think Errol wins, you think he wins by knockout too?
It's a knockout either way in my head.
Oh shit!
They not letting it go to the judges. Too much dog. Either Bud gonna get out dog, like you guys say, and that dog is gonna be the reason that he get his shit sat down, or he's gonna make a mistake. That's how I see the fight going, one of the two ways. I just think it's more probable that Spence makes a mistake than Crawford get out dog, because I don't think that Crawford will fight that type of fight. You guys know I said I don't think he should. I don't think he should try to fight Spence on the inside. I don't know if you guys remember my breakdown from today for yesterday.
Yeah, I think the mistakes are non-negotiable in this fight. I think like both dudes are gonna make mistakes, and we're gonna see them.
Hell yeah.
That's just gonna be like like a given.
And that's the part where
I wonder what coach is gonna come up with the best game plan, because a lot of people, like we were talking about earlier, man, Bomac, as Keyshawn out there, like he's got a lot of credit for being a good trainer because of his work with Bud and other fighters. So I want to see, and then Derek James has 2 unified champions. Both guys gonna be going for undisputed this year. So I wonder what coach is gonna create the best game plan and also devise a better plan. Also devise a better plan B, because everybody got a plan, but what coach is gonna also be able to think in the corner and tell their fighter the right thing they need to hear, because this fight's gonna be competitive.
So This particular assessment will have my prejudice and my bias attached to it, right? And like this is I like to think of myself as a cool person, but I've now understood that I've been in enough situations where I have this thing about obese people, right? So my like this assessment may be tainted by the physique of both trainers, but it seems to be in my mind that Derek James is less full of shit than Bo Mack. And I can like bring up like, you know, articles and all that other shit, but I'm not quite sure that it's not like confirmation bias, like the articles that I'll bring up, right? So it may just be a product of my bias, but I do think Derek James is a better trainer and is less full of shit than Bo Mack. Maybe it's like Bo Mack is a manager too. Maybe it's not just that he like, I don't know.
That's a good. See, I want you to expand on that because I never thought about it like that. I never even heard nobody say it like this.
I'm talking shit. My bad.
No, you good. What do you think, Kutch, about the trainer? Who you think it will have the better coach in this fight? And, you know, Bud has 3 coaches, so that's a difference. You know, he has Red.
I think that they're both really good trainers. And I don't know. I would think that Derek James. Let me be honest here. Derek James, in my opinion, is a better trainer than Bo Mack, and I'll tell you my reasoning why. Is because Derek James, he knows how to his style that he's implementing, different styles he's implementing with Charlo, with Spence, Frank Martin. It's leading to more success as of late than Bo Mack. So you got to go by the facts. You see what I'm saying? Like I would have to say that Derek James, as of right now, he's having more success as a trainer than Bo Mack. I think that Bo Mack is a really great trainer for Terrence Crawford in particular, but I wouldn't consider him a great all-around trainer, you know, that you send any fighter to. It's a lot of fighters I don't think Bo Mack can do anything with. And I would also agree with Smoke. I don't know if he's more full of shit than Derek James. Derek James, well, shit, maybe Derek James, the way that he comes off in some of these interviews when I feel like he's full of shit is because he sees something. So maybe you're right. Maybe Derek James is really that good, and he knows exactly what he's seeing from fighters in that range. I think I have to agree with you. Derek James is better, in my opinion. People might think I'm crazy for that. Crawford is just talented, but that ain't the same thing.
Yeah, like if Derek James and Bo Mack both said, "I'm gonna fuck you up," right? I would believe it more from Derek James, and I feel like they both would say that same shit.
Right. I don't disagree there. Bud is just more talent. Is just talented. That's why I think there's so much success. That he's a great trainer for Terrence Crawford. He says the right things at the right time to Terrence Crawford that make Terrence Crawford, you know, maybe see something that, you know, he wouldn't see on his own. Because that's what I see a lot in the corner. Maybe sometimes Crawford will ignore him, but he'll point some shit out and Crawford will respond to it immediately when he does listen to the man. I think people could agree on that.
I do. I agree with both of y'all. Both of y'all are saying some real shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the thing about it though, like really when it boils down to it, is like both guys don't respect their trainers the way that a fighter should respect their trainers. That would make this like the corners, the relative quality of the corners be a factor in the fight. Like I think that both of these guys are like kind of slaves to their egos in a way that there's no space for trainers way.
Right.
Yeah, Smoke, say that one more time. Slave to their egos. That's basically they don't give a fuck, man, what the coach say. If they feel disrespected or they feel like somebody hit them with a good shot,
even if the coach says to stay on that back foot and box, you know what they're gonna do.
Yeah,
Or
like before,
mano y mano.
exactly. Before they ever met their coaches, there were these dudes that didn't give a fuck. They weren't listening to parents. They weren't listening to teachers. They weren't listening to cops. They weren't listening to anybody. They're gonna be them. And I don't think anybody has tamed that from either fighter.
Right, because I definitely like look at how we hear about the interaction, how Earl Spence first came into working with Derrick James. His dad wanted him to work with him. He didn't even want to work with the man, and he didn't speak to him for a sustained amount of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He had to
he said
open
they
up.
have a conversation for 2 or 3 years. Kush.
Right. I remember some stories of Crawford and Bomac. You know, when he was younger, Bomac used to be, you know, a pro fighter, and he used to beat up on Crawford. And Crawford, you know, said, "When I grow up, I'm gonna whoop your ass." You know what I'm saying? That's the type of relationships they got with these guys.
And Bernie too. Bernie used to beat on Crawford because he's a little kid. You know, he was 6 years younger,
Right.
5, 6 years younger, and he used to beat him up. And he said, "Man, I'm gonna stay in this gym until I could beat your motherfucking ass."
Yeah, but like ego is a huge part of both of these guys' game.
Yeah, they both think they're the shit, and they should. They both think I could whoop any man that stand in front of me, and they should. That's why they got to this point. But like you said, it's also the it's a blessing and a curse at times.
Yeah, like just when it comes to like listening to the corners, right? Like this idea that like maybe one corner is better than the other one, I think is thrown out the window when both guys like kind of ignore their corners because of their ego.
Agreed. I just think, man, that's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be.
I mean, I feel like that's a deficiency in both of them, but it's a good one because we kind of need one so we can have, you know, more fiery conversations. It helps. I'm happy that they both kind of go into that mode, and it's like, bro, you shouldn't do that shit. Like both of them got some shit that's like, bro, you better be careful. That's how I feel.
And they both like, nah, man, I got this shit. That's their mentality. Nah, fuck that. I got it.
Exactly. Like I would never say that about like Andre Ward and Virgil Hunter.
No.
Never say that, right? Like it's a different kind of fight. Like these two dudes, yeah. While I might think Derrick James is a better trainer than Bomac by whatever degree, it won't matter between these two guys. Like when the heat is on and they feel like they see something in a fight in the ring, what's going on in the heat of the moment, they're going to both tune out their corners.
Right. I mean, shit. Like these dudes is masters. And that's how I feel. Like they not no students. You in the corner to make sure I'm just in case I wanted you to tell me something that I don't see, or clean me up, make sure my cut don't open or whatever. Quick, stay closed. Shit, but that's about it. Yeah, we train to be ready for the fight.
Hey, and you know what? You know why I think Errol has a lot to prove? There's a lot of things Bomac said, and Derrick James said a lot of shit too, who has Bud Crawford fought. These trainers both play a role in the motivation of each camp, because you got to look at it, Bud. I mean, Bomac said we'll never lose to a drunk like Spence. He said we're going to fuck him up. He said Bernie and him said he comes from a privileged background, basically. He got a 2-parent household, and his parents are good. And, he's not really like that, like Bud is. Bud from the streets. So, they trying to make it seem like because of that Bud got more dog in him because he's from, the projects, or he's from North Omaha. So it's just certain things. They said that multiple times. And I don't buy into that shit.
No.
But I think that's just motivating guys like Errol Spence.
It sounds like Bud is just fighting for approval. Really, was what it sounds like. Like his whole relationship with his mom and his whole thing. It just sounds like this dude, even his relationship with Spence, like for real, he likes Spence. He admires this dude. He respects this dude, and I think there's a mutual respect. They just happen to be in each other's way for their own legacy. That's all that's happening right now. So, but in that entire like interaction, it just seems like Bud is trying to like validate himself to outside public, whereas Earl is just like on a mission to do his fucking career. It's not really about validation at all.
I'd agree with that. I believe, but that's because look at how his career has been shaped. So he's been seeking validation the entire time. That's where Earl Spence, he had like a similar route to how Blue Tennis is having right now. Everybody believes he's the man, and everybody else needs to face him. Terrence Crawford didn't have that luxury. Now, for whatever good morning. You believe the case was. He didn't have that luxury. People, believe were whispering that he was the baddest man, but he didn't get the fight that he needed to propel him to the next level status wise.
My boy said EJ got real shit behind his words. I just like that EJ and Bud are both, like you said, like Smoke said, ego. They got that fighting ego where that mano y mano type shit. It's gonna really be. That's why I can't see a knockout, but I understand why Kush said it's gonna have to be. I'm excited for this shit, man.
It has to be a knockout, so we can really know who the man is. Like, it'll be controversial for sure. I don't want to see that. I want to see the outcome where it's like, okay, shit, this was just a better guy, but I couldn't fuck with him. It was right. That's what I'd rather see than Crawford won a controversial fight and now we'll never know if. You see what I'm saying? I'd rather be no controversy. Bud got knocked the fuck out. Bud lost. That's me personally, though. I want to see a victor out of this.
Listen, like KOs can be controversial also. Just because you can KO a guy on one night don't mean you can KO him on another night. Like, it seems definitive, but I don't really think that. I think that is just more like it gives fuel to boxing fans to whatever to validate their confirmation bias.
What'd you think about that, Kush?
He has a point, and it could be the case where shit in a type of fight like this of this magnitude. If I really think about it throughout history, from what I studied, like there's going to be controversy regardless. If I think about it from that lens, he's right. No matter what happens, who wins, there's going to be controversy because the fight is that big and there's so much emotion. That's what I think. But fuck it. As long as nobody gets cheated and we get somewhat of a fair outcome, it is what it is.
Hey, Kush, which fan base is going to take the crow, eat the crow easier? Would it be Spence fans or Bud fans?
Bud fans, I feel it's gonna be a lot of cynical ones too, but I don't think you won't hear any excuses from me. I'm happy enough in just getting the fight. If y'all feel where I'm coming from, shit, I will feel fucked up if the fight never happens. But if the fight happens, shit, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, man, it's hard for me to make that determination, right? Like, I'm a guy who's a fan of both fighters, so I can see both things. But like intuitively, it makes me think that it will be harder for Spence fans to get over, just because like boxing doesn't really put a premium or actually value intelligence like that. And that's like, I think if Bud wins, it'll be because he's the more intelligent fighter. And that's gonna be hard for Spence fans to like swallow.
I agree with that. I was thinking that very same thing. Like it's not gonna make sense to them if Crawford is to beat him. It ain't gonna make no sense. And also because of who his following is, that's where I base a lot of my opinion. That's it. Because of who follows Spence so strongly, I feel like it'll be a lot of controversy and uproar about that shit, and it won't make sense.
There's also the obvious inarguable fact that Bud came up from fucking lightweight.
Right.
Like right now he's playing with house money. Like if he can beat the best guy at 147, it's all good. Like, but if he can't, like dude still came up from lightweight and he's still going to the Hall of Fame just for climbing through the ropes.
Right. If we could get everybody else to just
that's why I say
at that point, then we'd be a lot better off.
And that's why I say Spence needs this shit more than Bud. Kush, I tell you that every day. People keep telling me, why I'm going with Spence. I feel like Spence needs it more. I feel like Spence got to get. I mean, like you said, like Smoke said, he's a Hall of Famer whether he win, lose, or draw.
Right.
Spence is trying to do something he's already done. He's been undisputed before. Bud's just going for the second time. Errol Spence hasn't done it once.
So Smoke, you wouldn't consider Spence a Hall of Famer just yet until after this fight? Where would you rank?
No, I think he would. I don't think he gets in. I think that people would argue for him first, second, third ballot, but ultimately, I think maybe he gets in as an old timer in 20, 30 years, maybe, but probably not even then. I think that Bud doesn't even have to win this fight. All he has to do is be in the undisputed fight at 147, and that gets him in. I think right now Bud is on the bubble. I don't think he's right. If Bud never fought another round, I don't know if Bud gets in. But as long as he fights Errol Spence, he's getting in.
Right. I agree with that. I do think that if Spence is able to beat Crawford and beat Charlo, I think that he will put himself in the same, breath. He would be in there probably before Crawford.
I don't even think he has to fight. Here's the thing. If Spence was able to beat Bud, he's going to be on the bubble of the Hall of Fame. All he has to do is get another belt in another division. Not even against a very particularly good guy. And he probably gets it.
Yeah. A lot of people think I'm crazy for
what's good with
putting Wilder in the Hall of Fame, but I put him in the Hall of Fame. What's up,
Q? But does anybody remember does anybody remember the guy that Castano got the belt from?
Oh, your boy Teixeira over there, the WBO.
There we go. Listen, if Spence gets a belt off a guy like Teixeira, he probably gets in after being undisputed 147.
Right.
Yeah. If he become a two division champion, that's because at least Paulie Malignaggi did that shit. So you know what I mean, two division shit. If Spence do it, and then he already got one undisputed. You know what I mean? If he beat Crawford, he won undisputed shit. And I don't doubt that he could possibly get a big fight at 160 shit. Depending on what the landscape is up there, you know what I mean? Especially after, they're gonna have these belts gonna have to get resituated. Triple G probably gonna drop them. Shit, Boo Boo already dropped his. Only person that's really gonna have a belt is Charlo if he stay there. So shit, I don't doubt that Earl probably could get a belt up there on top of 154. Because if Charlo drop his belt, shit, then it's back out there. And we all say 54, they pretty deep, but I think it's just for the simple fact that at least all of them fight majority of each other. 140 deep, but the majority of them still haven't fought each other. So yeah.
Who's at 154 that we expect to see at 154 in 3 years or even 2 years? Do you think Fundora is going to be at 154 in 2 years?
Nah,
do you think that maybe Harrison? I don't think Charlo's going to be there.
retired. That Harrison gonna be retired.
Castano probably will be there, right? J Rock will probably be there. Like Lubin will probably be there, like in a couple years.
Maybe. I mean, cause Castano, he said yesterday if he win undisputed, only he'll get a fans like a fight that they want to see him defend against, and then he said he'll move up. So he talking 160. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know who even be there. Xander, I know he not gonna be there. So we pretty much looking at 147 pounders moving up. And that's really how I see 147 too. I just see at 140, I just see a whole bunch of 140 guys looking to probably move up in the next year or two. You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I expect to see Virgil, Boots, and Danny all at 154.
Man, Danny gonna retire, bro. That nigga don't want to.
I mean, I hear you. I'm just saying, like if he was still fighting, I don't expect to see him at 147. I expect to see him at 154.
I mean, who they gonna pick? They gonna who you gonna fight? Tony just beat up.
He's still Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia is more popular than everybody at 154 right now.
No, I'm not talking about popularity or none of that. I'm talking about somebody Danny would think is a fight him, like, because one, Danny not gonna go in there and fight anybody at 154. Hell no. And then two, it can't be like nobody we don't know, but they'll fuck around and do some shit like that. Like Danny, he in a crazy position because I ain't gonna lie, he undersized. Like he really 140. He made it at 147 because he had the power and shit, but aesthetically, like
Danny versus Lubin for a vacant.
Yeah, I mean, that might fare pretty. That'd be decent. But see, the thing is with Danny though, bro, you at least got to go up there. Like it's people really talking about Danny 54. Like Danny just been playing with that shit. He ain't fucking fighting at no 54. Like, or he would have been did it. Like regardless of what he said he gonna do, your last fight still was at 147, damn near 2 years ago, and you ain't like literally the guy you fought came off an eye injury and fought before you. So I don't like Danny, bro. I don't know, bro. I don't think he too much about shit.
Like I see him as a money fighter right now. Like Danny is looking for the biggest payday and the biggest stakes. Because I think Danny is also one of those guys that's on the bubble of Hall of Fame. So like a couple of like well-positioned, really good match-made fights probably gets him in the Hall. And is probably one of these like vacant 154s after Charlo moves up.
So Smoke,
or Castano moves up, whichever.
Hey, Smoke.
I got Charlo winning, but
is this true or false though? Danny is too fucking far in his career to be getting match made.
Hell no. All fighters do match made. What do you think Canelo's doing right now?
Man, the difference, Canelo got all of the belts. He not like a nigga fishing for nothing.
Why do you think he has all the belts in 168 and not all the belts in
Canelo, the nigga with the pole. I'm looking at it like this. Hold on, Shmo. I'm looking at it like this because Danny to sit there to be getting match made and not putting yourself in position like what really Danny needs to be doing is one, fighting a young dude, one of them young up and coming guys at 147 to show you that he still got it. We don't even know if you still got it. So you sitting around him thinking, or if they gonna do it to be match made against somebody to make you, man, get up in there and show you that you still got that shit, Danny. Like, I don't really give a fuck about you coming out here because you a money man and you look good. We don't give a fuck about that. Is you good or is you still good or not? No. Smoke, I'm not arguing what you saying.
No, I'm saying you just misunderstand what I'm saying. When I say money man, I mean that his motivation is money. At this point, that dude is just fighting for money. So I think that you could maybe add. I think you can maybe add to the money part some legacy things that gets him in the Hall of Fame. But specifically, he's not climbing between those ropes if the money ain't right.
the amount of money he gonna get paid depends on who you fight, though. That's pretty much the bottom line. I understand what you're saying, but if he feel like he's a money man or need to get paid, it still depend on who the fuck you fight.
Yeah,
You
I'm just
can't go in
saying,
there and
like,
fight
as you
anybody and
know,
get the
like
same check.
with his dad, who's like the grandfather of his children, being his like manager and all this stuff, and his dad is like, all Danny has to do to make $1 million a year is to open the newspaper. Like when you say stuff like that, it says to me that what you are now treating boxing as like an ATM card, right? You're no longer trying to figure out, like, you're not hungry at that point. You're just looking at it like a paycheck and how you can leverage your market share in the sport. And that's why I would see Danny right now. Like, so at 154, even at 147, I feel like he could probably get another title. But I think that his glory run happened at 154. Maybe the bigger money fight would be at 147. It could very well be, like, because all of these titles are about to be vacant in a minute. I don't think Bud's going to be at 147 for a while. I don't think Spence is going to be at 147 for a while. The question is, which belts, like, how long does it take for Boots to scoop them up? How long does it take for Virgil to scoop him up? How long does it take for Josh Taylor to scoop him up? Is Keith Thurman going to be in the mix for these vacant title fights? Is Ugas going to be in these mix for the vacant title fights? And is Danny Garcia going to be in the mix for these vacant title fights? Like, that's what I'm thinking is going to happen in like 2024.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta look at kind of where they gonna be positioned in boxing. I mean, you already got Boots, he fighting for a title elimination. Josh Taylor, I'm not sure how he could use a super champion status or whatever to move up and challenge it. I ain't sure how he want to do that because he ain't officially dropped the belt yet. But okay, Keith Thurman, he fought Barrios, and then I guess the WBC approached him about, yeah, they gonna rank him or whatever. Virgil, we don't know if he gonna be at 147 or 154 because he ain't even told us he okay since we came out and told us he was ill. So, man, I mean, possibly, but Danny, he still got to get back in the mix. They still got to find a Barrios for Danny. You know what I mean? To slick him back up there, like, cause I think he's still ranked by the WBC or some shit, like 8 or 9 or some shit.
Shit, they're gonna rank that dude number 5 in any sanctioned body he's in just because he's a former champion and has been in so many title fights.
Yeah, and then when you talk about like people that's ranked ain't just so crazy actively fighting, other than we got Stanley on this Butayev, and then shit where you got Rashidi Ellis about to get in the mix. I'm pretty sure PBC just signed him. They gonna have him fight sometime in the next 4 or 5 months possibly. Shit, I just seen him working out with Andrade and shit. So it's a lot of dudes, but I'm saying when PBC got competition like that, why would we even look for Danny to go up to 154? Why would he fight anybody outside of like Tim Tszyu, fucking some shit like that, or one of them young guys who got a little steam on their way up? Why wouldn't you just take their momentum and run with it and still like going there and taking a soft touch smoke? I'll be right back here telling you, I don't give a fuck about Danny. I don't care if he go out there and blitz him, knock him the fuck out. If I don't know and don't care about the guy Danny does, it don't do nothing.
Yeah, so the difference between like a cash out fight is with a guy who already has a rep. Like if you are still fighting hungry lions, that means you're still looking for a cash out fight. So I don't expect any guy who's on his way out to be looking for, like, I don't expect for Bud to fight a Boots or a Virgil. I think Bud's like 1, 2, 3 fights away from we're never going to see Bud again. So for everyone who likes boxing, watch everything Bud does from here on out because we won't have him around for very long. I think the same thing for Fundora, who's at the beginning of his career, right? The way that he fights. if you like this guy, pay attention. He's not going to be around for very long. But for to bring this back to the Danny conversation, the way that Gabe Rosado took care of Beck the Bully let you see that like Beck the Bully was looking for a resurgence of his career. I don't think Danny's looking for a resurgence of his career. I think he's looking for money fights so he can get the entire fuck out of boxing. So now it's just like vacant titles at 154, vacant titles at 147. That's what I'm thinking.
Shit, I mean, I guess shit. If a $1 million or $2, it's cash out for him. I guess because it's no money. It's no money. When we just sit here talking about a cash out fight, put the name on that shit. It ain't nobody he gonna cash out with if it ain't fucking. He already fought Spence. If it ain't Bud, if you ain't going in that bitch, being a shit victim of whoever won the undisputed at 54, there ain't no bread out there. Maybe Tim Tszyu, because Tim Tszyu, he Australia, they love his ass. You get some bread fighting him at 54, but
yeah, I hear you.
It's you know what I mean? Like, who you gonna match him up to get the bread, even if it's a vacant title? Like, who the person that's gonna bring the money? You know what I mean? Like, we know who Danny is. That's what they banking on. That's why he know he can at least get a 1.5. You know what I mean? Meal when he get in there, because you Danny Garcia.
No, but, so I'm picking up what you're putting down, and I'm with you. Let's say can he get a couple mil fighting Kell Brook?
I mean, yeah, that's what he fishing, because he did say he'll take the winner, him and Amir Khan, but they'll probably fight overseas though.
No, I'm just looking for paydays. I'm just looking for paydays and his whole thing. Like maybe a couple mil fighting Kell Brook. But if you do it overseas, and that means you fuck off the United States pay-per-view because of the time difference.
And then I don't think that PBC will pick up that fight on him. I think they have to get Kell Brook. He'll probably have to go to the zone or some shit. I don't know if they'll pay that much for Kell Brook.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
There you go. So like Danny Garcia as a name to build up the zone's market share in international markets, like domestic and international market. I see that. I see that.
Yeah, Danny in an awkward position. I think just them not being active. It kind of mess them up. What's that saying? How that saying go? Out of sight, out of mind. I mean,
it's really the issue is he's looking to make the most money off of these like non-glamour division, like weight classes, like kind of thing where like 140 is cool. There's killers there. It's dangerous fights there, but there's really no money or notoriety there. The same thing happens at 154. So really, it's all about 147. But you're looking at 147 division in transition, where you're the guy who is like the most famous guy, maybe. So it's like, is there any sort of business to be made in a Thurman versus Garcia rematch? I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe, but Boots, he from Philly. Him and Danny from Philly. Rashidi up there. He from Boston or some shit. Maybe he could get some regional type fight with somebody in 147 that's in this region, and maybe they could sell out their city or something like that. I don't know. I don't really know where Danny fall, man. I don't know. Shit, I got more faith in Thurman than I do Danny at this point. At least Thurman, I see him shit after the fights talking. He seemed like ever since he came back for the Barrios, he been trying to be more active in boxing, and I respect that. But like I kind of see him the same way. I want to see him get out there. And actually, because he still want to be in a fight. You still want to make a lot of money. You got people like me who really not jacking you like that for the most part right now. So I think like just showing me that you still got it, and how I just think that's going up against a young fighter who we think could beat you. You know, prove us wrong. You move back up in the eyes of many, especially if it's a classic fight. And I think you well deserving of a title fight or a vacant belt if somebody don't want to give you an undisputed shot. You know, but 147 or really, man, boxing, I think it's in a good space though. We talking about the veterans, but I think way more highly of these young guys coming up than the veterans of the class that we've been watching for the last 5-6 years. You know what I mean? We kind of fell into this. Probably been one of the most dullest eras in a while. We probably done heard boxing dying so many times in this, specific area. These guys don't want to fight and do that, but it's coming back. I like that. I like that shit. Earl and Bud doing. They finally gonna make the fight, and a lot of people, I know a lot of people, young guys, see that, and they know that's what they want. You got the Shakurs, the Keyshawn Davises, Virgils, Xander Zayas, Jared Andersons, like these guys who really gonna be able to take reins of boxing, and that shit gonna be in good hands. I don't think we gonna be talking about it, fights that we missing out on or we getting cheated out of because of promotion companies or boxers that don't want to take it. I think these young guys willing to go in there and put all this shit on the line.
Bullshit. I call bullshit on that one. Like, listen, all that's gonna happen is the white noise of boxing will take over. Like, I'm a guy that I felt like I should have seen Matthew Said Muhammad fought Dwight Muhammad Kwawi. Like, I'm still on that shit. I'm like, to this day, I feel like I got cheated out of not just AJ versus Wilder, but more specifically, Mikey Garcia versus Loma. Like, there's guys like, like I remember the fights I didn't fucking get. A lot of fights I didn't get from Klitschko. Like a lot of fights, but I feel like for the general boxing fans, like just the the rank and file, they'll sweep that shit all under the carpet. Like, who cares? AJ versus Wilder is going to take a little bit longer for people to forget about, but eventually people won't give a fuck for real. Like, unless you were there in the summer of 2018, it'll be swept under the rug.
Yeah, we ain't gonna remember that shit. I mean, cause people don't even remember. People don't remember a lot of the fights. Shit, we didn't get to see. Fucking Mayweather and shit. Wait, man, it's a few fights.
Margarito, Paul Williams.
Yeah, like that. Even the what's the name? The one boy Barrera got his ass. Prince Nassim, like we wanted Floyd to fight him and shit.
Oh
too.
my god, dude! Oh my god, I understood. So that was before I got into like the weight classes and the politics of the whole fucking thing. But I was like, Floyd will beat the entire fuck out of Prince Nassim. But it's actually not a fair fight for real.
Yeah, I mean, we saying what Barrera did with him. Shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, Floyd was never in those lower weight. Like, Floyd was like, he came in at 120. He was never like a featherweight. Like junior featherweight and all that shit, fucking shit. Like,
yeah, it's kind of like even with Bud too. Bud, he was small, but he still was big. He's smaller. He's a smaller guy when you compare him to the 140s, but he's a big guy when you compare him to like the 135s that he was kind of fighting and shit.
Yeah, and I was just like, it was more like the media hype kind of thing, like the media hype behind Prince. I was like, if they put this boy in with Floyd, Floyd is going to knock the entire block off him. But I wasn't like taking into account that they were like really in different weight classes, and I'm looking at a little guy fighting a big guy for real.
Yeah, right. But that's just, you remember, that's just the shit people used to want to see. I remember it's a lot, like I never really was the one who really gave a fuck about what I wanted to see. I just took, I just take what the fuck they give me. It ain't too much like shit. It ain't whatever. That shit ain't in our control. If they gonna make the fight, they gonna make the fight. But shit, I'm gonna take that shit when they dish it out.
Well,
But
it's just like kind of like you're looking at fighters and you go, okay, it is what it is. You want to see like certain fights. Like I wanted to see Monster versus Rigo. I thought
yeah.
Rigo would be able to exploit Monster's chin.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of shit. Like, but it's just like fights that are once you're a fight fan and you're looking at these different styles and different fighters and all this stuff, you want to see them tested against different other guys. And maybe
Yeah.
not another boxing fan gives a fuck about what you want to see, but you still want to see it.
Yep.
I still want to see Wilder versus fucking Whyte, regardless of the stakes involved and what people think about the importance of the fight and all that shit. I want to see Wilder versus Whyte. I want to see Wilder versus AJ. I want to see Wilder versus Usyk. I want to see Whyte versus Ortiz. I'm still that guy. Like I just want to see fucking fight. I'm a fight fan. I want to see fights.
See, but that's the thing. Like, I kind of wish that boy Wilder was on that George Foreman shit after he took the loss from Fury. He just like fuck it, kind of had that ego where he want to fight, prove everybody that he's still like the baddest man. You know what I mean? And just should have just fucking ripped Dillian Whyte, Ruiz, whoever the fuck he could get his shit on in the shortest amount of time.
Yeah,
like
five guys in one night kind of shit.
Yeah, type shit. You know what I mean? Like 3 motherfuckers in 1 year just knock their ass out and retire. Like, and then it'll kind of like, that the Fury shit won't be the last thing on people's minds. I kind of feel like he just sitting out and then he gonna renounce his retirement. Like, kind of like people kind of forget and shit like that. Then he gonna retire. Well, I don't understand he'd come back though. I don't know.
I don't know if you were here for the Rachel part where she was like, throwback fighters fought regardless of the purse, and today's fighters are more purse driven than fight driven. But I think Wilder is a personification of the point that she was making. Is that guy came into the sport really just to support his family. It wasn't because he was trying to be a Hall of Famer or an ATG or the best of anything. He was literally just trying to make sure that his family was looked after and medical bills were paid. So it's like the motivation. I don't know. Like I would like to see these fights. I want to see these fights, but I also take into account what motivated the guys to lace him up in the first place.
Yeah. It's kind of like, once you write down the list of everything you want, and once all them shit's checked off, you like, you know what I mean? I think all them boxes checked off on Wilder shit.
I'm trying to tell you, I'm not I'm not down for getting punched in the face and doing shit about getting punched in the face unless it's very specific circumstances, very specific ones. Like if I've made and listen, like I'm okay, like I'm, whatever it is, like financially, I do not have 8 figures. If I had 8 figures, I think there's very few fucking circumstances that would call me into a fight.
See,
what for? That motherfucker got a gold-plated like grenade launcher. The fuck you boxing still for?
Yeah, but I think that's kind of like to an extent because we all human, like and just the feeling of doing some shit that you love. You always, and you in boxing, you going to boxing matches or whatever, and you seeing this shit and you know what, and you still could do it. You like, damn, everybody gonna get that itch. Maybe, maybe Deontay Wilder may get it, but I think he older, bro. I think I don't know, and I don't really think that he care about it. I think a lot of people think Wilder is fucked up psychologically, I guess, with all of the fights and shit. But to be honest, I think he actually comfortable. He's not. That ain't no shit people really dwell on. You might have a little bit of every once in a while. You like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, damn, that motherfucker really beat me. But like, I don't think that ain't like. I think people on the internet put a little bit more on it than it already is. With somebody, how they feel, they actually walking it's their skin and all that shit. But Wilder might be straight, but I think he retired, bro. It's just picking yourself up. You know, you fall down, you keep picking yourself up, and you got everything you want. You just satisfied with it. You can go out there, you private jetting it. You know what I mean? You
like
got a star status. Yeah. Would you say something?
I think that he had all his bills paid. He lives in a mansion on a lake. Like, you know, he got generational wealth. There was a point when it was his motivating factor was beat me to show you that you're better than me. And now we've had that. So now
Now
it's
you
like,
better.
really, what the fuck is your motivation for doing it at all? Like getting like the guy that I that I talk boxing with, part of the 92 Olympic teams and all that shit. Like the knock on this dude was he didn't like to get punched. It's my homie. Like I've known this dude like 30 plus years. Anyway, I'm just the point I'm trying to make to you is there's very few guys who feel like Brandon Rios that getting punched in the face is better than sex. Like you don't really hear people saying shit like that because there's very few people who feel that way. And boxing is the place for these people. So sure, as long as you're in boxing, you can get punched in the face and feel like it's better than sex. As long as it's boxing, you can feel like you can be motivated by another guy never beat you. As long as you're in boxing, you can be motivated by like your kids' medical bills. But as soon as all that shit that motivation goes away, what are you left with? You're left with like training camps. Like the reason why Andre Ward retired because he didn't want to go through another fucking training camp that he went through that it took for him to beat Kovalev the second time.
Yeah, them injuries and shit.
He said that he boxed 200 rounds to beat Kovalev the second time. He's like, fuck this.
Yeah, them injuries, and then when but something else that keep people motivated is being an underdog. You know what I mean? Or when you too great, like kind of like Mayweather. Every time you beat somebody they say you can't beat, then they just gonna throw somebody else at you. Oh, go do that. Oh, go up another weight class. Oh, I bet he can't do that. So you get people sometimes that stay in the shit longer than they have to because they might be better, like Chocolatito and shit. You like, damn, this motherfucker still going. Nonito Donaire, damn, he's still going. It's always something like, damn, you great. And then they put something else on you. Oh, it's this motherfucker right here he can't beat. Wilder, he really ain't got that. And other than AJ, and I think with all of the shit that happened in the division, he kind of threw that shit off. It threw the like him in the AJ fight damn near don't even seem fathomable, but we know that's still one of the biggest fights in boxing. Money, belts or no belts, that shit's still huge.
No, I agree with you. I just don't think that that's his motivation.
Facts.
I think his motivation I think his motivation started with paying doctor's bills and then transferred from I'm better than everybody else. So once both of those things, like once he had the doctor bills paid and it was shown that he wasn't better than anybody else, what's his motivation now?
I agree with you on that shit though. Hell yeah, I can see where shit he been lost the motivation. Like when you like hindsight, when we get to look at it, like now that shit pay you, like yeah, you can kind of see it.
Yeah, I don't think he ever got into the sport of boxing, and I don't think he's motivated by I'm better than AJ. I don't think he's like has a personal beef with any fighter on that level. Like I need to prove that I'm better than White or better than AJ. Or better than Usyk. Like I don't think that's where he is. He's just like either I'm the best and nobody can beat me, or somebody can beat me, and then you guys can figure out who can beat that guy.
Yeah. And I can't wait, bro. God damn, okay. From right now, who you probably think gonna have like a big year that we not really looking at and talking about right now, who you think by December will be, would be in our face and we weren't really even thinking about it right now? Do you got anybody like that?
I think people are sleeping on the stardom in 2023 of Stevenson and Haney.
Shakur?
Yeah.
And who else?
And Devin Haney.
Oh yeah, Devin gonna be.
I don't think people are realizing what the 2023 is gonna look like. But
they're gonna be huge.
As far as sleeping on, like just totally slept on,
How about Keyshawn Davis?
Nah, like Keyshawn Davis is not gonna have he's not even gonna have 10 fights in the next 5 years. Like he's
Keyshawn gonna be big. Keyshawn
No, I'm just saying, like my man got like 4 fights. That's all I'm saying.
Keyshawn literally co-main eventing on his fourth fight. Co-main event in the Shakur Valdez shit. Dude gonna be big.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you're talking about guys who are not getting their shine, that I think are gonna get their shine like next year, it's Shakur. Like Keyshawn Davis, I think is gonna be like 3 years, like 2 years, 3 years. I don't think he's gonna get his flowers next year.
12 fights, Keyshawn probably be a champion. And then I ain't gonna lie, for some reason, I feel like Bob is gonna sign Tank, bro. I don't know. I heard Tank he ain't with Floyd no more. I think Bob will be the greatest promoter ever.
I'm gonna put it out here. I think that the person with the people with the most potential to break out of where like we currently see them in their stardom, like in their popularity, I think the guys who are on the bubble are Josh Taylor, Monster Inoue, to a lesser extent Estrada, because I don't think that anything he can do can make him particularly popular because he's in those lower weight classes.
I don't know, fight Bam. Probably fight Monster. Take his ass up.
But they're still like down there. That's like hardcore fight fan shit. Like
yeah. Nobody really.
Yeah.
26 and up for sure. But we watch all this
next year the next year bubble guys. I think Josh Taylor could move up to 147 in 2023 and win a belt.
Hey, if anybody betting on John, that boy Josh Taylor, I'm betting against him. I ain't gonna lie, he fooled up there at 147. It just depends on who he fight though. Depend on who he fight. Depend on who he get the 147 shot with. But he not beating no top guys at 147. He not beating. He not.
Who's not beating top guys at 147?
Josh Taylor not gonna beat no top guys at 147.
Oh, I mean,
he could win a belt, but I
let me
just
ask you
think
a
it depends on who you
So
fight.
who do you think are going to be the top guys at 147 in 2023?
In 2023,
and mind you, there's 4 belt. Like, if you think there's going to be 4 belts, like up for grabs.
Yeah. I'm gonna not put Virgil because I don't know. Because they're not talking about it. So I'm not gonna put Virgil, but he could easily be in here. For anybody to think I'm leaving them out. But I'm gonna say Boots, Rashidi Ellis, Conor Ben, and Boots. One more. And maybe shit. And bro, I like Stanionis. I think Stanionis would beat Josh Taylor.
So what did it was that just like 5 people?
Yeah. You said top 5. Who would be top 5?
Right. So no. I said there was 4 belts. So like that's 8 people that you need for 4 belts.
Oh, you talking about the fight too? I mean, shit. I have to go look at them rankings because it is people that could get a shot at a belt that not really, known like that, because I don't know the rankings. I don't know the exact rankings. I know who in the top, but I have to look at the rankings to give you who they probably match up with. But those, I say those guys that I named minus Rashidi could possibly be fighting for a vacant, standing on his boots, Conor Ben and Josh Taylor. Yeah, they could probably be up there fighting for a vacant, but I don't think Josh Taylor got the skill to beat him. Josh Taylor, he was more of a weight bully at 140, not as much skill. I done seen Jack like nah. I don't think he'll do it. He good though, but I just think what he did at 140 to help him win, he won't be able to do at 147.
No, I don't think so either. But like WBO is like, I don't know, like the WBO rankings at 147.
Yeah, they'll make him super champion and give him a shot for sure.
Yeah, he's already like, he can move up. So Virgil is like the big hump in the WBO. And I think Virgil is just like, I think Virgil beats Josh. I just don't know that Virgil's gonna be there in 2025.
Hell nah. He fucking nah. Hell, he's not gonna be there at that time. Yeah, he's not gonna be there. That's why and I don't really think he's gonna be there fucking this year or next year, because like they really haven't gave us an update. This dude really has to drop out a fight within 5 days of the shit happening because he was ill, and we literally never heard nothing else about him. Like, they ain't told us he okay. They ain't rescheduled no fight. They ain't did nothing. It's like, so what's going on? You know what I mean? So I don't really know, God. And like I said, like with the MTK going out of business and Probellum getting all their fighters, I think Probellum is in the line to take Golden Boy's spot. Go like De La Hoya with these these cases from a couple years ago coming up, and just all the shit. Like, they just need to sell that shit, bro. Don't sell that shit to the highest bidder, and let people get them fighters, put them in some better hands, because he not doing very good. I don't think Golden Boy is doing very good with their promotion. Mediocre at best.
Wow, like, so the two precipitous drops in promotion companies, like main events, but main events is like a generational drop off, right? So it's kind of like, Lou Duva is not Kathy Duva. So I understand that. But fuck, Top Rank in the last decade, like, you don't even have to go last decade, last 8 years, like where they were 8 years ago versus where they are today. It's been a precipitous. They fell off a cliff.
Nah, I think they getting back. They got a lot. They developing a lot of good talent. I don't know if, as far as the star power that they have, that's to see. We got to see how the fans, casuals, and boxing fans get attached to some of these fighters, and shit like that. But like, man, if Bob is able, Bob literally got a couple people. If he able to he got Devin, and all he got to do is what
Forget
they call
Bob and Devin, but Bob don't even have even Devin like that.
Well, yeah, I know what you mean, but
Golden Boy.
He got him close enough where he's able to get in good. You got 2-3 fights to get in as good as you can with this guy. Treat him as good, wine and dine him or whatever the fuck, and then if you get Tank, a future opponent, you already got Tio, you got Loma, like, you got Shakur, you got Keyshawn, you got Abdullah Mason. This Bob could literally be like, bruh, Top Rank could be crazy. And like I said, like, Golden Boy ain't doing too much. Ryan, yeah, Bob gonna be like, Brand, bring your ass over here. Come get some of this smoke. Like that shit could be like, hey, ESPN paying good bread too. If fucking Bud don't sell and you see him getting $6 million guarantees, what the fuck you think guys that we feel like can sell gonna get? And they actually got those big fights to get. They actually Top Rank actually got big fights to give them. This shit could be crazy.
Man, like forget before everybody left, right? When they had like champions and names and all that stuff, guys were like talking about could be Hall of Famers, not Hall of Famers, on the bubble, all that stuff. If you like when Golden Boy sued PBC in the discovery part of that lawsuit, we saw that Canelo Alvarez was like 96% of Golden Boy business of revenue.
Yeah.
And Canelo's not even there anymore. Like the cash cow's gone and the champions are gone. Like literally, I'm gonna say Munguia, Ortiz, and Ryan Garcia. If you take those three dudes off of Golden Boy's roster, who are we talking about?
Oh, you just found out about him, William Zepeda.
Billy Zepeda, a guy that like, I think William is like tied for second or third for names of United States presidents' names. Like I don't even understand what a William Zepeda is for real. Like how you're not from East Los or like Arizona or some shit like that. Like
he got dropped by a bomb on the Munguia card. Real facts.
I don't know, man.
He got dropped by a bomb.
I don't know what Billy Zepeda is. I know what Billy the Kid is. I don't know what Billy Zepeda is. Where the fuck are you from?
He from Mexico though.
Billy Zepeda's from Mexico. Okay.
He is from Mexico.
Okay, whatever. Like if you can get behind Billy in Mexico, and let me see it. I know Juan in Mexico.
So how much should they sell Golden Boy for? What is a reasonable price to sell that company and all of the stable?
No, like now you're asking, what price will Oscar sell out his own identity for? I don't think there is a price.
I mean, selling up. I mean, they might sell enough of the ownership where he ain't got no control over it. He can keep about 3%, 5%.
No, I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't think there is a price. I think.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but
I think Oscar's paid enough where you could not pay him money for him to turn over Golden Boy to you. Maybe $1 billion, maybe $3 billion. $4 billion, like something more than fucking.
Nah, that shit ain't no NF. That shit ain't NBA team type funds.
No, I'm telling you, like it's not gonna be what the actual organization is worth. It's gonna be what it takes for Oscar to like let you have the reins for it.
Shit, I mean, it just depends on how bad somebody know his situation. We don't know. I mean, we don't know what's going on with Oscar personally. You know, I don't know how much money he got or none of that shit. Whatever.
Hey, listen, Oscar got sexual harassment money. Oscar got I don't give a fuck what you guys think of me money. He still got fuck you money. As long as he got fuck you money, he don't get like it's gonna take a whole lot of like cash to like separate him from his like literally the place is called Golden Boy. He still owns Ring.
Shit. I don't know about him. I've been saying it for a minute though. I actually been saying that they should sell that shit for a minute, but we'll see.
Nah, he'll run that shit to the ground. He'll run that shit into the ground before he sells it, even for $1 billion.
Shit, he might. I don't know.
I'm just telling, bro. Like, listen, like if Oscar was the astute businessman that would get market value for his company, then he would have sold it already.
I mean, yeah, I mean that'll be the hard part, trying to figure out what a motherfucker actually think is worth. Because Bob actually was trying to sell Golden Boy for the long. I mean, not Golden Boy, but Bob was trying to sell Top Rank for the longest. You know what I mean?
That is literally the easy part because you don't have any say in that. That's a bunch of accountants that come in and figure out what your market share is and give you some multiple of the market share, like 1x, 2x, whatever, just to get you separated if somebody was interested in your organization.
Yeah, I know, but I know what you're saying. Like, it's what it's worth and what a motherfucker sell it to you for. I know what you're saying.
Yes,
I know
what it would
when
take
it
to
comes
get
to Oscar, he'll be like, this shit could be worth 100 million. He gonna hit you with, man, I need 700 million, 800.
No, I'm saying
shit,
Oscar needs more than what Dana White got for UFC. Regardless of what the fuck Golden Boy's worth, he's not gonna sell it for less than what fucking Dana White sold it for.
I mean, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying he's got that kind of ego.
I mean, shit,
and still got fuck you money.
I don't know, don't give a fuck, but I'm gonna say the smart thing is over with for that company. That shit is not flourishing. I don't know how they moving them. Maybe they need new executives. I don't know shit, but that shit not it right there, bro. They moving these boxers. Horrible. Munguia, come on, man.
Okay, so
they horrible. Golden Boy horrible with that shit.
I'm with you, bro. Like Munguia versus Jacobs at 166. The fuck is that? Ryan Garcia versus To-Go. The fuck is that? Virgil Ortiz. Who's he fighting next? And I don't know who else we can talk of like any note. Jojo Diaz, a guy that has no power at featherweight.
He got some shit going on with his life too right now. So man.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like wait a minute. So basically, these two, like he's the flame to the moths of like sexual predators. Like that's the reputation he's getting. Like mental issues and fucking sexual predators. Whatever. Anyway, I'm just saying how far the mighty have fallen when it comes to Golden Boy Promotions. Good Lord. Like in 2014, who'd have thought? Less than a decade later, it's a dumpster fire over there.
Yeah, it's a whole shit show, man. I don't know, bro. Maybe they can come back. Maybe they can turn around. Maybe they can get something. But shit, I ain't gonna lie. They best bet for they better get Tank whatever he want to fight Ryan after this fight. They can get one fight under their belt, but
hell no. They gonna hold on. Listen, I don't know like what sort of family heirlooms you have in your whole thing, but I'm saying they're gonna hold on to those things like they're their grandmother's pearls. Like Ryan is their cash cow. Like, do you understand what I'm saying to you? They got Ryan, Virgil Ortiz, and Jaime Munguia. Which one of those guys are you gonna put in bubble wrap?
Shit, they already in there, but I ain't really, when I'm talking about it, I'm not really talking about it on what a favorite Golden Boy. I'm just saying it would be big, would make some bread. Like I don't give a fuck about saving Golden Boys.
But I'm saying, but
like, I don't know what they can do. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the fuck they can do with who they got, how the fights they can make. I don't know what. Like
I'm saying, like Golden Boy checks are not putting your kids through fucking school. But
I mean,
if you're a Golden Boy exec, you're not risking Ryan Garcia versus Tank. That's like that's like a cash out fight for a guy in a fight. It's not even a title fight. It's not even a title fight for either one of these guys. Not a real title fight. So like you're gonna see Ryan get knocked out, and then on Sunday morning, what does your life look like?
Shit, try to finesse